Hi everybody, welcome very much to the channel. It's finally time. We are here for the Pokemon World Championship 2026. It's gonna be 3 days full of Pokemon action. VGC, Unite, Go, TCG. We'll have announcements. We'll have a lot of cool stuff to watch and enjoy. Thank you very much for watching. Your support is greatly appreciating. I wish you the greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. I hope you're having a beautiful Friday, free day, Venus day to focus on your relationships, commitment, and the things that you enjoy. And today we're gonna enjoy some Pokemon Champions VGC action. Let's go, let's go. We are ready for this? Are you ready for this? Because I am ready for this. Are you ready? I am ready, lads. It will start in 15 minutes, but it will be the opening scene of Woodlock. Welcome, Bay. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be only the second thing to... No, it will be in 15 minutes, and the game will be the second thing, because first it will be the opening match and whatnot. Welcome everybody, welcome. Here we are. Welcome everybody. This will be good. We have a lot of things to do. Or a lot of things to pay attention to, I mean. Okay. Let's do a bingo card. Oh, this one is cool. Okay, so what things we want to see? Why did them 7-star Gambit so hard all of a sudden? Oh, in his Scarlet and Violet raids? Cause it's a King Gambit, it's 7 stars, bro. So, I want to see Mega Dragonite. Wait, that's not how it works. Yeah, Mega Dragonite. What else we want to see? Wolf Parish. Wolf Parish Trap. But I love this music. Gen 4 hitting hard, brother. I would really like to see a Mega Metagross as well. Okay. Psychic Spam? I want to see the Master Raptor win it all. Really? The Staraptor? I don't know who I want to win, now that I think about it. I have a couple of favorites, but I don't know if I have like one archetype that I want them to win. Like Star Chu, I like Star Chu, I like Star Fox. I don't want Charizard Y. Oh, Charizard X? Yeah. Will we see a Mega Charizard X? Mega Charizard X. Mega Blaziken Day 2 or Top Cut. Belly Bolt? Yeah, how do you write Belly Bolt? Because Belly Bolt is funny. Belly Bolt. Belly Bolt. No, we won't. See Mega Charizard X. Yeah, it's in the big on card. So it is what it is. It is what it is. We're just doing it. We're just doing it. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music is awesome. What else interesting things could we see? What you think would be interesting to see? To be like, oh no, that's so awesome. Hard Trick Room in Day 2 or Top Cut. Yeah, Hard Trick Room in Day 2 or Top Cut. I think that would be cool. Mega Garchomp. The Mega Garchomp special Mega Garchomp team. The special Mega Garchomp team. Yeah, yeah. Okay. What else? What else could be interesting to see? I'm thinking. Iron Ball Snizzler. Torkoal Vileplume. Torkoal plus Vileplume. Mega Gardevoir. It's almost time, it's almost time. But then we can do this later, because after the show, I don't think the match has started immediately. Mega Pyrower. That will be interesting to see. Mega Banette plus Sneasler. Still thinking, still thinking. 3 more cool stuff. I forgot to put Mary Blaziken Day to or Top Cut. Size Spam. Electric Spam. One more, one more. You're still hunting Putilili? What? When did you start? We need one more bingo part, guys. One more, one more. Mega Barb, okay. Mega Burberacle, right? That's how you write it. Mega Burberacle, right? Bird, yeah, Burberacle. Mega Burberacle. Mega Bomus, no in Top Cut. No, that's too crazy. Barbaracle. Yeah, Barbaracle. Yeah. That will be interesting to see. I guess we can take out Iron Ball Sneasler. No, that would be crazy if we'd see that. I guess Mega Gardevoir is like very likely to show up, right? So we can switch Mega Gardevoir for just Mega Abomasnow in general. Abomasnow. It's one of my favorites as well. Yeah, okay. Okay. We're almost here, lads. We're almost here. It's almost time to do duel. All right. Two minutes to go. 1 minute to go. Let's go, lads. Let's go, lads. We're waiting for it. We're waiting. Come on. Come on. How do you think the opening will be? Oh, the cave music in Gen 2, Gen 4 was really good. Let's go, let's go. Live in... Wait, he said live in 25 minutes. Don't do me like that. Oh, shit. Show starts in 30 minutes. Guys, show starts in 30 minutes. Do you believe this? Do you believe this? I feel betrayed. I should have known. I feel so betrayed. What do you mean? 30 more minutes I have to wait. Shit! Fuck! Okay, let's play some Pokemon. Let's play some Pokemon. I'm back, yo. I wanted to play some Pokemon Unite. I got the vibe for it. Can't find it. There you go. Most likely have to do a download of some kind. Alright. We'll be waiting for... It'll be 30 minutes. Oh yeah, bem. Look at these, guys. It's blueberries, dates, and I forgot the name of the other one.
Cranberries.
Oh, that's cranberry. Oh, we got some cranberries. Cranberry. The community 7-star. Oh! Oh! We can do that later as well. Right? I really want to play a little bit of Unite right now. Oh, wait. Wait. Something is starting. What? 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 Huh? No. They tricked us. They tricked us. They tricked us. All right. I don't remember the last time I played Pokemon Unite though. Should be very, very different from what I remember. We're here though, we're here. Oh, they changed the menus. Nice. So many things, bro. Shut up, let me play. You know? Okay, the sound was lagging behind. We still... Oh, they didn't change the way to get Pokemon? That sucks. So if I want to get the Pokemon here... It's still that Journey BS? That's why I stopped playing. Okay, so right now, here, gems. Licensed Journey. I can select any Pokemon. Yo! Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, Mewtwo, Meganium, Typhlosion, Feraligatr. So we can have a new Pokemon. And then I will jump to Special Selection. And then Mewtwo. Okay. Okay. Let me... I really like Meganium or Typhlosion, but I don't know if they're strong at the moment. I remember I really enjoyed playing Delphox back in the day. So many Pokemon, man. The Mega Gyarados as well. Meganium is a supporter. Typhlosion is a ranged attacker. Ember. Eruption. Flame Wheel. Explosion. Oh, you only get one move. That's right. That sucks. Bro, you don't take move descriptions. I have to pick Typhlosion. It's my favorite Pokemon. I have to pick it. I don't care. Yes! Let's do a battle! 20 minutes. That was fast. It's bots, right? Where's my bot Typhlosion? Where's my bot Typhlosion? I can't see it. Hey, it's not here. Oh, I have to get the points still. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay. Oh, Metagross. I forgot about Metagross, yeah. Oh, I don't know what to do. Running out of time. Let's go, Mamoswine. Good old Mamoswine. Wait, those are not bots. I know, AI. Oh, they tell you when they are bots. Awesome. That's really good. That's really good. Oh, they're talking. What is that? Oh shit. It's okay, this is bots.
Surrounding us. I wouldn't have it any other way. It is so fun But our job is to focus on what's going on here on the main stage and in the tournament hall all weekend long. So we want to talk about what you should be looking to watch this weekend. We're going to start off with some major storylines. So, Rosemary, what is a major storyline in the video game that people should be paying attention to?
Well, the highlight of the weekend is that this is the first World Championships for Pokemon Champions. And what better way to be able to kick off this game's life cycle than to crown a World Champion who got Mega Evolution back. It's going to be just such a great display for all of our top trainers around the world to show what they've got for Pokemon Champions.
Awesome. And how about TCG?
It's really around that one big bad Pokemon, Dragapult EX. You can't run and you can't hide from him.
I think last year also Dragapult was really important in TCG.
So we're gonna see if there's another.
I don't remember though. That's true.
We had a similar metagame 10 years ago to very dominant decks, very dominant archetypes, and it was actually a rogue deck that was able to take the tournament down. So who knows? We could see another surprise back in San Francisco after 10 years.
Ooh, I love that. A look back is so fun. I know we have the museum as well here in the venue.
Oh, there is a museum. That's cool.
I sure hope it is. There's a lot of cool moments throughout TCG's history. But how about for Pokemon Go, Amanda? What should we be looking forward to watching all weekend long?
So I feel like Go is in this unique position right now. We're kind of at the Venn diagram middle between the video game and Unite, because as the video game has moved on to a new thing, this will actually be the last season for Go to have an individual world champion, as we are moving to 3 versus 3 for the world championship.
Oh, really?
So that's
They're gonna change 3. That's so cool.
Are really hoping that they'll be able to claim.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few world champions already, and one more to take that solo throne is so exciting. Pokemon Unite, we are in a bit of a sweet and sour situation. It is the final time for Pokemon Unite at the World Championships. However, we could not have picked a bigger stage, bigger venue to crown our final world champion. That is going to be the major storyline to watch. There is going to be one final team raising that trophy at the Chase Center this weekend, by the way. We're switching venues and going to one of the biggest that San Francisco has to offer for our grand
That's
final.
true. That's gonna be crazy.
Just incredible. I cannot wait to see all the competitions all day long on that championship Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that is why we think you should be watching, but maybe you're asking, who should I be watching? Well, that's our next job. So Rosemary, what players do we have to watch in the video game over the weekend?
It was so hard to just narrow it down to 3 competitors because it is the World Championships and we've got the top trainers from around the world that are going to be competing here this weekend. But we've got Wolf Glick, Marco Silva, and Ko Tsukide as your players to
North
watch
America,
for the
Europe,
video game. Wolf
and
Glick
Asia.
needs
Makes
no
sense.
introduction. This man won the World
One from each
Championships
region.
10 years ago, and now it could
Consider
be
they helped
his
Leonard
time
Craft.
to
I hope he
get a
wins.
second
Oh, how you helped
He
him?
came off the
That's
bat
interesting.
second place at the first regional championships that we had.
How did you help
Pokemon
him?
Champions, and he's always a meta innovator. He thinks about what is going to be strong and how can I beat that, and that's why he had Mega Steelix at that regional championships. Marco Silva from Italy is going to be our next player to watch. He is a 3-time international champion. Only one of few competitors that can say that they've even won twice. But he's missing the elusive World Championship title. So that's why eyes are on him this weekend to see if he can finally claim that. Last but certainly not least, Ko Tsukide.
I really like Ko Tsukide. I really like him.
In 2019, but Ko has been on an absolute international tear this season, top hunting both the international championships that he attended, as well as the Japan Nationals. Just a
Bro, these bots are playing really well.
Anybody
In Unite, that's
should be keeping
crazy.
an eye on in Japan, it is Ko.
Wow, I mean, a absolute lineup there on the VG. We had people cheering in the crowd just for the player cards on players to watch. So, yeah, some huge faces of the community.
Bro,
here
not
at
Eduardo
World
Cunha, the
Championships.
Portuguese
So
goat.
exciting. I know
What
the
is he?
Discord game is
What
no
is he?
solution, though. Ethan, who should we be watching over the weekend?
He streamed this research and I helped him that. We research. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember you telling me about that.
All over the world, our 3
I think it
players
was
apart from
something to do with flinching, or if something worked after the flinch or something.
Many years, had a great season coming over to a regional championships. They Houston and taking it down. Eyes are definitely on him to see if Japan can win a world championship on their 10th anniversary. Toward Reklev, no introduction for this man. Did the global circuit, the Grand Slam, the only player to win all 4 international championships, is also missing that elusive world championship title. Got so close in Yokohama. He's still looking for that championship win. And of course, our defending world champion, Riley McKay. Can't ride off the back of Gardevoir this year, but he's a very talented player. We'll have to see what deck he decides to bring this year to see if he can become a repeat.
Ah, damn it, I went against the wall.
Okay, so maybe even a rogue option for Riley McKay. We'll have to see. I know you're already talking about Big Bad Dragonbolt. Do you think all 3 of these players to watch will bring in the notorious, maybe infamous Dragonbolt this weekend?
I know I can probably speak for Tord. Now, Tord has played Dragonbolt to a lot of different events, but he loves his trade ability on Zoroark. He played that to the North American International Championships where he made top cut. I wouldn't be so shocked to see him come back with another innovative Zoroark build and try and take down.
Damn it, getting about the objectives, the bots are doing well.
Trainers with their iconic partner Pokemon. I mean,
Oh, they broke the base. I'm gone. What are they playing together in chat? The bots are crazy.
Oh boy, there are so many talented Go players, and I know that we say in Go, since we've been a little bit relatively more new to the scene, that we haven't had any repeat world champions, but the keyword is yet, because the first person we want to look at here is Beelzeboy, last season's Anaheim world champion. He is from India, but he's actually had a chance this season to play a couple times in North America and also international championships, and has top cut during those, so he is still really going through this season quite ferociously. Next up, we have Nighttime Clasher. We're going to call him Mr. Worldwide at this point because he's been playing in North America, Europe, and Oceania. He also got first place at the Latin American International Championships.
Now this bot's playing good, bro. That's crazy.
On the leaderboard, so definitely a player that wants to be able to get this World Championship title. And last, but again, we can't say last but not least. We're always saying it, but we have to really say this because the Spanish sensation Pato Man is
There you go.
the best trainer in Pokemon Go right now. I think you could
Almost
ask
there, almost
10
there.
trainers, and probably 10 out of 10 will say that he's had the best season. He was the champion of EUIC 2 years in a row. He was our finalist last season in Anaheim, and I think a lot of people are wondering if he's going to take it all the way this year.
I love that. I mean, the World Championships always has that vibe. It's a championship of champions.
Championship
Feels like
of champions, well said.
Really leaning into that this time around. Well, I gave everybody else the chance to say 3
I'll be
players to
defending,
watch.
I'll be defending.
I'm of course going to allow Unite to talk about 15 players to watch, and they're going to be sectioned off into 3 different teams. We have some teams coming from all over the world, of course.
I got
just
it.
Like every title. The first one we got to talk about is Fennel from Japan. This team is unbelievable. To tell you the truth, it doesn't feel like they know how to lose the video game at any point in time. Every single championship that this team has been a part of this year,
Let's go.
they have won in the former world champions in Honolulu just a couple years ago. This team is looking on a whole nother level. Moving on to the next team, though, in North America is Root Dignitas. Zugrug, not a huge fan of Umbreon there. I am. I got a pin for it. But Zugrug leading the way for Root Dignitas. This team is looking amazing this year. Champions at LAIC and at NAIC this year, as well as a really strong performance in the Asian Champions League. A lot of players on that team hunting for a World Championship title, but this could be the one to do it. Take a look at their group stage later on.
Ah, damn it.
Crazy
I wasted
start
my
to the
Unite.
tournament. And after them, we have the reigning world champions, Peru Unite.
Peru!
Were able to dominate the competition in the arena. They're looking to do so again. Bit of a strange season for this team, ups and downs, but they are on the up going into the World Championships when they won the Latin America Regional League, taking down teams from Brazil, Latin America, South, and North. So doing an amazing season. They look poised to be a real contender at this tournament. So that is going to be what the major storylines we think you should be watching this weekend. Some of the players that you should be watching. But we also want to give you even more reasons to be watching the World Championships, as well as all the broadcasts associated. We got drops, we got distros. Rosemary, what are we
got drops?
in the video
That's on Twitch though.
Well. We do have you can grab
don't care about that.
Pokemon Champions for just watching 60 minutes of the stream. And alongside of that, we are also giving away some other in-game items so that if you don't want to use Incineroar on your next team, you can actually get a recruitment for a new Pokemon and train it up. So make sure that you're sticking around and watching the stream.
Yeah, with the recent launch of Champions, it's a lot of new resources. Even if you're a new player, these seem like great drops that you could add to
for a new player, yeah.
Maybe get some of those
I
Pokemon
guess.
recruited onto your team. Ethan, I know the trading card game, you got a few of these lined up. So what's going on in the world of drops in the trading card game?
We've got a whole mixture of things. Look at all
Oh,
those
it's
things
more
we
bots
get
again.
in the Pokemon
Let's go
trading
Sylveon.
Card game live. Of course, those exclusive worlds, accessories, deck box, some cosmetics for your avatar. There's a mixed Zero Aura playset. The
Zero Aura.
Zero Aura EX. It's got 2 of the special art rares, so you know, nice way to bling out your deck a bit, as well as a special worlds loot crate. Get all of that from watching the stream. It's gonna be plenty of awesome action this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Ethan, by the way. At home, I'm sure you can read that just fine on your screen, but that is some small font that Ethan was able to read on the monitor that we have in front of us. So, peek behind the curtain there, but great work, Ethan. That's in the trading card game for Trading Card Game Live. But how about for Pokemon Go? What do we got for drops?
Yeah, Ethan's eyesight is impeccable, but for Go, there's also some very cool things that you are going to be able to do just by watching. And the main thing, you can see him raising that trophy there. You will be able to get a Tinkaton based off of Beelzebub's team last year that he was able to take that World Championship. Not only that, you're going to have a little choose your own adventure for watching 30 minutes. You can choose between going down a Lickitung, Totodile, or the Rupert path. So I don't know, Zoinks, what would you pick if you're playing?
Oh, I'm going Toaded.
All the way?
Please. I love that
Blooper.
Pokemon. I mean, it wouldn't even be good. You're going Blooper?
Yeah, Clodsire is so good.
Ethan, what are you picking?
I agree, Clodsires.
Clodsire. Yeah.
I have to go Licky Licky is probably going to be the major Pokemon in our meta, so pay attention to that this weekend. But yes, you're going to want to make sure you're watching because you'll get Elite TM as well, so you can use that to take away a charge attack on your Pokemon.
Oh, I love that. Prepare for future competitions, even in the Pokemon Go season. That's a great job. A great time to do it right now. Pokemon Unite, we got some really cool drops this time around
Drop.
for the World Championships. Of course, we got your classics, that World Championship sticker, but we also have license art, and then one of my favorite drops that we have ever had. If you watch Worlds for 45 minutes, you actually get a license of Pokemon that you can play in
You get the
game.
license.
One of the 5 Pokemon that Peru used to win that game-winning match in Anaheim last year. Leafeon, Psyduck, Zacian, Inteleon, and Crustle. Those middle two, Zacian and Psyduck, those are going to be meta-relevant threats this weekend. They are going to be banned.
Ooh, the Cramorant deleted me.
On Unite broadcast. So, we have so many rewards that you could be getting for watching any of our games. I know in the Pokemon XP broadcast, we also had things to be given away, so check out so many amazing moments.
This
at
jungle
year's
is wreck.
World Championships
Nice.
in 2026, which is, well, not exactly a rerun, but a return. As 10 years ago, the World Championships was held here in San Francisco. Love getting the chance to showcase Pokemon to this incredible city yet again. That's got us in the nostalgic mood a little bit. So we want to say one of maybe our favorite competitive memories of all Pokemon. Rosemary, how about you?
Well, being in San Francisco, it just makes me remember our time in Japan just a couple of years ago. Another way that we could commemorate a huge milestone for the Pokemon franchise. And so to see how the city was set up for everyone to enjoy and how San Francisco is now, it's just a great time to be a Pokemon fan.
Absolutely. Ethan, how about you?
Let's go, let's go. Next match, play Dude Rio. Okay.
Tournament it was before in San Francisco. The change.
We could do a night community event where we play together for a stream. I think that will be fun. It's free to play.
Center, really seeing that rogue deck take down the tournament, shocking the entire world. I'm really curious to see if we'll have that happen.
Oh, I scored really fast.
Fire for you, Lundberger.
I mean, I think at the same point, too, just being able to be in a stadium last season was such a big thing for Go. Going from a stage to a stadium is absolutely incredible, and we're going to get to go ahead and do it again this year.
I cannot wait. I've loved all the World Championships.
Yeah, Sylveon is going crazy.
Previous years. It has been so fun. But like I said,
I always
we are getting
enjoyed it. There was a time my girlfriend played a lot
this
Sylveon.
year's Pokemon XP and World Championships. San Francisco has been home to legendary Pokemon moments across so many of our titles. titles, but this year it is going to be so fun. So let's throw it to our opening ceremony.
Oh, here we go. Open ceremony. Oh, okay. I'll give up this match. Opening ceremony, brother. You want to watch that? It was versus bots. Oh wait, still 2 minutes. Fuck. Bro, they keep tricking me. Still 2 minutes that we have to wait. Can't they communicate clearly? Can't they communicate clearly, lads? God damn it. Well, I left the bots alone, poor bots. I think it's okay. I don't think we're gonna have enough time to download and go back to the map. The match, I mean. There we go. Just waiting for it now. Who are your favorite players? Who are your favorite archetypes? Let me know. I want to know what you're rooting for today. Are we here? Here we go, here we go. We are ready to rumble. Don't forget to watch. This is live stream today to get. I don't have TCG Pocket. I don't have TCG Pocket, yeah. Here we go! World Championship 2026 is starting, ladies and gentlemen! Jirachi! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Oh, the LGM. Oh no, I can't show this music. Pretty sure this music is trademarked. Sorry, guys. Wait, was that a Fluttermane? What the fuck is Fluttermane doing there? Fluttermane, Tornadoes, you guys are not in the game. You guys are not in the game, lads. Oh, that reminds me of No Man's Sky. Oh, that was cool. The Cameron Planet is so funny, bro. I love the Cameron Planet. Greninja versus Among Us, that's not a very fair matchup. Well, that's cool. Incineroar is waiting. Incineroar is waiting for everybody. Of course. Back to Earth, Pikachu. Is in order losing? No. Now we all go to space. Now they're gonna go chill outside, touch some grass. Let's go, opening ceremony. It's about to start. Let's go, let's go.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start
Oh, yeah, good morning for them, yeah.
to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokemon.
Can I show this music?
Today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor,
Yes, I
Charlie
can.
Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy.
If it's like music from the games, we can show that. This is interesting. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, cool. Nostalgia. Nostalgia bait. Give it to me. Oh, interesting. Wait, what game is that? That looked like Pokemon Pinball or something. Ah, there is the Pokemon TCG game on the Game Boy Advance, on the Game Boy Color. Maybe it was that. Oh no, that's a normal game, never mind. I thought the pink screen was a part of the game, but it's not. It's just a layout. But I played so much Pokemon Yellow on my Game Boy. But my first game was Pokemon Silver, actually. I love the old school sprites. They had so much personality. Ah, this is the music from the route. Yeah. This is like on the way to Viridian City. I remember. Yeah. So they're gonna show the songs from all the locations until we go to the Pokemon League. It will take a while. It's a wild battle. Wild Pokemon battle. Oh no, it's a trainer. Yeah, this was my first thought, but then I thought they'll just find a Pokemon battle in the wild. Yeah, I love when the screen goes into square, 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 square until the battle starts. Misty wants to fight. Oh, the shifts to the Cerulean music is really cool. At Giovanni. Okay. Oh yeah, they give you the Lapras at Silphco. Very easy to beat Giovanni with the Lapras. That's the music, the song of when you win the battle. Pokemon Center, of course. Healing the Pokemon. Elite Four. Okay, so they're not showing all the songs from different locations. Okay, it's pretty cool, it's pretty cool. Oh, nice. That's when you beat Elite Four and go to the Hall of Fame. The main theme gets very cool in the orchestra. Nice. Nice. Now Johto song?
Thank you.
Oh, that's it.
Thank you so much.
Nabo, Nabo.
Thank you very much. Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokemon. Thank you so much.
Okay, cross generation. So this next performance should be from Johto to Paldea. That's Violet City. Violet no. Yes. No, it's before Violet City. Floroma, no, that's in Kanto, in Sinnoh, Floroma. Yeah, that's Azalea. Yeah, Johto music is so much classy. Still has the attitude and it's a bit ratchet, but it's much more classy. That's a one, yeah. That's late sport, no? There's so much over. It's the saxophones, the trombones, actually, the trumpets, the trumpets, yeah, that's Howard, right? Oh, they have to choose like Eterna Forest or Snow Point City for Gen 4. And Gen 4 has a lot of good ones. No, that's just the starting music of Twin Leaf. Yeah, it's just the start. Gen 4 is the classiest. Is it Archipelago time yet? No, not yet. Still Gen 4. Gen 5 is the giddiest. They chose Drift Veil, no way. Yay, Drift Veil. Hey, hey. Of course it's Drift Veil. Kyurem is scary, bro. Now Gen 6, Kalos. Bro, the power plant's music, for example, is amazing. But in general, it's pretty generic in general. And Star City goes deep as well. But in general, it's very generalistic, X and Y. Now it's Alola. Alola is awesome. The Toothless Dance, yeah. Alola has a great soundtrack, bro. Very original. Very original. Bro, I love the Alola games. They're so good. Bro, Gen 8 has crazy bangers. They have to do the gym leader song. Yeah, that song is epic. Yeah, that song is so iconic. The gym leader song. Oh, 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 oh. You know, that song is one of the best. What are you gonna choose for Gen 9? Oh, I forgot Kyurem could fly, bro. I was like, what the hell is Kyurem doing? Yeah, that's pretty basic. They should have done the Penny song. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Yes, Okay, back to the classic main theme. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Why did I lose quality? I was doing 480p, bro. What the hell? More songs. No, it's enough.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
They're not using the typical.
While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for a fabulous dance.
The typical girl, Anna, I think. The typical presenter. I thought she would sing.
No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories. Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities. And just like you, I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates the hard work of our trainers as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4 titles. Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go,
Pokemon Go goes
and
crazy.
Pokemon Unite.
Pokemon Unite, yeah, also pretty crazy.
And even more adventure awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP, where we couldn't be more excited for you to join us for activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible events, 1 unforgettable weekend, and you better believe we're gonna make sure it's one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we?
Yes!
It is my pleasure to introduce to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Let's go, let's go! Dude always has the same translator. Bro, trust the dude.
そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
That's
世
me.
界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人とともにポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒にポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion, or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th
That's true.
anniversary.
The sweats and the chill.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末はたくさんの楽しみが待っています。トレーナーの皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信しています。
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you at Pokemon XP to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さん皆さんの努力、情熱、そして挑戦し続ける姿はいつの日かこのステージに立ちたいと願う未来のトレーナーたちの憧れとなり希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work, passion, and determination inspire future trainers who dream of one day standing on this very stage. You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが今日ここにいることが次の世代への夢をつないでいます。そのことに誇りを持って最後まで全力で競技を楽しんでください。
Just by being here today, you are helping pass those dreams on to the future. Take pride in that and enjoy every moment of the competition as you give it your best to the very end.
それでは健闘をお祈りしています。
And with
Yeah,
that, I
but,
wish you all the best of luck in your battle.
Finally! Damn it! That was a lot. That was a long. The whole musical act and the talking. We're here to see some battles, bro. Come on!
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara, for setting the stage. Oh, so beautifully. Ooh, 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 ooh. I can feel the energy in this room. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended
2,000
upon
trainers.
San Francisco
That's crazy.
to test their skills and fight with
And
all
Unite
their
brings a lot of
might
players
to
because
become
it's
the
5
next Pokemon
per team.
World Champion. Competitors, the time has come. Please make your way over to the play tables to kick off your matches.
Finally.
And before we get into the action, our casters are prepped to walk you through everything in store this weekend. So everybody, let the 2026 Pokemon World Championships begin!
Let's go! Finally! Nice.
Let's do just that.
Oh, it's Aaron and
welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships here in
Rosemary.
San Francisco, California. Aaron, I am so
What a classic.
excited to be kicking off the show
These
with
two
you.
are
It is
such a
so good
classic.
to be back, Rosemary. It felt like yesterday we were in Anaheim casting the World Championship Finals. It's been a whole year. A whole new game has come out in Pokemon Champions. And I think that this is going to be a very, very special World Championship.
It's going to be special because of the arena, but also because check out, look at the prizing that our competitors are going
Oh,
to
bigger
be,
pricing?
trying to achieve here. $30,000 for first
For,
place. And
for
so
all
much
age
more.
divisions, so even the little kids getting 30k.
World Champion
That's
is
crazy.
truly everyone's dream.
Nah, but for a world champion, it has to be more than
This is all the
30k.
incredible prizing that comes just having
Because it's
the
like
ability to say, I won the World
the
Championship.
the culmination of a whole year
But of course, there's just so much
of
happening
work.
here, and the World Championships is the best place.
You know, so it
And the honor
should be
is
more than
currently
30K.
held by our reigning world champion,
50K
Giovanni Sisto,
minimum.
claiming the title last year in
Oh, that's
Anaheim
true, Giovanni.
with a team that
Giovanni.
people had just underprepared for, I think. A lot of people
The
had
Lunala,
low on their
Kuraidon,
radar, said,
with
"You know
Brute
what?
Bonnet.
We're rocking with this
Bro, I
team
love
all
Chi
season
Yu.
long. This is the squad I
Choice
know. I'm
packs,
gonna win
Fire Terra,
Really going to show
Overheat,
that
Chi Yu calcs are insane.
weekend, Gio had actually never gotten past top 8 in a tournament before the World Championships, but all the stars aligned. He was able to win his very first tournament, choosing Worlds to win. And it was funny taking a look at those 6 Pokemon on his team because, Rose, I don't think any of those are in Pokemon Champions currently.
Yeah, no.
Not be seeing any of that
That's
today,
true.
but probably somewhere down the road. But it was, yeah, such an exhilarating finals between him and James Evans last year, and it was just so fun to watch. That's what Worlds is all about. It's about the best players in the world, bringing the best teams, and really duking it out against each other.
We may not see Kuraidon, but you know it's sunny in California when there's Charizard.
Oh,
flying
that's
right
true.
around the mega.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this is just one of many previous world champions that are about to take the stage at the 2026
Oh,
World
nice.
Championships.
Jason,
This is a stacked
Sejun Park
lineup.
from Korea, I really like him.
It's amazing that we can
Shoma
see this
Honami, not Konami,
World
Wolf Click,
Champions chasing
Paulo
a
Ruiz, Naoto Mizoguchi, Eduard Cunha, my goat, Shoei Kimura, and Giovanni Shisuke.
In the Masters division. Of
Nice.
course, we actually saw
So many
the
Japaneses.
Juniors division pull it off last year after aging up from juniors, but 8 different players who have won the World Championships before in Masters will be looking to get a second one. And of course, we're playing with Mega Evolutions once again, and many of these players won during the Mega Evolution era, starting with, of course, Sejong Park. And actually, everyone talks
That's
about
true.
Pachirisu that year, but he shocked the world by
A lot of
bringing
players
Mega
won.
into the world
Bro,
stage.
when Wolfie won, you had the Mega Rayquaza, Primal Kyogre, and Mega Gengar. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But it's going to be really exciting to see how the players who got to the absolute top during the
Yeah, I have my list of players to watch.
compete once again.
My list of players are Giovanni Shisuke, Chupa Cross, Paul Chu, Emilio Forbes, Wolf Luke, Colin from the Battle Room, Joshua Lorsi, Raghav Malavia, Justin Tank, Joseph Ugarte, Federico Camporezzi, Luca Ceribelli, Eduardo Cunha, Marco Silva, Michael Kelch, Victor Medina, Marcus, the Wolfie friend, Shomonami Kotsukide, Gabriel Agati, which is not participating because his wife is pregnant. I watched the video about that yesterday.
The quality of play and the quality of players just gets higher and higher.
Yeah, these players are really good, bro. Like, really, really good.
Maybe this year someone could do it again.
It does feel like if it's going to be any year, it's going to be this one. But there are a lot of other competitors hot on the tails of our previous world champions that are hoping to make a splash at this one. Let's start with some of our other players to watch from North America. We've got Paul Chua, Justin Tang, and Alex Underhill.
Paul is a player that many regard as one of, if not the best player to not win a world championship.
To not win.
Really high up there. So many
The best
regional
player to
championships
not win,
and
yeah.
Win at EUIC this year, having won that tournament multiple times as well. He's a long-time veteran of this game, having been competing since 2011, 2012, and so he's made it as far as top 4 at the World Championships back in 2022. Can this be his year finally?
Why is Olfie's wall is thirst trapping? It's true, it's true. World champ difference.
3 quick regional championship titles. This is a player that had just the best start to a season we have seen in a long time. He had 6 contiguous top 16 cuts across the events that he played at the very beginning. It's been a little bit more quiet as we've entered into the back half of the season, but if there's anyone that's going to be ready for the World Championships, it's Justin Tang.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a top 32 finish last year as well, where he was using some really eccentric Pokemon like Groudon and Jumpluff in a format where they were not necessarily the most popular. So excited to see what team he's brought to the scene today. But of course, like you mentioned, just truly one of the fastest rising stars in VGC. He only started playing in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, won the first ever regional championships he attended, and I think many are expecting a big finish for him today or this weekend.
And then Alex Underhill kind of closes the bookends with a lot of experience coming into this World Championships. He's also been playing competitive Pokemon for many, many years.
Let's fucking go! We ready! We ready!
To the table. We talk about meta development. It's very hard when coming into the World Championships. It's actually going to be the first official tournament that we're going to be playing in this format. But Alex has been taking to those online tournaments and already coming up with some unique teams.
Absolutely, yeah. I think him and his team building group, one of the premier groups to watch out for in North America, prominently actually debuting this dual weather team of Charizard paired with Pelipper, Archaudon, Grimmsnarl, Basque Legion initially, now Mega Swampert, Venusaur as well. And so I'm very curious to see if he's brought that to this tournament, because if there was any player that I would expect to, it would be him and his buddies.
This is just North America. We have lots more players to watch from our other competitive regions. So let's now talk about Europe. This is a tough one.
Edward Cunha, they're disrespecting my boy.
Marco Silva.
They're disrespecting my boy.
Yeah, 3 absolute titans in the game. Marco also still looking for his first World Championship victory. He's won so many regional and special events. He's won 3 international championships. He's come very close to winning the World Championships as well. And he's just been one of the most consistent players in the game over the last couple of years as well. I think many hold him to be Europe's best.
And speaking of consistency, Michael Kausch at the World Championship level has had that and then some. 2nd place at his first ever World Championships, followed up in the next 2 years by a top 4 and a top 8.
Let's go, let's go.
Be better than just a top 16 this year.
Top 16 is still pretty good.
And it is very good, but you know that Michael Kausch is one of those competitors that he's chasing that big win after being so close and knowing that he could taste the victory. It must be fire under your belly to know that it was in your reach once before.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I spoke to him a while back and he said, I want to be remembered as the greatest player of all time when I'm done with this game. And in just 3 years of playing competitive VGC, like you said, top cut every World Championships he's attended, he's gotten so close to the crown. And Marco and Maiko, actually both players I really have my eyes out on, because I'm curious what teams they'll bring, because Mega Gengar is not a Pokemon that's very popular in this format, but both Marco and Maiko have actually had tremendous success with it. Marco winning a regional championship with it, Maiko winning a big online tournament with it with Swampert right before Worlds. And so I think Mega Gengar is really hard to use, but if there's anyone in the world that might be able to pilot it from Europe, it's going to be these 2 guys.
It would be really exciting to see some additional Mega Evolutions come into the meta for the World Championships. But someone that knows that sometimes the tried and true is what makes it possible. It is Francesco Piopero, the NAIC champion, first IC champion in Pokemon Champions.
Yeah, he came off a top 4 finish at EUIC this year as well. He's been so incredibly consistent, having top cut every internationals. He was always kind of chasing that big win. He had made it to the finals of regionals before. He had made it to top 4, top 8 of internationals before. It just feels like he was always in top cut, but was missing that big win, but finally got it in NAIC. And I think that he is probably coming into this feeling a lot of confidence off that big win as well. And Italy is just such a dominant region, and you know, it feels like every tournament it's someone else's time to shine a little bit, and now it's Francesco's time after that big tournament.
Next up, we have our competitors from Latin America who have traveled all the way here to see if they can grab that crown. First up, we have Alexander.
No Brazilians being represented.
I feel like has been a little bit underrated.
No Brazilians being represented, bro.
And even when just thinking about it from a global stage. But this is a player from Mexico that you've got to keep your eyes on for this world.
Yeah, definitely really consistent finishes across multiple events over in LATAM, and I think it's really, awesome to be able to highlight these players a little bit more. And one thing that's especially exciting is next season, we actually will get to watch these players compete in Latin America because we'll have official broadcasts there. And so to your point, I think Alexander has not been able to get the chance to compete as much on kind of the global stage, right? But has had a lot of local dominance. And if you take a look at, some of the other players on this page, like Juan Salerno, probably one of the, if not the most well-known LATAM player, partially because he's attended multiple events outside of Latin America, has done very, very well, getting second at LAIC just this year back in his home region. Comes as one of the most dominant players in terms of championship points, has had so much consistent success across the board.
Last but not least, we got Max Morales, a
Let's go.
four-time regional and special champion. I think that really does speak volumes, knowing that you have had that regional success, but now it is about being able to show up on that big stage, and maybe this is going to be the World Championships that Latin America will be able to get that second title after Paul Ruiz claimed it so long ago.
Yeah, of course. I think it feels like, Juan in particular has really just had such a dominant season across the board, and I think his ability to venture into the other regions and compete in them as well, I definitely have my eye out on him, but I think all three of these players really, really have to pay attention to from LATAM in particular.
Next up, Oceania. Let's talk about our players to watch
From Oceania, that's interesting.
Henry Rich and Joji Kaida.
Joji Kaeda is a Japanese, but he comes from the Australia region.
And he comes in as one of the leading players from Australia. Of course, his brother Chris Khan actually won the trading card game world championships in the seniors division back in 2011 as well. So just truly dominant family in Pokemon. But Nicholas has aged up through the divisions throughout the years, has continued to just have success after success, winning multiple regional level events over in Oceania.
Next up, we've got Henry Rich, and he is a player that has been able to do well on the international level. Ended up getting a regional championship title back in 2022, but I feel like he's always gotten very, very close in some of the other regional championships he's played. And so for Henry, it's kind of like you're able to show yourself, always kind of having consistent day 2 performances at ICs. At the world stage, though, is this the moment now that you can get to that day 2 and go beyond?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what he's brought because I feel like sometimes he has really eccentric teams. If I remember correctly, he might have top 8 in AIC during a restricted format with Overquill on his team and using some really cool strategies. And even though he's from Australia, he has competed in North America a good bit as well with multiple high-level finishes at regionals as well as in AIC. And so, yeah, I always really like watching him, especially because he's brought some really cool stuff throughout the years.
Okay.
And then we've got Joji Kaida, and this is a competitor that has also been able to travel across the world to be able to compete, but I think also claims a couple of titles that we don't necessarily get to talk about very often. The online, global, and Grand Challenge. Thank you. I was like, there's one. It's a profit circumstance there. But it is incredible that he has won several of those competitions. Not just one, not two, but several.
Yeah, one of the most consistent players in the online best of 1 closed team sheet environment. And often the best players there translate over to the best of 3 environment as well. It is really difficult to be so consistent in a game that has a lot of variance, but he's consistently topped the ladder, finished number 1, won a lot of these online tournaments, which have literally, hundreds of thousands of players participating in them. And so I think a big question is what kind of team compositions do you kind of land on, especially when you grind the ladder out that much?
A lot of experience that comes from that, but it's going to be open team sheet best of 3 for this tournament. So you have to consider that your opponent's going to know a lot of information about your team. We've got another region coming up for you, and it is going to be Japan. Japan, one of the strongest regions.
Japan is strong.
And we've got Kotsuke,
Japan is really strong.
And Hiroshi Onishi.
Any of these could walk away as world champion this weekend. Like, I think Japan in particular is just historically such a strong region in VGC, having had crowned multiple world champions. Ko is one of the players that I have on the very top of my list to win this weekend, and he won the senior division world championships back in 2019, has top cut worlds in masters multiple times after aging up, and he has been on an absolute tear this season as well. He's also traveled, outside of Japan to compete at the internationals, and just been so consistent. Every time I watch him play, I'm like, he I can see why he was a world champion, and I think he's here to prove himself. Like, I can win in seniors, but I can also win in masters.
You know, it's kind of interesting to be able to watch these competitors age up through the divisions and still find success. I think about Nicholas Khan in that same way.
Yeah, exactly.
You were able to still show your stuff once you have actually evolved. But Yumu Kinagawa, I mean, this is a competitor that we talk about, you know, the Asian national system. It is a very different qualification method to come to the World Championships. But Yuma, another one of those Japanese players that has decided to test his mettle on a more international stage and walked away successful as our LAIC champion for this competitive season.
Yeah, doing it with one of my favorite teams of the season as well, this hyper-offensive team that had Flamigo as well as Hisu and Typhlosion. He has been a veteran of the scene at this point, been playing around 10 years, but I feel like the last 2 seasons he has just been on a generational tear. He won the Japanese National Championships last year, then went to NAIC where he finished in top 8, and like you said, Rose, won LAIC. To win Japanese Nationals and an international championship is just absolutely wild, and so he's still hunting for, I think, a really big Worlds finish. Made it to day 2 with actually also Groudon. I was talking about Justin Tang using Groudon. Kinagawa used Groudon in a different Worlds format, which was also really cool to see with like Iron Jugulus, and so yeah, I think he comes in as definitely one of the favorites in Japan as well.
And of course, you have to talk about our current reigning Japan Nationals champion, Hiroshi Onishi. Ended up winning with the, you know, kind of a very standard set of Pokemon there with the Charizard and the Floette, but I think it was really that Garchomp that really helped him stand out amongst the field when there were also so
Bro,
many
really?
other
Hello?
Charizards running around.
They're doing a lot of yapping. They're doing a lot of yapping.
Always has very high expectations coming into this World Championships. For a very long time, it was like whoever won Worlds was either the Japanese national champion or someone who had gotten top 4 at Worlds before. And I think like he comes in with definitely a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations, and he has been a very strong player from Japan specifically. Don't think he's been able to compete at the world stage very much, and so be able to see, exciting to see how he'll be able to do. But like you said, yeah, he showed, look, I can play the standard composition, but I can play it better than anyone else, and yeah, comes in with a really, really big victory over in Japan.
This is just a snapshot of our competitors to keep your eyes on for the 2026 World Championships. But if you're watching, then you're going to get something nice out of it too. Check out our distributions. Make sure that you have linked your account.
Okay, let's go.
You can get an Incineroar to use in game. But if you don't want to use Incineroar, then we also have some other goodies for you to be able to recruit a new Pokemon and train it up to be ready for your team.
Of course, and we, of course, also have a distribution for all of you here in Pokemon Champions. If you want an exclusive hat, an exclusive t-shirt, I think this is actually one of the coolest things about Champions, which is being able to get exclusive merch.
Yeah, exclusive merch.
All you have to do is use that passcode, Enjoy Worlds 26, and you'll be able to rock these in Pokemon Champions. Let your opponents know you are tuning into the World Championships. Maybe they'll tune in as well and they can learn a thing or two.
And if you are enjoying all of our competitive titles, then there's something out there for all of you as well. So check out all of the drops and distributions that are going to be taking place, not just on the Pokemon VG side, but of course for TCG, Pokemon Pocket, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite.
And of course, how do you earn these? Well, it's simple. You just need to log in. Visit rewards.pokemon.com, log into your Pokemon Trainer Central account, link your Twitch account, and watch the desired stream for a period of time. As you saw earlier, it's often 30 or 60 minutes on the respective streams, and you'll be able to earn these drops on Twitch specifically. And you can also watch in other languages by turning on the
Bro.
CC extension, which will then give you translated content.
Too much
If you don't
yapping.
want to miss out on any of these awards, they're free, right? And so if you're watching on Twitch already, might as well link them.
And that's not all. Last but not least, we do have a special Twitch badge that you can apply after watching just 60 minutes of any of your favorite competitive activities.
I think that is genuinely one of the coolest badges I've ever seen.
It is.
I have seen many badges on Twitch in my day, Rosemary, and that one I think is incredibly well designed. And so it's just 60 minutes. You definitely don't want to miss out on that one.
Finally.
Follow along the action here on our stream, so make sure you don't miss another minute of it. Stay a part of the conversation using the hashtag PokemonXP and the hashtag PokemonWorlds on all of our social channels. We want to hear from you, what you've been excited about, who you're cheering for, what you're following, and yeah, make sure that you share your thoughts with us.
Amoongus wants to know. He's not currently in Pokemon Champions, but he's really, really waiting. I don't know when he's coming back, Rose. I don't know if it'll be the next regulation, maybe sometime after, but of course, one of the most important Pokemon in VGC history, but we won't be seeing him on the world stage this weekend.
I think I'm okay
Among
with having
Us,
a little
yeah.
Amoongus break.
Okay, yeah.
Just a small one, you know? Just
The viewers might might be as well.
Just a small one, and then Amogus, you can come back. I'm sure we're going to be waiting for that moment with bated breath.
Absolutely. I am so excited to kick off this World Championships. The first round is up, and we've got some crazy matches. I mean, of course, this is the World Championships. Every round's going to be crazy. These are the best players in
Wolf
the world.
versus Hirofumi.
Especially that
Crazy.
Rose.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
That first match is crazy.
All over the page and getting bright-eyed for all of the amazing action that we're going to have. We are just the mainstream. We are going to have featured streams and side streams that you can check out as accompaniment to our broadcast. But we've got Wolfglick versus Hirofumi Kimura for round 1. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a match that you might expect to see in the World Championship Finals. These players have so much history. Wolf, of course, winning U.S. Nationals multiple times, winning multiple international titles as well, and winning the World Championships in 2016 alongside his regional accolades. Hirofumi, multi-Japanese national champion. It is difficult for Japanese players to get the chance to really prove themselves very much.
Eduardo is in, yeah.
Have too many tournaments to compete in.
No, this is not all. That's notable pairings. It's not all the pairings. We can actually conceive the pairings. Let me remember the name of the website.
You know what's so exciting about Worlds is
R9?
matches that you see on the screen. If you said, "Oh, that is what we would see in the arena on Sunday," it wouldn't feel like an absolute shock.
Yeah.
RK9?
World Championships.
I think it's RK9.
One of these matches going to be super high stakes, and this is just Swiss round.
Yeah,
number
RK9.
one. We've got 3 incredible days of action ahead, and it does all culminate in the arena finals. I wonder how our competitors are going to react
Worlds.
to that. Already, we saw during the opening ceremony, there's a huge crowd out there just to watch the competitive action on the main stage.
Bro, this is taking so fucking long. Shut up, man. Just give me the game. Just give me the games.
Yeah. I think it is probably something that is so exhilarating. Like in the moment, it is just like you're probably so
Live
focused on
roster,
win the World Championship
tournament
over there, but
pairings.
it will be the most unique experience I think any competitor in this game will ever have. It's going to be a long way to get there, of course, with many rounds of Swiss today, another couple tomorrow.
Eduardo Cunha is gonna play Roberto Parente from Italy.
I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but here's a video to make sure that you're caught up to speed on
Foda-se.
exactly what you'll be seeing this weekend.
Bro, almost live for 2 hours. Zero battles.
Here's an overview of the Pokemon VGC format at the 2026 World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon World Champion. The first World Championships played in Pokemon Champions will take place over
2 million
2 days.
in the whole event, not just champions. Because the winner just gets 30k.
Best of 3 format with open team sheets. That means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. At the conclusion of Phase 2, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until
Single
only 2
elimination.
finalists remain.
Yep.
On Championship Sunday, these finalists face off in San Francisco's Chase Arena for our biggest...
Foda-se lá os gajos, né, caralho? Foda-se, não se calam.
Only one will walk away as the 2026 Pokemon
Sim.
World Champion. Who will become the first world champion of the Pokemon Champions era? Which Pokemon will dominate the meta? We'll be here all weekend, so you won't miss a second of the action. With that, it's time to get the going.
Finally, I'm yawning. I'm literally yawning, bro.
Thank you, Pascal.
It's Wolf versus Hirofumi. 2 of my favorite players. What?
You can't ask for
Wolf is using Staraptor Sand.
Yeah, we saw this matchup and we were like, come on.
That has to be
No.
something that we show for
No.
everybody. So hopefully y'all are eating good at home. But let's talk about these teams as we've already talked about.
He's
the
using
players
Staraptor
coming
Sand.
in with major successes at the World Championships. But you're not
No.
doing things incorrectly. That is a normal Tyranitar and a Mega Staraptor facing off against Mega Blastoise and Mega Delphox.
I think,
He's cooked
of course, Wolf, a
for this
player that
matchup.
So many people are cheering for, and so many people are curious, what team is he going to bring to this tournament? This metagame, of course, feels like there are maybe around 10 teams that were...
Kersh Steelix? No.
For many players, it's a question of, are you going to use one of those teams, or are you going to build something new?
Welcome
and try to break
everybody,
the
welcome.
metagame?
Oh, sorry.
At NAIC, I think that was something where we looked at and we're like, okay, that's meta breaking. You've got Mamoswine, you've got Toxapex. And actually a lot of people took that team and realized that Toxapex is going to be pretty good going into the rest of the Pokemon Champions format.
Where's Steelix? No, Steelix no. It's Choppleberry T-Tar. I don't... Expert Belt Excadrill.
Flavors behind it with something like that nasty plot for Farigiraf.
Yeah, and I think a couple
No Rock Slide. Nasty plot for Farigiraf. No Protect. What? No Protect on the Whimsy as well. I like their animation though. That animation is really cool.
You've also got Whimsicott and Farigiraf. Now, this is a duel that won the World Championships in 2024, but in a much higher power format overall, of course, paired with Miraidon. And, of course, you've got the Nasty Plot on the Farigiraf. The Whimsicott here doesn't have Protect, which it normally runs, but the ability to switch in Farigiraf to block a Fake Out allows you to flex and have a fourth move on the Whimsicott. And then we've got Excadrill with
That's crazy.
as well, without Rock Slide.
That's crazy.
Different from the traditional Excadrills that you will see. I think overall what's interesting is that there is only one Mega Evolution on this team. A lot of the top teams in the format make you pick between, you know, 1 or 2 Megas, or you maybe even bring both Megas into a game, but Wolf says, I'm going to bet it all on Staraptor here, and I've got so many pieces.
That's crazy, bro. Insane. I don't think it's a good team. I don't think it's a good team.
You do have the ability to come in with Tyranitar, but you do have to be a little bit
But
careful.
Wolfie has been really enjoying T-Tar. He's been using it a lot.
Stand on Tyranitar and keep it if you really do want those extra boosts to your special defense. Let's take a look at the flip side of things, though, because while this might be a more unique take on that Staraptor and Tyranitar,
Yeah, Star Sand.
Hirafumi's actually running something that is a bit
Hirafumi is running the team that I think can win Worlds. Mega Blastoise, Mega Delphox. I love it as well.
And the idea here is pretty simple. You're trying to set up either the Blasters or the Delphox and then let them sweep.
Exactly. Yeah, this is one of the top teams coming into the World Championships. There was a huge online tournament. Nearly 1,500 people participated in it. This team won. This team also reached rank number 1 on the ladder, built by a Japanese player a couple of weeks ago. And so it continues to be a huge part of the metagame. And Rose, what makes it so scary is that there's 9 different lead combos that feel good. Incineroar plus any of Blastoise, Delphox, or King Gambit. Sneasler plus any of those.
That's my tier list.
Plus any of those, right? And you have to respect all of the different Pokemon that can set up and often just run away.
Oh no, that's the troll part.
If you're using it as well, which one do you pick, right?
Lol, that's a troll part.
Feels like a hidden
Hold on.
evolution in that you can actually lead it and just try to start sweeping with it immediately. I think Delphox naturally is a Pokemon that feels strong into Staraptor on Wolf's team in particular, but you can see Hirafumi leaning into Blastoise or Delphox or even King Gambit as the lead. I think Incineroar, a really valuable Pokemon for him to potentially lead, get that immediate Intimidate off into Staraptor. It's one of the ways that you can neutralize Staraptor's damage output, because of course, if you bring Incineroar and Staraptor's already Mega Evolved, well, it feels really bad. So normally you might want to lead Incineroar to try to catch that Staraptor, drop its attack immediately, and if Wolf wants to respond, you can try to find ways to beat that Incineroar as quickly as possible, right? And so if you don't want to, get intimidated by Staraptor, things like Tyranitar and Golden Go can actually offer a lot of damage output, especially with Power Gem on the Golden Go, which is not the move you see super frequently. And the Sneasler here also has Quick Guard, which of course is...
Oh, I like the table they're using. Finally! Here we go, everybody. We are ready. First match of the World Championships. Blastoise. No weather control for Hirofumi, because that team has no weather control. Staraptor got intimidated, that's not cool as well. Scarlet and Violet music, we vibing. Oh, it's Black Glasses King Gambit from Hirofumi. I think Wolfie brought a team that people might not be very ready to face.
You could even go for a side charm onto the Staraptor as well. So, big question is, on turn 1, what does Hirofumi want to do? You do have something like Helping Hand on Incineroar and Dark Pulse, so you just try to get a bunch of damage off. And it is going to be
Switch the Furry into Whimsy, so you're gonna protect. You're faster than the Charizard, you can the Blastoise, you can attack it, but Fake Out from Incineroar is very possible. Very guaranteed. No, because the Farigiraf was in there. So you don't really go for fake. That was a great lead from Wolfie to stop the Fake Out. Is Hirofumi reading that?
So they're both ready to put up a good
Yes,
fight
nice.
this first
So
turn.
Water Spout doing less damage now.
Into the Blastoise
Still,
with that extra HP going to help it out to make sure that it can take that attack effectively.
Water Spout.
As Water Spout
That's
now
still gonna be
comes out. Going to be a
decent
little bit
damage.
muted because
Yeah,
they just take a
yeah,
lot of
it's alright.
damage from the Star
It's
Raptor.
alright
It's
damage.
still going to start to add up to a bit of chip across the board.
And the parting shot here. So nice play by Hirofumi. I think there could be tempting to try to target down the Frigoraph aggressively, but manages to get Incineroar out. Water Spout still does okay damage, and of course crucially breaks Focus Sash. And now Sinistcha hits the field, right? So you do get that recovery onto the Blastoise with that hospitality, and you have to play this
Very good
guessing
play.
game now. Well, it's the Raptor
Very
does
good
those
play from
combos,
Wolfie, I
you can
think.
go for Rage Powder,
But now
redirect
Cine
play.
healed the
Of course, you can go for
Blastoise.
Brave Bird, but if you're Hirofumi, you could also make a call and say, you know what, I'm actually going to protect in front of your Brave Bird. And so Brave Birding the Blastoise is probably like the most guaranteed damage here. And this is the awkward thing about Blastoise, which is after that special defense boost on the Staraptor, your Water Spouts aren't doing that much damage. So I
Yeah,
think,
that's true.
you know,
Aaron is right.
pretty okay trade for both
Now
players
Staraptor is
on
not taking a lot of
left.
damage,
I think also
actually.
in a really favorable position, mainly because of the offensive threat of this Staraptor. And the Whimsicott, of course, can go for a charm onto it as well.
There is an added benefit of the Sinistcha coming back in with the
Rage
hospitality.
Powder?
We're going to
That
get a
will
little
redirect
bit
the
more
charm
on the
away,
Blastoise, so this
so
Blastoise will be a little
Staraptor will not
more
get the
protected
attack
as long as
boosted.
you don't take more
It's a Moon
damage
Blast!
on this turn.
I know, because Whimsy can't be redirected because of being a grass type. Sometimes I forget Whimsicott is a grass type. Hello? Hello? Help?
But that
Oh, there you go.
Rage Powder is going to be what comes out. Whimsicott is a grass type though, so that Moon Blast will not be redirected, and so Blastoise takes damage anyway.
Be about that trade
Yeah,
at the end
there you
of
go.
the day. You're able to actually get a good amount.
The
of
bird always
Raptor.
makes me sick, really?
Well,
I wish don't have a lot of
one the
problems
tricky
versus
things about
bird.
this Raptor, I think,
Big
is that
damage
you actually take a lot
into
of
Blast.
damage.
I'm alright damage into Blastoise. Sinistcha took a lot of damage.
Moon Blast doesn't do that much, right? So this turn I actually think is a pretty crucial turn because if you're Hirofumi, one thing you could consider is potentially switching the Sinistcha out and getting it back in for more healing later on. Or you could say, you know what, I am just going to go for the safe Rage Powder and Water Spout once more. But I think Hirofumi
Not at
has
this
done a pretty
game.
good job of distributing damage so far. And Staraptor has maybe not gotten as much as you would
Oh,
want on
Cine
this turn.
recycle
We're going to see the Sinistcha
for healing
switch
later.
out to preserve that hospitality for later, as you were saying. It's going to the King Gambit that comes in instead. This is a little risky, but it would be diabolical
Moon Blast?
to actually throw a close combat into a ghost type.
Do it, do it.
So it is going to be the Moon Blast
Brave
first.
Bird, okay.
Bird from the Staraptor just to guarantee some damage.
My heart was pounding there, Rose. I was like, you called it. It
Bro,
wasn't
that
actually
read would be
happening.
amazing.
How
The close
awesome
combat
could it be? But the
into
switch
King
does
Gambit would
happen.
have been
So now, of course,
such a
there is more
read
pressure
from
from
Wolfie,
the
but
Whimsicott onto
Hirafumi's
Blastoise.
less things
Frigoraph
under
on
control.
to protect. I think if you are Hirofumi,
Blastoise is
it is still this
relatively
guessing
healthy.
game of, like, can I cycle with my
Staraptor
Pokemon
cannot
safely,
heal.
right? Because the King Gambit here is going to be Black
Sucker
Blast.
Punch
Staraptor has a
will do a
defense
lot
boost,
of
so
damage there.
Sucker Punch should not get the knockout onto it. And if you're Hirofumi, I think
From-
what you
because it
probably want to do
resists,
is get
yeah.
that Sinistcha in to protect either of these Pokemon. But let's say you switch Blastoise out into Sinistcha, then you're still vulnerable to just eating up a close combat on that slot. Or maybe Wolf reads it and Brave Birds into Blastoise, which then would knock out the Sinistcha. So it's actually, like, I think this is a really, really key turn. It's going to be the
King Gambit
switching. Do we see an
into
encore
Cine?
from the Whimsicott?
Hey, I mean...
Yeah, Anchor into
it's
Protect would be
possible.
crazy.
That would mean that this Blastoise can't do any damage on this next turn. And that was...
Charm!
Going to go for Charm instead. And so angling that into
Oh.
the Staraptor, contrary
Oh.
actually going
Brave
to
Bird!
attack boost instead of attack
Boom!
boost. And so the Brave
It
Bird
survives,
is
no
knocked
way.
down to just a small
So-
sliver of HP.
Oh, Staraptor goes down now.
It's going to be nothing more than just a...
No, Staraptor survives! No way!
Really exhilarating turn there. Yeah, I was kind of expecting Wolf to go for the self-charm a little bit earlier in this, and so finally does get it off.
Because
Crucial
he was
trade
so
there.
low
I think
HP,
you're
the Water
Hirofumi
Spout
probably
did no
not
damage.
too stoked about how that turn
Bro, I
went,
thought
because
it would
that
pick the
Wolf
knockout
there.
anyway.
Hirofumi
No
makes
way,
the
it
call.
didn't.
I don't think you're gonna encore me because
No
the switch is
way.
so obvious, right? And so at the end of the day, Staraptor does hang on with the sliver of HP. It's basically one Brave Bird away from getting knocked out, right? And Hirofumi's done a good job of distributing damage. We have to consider Incineroar in the back is probably not going to be the heaviest damage dealer. If you knock
Yeah,
out
Wolfie
Staraptor,
has,
King Gambit actually becomes really
I guess,
threatening.
Farig and
Also know
the
that Wolf has
Goldengo as well in the back.
that Frigoraph
Not a great way to deal with the Insane or the King Gambit.
Cine
coming in and out.
Switches, and King Gambit's going to come in once again.
Wolfie will read it. Wolfie will read it. Close combat. Close combat into the King Gambit. Is it? It's so.
Still a very risky
Oh.
play to make. It's going to be the Moonblast first, and that's actually going to deal a pretty significant amount here to that King Gambit.
Ah, he didn't read it. Okay, okay. Bro, if he did, it would be crazy.
By Hirofumi, like it feels like it is so tense because, like you said, Rose, I think if it were close combat in a Gambit feints there, it becomes so tricky. But Gambit does come in freely, and now it pressures Sucker Punch into Staraptor. Of course, if
Both
you
on
want
red,
to
nice to
Sucker
see.
Punch, what you could do then is switch to Whimsicott
That's true, both the Megas are on red.
Sucker Punch and then maybe close combat
But
King Gambit. But this is such a high level game.
oh no, Excadrill can always Earthquake or high horsepower. So you don't want the Excadrill to be intimidated. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, because then on the next turn, if the Sinistcha is still around...
Oh, Wolf read that? Maybe? Brave Bird? Brave Bird? No, that's a knockout. There was no Protect. There was no Protect. And no Sucker Punch as well. Brave Bird! He thought... Yeah.
Like what high level Pokemon is about, right? Because I think Hirofumi, he didn't go for Sucker Punch, he didn't go for Protect, he just goes for the Kowtow Cleave, saying, look, I think that you're gonna expect to potentially pivot out, right?
Good play from Hirofumi, bro. Good play. I think it's GG. Because if Wolfie has the Excadrill in the back, it's gonna be intimidated by the Incineroar. Then it kinda sucks.
It's just game over, right? And so that turn, Hirofumi saying, I'm not gonna Sucker Punch. Wolf says, well, I'm not gonna switch in for Igraf, but it still works in Hirofumi's favor. It's gonna be Tyranitar here in the back as Incineroar comes back in.
And it's T-Tar intimidated as well.
Is blocked, and for Hirofumi, the question is, can you actually still do enough damage? Because the Tyranitar
Yes.
does have low kick. It does threaten King Gambit with a ton of damage.
The low kick doesn't kill the King Gambit from T-Tar, I'm pretty sure. It's not enough damage.
It might be something that we'll have to wait and see, but there's also still that Blastoise in the back if you're trying to consider maybe Incineroar getting a parting shot off into the Tyranitar.
Nice move, yeah. Hirofumi played really well there. Really well.
The question I have, Rose, is if you're Hirofumi, how are you beating Tyranitar, right? Because Blastoise is quite low in terms of HP, and Incineroar and King Gambit...
That's true. If the King Gambit can't deal with the T-Tar, nothing else can. Oh.
I think it's actually still kind of dicey for Hirofumi because of the inability to fake out.
-2 T-Tar. Wait, the Incin is faster than the T-Tar. What?
You are still going to have to do enough damage to Tyranitar, though.
Yeah, before it ends up taking care of you, and this Blastoise is unfortunately going to get switched in. Well, okay.
The Incin was faster.
Though, for the King Gambit to use
Thunderbolt though.
And it was going to be a double of that Thunderbolt into the King Gambit as well as
Blastoise on 1%, really. That's so annoying.
So, this opens the door. I mean, Hirofumi now can potentially consider switching Blastoise back out. The Blastoise at this point feels like a non-factor in terms of dealing damage to Tyranitar, but it could
Yeah,
go
because
for
it's Dark Pulse,
right? That deals
so.
effective damage into Farigiraf. Could angle for a flinch on a Tyranitar as well, and part of the way to handle Tyranitar is to keep swapping in and out for Intimidate, so it's exactly what Hirofumi is doing right now. The Sand actually really important in just being able to ensure that Blastoise will faint this turn. Probably expect to see a Dark Pulse here. It's going to go into a Farigiraf, but how much does that do? That's a lot of
Oosh! Ay, ay, ay!
So it's able to at least go
Citrus.
for one more attack.
Yeah, because Farigiraf has no Protect. Remember that.
The Tyranitar going for the low kick. And take a look at how
GG.
effective those Intimidate attack drops and the
GG.
party shot has really been onto this Tyranitar.
Ay, ay.
Zero's quite bulky. We do
Oh!
that might come back
The
to
para?
hurt a little bit in the remaining turns of this
But
first
no.
That's a big deal, right? Because we saw in
Incin got this. Incin got this.
Another parting shot into Tyranitar or just knock out Farigiraf before they get the chance to move.
Incin and King Gambit have this, right?
Big paralysis there. For Hirofumi, the question still is how do you beat Tyranitar? The answer, I think, ideally is you get Swords Dance off, and like you need to knock out Farigiraf first, and then you know a Swords Dance like +2 Kowtow Cleave.
Because King Gambit has no low kick and no Iron Head, I see. But T-Tar is doing so little damage.
To go for something like Rock Slide, for example. It's a question of does King Gambit protect this turn, right? And if you're Wolf, I think you can always safely.
Because T-Tar is -3.
But if you ignore King
Like, what
Gambit,
damage is going T-Tar? What damage is T-Tar going to do?
So the question is,
Nothing.
do you launch that low kick into King Gambit? Do you rock slide into Incineroar? It's gonna be
Rock slide
okay. Means King Gambit here can sword
for the
dance,
flinch.
Incineroar can maybe just flare blitz and KO Farigiraf.
If you don't get flinched, there is a 30% chance for that to
Citrus.
happen. Incineroar still has a lot of HP.
Aye.
Get it through these next couple of turns. But it's
Thunderbolt though?
for the attack first.
Oh,
But then
okay.
into the King Gambit.
Flinch!
They give that secondary effect of the paralysis, but you do see the rock slide flinch onto that King
On the
Gambit.
King Gambit.
Still not a terrible turn though for Hirofumi as you end up getting the KO onto the
Yeah.
Farigiraf.
Yeah, but I think the thing now...
Furry going down is really
the
good.
question was always, well, how do you beat Tyranitar, right? Sneasler is the answer for it, but Sneasler wasn't brought into it. Sinistra is your other answer into it, but it went down so quickly. And then Blastoise the third answer.
No
but
steel
then
type,
GP
no
would've gone
fighting
down
type
so
on
low,
the King
right?
Gambit.
So, had
Proving to be a bit of a
been able to get
problem
some
here.
off there, I think it would still be in Wolf's favor, to be honest, because Tyranitar should still outspeed the King Gambit and just go for low kick into it. But with the inability to get a sword stance off there, I think Tyranitar should be able to win this game. That Thunderbolt actually being really crucial damage and just dropping King Gambit lower and lower.
I don't think Titar can win.
Multiple attack drops at this point, but I
It's
don't
-3.
think it's going to be enough for Hirofumi to win the game.
Well, I think Hirofumi can win.
Like how little damage that the Incineroar even took from something like the low kick, and that's why I had that hesitation.
Good protect.
There's
Does
also
Wolfie read that?
in play. So if Hirofumi can actually
Oh, he goes for the rock slide.
or maybe there's something afforded like a rock slide,
No
flinch,
miss.
or you can fight through the flinch, then maybe things do end up actually looking a little different. Incineroar though took a lot of damage that after
Ah, the flinch.
Never
No
mind,
way,
too
bro.
soon. It does look like Incineroar is going to go down to another
Now you
rock
low
slide
kick
on the next
the Gambit.
Making the nice call there though, right? Hirofumi protects King Gambit.
It's 4 times super effective low kick. Is it enough though? At -3. Ooh. Sucker punch?
King Gambit earlier. It's just
Yeah.
not going to do very much with the sucker punch.
Yeah.
It's just going to be roughly a quarter of the total HP of this Tyranitar. And the
Ah, bro, no way. No way, Wolfie actually got it. The flinches really helped, like Iron said. Without the Swords Dance, it was very difficult for the King Gambit to do anything there. Crazy! I was not believing, bro. I was not believing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The T-Tar. T-Tar Gaming. Wolfie, don't drink water from plastic. Use glass.
The Intimidates and the attack drops were nice, but it didn't feel like he had enough damage output, basically, right? His damage was mainly coming from Blastoise cooking Water Spout, doing 30-40% here and there. So I think if you're Hirofumi...
Hirofumi played well though. Hirofumi played well though, but
because of course that Sneasler
you need something to beat the T-Tar, yeah.
There was that one turn where I was wondering, what if the Blastoise had ended up going for a Dark Pulse instead? It took so much damage that it was only around 10% left.
Yeah.
That maybe if that had been a Dark Pulse, that could have been a potential knockout, I think, into the Staraptor on that turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that is a really good point. And
the paralysis was really important as well. Wolfie got really lucky. 1 paralysis and 2 flinches. It was crazy lucky.
Because Staraptor was a huge threat in the early game, but then of course the win condition in the end game
Lucky.
ended up being
But this guy is the GOAT. It's true. Hirofumi is really good as well. Hirofumi is on my list of players to watch. I know it's not.
After Intimidate, right? Because you're able to heal back up with Machagacha, you could run in a burn as well.
Oh, because I couldn't find information about him online.
Blastoise again. Delphox is something like can come out, but it is a big question mark because it is so bad into Tyranitar.
Hirofumi Kimura.
That's part of the reason why Tyranitar is such an appealing pick.
I was gonna say that Excadrill wouldn't be...
For Japan, I have Shoma Honami, Code Tsukide, and Hirofumi Kimura.
There's no rock slide.
Hirofumi
You still
Kimura.
have to worry a little bit about actually taking, just like in general, some damage here from the Excadrill. It can be very fast as well. That's something you're gonna have to think about when pressing. But I feel like you're right. I wonder maybe Sneasler, do you actually think about still bringing the Blastoise and just switch it up and just
Let's go.
over Incineroar?
Yeah, I think Sneasler's damage output and that Focus Sash means even getting one big close combat with it can be a
Yeah,
really big deal.
Sneasler is very important. But now Wolfie knows that... Oh, it's Delphox! Yeah, Delphox Blastoise is so strong because of that. Yo! Big lead! But the Intimidate is rough. The Intimidate is rough on the T-Tar, but still, it's gonna be crazy damage.
life for Golden Go, then you can Shadow Ball in return, and that would be a huge knockout. Intimidate's obviously pretty valuable into Tyranitar, but I think Hirofumi maybe hoping to see Staraptor here, right? If it's a Staraptor-based lead, I think Delphox feels stronger, but Wolf mixes it up with Tyranitar Golden Go.
Or not
Delphox
even be
is in kind of an awkward position right now.
Because you don't necessarily, like, timing of the Mega Evolution is also incredibly important. So is this something where you say, I want to Mega Evolve the Delphox now, or do I actually want to try to switch it out and call something in like a Sinistra or even possibly a King Gambit that might be able to take...
You like Quinones, really?
I think there's so many
I
players
like Quinones as well.
right now.
Oh.
It's just Heat Wave and
No Mega Evolve.
Evolution, so Rose, I
Oh,
think that
what?
probably means
Blastoise in the back!
potentially in the back. That also, by the
That's
way, could be
crazy!
Incineroar. It's not
Shadow
gonna be again, so
Ball.
Shadow Ball just comes out immediately. Maybe it's a part
Big
of the
damage.
covering for Golden Go protecting that.
Big damage, big damage.
It would just be a knockout immediately.
No
onto the
Mega
Golden
is
Go.
crazy.
Great blow
So
from
there is
Flo here.
Blastoise in the back, huh?
Explosive turn number 1, but it is just going to be the parting shot to help reduce the damage output of this Tyranitar even further.
I love this, though. This is one of the, I think, most exciting things about the World Championships this year, which is dual Mega teams bringing both Megas and flexing it, right?
Yeah, dual Mega.
It's gonna be a single
Bringing
target
both
knockback
Megas is
here.
crazy.
Actually does decent damage at -2, right? Every little bit of damage on a Water Spout Blastoise really makes a big difference. My question now is, what is Hirofumi's fourth Pokemon? It is Sinistra. So Hirofumi
Sini.
says, look, I think I can flex my Mega Evolution, and I also think now he's in a really good position with Blastoise, right? Obviously just threatens with an immediate Water Spout right now.
And there's no good switch-in for a Pokemon to be able to take that. Golden Go is low enough that I feel like that might end up being a knockout if this Blastoise can actually stay at this HP level. But then, yeah, what you bring in to take the Water Spout if you want to actually preserve the Tyranitar and shed those attack drops?
Yeah, I think the safe play for Wolf is probably switch Tyranitar into Whimsicott, because the Whimsicott then has Encore pressure in the following turn, and then Shadow Ball.
Oh, yeah.
Or Shadow Ball into Blastoise just to guarantee that you get a lot of damage into it, because
I think Golden Go is slower than Blastoise.
Logical play for Hirofumi's Zed, and so I think I would be shocked if there were no, if it wasn't Whimsicott Staraptor in the back from Wolf's End right now.
Cine comes out
switching out
into
first
Incin.
the Incineroar.
Okay,
So
Incineroar
Titar is
puts
-2
the
now.
on the table for the following turn and kind of ensures that this Tyranitar
Blastoise is going Mega.
Switch is on the table. It's just going to be the Blastoise Mega evolving.
It's gonna be what, a Water Spout immediately? Shell Smash. Shell Smash. Oh, Golden Go is faster.
But the Golden Go moves first.
Big damage. It was a Wolf is so lucky, bro. Wolf is so lucky.
These Water Spouts are going to be pitiful, but it's a Shell Smash.
It's a Shell Smash.
That's going to help increase the
I told
speed
you.
of this Blastoise at an expense of its defense and special defense.
Yeah, but I think
Rock Slide.
missed.
Missed the Incin.
Incineroar
Nice.
still connects onto the Blastoise.
Oh, it survives on 2.
Sand Chip is going to take it down at the end of the turn.
But it goes down to sand.
There's definitely a lot of things going in Wolf's favor. I don't think he needed it, to be clear, right? Like, I think he made the absolute right play, but I think that's just game over, honestly, on the spot, right? Because Hirofumi's entire gambit here was, let me try to get the Blastoise set up. and
Yeah,
sweep with it.
crazy.
It does risk, of course, eating up that critical hit. And so Wolf makes the right call there, saying, I am going to just Shadow Ball into the Blastoise slot, saying, if you switch into Incineroar, why guarantee the damage? And yeah, I think if the crit doesn't happen there, the Blastoise does get set up, and then the following turn, you just switch Incineroar into Sinistra, heal back up on Water Spout. But now, I just don't think there's enough damage for Hirofumi at this point.
I agree with you there. There's not really a great
Wolfie
way
got
to
really
go
lucky
for
there.
the Incineroar to hit
But the
this
Golden Go
Staraptor,
coming in.
which
Great
still has
choice.
the ability to Mega Evolve. Another KO for Wolf Blink.
One hit, nice animation, bro. One hit knockout.
Wolf Blink is about to close up this game 2-0 to take a win in the first round.
He got lucky though. But lucky is spiritual reward. It means you are in a good space. If you get lucky, it's because you deserve it. It's not like you didn't deserve it. And, you know, it was something that happened by chance. Now you, behind closed doors, you work enough, mentally, emotionally speaking. You put yourself in a good space, and things work out in your favor. Let's go, GG! GG! Power! Power!
Really was an amazing match to watch to kick off our World Championships, especially when a lot of the match, you were talking about it during Game 1, there are a lot of obvious plays that we may consider to make, just given the board state that we see in front of us. But you gotta think several steps ahead. Are they actually going to be seeing the same?
That's
obvious plays, or
crazy.
play around that?
That's
Or something
crazy.
different? feel like that's what we saw on many of these turns.
And I think this was a set where it felt like Wolf already was kind of in the advantage, and then, you know, Thunderbolt Para and the critical hit just bring it way too over the edge at that point, where it felt like Hirofumi was already trying to play from behind in both of those games. And
yeah,
once again, like,
Wolfie got lucky there.
This turn that Wolf did correctly Shadow Ball Blastoise, right? Because I think it could be tempting to Shadow Ball Sinistcha and try to get the knockout into it if you ignore Blastoise.
Run and bun. Yeah,
Blastoise
had some stuff
doesn't have that
to
much
celebrate.
damage, Sinistcha can switch back in. It's
Hey, wait, you celebrate the run and bun win? What do you play run and bun? That's crazy. That game is too hard.
And yeah, really
The game is too crazy.
would have played out without the crit, because I think Wolf likely had, you know, Whimsicott Staraptor in the back. The Whimsicott could still be able to set up a Tailwind, right, and kind of
True.
match the speed from Blastoise. And Staraptor, I think, would still be quite difficult to deal with. And so, yeah, I felt like it was still probably in Wolf's favor before the crit, but then the crit just, like, instantly wins the game. And
yeah,
it's kind of the principle of being able to, you know, get multiple attacks off into your opponent if they're constantly making these switches.
That's
You
true.
see why that forfeit came through at the very end of that second game. Incineroar was going to be on the receiving end of a Mega Evolved Staraptor with close combat, and then also the low kick from the Tyranitar, and that is definitely enough to get that KO. So Hirofumi just knew the writing was on the wall, but that's still a
I didn't play it. A guy I followed
start
us.
off
Ah,
already.
okay.
Yeah,
I watched
think
PJ that Pichal
so
Pokemon
tough
Challenge.
about this format in particular
Do
is, like,
run
the
and
players
bun.
are so good, and so it feels like any little
It's
bit of
crazy.
variance here and there can all, like, I wouldn't say it made or break this set at all, actually, because like I said, I think like Wolf had a pretty monumental advantage in both of the games, but it's one of those where it's like even one flinch, one crit, you know, can often just be the difference between having it, like, the game being somewhat neutral or to
Titar being,
going up, right? And so
being
I
important
think
there.
that Hirofumi's
Dingo
game
the
is
G,
one where, like, you
yeah.
want to get set up with your Pokemon, but he basically never got
Go
the chance
Dingo
to
with
set up, and
capital G,
one
bro.
part of what Wolf did really well in that game was saying, look, any opportunity that you have,
Full caps,
people
Go
that are gonna
Dingo.
potentially look to scare you, right, from that. And once again, the Farigiraf to block the fake outs and the Whimsicott to be able to switch in at any point and potentially encore you is really scary.
Yeah, just really did make that Incineroar feel so much less useful with those fake outs being
Good game from
Never know
Wolfie,
that
bro.
Scrap
Good
is just gonna
game.
Switch in, even if it's not on the field. That's gonna do it for us for round number 1 of our World Championships. We've got our analysts on the other side to break this match down even further.
Will be the name of my Dingo. Dingo the G. Ah, let it go. Ben Kiriakou is known for using some crazy stuff. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom real quick, guys. I've been here for 2 hours. See you in a minute.
Maybe we just go home, you know. That's it. That's the World Championship finals, all done, wrapped up. Let's
Yeah, that could be in the finals. That's true, though.
So explosive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and kind of the nature of those sort of teams as well. We saw Hirofumi with that kind of, you know, the setup orientation that they've got.
Yeah.
Wolf really managing it very well, but Wolf picking some really interesting choices in team building around that Staraptor, that solo mega. We see so often throughout this format where players are kind of going for dual mega, but Wolf really confident in putting all their eggs in one basket with that mega Staraptor, and it got off to a flying start.
Flying, yeah.
Is that too early for that?
I was going to do it, so yeah.
One of us
yeah,
did it.
100%.
That's a Charlie influence.
That's the Charlie influence. Charlie, if you're watching back home, it's all you, my friend. So while we've got a little bit of time, because that was a quick round, right? Let's take a little bit more time, I think, to have a look at kind of like the team preview, the teams that these two trainers have been using, because I know no doubt that we're going to see a little bit more of both of these trainers back, as we go through this tournament. And I think there's some interesting things to look at as we get to our first clip here of the two teams that we're breaking down. Now, Wolf is running a really interesting sand composition. Now, usually we see that with Staraptor and also with the Mega Tyranitar, but Wolf's taking this team in a completely different direction.
Yeah, and I really love it actually, because there's a lot of different intricate choices within that composition as well. You've got the Expert Belt on the Excadrill. We'll explore that in a little bit, but like you say, I think when on face value, is this team going to struggle against some of the bigger kind of comps in the format?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a lot of tools at his disposal there because of the Farigiraf. Like you say, really great against what Hirofumi's bought. You need that fake out setup to allow things like the Blastoise to get that Shell Smash. So straight away, that's out the question. And even in future games where Wolf may not lead with it, you've always got that kind of lingering question in your back of your mind. Do I commit to the fake out to try and get this set up, or am I going to just fall apart because the Ferrograph's going to switch in, right?
Exactly that. So I mean, well, let's get back to the team preview here. So we had Wolf on one side, and I want to highlight like a couple of things here on this team. The first one that I want to actually go through there is this item on the Excadrill, right? We've got the Expert Belt here. Now, this is an item that we don't really see too often in many compositions of Excadrill. A lot of the sand compositions that we're seeing with Mega Tyranitar usually really like to see the Focus Sash on the Excadrill. It's one of those Pokeballs like, it's so easy to get knocked out, right?
Yeah.
But instead, Wolf deciding like, hey, I want to get this extra little bit of damage here. But not only that, you've got the high horsepower, but you've also got the Earthquake here on the Excadrill. You've got that choice, like, am I going for that solid ground type coverage, the one that hits into a target? Maybe I'm next to the Farigiraf, maybe I don't want to knock out my Farigiraf with the Armatel, right? But then if you need that spread pressure, if you need to get through a Sinister redirecting, etc., you've got the capability there.
I also really like it as well because of the popularity of something like Wide Guard that we now see. And, you know, when players are bringing Charizard a lot of the time, one of the biggest threats to that is those spread damage, and namely Rock Slide. So having ways, although this isn't really against the Charizard and so much, so it gets around Wide Guard essentially and giving the Excadrill a lot more flexibility to take advantage of the turns that it's got the sand on the field, because we know weather is so dominant and you've really got to take advantage of the turns when it's in play.
Definitely, like, you know, Tyranitar's kind of enough to knock out a Charizard, right?
Did very well in that last game as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, even still, like, against a lot of the Charizard compositions that we're seeing now, Toxapex is a really big factor in that. So I think there's a good deal of influence there coming out here from Wolf. You've also got some smaller things, like you've got the Timid on the Golden Go, making sure in those Golden Go mirrors that you're maybe as fast as possible to be able to outspeed them. But also, you've got this Tailwind on the Staraptor as well. And that Tailwind is so important for making sure this team is set up, not only with the Whimsicott if you want to go for it, but if you're in a matchup, and there's not that many of them, but there are some where you're like, hey, I really can't bring Whimsicott into this matchup, or I don't want to bring it into the matchup. Actually, you've got an option for speed control there with the Staraptor as well. So I really think this is a great like showcase of how to build these sand compositions a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott here is a common item on Whimsicott, but it feels a little bit counterproductive in a sand composition.
Yeah, kind of.
Because the sand kind of self-breaks the Focus Sash, but Wolf making a very big judgment call here, because I think a lot of the time the Whimsicott is probably going to be one of those Pokemon that comes out before the sand comes out, and it's there primarily to support probably the Goldengo with the Tailwind and that Staraptor, more importantly with that Charm. And then you've got the disruption with the Encore as well, and that security blanket of the Focus Sash in the scenarios.
Making sure you got the early game sorted.
Yeah, exactly. I really love it, because a lot of the time when you're probably putting the pieces of this together, you think, oh, I can't put the Focus Sash there because I've got the sand. That's going to be, a real detriment to my own game plan. But I think Wolf smart enough to play that exactly how he needs to at the right times.
But I think that's got to be the other part of the puzzle about why this Tyranitar is a Choppleberry. Instead of being a Mega. You're not actually relying as much on the Tyranitar. We saw that in the game 1 with Hirofumi, right? The Tyranitar came out right at the end when the Blastoise was already knocked out from Hirofumi's side. And having that being non-Mega puts so much more focus on the Staraptor being the Mega of choice, and that's what makes the Focus Sash works. And this is what I love about looking at different team compositions, right? It's like one thing leads to another, and you can see the picture of how this team has been built up. But let's go over to Hirofumi with his team. And I think this is one of the teams that we've really got to be looking forward to seeing quite a lot this weekend. It's a team that's got a lot of popularity, certainly in the Japanese community, but also the wider community has picked up this combination of setup with a Blastoise, set up with a Delphox, and set up with a King Gambit. And then you've got the Incineroar, the Sinistcha, and the Sneasler going for their supportive options. You've got the Fake Out, you've got the Redirect, you've got the Parting Shot, You've got the pivoting action going on. And so this team is really all about protecting, well, I was going to say protecting the kids, but protecting the King Gambit here, where you've got the Shell Smash, you've got the Nasty Plot, and you've got the Swords Dance, and you get to pick as the player. Like, King Gambit can come to all the games. Like, it's a King Gambit in this format. It's one of those, you know, Pokemon that you can splash onto pretty much any team. But then you've got that choice of, like, do you want to play the Blastoise? Do you want to play the Delphos?
That's what makes it so difficult for opponents. You get that decision wrong in team preview, well, games can fall apart pretty quickly just because of that support network that the Incineroar and the Sinistcha, and even the King Gambit to a certain extent, offer the rest of the team, those set of primary Pokemon, the Blastoise and Delphox. But you don't need to always go down that route. I think Hirofumi in Game 1 was very good in being able to condition Wolf into a lot of scenarios where we saw that double knockout with the Staraptor going into the King Gambit. It didn't switch.
And then the Brave Bird comes out, not the close combat.
Yeah, and then the Whimsicott going down as well and put Hirofumi in a really strong position. Look, for Wolf, really smartly bringing the Tyranitar at the right time. It was enough to close the game up, but it can operate in those scenarios as well. Just having the threat of that setup can make your opponent act in a different way to what they would probably want to optimize their play in that scenario, you know?
Yeah, and then you've got the smaller things. We saw it in the match, right? You've got the Shell Smash on the Blastoise, right? That's getting the speed set up, but then you're swapping in the Sinistcha, recovering the health. If you get the Blastoise set up, even if it's at half, it's still going to be doing lots of damage, putting loads of pressure onto your opponent's side of the field and really allowing you to control the match. What I loved, and I really want to shout this out for Hirofumi, such a great adaptation in Game 2 of the match that we just saw versus Wolf, where it was like, psych, Delphox, no, that's not the Mega that I'm bringing. Going for the Heat Wave, getting some damage on the board, just starting to get things going. Yes, it got knocked out, but actually it did pave the way for a Blastoise setup. The critical hit on the Golden Go, sometimes it happens, you know, these things. I think Wolf played a really great game. He played the right turn. It really shut down the Blastoise on that turn. But actually, like, there was this game plan, right? If the critical hit didn't happen, Blastoise at half, 2+ Shell Smash, like, it's definitely something that could have brought Hirofumi maybe back into the game.
Especially with the Sinistcha in the back that could come in, top the health of that Blastoise up a little bit further, you know, and then it's going to be getting the jump on everything on Wolf's side. We know the remaining Pokemon that they had. So
hi everybody, I'm back.
Like Aaron said,
how are we doing?
To see how that would have played out.
Welcome everybody.
Would have done.
Oh yeah, Star Sand isn't something we even discussed for the tier list. It's true. I was just I was just saying that to my girlfriend that I didn't put that in the tier list. I thought about it, but then I didn't put it in. Well, that's why Wolf is the GOAT. And I think it was smart, because he brought something that it's not... I think people were not really preparing for that. I think people are not very expecting a Star Sand team, because even on the ladder, it just doesn't show up. Like, I don't think people are paying attention to it. Oh, top 12 Pokemon on phase 1. Of course, King Gambit, Charizard, Incineroar. I thought it would be less. The Garchomp, of course. No Garchomp on game 1 that we've seen there. Fish, Basculegion, the Floette. Still there, okay. The Sneasel, of course. Big fall off, but understandable because of Staraptor and for F shenanigans. Then the Venusaur for the Sun teams. Sylveon! So a lot of people running Big Six, or do we even see some Trick Room? The Whimsicott, the Farig, and the Cini. Yeah. One quote-unquote bad thing about these tournaments, in comparison to the tournaments that we see, like the grassroots tournaments, is that we don't have access to the teams. We can see the pairings, we can see the results, but we don't see the teams, because I would like to see if anybody's running some weird stuff, but we have to like see on the stream, or if somebody talks about it, you know.
Which two of those in the case of Floette and Whimsicott that they really...
It's finally time! Serbian! Welcome, welcome! We are here for the World Championship! Already got match 1, Wolfie 1 versus Hirofumi Kimura! It was a great match, by the way, it was really fun.
And I think, like, it really does speak to the
so that's our bingo card.
Like, those tools are some of the best
Wolfie, no Perish. Wolfie didn't bring Perish.
That you're running. those support tools like Farigiraf, Sneasler, Sinister, Incineroar, and Whimsicott always seem to sort of gravitate.
We have some crazy stuff here, but that's why we do this.
And so I'm not surprised to see those ones.
That's why we do this.
A real lot of usage. Surprised maybe actually.
And then on my tier list,
as low as it is there,
we just seen, yeah, I didn't notice, but I got it a bit cut. But we have like Delphox, Blastoise up there. Lost match 1.
In, like the quote big 6 kind of archetype moving.
I think if Mourinho played Pokemon, he'll be the greatest. No, I don't think so. Because he can talk shit to his Pokemon, and they will not listen.
Go down the Floette Whimsicott route and try to set up with my Floette, or I just throw a Light of Ruin in there for good measure.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, I think, Incineroar's kind of rise as well. It would be no surprise to people more familiar with the circuits from previous years, but I think Incineroar probably started out this format not the most used, but it has become one of the more staples on these teams because of just the ability.
Yeah.
Eduardo Cunha still play.
The
Do you root for somebody this tournament? Yes.
Well.
My top players to watch, my favorite players, is Wolf, Glick, Eduardo Cunha, because he's from Portugal, and Colin from the Battle Room. He's a great content creator. But I have more players to watch for, but those are my favorites. Colin, here we go. He was playing against Carson St. Denis. Okay.
You're doing well, Incineroar. Congratulations on continuing to be like the best Pokemon
Incineroar the GOAT.
we've ever had in the game. Right, should we have a look at the Megas lead? Let's have a look.
Oh, the Megas list. Mega Charizard, of course. Mega Floette, Mega Staraptor, Mega Delphox.
There's a little bit of a drop off there down to
Ooh, interesting.
Mega Staraptor, which has seen some.
Interesting. Mega Blastoise 6.8%, Mega Delphox 9.6%. So not a lot of people bringing the Delphox Blastoise combo. Mega Rodactyl still present. Mega Frostlass still there. Mega Scovillain because they are a part of the same team. Mega Titar is here as well. Interesting. Mega, a lot of people bringing Mega Gengar. Some Mega Raichus. A lot of Mega Swamperts. I thought Mega Swampert wouldn't be so popular. Almost 10%. Charizard being almost 43% of the Mega. It's crazy, bro. Crazy stuff.
But I love it. It's one of my favorite Megas that was introduced.
We like random.
Ability.
Don't forget to claim the Insyn. It's got a cool title attached to it. Really? I don't really want it. Because I'm watching on YouTube, because we can rewind and shit. On Twitch we can't rewind, and I mean we can if I have turbo, which I don't.
And I think it forces a lot of conditions as well, where players, if they have got access to Intimidate, you're almost forced to lead that.
Having in consideration that Charizard is so popular, I think Italian Slow. I think Italian Snow has a great advantage because they are perfect to hunt down Charizard, you know? Because they have that Lycanroc, they can dispute the Weather War with the Frostlass. So I think Italian Snow might have a good chance to win because of Charizard. Where did I put Italian Snow on my tier list? As a decent chance right there, yeah. Yeah. Because it's so many there are so many Charizards, they have a great chance to go far. And here we were. This is writing Sand and Rain.
It's been a Pokemon that has been on many people's minds coming into the World Championships. You have got to be on another level to be able to pilot Mega Gengar.
Thank you very much for the follow. Your support is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Did exactly that.
Right, yeah.
Cool. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the stream, everybody.
He's not running it this time round.
Interesting.
But it's certainly
Mega Rodactyl is so interesting that still people trusting it. I in my tier list, I put it here with as a decent chance, Mega Rodactyl and Mega Floette. I think people are not considering it as a strong option, but I think it's very, very good into the metagame. It's not so popular, it's not as strong as it used to be, but it can still hit really, really hard.
Really interested to see Mega Swampert. You know, we've got such
Okay.
a high usage
Round
of
2.
Mega Charizard and that Sun. Mega
Where?
Swift, if you
When?
get in
Are
the
we
right
ready for round
scenario
2?
in that rain, we all know how hard it hits with those big muscles that it's got.
Big muscles, big muscles. That's what we're going to be doing all weekend, trainers. Now we've got a little bit more round 1 action, so we're going to throw it back to our casters
Oh,
to
wait.
see our next match here on
Oh,
the
more match of round 1. Let's go.
Round 1, the round's so nice, we gotta broadcast it twice. We had so many incredible matchups out in the field.
Show it to
that
me, show
we
it to
couldn't
me.
resist showing you an additional one after that quick 2-0 win from Wolf Click.
That should be a lot of fun here. You know, you enjoyed rounds 4 a few months
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
so now we're going to try rounds 1. You know, no tournament other than the World Championships, I think, where you enjoy seeing multiple round 1 matchups so much. And we're going to have another one with 2 really great trainers who would have just been a shame not to get to see on broadcast.
Get your water,
So
chat.
I'm thrilled that we are going to be able to see our 2 competitors in our second round 1 match of the day.
Okay.
It is going to be here on stage.
Who is
our
it?
2014 World Champion.
Damn, Seijun Park.
Seijun Park is
The
now back
Pachirisu
in
user
San Francisco.
from 2014, not right
And
now.
Our globally ranked #1 in the championship points ratings, Juan
Ooh.
Salerno. This should be an extremely exciting
Charizard Toxapex and Charizard Floette.
You and I cast together was that
I put Charizard Toxapex up there. You can't really see it, but it's up there on my favorite tier list. And then Charizard Floette, which is basically Big 6, Sunflower, has a decent chance, yeah. We have to respect Charizard Floette. Okay, this matchup is not so excitement. This is a tournament card game. Yeah, the World Championships has everything. You have the video game, the card game, the Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. World Championships brings everybody together. But next year, Unite will not be in Worlds. Unite will have its own. Unite is the MOBA of Pokemon. It will have its own tournament next year. Yeah, Charizard Venusaur, Charizard Toxapex, great combo. I think Seijun Park has an advantage in this matchup, because Toxapex is so hard to deal with for the Floette and for the Charizard, but the Garchomp is there from Juan. Oh, they have Ancient Power to go after the other Charizards. I like that.
Did y'all know Charizard actually got a rock type attack? Turns out
But Juan has a bit of an advantage because of Tailwind from Whimsicott. That can be really powerful. So-called King Gambit, the unrivaled when 4 Iron Hands come in. On the Terror Raid, right?
Second round 1.
Let's go, let's go. Ancient Power Charizard. No Solar Beam. Okay. Yeah, not a lot of water types in the format. It's basically the Rain team. And against Rain it's hard to use Solar Beam. Oh, Double Dragon Garchomp. Double Dragon, double Ground with Earthquake and Stomping Tantrum. I love that.
It's a little bit harder to fit on this version of the team because you didn't argue for that Garchomp. It's something that we've seen a lot on Garchomp where in the previous...
They touch the screen to attack? Yeah, in Pokemon Go. Yeah, in Pokemon Go, they always like... They're like just clicking the phone, yeah. Yeah. Pokemon Go, it's very different. And next year, it will be, instead of 1v1, it will be 3v3. It will be teams.
Also important to note here, because that Charizard
I see a screen. Yeah, that's the screen for them to see. They have remotes. They have controllers. They have controllers, or they have the Switch Joy-Cons.
And stomping tantrums that you aren't dealing super effective damage to Pokemon.
That screen is just for them to see the match.
Yeah, it's really big on this team where you'd love to use Earthquake, right? I think especially when you have the combination of Garchomp and Charizard on your team, just being able to threaten that big heat wave and that big
Oh,
wave
no
is
Earth Power Venusaur. Leaf Storm Sleep Powder, nice. Scarfed Bascule Legion, strong. Classical Toxapex, Infestation, Toxic, Baneful Bunker, Wide Guard. Toxapex is a monster. It's super bulky. It has the ability Regenerator, so when you switch out Toxapex, it regens some part of his HP. And then Infestation can lock a Pokemon on the field for 5 turns. And Toxic leaves the target poisoned, but every turn it deals more damage and more damage and more damage. So it's very hard to deal with.
But typically, you're going to see that do about 80 to 90% to opposing Charizard. So pretty much any chip damage going to be enough to put it in that Ancient Power range. But you're not just going to see the trainers full sending that.
Yeah, because Ancient Power is 4 times super effective into other Charizards, which is crazy damage. Crazy damage. Everybody let me know, who are your favorite Pokemon? Who are your favorite trainers? What are your favorite cores for this World Championship? Who you think is gonna win in terms of trainers, in terms of Pokemons or cores?
Which Pokemon is Sagen trying to trap in with the Toxapex and whatever the partner Pokemon is?
Yeah, well, lots of powerful Pokemon.
Let's see the team of the opponent.
Trainers exchanging their team sheets here, and we'll see the Big Six. You know, the Big Six.
The Big Six. Sunflower.
Yeah, we struggled to
Ancient Power as well over there. Light of Ruin on Floette, huge damage. Oh, it's Okaberry King Gambit with no Protect. Crazy. Rock Slide on the Garchomp, so no double ground. Life Orb Basculegion. It will be slower than the enemy Basculegion. But then you have Tailwind under your Whimsicott, so it can become faster, the Basculegion, because Tailwind doubles the speed of your Pokemon for 4 turns?
Yeah, maybe that's just a matchup you choose to throw away. You know, I think the one Pokemon that tends to be really good on that.
Yeah, they're talking about the lack of Solar Beam, because there are only 9% Mega Swamperts, so Solar Beam is not really a big deal to counter those Swamperts. And then they have Rain, and Solar Beam only really works in the sun, so if they have Rain and you want to click Solar Beam, you're screwed.
Preferring to have your friends help you deal with that particular Pokemon.
Well, like we mentioned, Juan Salerno is the #1 championship points leader in the world heading into this tournament. And he has done it by playing extremely well and extremely consistently. And a team like this Big
Six from Argentina.
Gives you so many different options to
Big Six Classical.
the game. You're almost never out
very powerful, but perhaps
I think options should be really fun to watch.
the opponents are very prepared for it, because they played it so many times. Here we go!
But Pokemon need to be fast, they need to be bulky. Big Six, you can kind of do whatever you want. There's a lot of different freedom you have as a team builder, and I think that's really great for a trainer like Juan.
Well, here it is, the classic lead pairing, the Dragon
Charizard Chomp.
against the Fire type.
But Juan has an advantage, because his Garchomp has Rock Slide, which can beat the Charizard. The other Garchomp of Sagen Park does not have Rock Slide.
3 of the 4 Pokemon also have Rock type attacks. It's only the one Garchomp that does not. So the Charizard probably all feeling a little bit threatened there. Rock Slide will not chip the Charizard.
Let's see it, let's see it. I'm excited for this one, lads.
Going to have to play very cautiously on this turn. Perhaps both sides hoping their opponents would leave something else, where you're a little bit awkward here, where it covers everything except for the mirror lead pretty well.
Well, and you have to look at the Garchomp in this mirror.
Protect.
Of course, Sagen will be running the Life Orb Garchomp versus Juan running the Citrus Berry
Protect.
Garchomp, as both of the Charizard will go ahead.
Juan is Citrus Chomp. Dragon Claw. Big damage.
Good damage to the Garchomp, but because this is the bulkier Citrus
So
Berry
predictable.
Garchomp,
Yeah, I know.
with just a sliver
Yeah.
of health here. It will be able to activate the Citrus Berry and take some additional damage.
Oh!
The rough skin and
Ooh, he survives, no way!
barely missing out on that KO.
Yeah, potentially some very interesting training there.
Because that Garchomp is faster.
Citrus Berry Garchomp core, that's kind of the whole point, right? You tank the Dragon Claw, you heal back up, and then usually you do enough damage in return to pick up that knockout. This Garchomp trained in a way where perhaps that doesn't happen.
Yeah, not enough damage.
Garchomp to stay in the field and be the quickest Pokemon remaining, so threatening a lot
And nowhere but Mystica's Cole is screwed on Scarlet and Violet.
Who probably expected that to be a knockout.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Definitely expect that to be a knockout if you are running that
Whimsy.
Garchomp, like you mentioned. That is why you run.
So Juan wants Tailwind.
Juan will go ahead and retreat.
Whimsy has Focus Sash, so even if it takes... I know, actually you can Earthquake Heatwave now.
On the switch in, but Sage is just going to go immediately for the Mega Evolution on his own.
Show me. Heatwave Earthquake.
Protect Garchomp this turn, trying to get in a position.
Bye-bye, Whimsy. Heatwave can miss. Heatwave can miss.
But Sagens is not falling for anything
Yeah.
here. The Garchomp
Great play
finds
from
the
Sagen
Earthquake,
Park.
connects onto the Whimsicott that will go ahead and break the
Garchomp goes down.
Garchomp will
That's a
trade
bit of a
itself
problem.
that Life Orb recoil, but you are
Because now Charizard is slower than the Garchomp.
as you can land a hit
Ancient
into
Po-
this Whimsicott. Ancient Power actually the choice just in case it stayed.
Nothing. It was a crit.
Into Whimsicott, but not enough to pick up the KO here. So Juan does at least get Whimsicott next to Garchomp to threaten Tailwind.
Yeah, Tailwind now.
Percentage roll there where, instead of getting the ancient power boost, it's the critical hit. Critical hit not going to matter too much there, but and there's a knockout kind of going the wrong direction with the Garchomp picking up a knockout but knocking himself in the way. Allowing Saging to get a free switch here. I think if you could pick up the knockout, the Whimsicott's looking really good, where you can bring in something like Venusaur or Basque Legion.
Insane?
Because that
For a fake out?
Almost certainly about to use a Tailwind there, especially with the Garchomp having blown its
Yeah, because
already.
then if once Charizard is faster, it can just throw an ancient power into the opponent Charizard. Pretty sure Sajun Park brought his Scarf Basculogen to this fight.
Can survive an attack from it, and really improving this position for Sajun a little bit. So down in the Pokemon count, but especially both these Pokemon weakened so much, still in a pretty good position.
And even better, Garchomp went for a Protect last turn from Juan's side, which means that Garchomp is extremely vulnerable
Yeah, open to fake out.
and taking damage from the Charizard. Either a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball into that slot would be enough to pick up the KO onto Garchomp. Whimsicott does have the option to go for a Protect, so it's not safe to fake out into that slot, but Garchomp's wide open here.
Whimsy protects, but it's okay, because if the Garchomp goes down, then you have... Oh, double protect misses, that's fine. Weather Ball, yeah. Because now you can bring the Charizard, Tailwind, and Ancient Power. Easy, easy peasy. Lash out! Okay.
Lash out from the Incineroar, so potentially could have gotten away with a cheapy Tailwind if he wanted to, but a little bit too risky to go for it. Maybe trying to fish for a really aggressive switch into Basque Legion or something, and why not, right? You know, that's almost certainly going to be a fake Protect anyway.
Shiny Iron Hands looks great, Cole. That's a good decision.
So, hey, you know, maybe you try and hit the home run.
Well, here is the Charizard.
Okay, now will Sajun Park make a switch? Because I think Tailwind Ancient Power is very predictable.
So both of these Pokemon should be able to tank a hit from the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, really interesting play for Juan now here, where, well, you could try to double up on the Charizard to pick up the knockout that way, but if you do, you're definitely giving up the opportunity to get Tailwind for the rest of the game. And you know, are your remaining Pokemon capable of winning from that position? I think that'd be a risky play to go for. So, pretty precarious spot there with this low HP Whimsicott. You know, you really do want to get that
Mega Charizard comes in, of course.
Yeah, this may be the only window Juan has to set the Tailwind, which would most likely last for the remainder of the game here, as we are pretty
Tailwind.
into this game.
No Protect, no Switch.
From Whimsicott, so Juan now has the speed
Ancient Power.
for the foreseeable future. There's the Ancient Power.
Oosh! Big damage.
Scott, the math is perfect.
No Omni... Yeah. Just Ancient Power coming in and out. Double up the Charizard Incineroar. He does! Nice. Nice. Well done, well done. Basque Legion?
Yeah, and it's a little scary looking at this, right? Where if it's Basque Legion, maybe the type matchup is really good at least, but the sun is up. And critically, there aren't many Pokemon remaining on one side of the field that have spread attacks, right? Yeah. You really want to burn through this quickly, especially with Whimsicott also kind of on the brink of being knocked out. But it's not a super efficient way to close this game out. You know, the only Pokemon remaining with spread type moves is that Floette, which you just...
It's a King Gambit, which is quite bad, because we can protect Charizard and throw a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit, and the sun is helping.
Incineroar looking very good here. Very difficult for
Yeah, I see him looking very strong here. Very, very strong. No Protect on the King Gambit.
But Incineroar with that Citrus Berry should be able to take
Yeah, Incin should survive the low kick for sure.
And a Boom Blast from the Whimsicott. But you have to get that Charizard off the field, otherwise you're just going to get blown up by a Weather Ball or a Heat Wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a scary spot here too, where, you know, maybe you just full send, right? Like, okay, well,
Moon Blast? Oh!
Charizard, right? And if you attack
Nice. Charizard goes down.
Well, there's the Moon Blast.
Is Flare Blitz enough into the King Gambit?
Will go down here, so Juan is going to even up the Pokemon count once again. There's low kick.
Ooh, Citrus Berry is right in Citrus. Right in Citrus.
Pushing it over to that Citrus Berry.
Flare Blitz! Into the Whimsy! I thought about that. I mean, yeah, because now it's a 2v1.
Just this King Gambit with no Protect and only
Who's the last one? Toxa? No. It is!
This
Oh.
is the worst possible Pokemon for Sagen to have in the back.
That's kinda not great for Sagen.
Yeah, maybe there's some way he can get through this. Certainly, Toxapac's not going to be able to Toxic.
Low kick. No crit.
Zero doesn't get critical hit, and this is going to be a huge Flare Blitz.
Flare Blitz. In the sun. Okaberry though.
Here comes the Flare Blitz. The Okaberry will help protect the King
Big damage. But not that much.
Health, but that is all that Toxapex needs. It just needs time. Incineroar
True.
hanging on with 5%
Infestation.
after the recoil is also huge. There's the infestation, and over time,
Which will do damage over time.
the clock needs to be able to get a KO on to this Incineroar and
Nice.
onto the Toxapex, and I don't think Juan has enough time here.
Yeah, I mean, if Toxapex is good at one thing, it's staying on the field, and that final Pokemon is going to be so threatening here. I'm not really going to be able to do any more damage itself other than that damage over time, but King Gambit's still going to have to invest a turn knocking out this Incineroar here, who otherwise would just pick up the knockout on it, and at that point...
Incineroar can also not protect. Oh!
Well, there's the Kowtow Cleave. Juan is just trying to see
Really?
how much damage that King Gambit can deal
Ah,
to the Toxapex.
yeah, it's testing for the next match. Smart, getting information. Well done, GG. Well done, Sagen.
And get Sagen to waste a critical hit on the King Gambit right here. But from our 2014 World Champion, Sagen.
Okay, let's go.
Looking good.
Yeah, I think that was a really neat win too. Where I think a lot of us like, man, we really love.
Good game, good game. Good win, Sagen.
Former world champions played in, I think, every form of competitive Pokemon other than.
That's true, Sagen Park.
He won that championship. So
He played TCG, he played Go, he played Unite. He's back on VGC now. That's true.
There, both in the kind of the sequencing of his Pokemon as well, and the way that Garchomp was trained. He was a nice little trap. Probably a bummer if you're Sagen having to show that on stream during round one, but still a really nice win there. And again, Juan's been incredible. The world leader in championship points. It's not like this is some, not that there are any weak players in the world championship, but I think even among, world championship level players, right? I think most people would say, Juan is a real threat to win this tournament.
Player to watch.
Great game one for Sagen there.
Absolutely great game one there from Sagen, and I love that you called out that Garchomp's training. That is something that we have been hearing over and over again in the run-up to the World Championships, how important the Garchomp mirror can be, and especially the Citrus Berry Garchomp is supposed to win that mirror. That is the whole point of Citrus Berry
that's true.
Garchomp.
But the Citrus Berry Garchomp didn't do enough damage in return.
Some more defense into my own, or more hit points into my own Garchomp.
Same lead. And oh, Toxapex Insane. It's kinda crazy.
The other lead for this team, Incineroar and Toxapex. And this is a pretty good lead for that Toxapex and Incineroar to catch.
Where do you throw the Toxic?
Kind of enjoy here. First, you get the Intimidate out. We saw how well Incineroar did against these Pokemon in the previous game, where we're seeing most of Charizard's attacks. Although, hey, thanks to HA Power, doesn't tank it quite as well as it used to. But Toxapex is really the Pokemon to look at here. Has the option of trying to Toxic or Infest one of these Pokemon to build up damage.
Juan can just switch the King Gambit in, because King Gambit is immune to Toxic.
Yeah, and Garchomp can only deal super effective damage to Toxapex with that Earthquake. So if Sagen is able to get some poison damage down, get the Toxic going, get the Infestation going, Juan could find himself just locked out in this game too.
Double protect.
He's going to go ahead and protect here because Juan just needs to see.
Ooh, Earthquake immediately. No Wide Guard, true. Wide Guard stops spread damage. Not a lot of damage because of the Intimidate. It's not Life Orb. Parting Shot, -2 Garchomp.
More than 39% there, even though it was super effective damage. And a parting shot. This is disaster.
Charizard.
If that Garchomp is about to get
Chomp Chomp.
stuck out on the field against this Toxapex. Especially as
Yeah. Now Garchomp can switch out. And it's -2 attack. That's crazy.
Not going to leave the battlefield, but that does get a little damage on the opposing Toxapex there with the rough skin. It's a really tough position though now, where
Infestation makes contact. I didn't knew that.
Protecting pointlessly there. The Earthquake damage is nice, where at least Juan wasn't afraid to go for that Earthquake despite the possible Wide Guard. But this is exactly why it was worth that risk. Where Garchomp now full health facing down to Charizard at counters, and opposing Garchomp that has had attack reduced so significantly, and that isn't super powerful offensively to begin with because it's that Citrus Berry variant. Toxapex now looking pretty excited as well, where a Wide Guard would really shut down most of what these Pokemon can do. So,
Yeah, Wide Guard would stop Heat Wave and Earthquake.
With this team's other mode.
Absolutely. Toxapex is sitting pretty with the -2 Garchomp stuck out on the field, and Charizard unable to deal super effective damage into the Toxapex either. Of course, Charizard is able to deal good damage with, Weather Ball in the
switch
sun,
on the Zard.
is not going to
Whimsy.
let Pokemon get stuck against the Toxapex. Too many options here for Sagen.
Dragon Claw.
Sagen just goes
Big
on the
damage.
offensive Life Orb.
Big damage. Crit. Does it matter?
On the field, so it could not retreat from this Life Orb Dragon Claw. Garchomp goes down for Juan, and here comes Whimsicott on the switch in.
Toxic. Nice. Infestation breaks the focus sash.
Hey, why don't you hang around, bud? Infestation going to pick up all the damage, going to break that focus sash, and I really like that. I think that the temptation there is to play that defensively. We've seen that a lot with Toxapex players as this Pokemon has picked up popularity over the previous few months. Like, all right, I'm going to lower some things attacks. I'm just going to play with it for a while, leave it on the field, and I really
No,
like
just do the damage. Take the Garchomp away. Smart choice.
A baneful bunker from the Toxapex, gets the encore in the previous turn, and then who's trapped with who at that point? Instead, picking up the knockout there on the opposing Garchomp, which I think is also kind of just clever. It's like, hey, well, you just
King Gambit. Okay.
all I need is this little bit of chip, and then now Whimsicott is a Pokemon in the weaker position.
Whimsicott can encore the Garchomp into Dragon Claw, so it can't Earthquake.
Some stuff here, can't be toxic. Incineroar going to be not something you really want to switch in and activate the Defiant, but still not like a fantastic situation for Juan. Sagen really had a great line into this team.
Now, on the plus side for Juan, King Gambit is good into the Toxapex, and Whimsicott threatens
Moonblast.
effective damage onto Garchomp with this Moonblast.
Ui!
Pick up the KO, though.
Survives on 4%.
Finish it off with a Sucker Punch. Instead,
Stomping?
Garchomp gets to fire off a stomping.
Big
punch.
damage.
King Gambit down to 23% hit points. Garchomp will go down to the recoil, but you trade that every single day at the World
Yeah.
Championships.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to mean
Kowtow.
King Gambit firing off a Kowtow cleave into
Good
the
damage as well.
Cannot KO this Pokemon, and now both the King Gambit and Whimsicott are trapped on the field, and Sagen gets to pick which Pokemon do I want to face off against these two, because I know they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it's a really tough position out here. The King Gambit is kind of taking just enough damage. Another one where, assuming Sagen has run the math on this, it's a really nice bit of damage where Infestation will pick up the...
You can bring the Charizard and knock out the Whimsy.
Could bring that Incineroar in, just pin it down with the fake out.
So you
and then,
can
well,
protect
it doesn't matter if I've given an
with the
attack boost
Toxapex,
because it's going to
but
knock
then
it
Juan
out.
can bring his own Charizard
If you
in.
don't want to do that, you can bring in anything else that has Protect. Just double Protect that's going to go down anyway. You do have to deal with in that situation. Then the Whimsicott would be threatening in Encore on the subsequent turn, but you'd also know all of your opponent's remaining Pokemon and be able to kind of figure out your game plan from there. So Charizard going to come in here, probably going to be Protect, although it doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to.
Or you could just try to pick up the Whimsicott instead. King Gambit will go down either way.
Cole got the guy using Registeel into King Gambit on the Terror Ray. That makes no sense. I mean, you can Iron Defense and Body Press, you know.
This game, but Sagen's a very nice advantage for himself. Some really masterful Toxapex play as we see it a little bit more aggressively positioned than we saw in the previous couple of tournaments.
Yeah, and that's what's so important for players who are using Toxapex, is not to get trapped in that defensive mindset. You have to go on the offensive, otherwise Toxapex just sits there while all of its friends faint and get knocked out. Instead, Sagen going on the offensive with both
Protect?
and now
Okay, Juan still wants Tailwind and Ancient Power.
onto both King Gambit and
Painful bunker.
Sagen will go ahead and protect that Toxapex this time around while Whimsicott protects itself.
Sucker.
King Gambit on its way out.
Big
He can fire
damage.
off a sucker punch, a critical hit.
Crit.
A lot of damage to Charizard.
Weather Ball, nice. Juan is back in the game. Juan is back in the game.
Will go down to that infestation.
So, lots of damage where we see the trade-off of not
Because now he can Tailwind Ancient Power. It's not even stab, that's true.
Potentially threatened by an attack from one of the other Pokemon. King Gambit to go down. I think the positive of what Sagen did is, just like us, he can see all the Pokemon in Team Preview, right? And again, much like the previous game, it's not very likely that Floette is that final Pokemon. If it is instead,
Yeah, we did already see the Charizard.
Sorry, yeah. So, not the Floette. Either way, it's Charizard. That's why the button's a different color. So anyway, the Charizard on Sagen's side of the field, it's great and all there, but with the combination of a Tailwind and an Ancient Power, it's not like a super great position anyway where you're likely to take a lot of damage. Instead, the Incineroar are going to wind up in a very similar position to what we saw in the previous game, most likely, where going to come in and you have to take out this Charizard. So I don't think this game's over yet. The damage is pretty important on the Charizard, where it would have been an Ancient Power range anyway. You don't need the critical hit from the Sucker Punch for that, but it's really so healthy now that even a Fire type attack might be able to knock it out. There's not really any reason to go
Toxapex can switch and regen. I don't know if that's important or not.
Bunker, Toxapex is at risk of being encored. However, Whimsicott can only do one thing at a time. It cannot both set Tailwind to allow Juan's Charizard to outspeed Sajan's Charizard and encore the Toxapex at once, which means that there are two options here. Without Tailwind, Charizard on Sajan's side can just pick up Juan's Charizard get the big damage with the Ancient Power. Or should Juan
Mega
onto Charizard this turn, Toxapex can start spreading Toxics and Infestations to try and just chip down these Pokemon over time.
No switch of the Toxa. No Tailwind, no Encore. That's crazy.
A little bit of damage here, not very effective, but any little bit counts.
Weather Ball.
The Weather Ball coming out from Sage
to make sure you don't miss.
Connects on to Whimsicott, picks up the KO there. With Juan targeting down the Toxapex with Moonblast, you have to wonder if he was softening it up for a Heat Wave to try and pick up a double KO. No, just going to be the Ancient Power into Toxapex, but you cannot KO this Pokemon.
Toxapex crazy, that's GG.
Right back. I love this little guy.
Yeah, it's a huge set for the Toxapex so far. That Toxic is almost going to end this one. The Charizard can theoretically use spread moves to try to burn down these Pokemon before the Toxic is able to deplete all of its HP.
But then you have the Incineroar in the back.
I will make you single target Pokemon with the Wide Guard most likely. Could protect first.
True, because there is Wide Guard on the Toxapex. That's difficult to deal with.
Yep, and no risks need to be taken here from Sajan. Double protecting the Charizard.
GG. Well done, Sajan Park. Well done.
Here. That toxic damage is just going to keep ticking up and up and up, locking him out from this game too, meaning that Sajan Park, the 2014 World Champion, is now 1-0 here in 2026.
That was a very good game one.
Sajan Park, the 2014 World Champion,
that is loud.
1-0 here in 2000.
They were going to get from
well done, Juan. Well done.
After watching that set there, we kind of see really impressive lines into that big six.
Really well done, bro.
Composition, rather. And I think that's also kind of a really great match to have on stream during this first round because it gives us a lot to think about, right? These are two comps that all the trainers knew they needed to be prepared for going in. And while the Big Six may be the most powerful comp in the terms of stats and damage and kind of having all those Pokemon on the top of the usage stats, the weakness of that is that players have put a lot of thought into how they want to handle this matchup. And so you had a really great plan, both in Game 1 and Game 2, put Juan in some really difficult positions, especially in Game 1, positions that deceptively looked like they were favorable for Juan, and it wound up not being so. And perhaps this is just what we're going to see throughout the course of this day for these Big Six players. Other players are like, hey, I didn't come all the way to San Francisco for this World Championships not to have a plan for the most important team.
Yeah, if you know this is going to be one of the most dominant team compositions coming into the World Championships, you gotta have a plan. And Sajan knows that. He has not only competed in the World Championships here for the video game championships, he's competed in the trading card game, he's also competed in Unite, he's competed in Pokken Tournament. Sajan knows what it takes to compete at the top levels for all of the pillars here at the World Championships.
Yeah, because even the Pokemon Go Invitational, he's caught them all. He's such an impressive player. I think maybe the purest fan of Pokemon in the world in that way, where he seems to be good at everything. It must be nice. But what a great set by him there. Certainly, I wouldn't be too concerned if I was Juan yet either. Where going 0-1 is tough. Where you're gonna have to go a long way from this point until the single elimination force of the tournament without losing more than one more game. But hey, no shame in losing to Sajan. One of the most famous trainers ever for a reason.
Absolutely, and showing off here in round 1. The Toxapex composition is not easy to play. It is so easy, especially when you go the Toxapex mode, to get stuck in situations where you have no momentum and you have no pressure because you're just trying to set up those traps. And sometimes you whiff and you trap the wrong Pokemon in with you, but Sajan looked like he was in complete control of that second game from the jump.
Just one Mystica. You're struggling for it, huh?
We were talking about it a little bit during the game, but yeah, it's so easy to kind of get trapped in playing slowly. And I think one of the reasons why Toxapex for so many years just wasn't used in the Pokemon Video Game Championships is that it was viewed as a single battle Pokemon. Like, oh, that's a stall Pokemon. All you can do with this Pokemon is stall. And some games you can win by stalling, right? Especially against these more defensive teams. But the whole point of this Big Six team is it's doing a ton of damage, and what are you going to do about it? And playing it a little bit more aggressively like that, I think, is the key. being able to be flexible, really well-played game. And I kind of expected to see a few more Toxapex in the tournament where we were looking over the teams all of the trainers were using. And I don't think Toxapex is really the sort of Pokemon that ever is going to show up in like the top 12 most used Pokemon. But I think the Charizard, Venusaur, Incineroar combination is going to be very popular this weekend. And even though going into this tournament, that was the most popular version of the composition, many players did choose to opt to drop that Toxapex, go for something a little bit different, but worked out really well for Sajin.
Absolutely, and I am so excited to hear from Sajin. Welcome back to the Video Game Championship, Sajin Park. Let's go ahead and toss it down to the stage to hear from the man himself.
Thank you so much. I am here with Sajin Parker, 2014 World Champion.
Let's go.
Pachirisu lover extraordinaire. Sajin, congratulations on winning your round one. How does it feel?
It's amazing. Thank you.
I see you have Pachirisu with you, right near and dear to your heart. Everybody here loves Pachirisu as well.
Pachirisu, yeah. He won with Pachirisu in 2014.
Unite, the TCG. How does it feel to be back playing in the Video Game Championship Series?
Yeah, I played in a lot of other games and competed, but it's really happy to be back in VGC. And also, I've been really losing a lot on stream matches, but finally I can win in the stream. So
in the stream, yeah.
Feeling really great.
Yeah, and I can't help but notice you're also running a very, what I would consider standard team for this meta. You know, what was your thinking coming into the tournament with what some would call the big six, you know, the big Pokemon to beat coming into this event?
So, unfortunately, Pachirisu is not in the championship, so I cannot start building from there. So I tried a lot of things, but in this meta, I think the pretty standard team is always good to go. So yeah, that was my conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly developers are watching, so I'm sure they heard the ask for Pachirisu just now. But you talk about the standard Pokemon, but the Ancient Power Charizard was certainly a twist that's coming into this event, and it came so much in handy in that matchup. What was your thinking in that positioning against Swan's own Charizard?
So my Charizard is timid, so I can even outspeed their Garchomp and Charizard. So I was in the upper position in this mirror match against their Garchomp Charizard. So I had to position it well, and so yeah, it turned out really well. Yeah.
Yeah, and that end game with the Whimsicott as well. Was there anything going through your mind when you locked in those moves?
So they have a very limited way to KO Toxapex if I knock out their Garchomp. So
yeah, true. Toxapex is very free if the Garchomp goes down.
Getting rid of Garchomp on the board really quickly, so that worked. So after that, it was a really Toxapex game. Yeah.
A Toxapex game indeed. Sajin, it's been so great talking to you. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
So really thank you a lot for cheering me for me in Korea and all the world. I'm really happy to be here and back in the VGC. So yeah, I'll try my best to claim another champion trophy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Best of luck this weekend in the competition. And let's go ahead and take a look at that matchup with our analyst, Ben Kiriakou, over in the Analyst Lounge.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and thank you as well, of course, to Sajin.
Let's go.
His first
More matches,
win here
please.
in the World Championship. So, of course, Ben, we're here for some battle breakdowns. Here, joined with me is, of course, Rose. And what a great second round one that we've had here already. We had a great first round.
Yeah, great
one,
matches.
We get another one to boot.
I say the more matches, the merrier. So I'm really glad that we get a chance to do that.
I'm glad you volunteered for that, Rose, because you're going to be here all day, all night, going through all the battles that we've got. That's great. I mean, yeah, it's like, especially when you get these trainers like that are at the level of the trainers that we've had already on stream. Like, you know, you go to your locals, you go to your regionals, you go to your internationals. The skill density is like pretty high, and then we get to Worlds, and it's like, well. Oh, what match do you even pick for the stream, right?
Oh, you better be prepared if you're here to play against former world champions, former international champions,
you gotta be ready.
Regional champions. There's no easy pass through the world championships at this caliber, and so we are going to be treated with such good matches all day long.
since we're in the early stages of this tournament, Rose, I thought what we'd do, rather than getting into the nitty-gritty of the match, there's a lot to go over there, of course, but getting into a little bit of the nitty-gritty of the teams that our players were using in this round, because we know that Charizard is one of the most common megas that we have, like 43% usage overall. And I wanted to break down a little bit these team preview graphics that we don't get as much time to talk about on the desk with our casters, starting with Sagen here. And this is one of the variants, I think, that has risen in popularity since, well, Wolf used Toxapex to get top 4 at NAIC and just showed us, like, hey, this Pokemon is here and it's here for a reason.
It was so funny because Toxapex really burst onto the double scene at the end of Scarlet and Violet, where we got a chance to see some of the best competitors in the world using it alongside restricted Pokemon. And so the fact that it was able to hold tall against some of those legendary Pokemon, but then, you know, when Champions released, it was in the game, it was a little quiet. Toxapex is now back, and people realize, okay, well, if it was that good against a legendary Pokemon, it must be really good against some of these Mega Evolutions, too.
And especially with the format, I mean, this Toxapex, its typing is pretty unique in the game. Water and Poison, and I'm just going to switch over to our other team preview here. What are the two most powerful Mega Pokemon in the game? They're Fire and they're Fairy. What does Water and Poison resist exclusively?
Those two, exactly.
Big damage dealing moves. So, you know, looking at the position that this Toxapex takes in the format, it says, hey, you know, you've got these really powerful attackers. I'm just going to put a blocker on that for a little while. But not only that, it gets to support its team with Wide Guard to be able to take those big spread attacks. If you've got it next to a Charizard, no Rock Slide's going to be coming down and hurting you, right? Like, no Earthquakes are going to be able to come down onto the Toxapex as easily. But then you've got all of this stall. You've got the Infestation, stopping people switching, trapping Pokemon in. You've got the Toxic. You can't read it behind there, but trust me, it's Toxic behind there as well. But also, you know, if you feel like catching a physical attack, Baneful Bunker, get the poison that way.
It's just so fascinating when you think about how many Pokemon in this format do use spread attacks. You talk about Rock Slide.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of Pokemon use spread damage, so Wild Guard is super important. Heat Wave, Dazzling Gleam, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Water Spout.
Or even Delphox, Water Spout from opposing Mega Blastoise. There's spread attacks on some of the most powerful Pokemon in the entire format. And so the fact that you even just have that as a threat on Team Preview, you gotta think twice about whether or not you're going to be clicking that wide spread attack in front of it.
Which is a great way to segue into these Charizards that we're facing down, right? And a lot of the power of these teams with such powerful Pokemon, so many stats at their disposal, like you've got so many choices, and the big one that's been coming out.
We got the Shelter on the team. That's crazy.
In like metagame where there's quite a lot of Toxapex in the field, quite a lot of Wide Guard where people can lock it in. It's like, well, you know, I'm going to get my rocks from Charizard rather than getting my rocks from Rock Slide, right? And so being able to pressure the Charizard, never one-hit KOs, right? It never actually gets the KO on opposing Charizard, but getting an opposing Charizard down to the point where anything else can be able to knock it out is so powerful.
Being able to remove the Mega Evolution that you have locked into for the game just takes away such a big tool for any opponent. But thinking about how Charizard has also developed already right out the gates, Pokemon Champions launches, Mega Charizard Y is one of the premier Mega Evolutions. But the movesets that it actually has had over the last couple of months have changed given the meta and the format that we've played. So used to be Heat Wave, Weather Ball, Solar Beam, three attacking moves that you would want to lock in with this Charizard. But then as Charizard has been this very centralizing piece for the meta, we have seen that tech move change a little bit. We've seen Lycanroc come in to have Accelerock to try to threaten these Charizards. And then as you mentioned, Ancient Power has been the newest meta tech on these Pokemon, so they can duel against those opposing Charizards. But it's just been really fascinating to watch how people have continued to keep Charizard at the forefront of the metagame, but protecting it in different ways.
100%, and especially in these compositions, you've got so many different options, right? So you've got this Ancient Power slot on the Charizard. There's a little bit of a flex slot. A lot of players really want to punish the Charizards that they're locking in with an Infestation from the Toxapex, right? But then you've got so many options on Basculegion, and I feel like Basculegion is one of those Pokemon that we've seen evolve as well. Like, Sajan's running the Choice Scarf here, right? It's gonna go quick, it doesn't need setting up, it doesn't need to be in the right position necessarily. This was the first item that everybody was slapping on their Choice Scarf Basculegion with the adaptability. Last Respects coming in is like, hey, you've taken some Pokemon of mine, let me return the favor and get some key knockouts on here. But nowadays, you see a lot of this item change, right? You see Life Orb, you see Mystic Water, you see Citrus Berry as well. You have that
Basculegion going crazy, so many items.
How do I want to run my Basculegion? What speed control do I have on my team? So where you look at all of Sajan's team here, this Toxapex Venusaur composition that's really been quite dominant in the lead up to the World Championships.
Cole needs my help. I'll join you. I'll join your raid, Cole. Hold on.
Speed ceiling, right? You've got to say like, hey, I've got to have something there with the Venusaur that's going to be able to outspeed a bunch of my opponent's Pokemon. Sometimes it's on the Garchomp, but this one's a Life Orb, and so like
it's to face a King Gambit, correct? We can do this. We can do this.
The other thing I just want to point out here, just as a quick,
because now they are in Yap session. I thought
I think it's a really
they would
cool
end it a bit sooner, but
like
that
saying,
isn't the
hey,
case.
you want to intimidate me? I'm gonna do a little bit more damage this turn. Just
they are in
to put
Yap
the
down
pressure
right now,
down
so
onto my opponent.
I was sitting backstage with Aaron as we were
wait a
watching
little
this
bit.
match, and I turned to him and I went, I think I've seen Lash Out in like 4 years.
Yeah,
It's been
kinda.
a long time since I feel like this particular attack has been meta relevant, but I really love this unique choice on Incineroar. I think there are a couple
joining you,
different
Cole.
tech
Wait for me.
moves that this Incineroar can have. Sometimes you end up seeing Darkest Lariat if you want to just have a flat dark type damage that's going to be getting a same type attack bonus. But you've also seen things like Helping Hand that's going to be on Incineroar. Depends on what you feel like the team really needs in order to have the best chance in the tournament.
100%, and then, you know, there's loads of options on the Venusaur. I think we've been talking about Sajan's team and this sort of composition for a little while, so let's jump over to Juan Salerno's team. Now this is the sort of quintessential, well, we were talking about this during the match. We're not going to call it Big Six, are we? Are we going to call it Little Six? We're going to call it Mid Six, like Medium Six? What are we going for, Rose?
The jury's still out on that one, but it's just because
You can invite me to the raid, correct?
Think about some of the historical teams that have existed earlier on and the earlier days of competitive Pokemon. So we'll come back to you on that. But I thought particularly this team is the perfect illustration of what you were talking about. Item differences on the Basculegion and the Garchomp. You can really see, even though the movesets are quite
You're
similar
doing one right
between
now?
the two
No
Pokemon,
problem.
the natures as
I'll keep
well as
looking
the
for
items
my
really
shiny
change how this composition works.
young mole.
100%. It's like a lot of the early variants of this team. I want to talk a little bit about Mega Floette before it comes away from the spotlight.
One is actually on right now, but I want to do it with you.
Mega Floette is something that, you know, is obviously really,
So you don't have support shoulder. Well, I need a good Pokemon for the raid though. I don't know if I have one.
Xerneas at home.
Bro, this game is so smooth on the Switch too, actually. And I don't have the upgraded version.
That it couldn't do something quite as...
Imagine if I had.
But you still got Carmite, exactly that. And that's
One is active right now.
We were seeing so commonly on these Mega Floette compositions. But the thing that's really evolved and adapted over the time in this composition, a lot of players, you can absolutely still run Calm Mind if you want to play a little bit of a slower game.
Is there any event of
Light of Ruin there is
shiny
really,
young moles or
strong.
something?
It
I
does
would
do
love that.
recoil to your Mega Floette, and so it changes the dynamic. It's been so fun, like seeing in Regulation MB, right? Like, how fast are you running your Floette? Is it like modest, a little bit faster, a little bit fast? Oh, wait, no, we're going timid now because, like, yeah, everybody else is caught onto it. Okay,
Sorry, guys, my cat just brought the camera down.
see if you get some tailwind set up with the Whimsicots, and you get some a little bit of space to just big damages, put a dent in somebody's team that they can't necessarily recover from.
But that's where you can see having the Whimsicott on this team actually allow this Basket Legion to lean a little bit more heavy into the offense with something like that.
You should connect. I'm connected to the internet.
What we ended up seeing on Sage and Park's team, Whimsicott has that priority tailwind because of
right now it's Barnyard season. I see.
And that means that everything else can be maybe a little bit on the slower side. You've got the adamant Basket Legion, which is going to increase attack. And
oh, Mega Yan Mega.
And same thing
Mega.
About Tim and Floette. Well, this one can be
a raid of Yan Mega.
A little bit more into the special attack output that way.
And it's exactly what Juan has decided to go for there, having the modest Floette rather than a timid one, saying like, okay, I do want to do loads of damage, and damage is the priority, but my Pokemon can set up that condition where I don't necessarily have to battle it. If I'm against another one of these compositions, maybe they to toe with Floette to Floette and try to manage that Pokemon a little bit differently. But then going through the team, I mean, we've talked about the options on the Basket Legion, that obviously changes how you run it, how you train it.
That's not shiny.
Adamant nature's the ones that we usually see, but also then
I don't even have the sandwich
Gambit, which I think is
on.
the item that
I don't think I have the
has
ingredients.
evolved the most over the time, where players started on Choppleberry because Sneasler was everywhere now. And
that's
then
true,
it's like,
Choppleberry is not so
we need Focus Sash
useful right now because there are not a lot of Sneaslers or fighting type damage.
Fighting type attacks from, like, say, close combat and things like that, right? But now it's like, well, in these mirrors, I've really got to be able to switch into a Charizard and get myself in sucker, like the ability to go for a Sucker Punch, maybe even go for a Swords Dance in front of these kind of team compositions. And the moveset here is like something that also changes quite a lot, right? It was like, this one's 4 attacks, but we see so many double dark Swords Dance, King Gambit.
Yes, King Gambit can also have a lot of sets, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that the Black Glasses variant, where you really are going to be putting a lot of eggs into the dark type basket,
not shiny.
Has been very popular, but I think the fact that this King Gambit is here, kind of built to do a lot of different things, this team as a whole is quite balanced in terms of the types of damage that you're actually able to cover. I really like being able to see 3 different types of attacks where low click is going to have its use. You don't have another fighting type.
When you're ready for the raid, let me know, Cole.
Sneasler that could try to shore up damage for you, and you still want to be able to have something like an Iron
More
Head, so
Peko
that
Peko.
you will have super effective damage into opposing Floettes and Whimsicots.
It's kind of like, yeah, Incineroar's not on the team. We need the glue somewhere else.
Yeah.
And King Gambit's like the perfect combination of coverage to be able to do that. And I think both of our trainers had such a great showing of their teams in our round 1, part 2. But we're going to throw it to a quick break now. Round 2 set up. So don't go.
Now we have a break.
We'll be right back.
We're waiting for round 2. Okay. We're waiting for round 2, lads. We're waiting for the next round. I'm ready. I'm ready. Wait, I'm forgetting the menus. It's on Poké Portal? I forgot. How to do that. It is, right? Ah, I see. Take on the big blade. Terror Raid Battle? Link code? Or are you on this one? Oh, I should get the Salamence for MC. Send me the link code. Send me the link. You should get something like an air. I think I have an Iron Hands. I don't know if it's strong. Oh. Okay. Alright. It's cool that they still do terror raids. Oh, my boxes are so full of stuff. Pretty sure I have an Iron Hands, but I don't know if it's strong. I could go Urshifu. Strafty no, because of Intimidate. Oh, they have an Iron Hands. It's crazy. Urshifu level 100. Detect close combat. Yeah, that's not great. Can I change its moves? Well, we're gonna go with it. Let's go. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Oh, we can do this in 3 minutes, Cole. I think. I can change right now. Change Drain Punch. I can change the moves right now. I just don't know how. It's really difficult. 7 stars is really tough. Right? Might need to use... Okay, I'll use the healing... Oh no, we have an Intimidate. Is it Defiant? Yeah. Intimidate? Maybe it's not Defiant. It's not Defiant. Nice. I did no damage! What? That's crazy. Oh, they have Netflix and Nintendo Switch. What? Okay. It's Supreme Overlord. Oh, good for us. Good for us. Breaking the shield. It's super tanky, yeah. It's crazy. I might need to heal soon. It's using Snarl. Okay. Bro, how are you doing no damage after using Belly Drum? That's crazy. Healing everybody, especially the Taurus. Oh, Taurus going for a workup, that's good. Because we need to Terra, right? To break the shield better. Nice. Do it, Cole! Break the shield! I'm healing, I'm healing. Thanos went down, but I healed him. Oh no. Oh, it negated your... it negated your belly drum. Did I heal you? I don't understand how it works. Luckily they went for an Iron Head. They also denied my defense drops. Bro, how are you breaking? How are you not breaking his shield? It's crazy. Oh, finally. Thank you. Okay, round 2 is about to start. Uh-oh. Swords Dance is really bad. Let's go. Beat him. Oh, he got paralyzed. Who paralyzed it? Almost. Alright, I ran out of close combat. We did it! We did it, Cole! Let's go! Woo! Nice. I'll catch it and name it Cole. I'll catch it on a luxury ball. The didn't sparse with glare to paralyze it. Awesome. Yeah, I got one by Mystica, bro. So bad. Yeah, I'll name it Colt, because I caught it with you. Nice. Awesome. Bro, round 2 not started yet. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You wanna go again? Dynamic Punch. No, I want... Drain Punch. There you go. Can your Shifu learn Swords Dance? Bulk up. How are you gonna get the poniard? That's why we're farming. That's why you are farming Herba Mysticus. Still waiting for round 2. Shiny Poniard from the outbreaks, yeah. But you want that you're farming the Herba Mysticus to make sandwiches, to make it more likely to appear, no? No Spaz Fragment. What? What do you mean? I messed up the sandwich. Bro! You had one job! You didn't? Nice. Where are the outbreaks of poniards? I want one as well. I don't have Shiny King Habit. Bruh. Slackoth, Deerling. Oh, Shiny Clodsire. Here they are. You want to see one game before the sporting starts? I don't know if that will happen. I mean, you still have half an hour before that. No, fuck sporting, man. Worlds only happens once per year. You're gonna have many sporting games to watch. Right? What's the recipe for Shiny Poniard? No way. Bro, but Worlds only happens once per year. We're gonna have many sporting games to watch. Much better than versus Rio Ave. No! Leave me alone! Three burgers! That's crazy. That will be my dinner today. I don't think I have those ingredients. I have 3 burgers. I don't think I have tomato. I have also green pepper. No, I have yellow pepper. And was my dinner yesterday. But you made it or you bought it from a burger joint? Flutzel. A Buizel in this case. I think I have to go buy the ingredients. I'm eating now one of my favorite chips, the corn cones. Notable pairings. Alexander. Ah, Eduardo Cunha! They're gonna show Edu. Let's go. He won his first match. Awesome. Mom did. Ah. Really good. Really good. So, tomato. Where do I get tomato? Big jump. Big jump. Tomato. Where do I get the tomato? One onion. Let's go, Edu. Green pepper as well. Peanut butter. Hamburger. Fresh produce. Tens que escolher da horta. Por acaso tenho. Green bell pepper. And the fucking tomato. Fruits, veggies, all. Tomato. Tomato. Lettuce. It was here. Let's fly there. Make the samish. I arrive at the destination. Where are my boys? Zaponiardo. They are here. Picnic. Picnic. One tomato. One onion. One green pepper. 3 burgers. 2 of any herba mystica. Next. This is one of the worst things they did in Pokemon. These fucking sandwiches. Like, what do you mean? Low-key, this would be a good sandwich, though. Depending on the taste of herba mysticas, I don't know how they taste. That's a big sandwich. With 3 burgers? Shit. That's dinner and lunch all at the same time. Pepper. Pepper. More pepper. Tomato. 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 Yay! Bread. Boom. Shit! My bread fell off. My bread. That guy hates a lot, yeah. Foda-se. Vamos fazer uma francinha. Em caixas do sorteio da Champions, do Sporting. Não consigo meter o hambúrguer no sítio. Nham, nham. I have to defeat a bunch of them. Like 40? What are they? Hello? Barnyards? Oh, now now the match starts, really. Now the effect of the sandwich will go away. Ao mesmo tempo dá para bater de frente com muitos se começarem a jogar. É verdade. Mas é um sorteio fodido, acho eu. I'll do the sandwich again. It's very cheap. Finalmente!
Trying to fall off the radars a little bit, but a version of Perish Trap that no one else really uses, right? I guess Perish Forward.
Oh!
Trap might be a little bit aggressive.
Edu brought his team!
Right? You have multiple
with normal Swampert.
It's just very unique and special. I think Edu also someone to keep in mind with an execution-based tournament. There's only one trainer in the modern era who's won a world championship by going undefeated. That would be him with his world championship, right? We hadn't seen it since Ray Rizzo back in 2012.
He was undefeated in 2022. Edu is crazy. Portugal, 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 Portugal. Let's go.
Architects of this Sun Rain
team. Yeah, he won a tournament with it. The Grand Champions Encore, I think.
And of course, like we mentioned, they can both come
Let's
to the
go.
Be on the lookout to see how Alex is going to be able to maintain weather control, which Pokemon he chooses to bring in, and actually keep an eye out on that Grimmsnarl, which is really the glue that keeps this team together.
Yeah, cool. It gave me the same boost.
Yep. Where you want to use Grimmsnarl at a pretty high rate with this team. It leads well with almost everyone. It can do a lot of fun tricks. You can kind of just play it straightforward a little bit, where it's like, hey, you know, like I'm going to lead with like Charizard or something. I'm going to make my already great Pokemon even bulkier. It's also very cool with these two weather-based Pokemon.
I like this team.
A parting shot. Your opponent has to switch first. You have that first in the turn order, and then the Grimmsnarl with that boosted priority will parting shot, and you can choose to bring in a weather Pokemon, or
Mega Swampert.
Incorrectly, you can bring in a different Pokemon instead. Kind of keep your options available for a following turn. I think another thing to keep in mind of his team that's kind of neat. Check out that nature for Archelodon. Not something that we've always seen with it, where I think one thing trainers lamented with the Pokemon Champions game is that no longer do we have a lot of held items that we're using used to, particularly that Assault Vest. A special defense boosting nature is not an Assault Vest, but still much more vulnerable on the special side. So doing what he can there to increase the special defense of this Pokemon. If you can take a few weak physical attacks, it gets pretty gross on the defensive side.
Yeah, it does.
Although, noteworthy, I think being able to use Archelodon well is one of the things I think that makes this team really powerful, where it's just like a great Pokemon that is a little too reliant on the Rain Core, which otherwise maybe isn't considered to be super powerful. But
you knew the Gengar plus Swampert team would be here. Yeah, Edu was the one creating the team, I think.
You did not ramp against my team, actually, and it's a pretty hard stop.
Yeah, I'm giving you 3 turns to ramp maximum. Otherwise, your Pokemon is done. But that is part of why Grimmsnarl is going to be so important here. Having that priority parting shot does give Alex a way to break the trap if Edu decides to go for the Shadow Tag version with
it's
the
Mega Swampert.
Here it is.
Apple. You were saying it wasn't Mega Swampert, but it is.
One of the only players that
I
I've
knew
seen
it.
with a Parish-style team here in the tournament
I knew it.
entirely, and it's that mode centers around that Gengar, it centers around the Politoed and the Incineroar. That Incineroar is a crucial piece of the Parish core.
I think it's pretty cool too. I'm pretty shocked.
I think Edu has an advantage because both teams are running Rain, but Edu has faster Sleep Powder and has Parish as well.
Maybe this is for like more casual players on the ladder, but it's not like the sort of thing that's going to show up in a tournament. Clearly not. But we're doing too. The other teams are like hard Rain, right? But it's a very awkward matchup where they have a lot of the same tools. It is that Politoed instead of the Pelipper, not something we see very frequently, but is sort of like a Parish Song specific tech here, where it gives you a second Parish Pokemon, also much bulkier than Pelipper has fewer type weaknesses, so sort of a fun thing to have mixed in. But we're missing the moth in the room here. I think the really interesting
Crazy strat. I know.
Yeah, one of the things that Parish teams will love to have is any ability to stall out turns, and one of the best ways to do that is Sleep Powder, especially on Compound Eyes Vivillon here. That means that those Sleep Powders are going to be much more accurate than usual, and if Edu is able to sneak out 2 or maybe even 3 turns of sleep, that's enough to knock a Pokemon out with Parish.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun synergy there, right? Because you can do it that way, or hey, his own Archelodon doesn't have to worry about Parish Song because he can just not click the button, right? So if he's the one ramping, or if his Swampert's on a rampage.
Are you ready? Ooh, Gengar Vivillon. Interesting lead. Charizard Venusaur. So Venusaur will be faster now.
Gengar, the historic genius, out on
Okay.
the field alongside Edu's Vivillon.
And Charizard comes in, of course, versus Rain to contest that weather war.
With the chlorophyll ability, outspeed all of the Pokemon out
Gen 9
on the
music
field.
again.
Ignore
Okay.
Rage Powder from Vivillon. So if Alex is worried about that Gengar setting a trap and setting Parish, he has chosen the lead that gives him the opportunity to stop that in its tracks.
One thing is important to keep in mind here too, if you've played against Vivian a little bit on the ladder, perhaps this is Focus Sash, not
It's Focus Sash, not Choice Scarf, so it's not going to be faster than the Venusaur. I think it will never be in the sun. I think Vivillon will never be faster, right?
Well, there is Mega Gengar, a Pokemon that typically gets
Mega Gengar. I love it.
now out on the field, piloted by
People are disrespecting Mega Gengar. Let's see how well it can do today.
evolve the Charizard right away to get the drought on the field and allow the Venusaur to be the fastest thing on
Oh,
the field.
protect.
Noticing that as an
Okay.
option, Gengar will go ahead and protect this turn. As
Double
well as Vivillon
protect.
will also protect just to scout out what
Scout
Alex
out,
is
yeah,
trying to get away
scouting.
with here.
Sleep Powder into Vivillon.
Sleep Powder into the Vivillon,
And Heat
not
Wave,
the Gengar,
okay.
So calling out that the Gengar was being threatened, but Eduardo
So you
said
bring the
double protect,
Politoed?
making sure that there is no risk of any damage or any wasted turns.
Yeah, so double protect great for a lot of reasons there. And you kind of always love to get that protect Mega Evolution.
Interesting, interesting.
Where now, if it does switch out of battle, you can immediately threaten a trap when you switch it back in versus the switching in the regular Gengar, which is both very frail and also like not immediately providing any value. Also very fun this matchup where the Charizard did Mega Evolve. I think whether Alex chose to commit that or not was very interesting on the first turn. Now potentially either player could bring in their own Drizzle Pokemon and change the weather, which would then slow Venusaur down enough that it's slower definitely than
True.
Gengar.
You can just bring the Poly and knock out and try to knock out the Venu. But Venu is Focus Sash. Don't have the items on this one. Sludge! Not enough.
Sludge Bomb deals good damage to the Venusaur.
Hurricane! Great read from Alex! He read the rain coming in. Great read. Sleep Powder. Nice.
accuracy, connects onto Gengar, gets a confusion, and Politoed falls asleep on the switch in.
Hey, Sunring, baby, that's it right there. Where normally that situation really bad for Charizard, right? Even like the flipped up standard version, like, great, you get Ancient Power, Gengar, good job. But instead, that Hurricane, far more powerful, like 3 times as powerful as an Ancient Power would be, doing some very serious.
Great play from Alex. That turn 2 was perfect.
Causing that confusion where maybe in another scenario, Adu here is going to
Politoed comes out for Vivs? For Arch.
All it takes is one bad confusion roll,
Oh,
and you can lose the game
protect.
in an instant. No self-hit here on this turn. Gengar will be able to protect itself.
Hurricane?
Hurricane catches the Arch.
That's not so bad.
Switch in here. That's going to deal good damage.
Good damage, that's because it's stab. It's actually stab.
Like you mentioned, you do have to invest quite a bit into the special defense, but Archelodon will tank these 2 hits. The ineffective,
Arch is chilling.
ineffective, 4
He
times
took
ineffective lead storm
those hits
on
very, very well.
Archelodon, which now has +2 defense against these 2 special attacks.
Sorry, everyone. I had my PTSD moment there. I've experienced leaf storming Archelodon that way a few too many times. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting play for both trainers there, right? Where
Now, what Gengar can do here?
a lot of matchup. Potentially not very great in this one. The only physical attacking Pokemon in Alex's team is that Swampert, who could still be in the back, as we mentioned. You do have that option here, but otherwise not such a big deal. Also, Hurricane, I mean, because of that, catching Archelodon, like, I don't know whose catch was this, but it does do a little bit more damage to Edu's Archelodon, which is not calm like Alex is, and probably more physically invested, though it depends how they're trained as well. They only know each other's natures,
Here we
not
go.
each other's training.
Absolutely.
Protect Vino. Gengar out of confusion. Sludge Bomb into the protect.
Trying to pick up the KO onto Venusaur, but
Ooh, Gengar is out.
that to happen. Instead, the Hurricane now connects onto Gengar, but that does
Electro shot into Charizard.
to a huge electro shot coming out from this Archelodon,
Okay.
which does go ahead, charge up. We are in San Francisco, the land of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Actually,
and, this bridge
I know, you guys know I don't like Charizard Y, but I really like Sun Rain. It's a super interesting team. Whoa, one hit knockout! Unbelievable! Let's go, Edu! Portugal, caralho! Both Megas are out. And now there is no prospect of Sun for Alex, so Vivillon has a great chance to beat the Vino, and also Vivillon in the rain. I mean, the Hurricane is always guaranteed, right? Even if it's not in the rain because of Compound Eyes. So that's great. For, yeah, there you go, Vivs and Arch. Ooh. The Arch v Arch. But Arch of Edu already has a +1.
ahead on the boost, so already has +1 special attack on his own Archelodon. That means that Alex needs to catch up. It may come down to hitting, can Alex hit his sleep powders?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big deal, and potentially both directions here as well with the Vivian and the other.
Vivillon can just Hurricane the Venusaur. Oh! Sleepy sleep on the Arch. Okay.
Yep, the fastest thing on
Sleep.
the field.
Oh, he goes after the Vivs.
It puts the Archelodon to sleep.
Can Edu... but the thing is, Arch will take now a turn of sleep, but Vivs doesn't. Dragon Pulse! Nice! Let's go, Edu! Let's go! My goat! My Shayla!
It is going to be all down to the Archelodon and whatever the final Pokemon in the back is for Alex to break through this Archelodon. And it's looking difficult, because even though the Swampert has
Swampy? No Mega though. The Mega was the Charizard.
It's a really awkward position for Alex now too, because not only that, but of course the Swampert can't Mega Evolve. We saw that from Charizard as well. And the Archelodon on Alex's side can't protect
Vivs.
Earthquake because it's asleep. So lots of things not
Comes out for Polly. Okay. Arch still sleeps. I think an Earthquake is coming out. Because Archelodon tries to protect.
Dragon Pulse with that +1 special attack brings it down to half.
Ice Punch! Nice switch from Edu. Well done, bro.
Will instead hit the Politoed on the switch in, with the Ice Punch, and now the rain has ended. Edu switched in Politoad, the perfect timing.
Yeah, awesome sequencing. I love everything about what Edu did here. I got a little too excited when I realized what was about to happen. But
Yeah, Alex is screwed. I also think so.
Again, which at this point, I think is to his advantage, because at some point, this Politoad is probably going to wake up. It's going to use Paris Song. There's still 3 Pokemon remaining on Edu's side to allow him to cycle here, and it's going to be very difficult for Alex to do enough damage quickly enough. He does not have any special attack boost, and then Archelodon no longer has the
Arch zeros special attack boost from Alex. Edu has 1. But now there is no... I think rain doesn't matter right now. I think nobody wants to throw electro shots. I mean, Alex wants to throw electro shot into Poly, actually.
Other moves, there just doesn't seem like there's a ton of options left here for Alex, and even though the beginning of the game seemed like it went so well for him, there just doesn't have
Arch wakes up. Dragon... Oh, it's faster. That's alright. That's alright. Our goat is cooking a francesinha da portuguesa, bacalhau com natas. Mabifana... Oh, it survives though. Spearfield Blasha. Pode logo remaior. Ice Punch. 0 damage. Negative damage.
Or maybe even a freeze onto that Pokemon. As Politoad, I believe that is its first turn of mandatory sleep.
It's first turn of sleep for Poly. Poly is there just to buy time, waste space.
Edu doesn't need those Pokemon awake. Yeah, I mean, you love Politoad, maybe just wake up in just a second, get a little song off, then you can snooze again if you want to. Your job's kind of done. But also, like, geez, at this point, Politoad could probably maybe just get mad and go on the offense, and that could be a path to win too. Also, worth keeping in mind, Vivian doesn't need the rain to use its Hurricane. It does have that compound eyes. Yeah. Normally talk about, the accuracy boost on the sleep-inducing sleep powder, but it also makes
Deep pulse.
pretty reliable. And,
Not enough.
not going to be reliable enough. Going to miss the knockout by
Not enough.
Swampert probably can't finish it off.
Yeah, 10%.
Dragon Pulse. Boom. Monster in the making. Yeah, Arch is crazy. In the under the right conditions, you can't take it down. Perish. Ice Punch. Why is Swampert always clicking Ice Punch? That's the freeze. Yeah.
With the Focus Sash, and you only have 1 Pokemon left, and you're already out of time.
Yeah, bad news here. I think
GG, well played, Edu. Well played. The start was a bit iffy. Because the Gengar went down. He got sleep on the Vivillon. It wasn't great, but the Arch came in and did the job. Yeah, took big damage from the Hurricane. Goes down, but the Arch and the Rain was really well played from Edu. One-shotting the Charizard surprised me, actually. So Alex has a known bulky Charizard, where Edu has a lot of special investment on his Arch.
There was no chance of getting the sun back up, which meant that the Archaludon was happy to tank special attacks from either of the Pokemon remaining on the field, and it just boosted its defense enough so that Swampert couldn't do anything.
Let's go! Well done, GG!
Terrible in this matchup once the sun goes down and the rain
Edu is thinking, Edu is thinking.
The opposing Swampert or something, that would make a big difference, but I don't think Swampert is nearly so pivotal.
Never think about Hurricane Zard, nice idea. You never thought about it. Yeah, it's pretty common on the rain teams, because it's stab. You can't miss. It's like 110 base power with stab from crazy Charizard. Crazy Charizard damage. Sporting starts in 15 minutes. Oh wow. I want to see, or I want to pay attention to AC Milan match. Because I want to see how Ruben Amorim does.
But I do think it is a tricky Pokemon to use this matchup just because it is so passive, which potentially leads to some situations where, hey, if Edu does find a way to get...
Rafael Leão to Galatasaray, you've seen that? Crazy stuff. Here we go. Run it. Oh no, it's Insane now. Insane is better because you can fake out. Fake out. Perish? Fake out Perish? No, because the Gengar can't really stay for 3 turns in front of Charizard. You fake out the Sleep Powder. And then what? with a Mega Gengar.
That would be one switch-up option, and then, on any side of the field, he wants to play a little bit slow anyway, because like we mentioned in the previous game, you want to get that Mega Evolution out, so you have the option of switching Gengar out and pivoting back in later to catch something if you need to.
Well, that is going to be a Mega Evolution onto Gengar.
Wrexham, you're paying attention to Wrexham, that's crazy. Why?
Mega Evolved Charizard on that first turn as well.
Zard.
Is now trapped on the field alongside of the Mega Gengar. As well, the Venusaur also trapped out on the field.
Fake out.
No protect.
On the Zard.
Onto Charizard this time. No protect onto Gengar either, which means that Alex is able to launch a Sleep Powder.
That was...
An aggressive play there.
I mean, it's a tough turn. Because you take a Heat Wave or you take a Sleep Powder. You have to choose. I guess it would be better to switch Poly, and because then you can attack before Sleep Powder comes, right?
Sort of an awkward spot here too, where it's a support Pokemon, but usually you want to pivot with a parting shot, which will allow both these powerful Pokemon to act first. And I don't know if Gengar has that much time.
Yeah, and super aggressive play there from Alex to not go for a protect onto the Venusaur. That is something you have to do against these Parish teams, like you mentioned. Doing any kind of passive play can just result in Eduardo getting a Parish song off, and now you're just sort of out of luck here.
Sleep Powder into the Insane. Gengar wakes up, no way! One turn of sleep, critical hit. That's why he's the GOAT. Uh-oh, bye-bye Gengar. Oh, survival! I think the Poly coming in now, it's super obvious.
He's gonna have to hit a read right. You go for a Sleep Powder and then Incineroar slot, which also could still miss, and then go poorly that way, or do you catch Gengar perhaps, trying to get a little too cheeky here, and try to pick up a knockout in that slot, because leaving it unpunished would really hurt. Interesting situation. Charizard may be somewhat free as a result, but again, if you're going to, it's like you can switch it out, right? You can't pivot here, so it's still a difficult position. I think...
Or protect Gengar and knock out Venusaur right now. I think the Venus switches. It didn't. Come on, Insane. Oh no! Sleep Powder on the Insane.
Venusaur is going to be able to connect with its Sleep Powders throughout this entire game so far.
Venu is lucky there, getting a lot of Sleep Powders.
But this sleep really crucially preventing Politoed from being able to switch in this turn. And Gengar is now blown its protect once more and is vulnerable again.
2 turns of Sun still.
Anything we saw in the first game, right? Where this time, because Gengar's so weak, and if it leaves either Charizard or Venusaur unchecked here, it could be knocked out, which really creates some problems here. Perhaps Incineroar will just wake up immediately too. But since
Gengar comes out for Poly.
Will we see a Hurricane Call we saw like in the previous game, or even a Weather Ball, which is now Water type into that? Incineroar, no, it's
Heat Wave, nice.
Well, Politoed dodges the Heat Wave, a little bit of damage onto the Incineroar.
Nice.
There is the option for Alex to cover with a
Sleep Powder misses finally. Insane? Ah.
Good news for Alex is Incineroar stays
okay.
for a turn here, which means that Eduardo still is having trouble pivoting that Pokemon out and getting the momentum, but that is a huge turn for Eduardo to get that Pokemon in for free.
That's true. I watch Worlds and the Sporting game. I forgot I could on my phone. Nice. Actually, I really like this. I really like this Sporting team. I think they made a very good market. Now they just need to get their shit together, you know? I think Porto is doing a bad market. How so that you buy Andrés Silva and not a real striker, you know what I'm saying? And how so they don't buy a left back? They have Zaidu. Ooh, power! Oh, Lord Jesus Christ in heaven and hell. Holy shit. Edu lost the Weather War. That's GG.
But will be taking a parting shot for its trouble. Eduardo now will be able to choose which Pokemon he wants to bring out onto the field.
Because now Charizard comes in and you can never deny the speed. You can never deny the speed of Venusaur now. Because of the sun, doubling it. Double up.
Gengar has been so weakened.
Damn.
Paleto now been
Damn.
worked on, and that really limits any potential endgame here where you win through Parasong, right? Only one Pokemon capable of using it left, and very likely that it's going to get knocked out before that sort of win condition. So probably going to need some sort of way to actually score conventional knockouts, and that's going to be tough. We still don't know the final Pokemon, I believe, on that side of the field. You'd assume it's not Vivian just because of the way this is going out, so either his own Archaladon or the Swampert.
Alright, fake out, giving that boost. No Charizard. Bye-bye. Okay, that's much better for Edu. That's much better for Edu, because no sleep powder available right now. How are you gonna beat the Arch though? Portais doesn't hire well. Then they catch themselves winning, and they don't want to know how to attack. That's how they win championships. Yeah, that's the best central back duo and the best goalkeeper. Yeah, it helps maintain the scoreboard. I agree. I really like how Sporting is building a more physical team. They went from a very technical team with Yulman, Morita, Trincão, Pote to a more physical team with Dumbia, Iracunda, and Ba back there. Ba, yeah, Ba. It's gonna be weird to watch Sporting Benfica with two Bas. Benfica also needs a better left back and maybe another central back, and then it's done. Protect from the insane. Perish! What? Oh, because... But wait, Gengar is going down right now. Right? So then Edu can just switch.
Really hit the gas here and start picking up some KOs. That is going to be a special attack boost on.
Yeah, bye-bye Gengar. So Perish Song loses all the value. You force a switch though.
Probably about 50%-ish damage to either of these Pokemon with a Shadow Ball. Instead, going for the Parasong to at least hopefully try to get some momentum back when one of these Pokemon has.
Now I think Sporting was smart. I think Benfica and Porto will not be ready for that physicality, and Champions League is very physical, you know. Also, Cole saying we were thinking about different Gengar plus Swampert teams. I was thinking about this exact team of Edu, because that's the new version. I think you were thinking about the old version.
Because it's also still afflicted with that Parasong, but you got some great tools there. And at this point, hey, there are no special attack boosts for this Archaladon. I don't think.
Yeah, Altmira has been a bit of a noob, but I think he has potential. Then you still have João Simões in the bench. Arch comes back, so it's not perished anymore. Sun, so no more Electroshock for Arch. Double Bruh, Edu, you really click Electroshock there. Really? Earthquake. GG. I think the moment Edu lost the Paul, it's GG.
Takes any damage from that electro shot.
Well, I don't know if I'm protecting.
Yeah, just Weather Ball, exactly. You don't need to protect, just Weather Ball.
It's knocking him out. I think Weather Ball into that slot's going to be a real bad for the Archaladon, and that pretty much will close it. I think Swampert likely they come out of the battle here, so they can come back later and finish off.
Normega Swampert really threatening the Incineroar. It's very funny.
Let me have this Electroshock boost. Like, I don't think I'm going to win this playing it straight, but Alex gets the Charizard at the right time, and I think it's going to catch it. But no,
Protezione? Okay. I'll lose Weather Ball.
Who knows? Maybe this is
The one I'm thinking literally uses base Swampert. I know. I thought this team also had base Swampert. But it's actually Mega.
Just giving over another stamina boost, so this Incineroar is not going to.
Yeah, I also think. Yes, Braganza sometimes falls asleep, but I like him a lot.
From his team. But Edgar's like, hey, wait a second. Did I hear a song? Incineroar is protecting through its own perish turns, which I guess.
Bro, you know what I'm really sad about? The downfall of Antonio Silva and Gonçalo Inácio. Because in FM24 they were the GOATs. Now they kinda suck. Antonio Silva a bit better, more attitude. Gonçalo Inácio asleep. Dragon Pulse into the Protect. Insane! Parting shot.
Trying to learn some information about the damage coming out from Alex's Pokemon. The targeting shot will allow that
Edu is screwed. We need to go to game 3. We need to go to game 3.
It's also gaining health from the leftovers.
I'm pretty sure.
With Incineroar's perish count falling to 0, that Pokemon is now off the field, and Archaludon can't do this by itself. Not in the sun.
Yeah, no, this is not an
Losing the poly was really bad for Edu here.
you know, you've got to deal with your opposite number who's healthier than you, plus a Charizard, plus Swampert, who, by the time it comes in, maybe a little...
Losing the poly was really harsh for Edu. I sent the team I think of. Curva. Oh, no. Yeah, I was never thinking about that team. I was thinking about Vivillon, Poly, yeah. Oh, the Ninetales with Choice Scarf. I see what you mean. I see what you mean, yeah.
I think he'll handle that mystery being unsolved for one more battle just fine if it sends into a game 3.
Yeah, I'm happy to trade a little bit of information for just a guaranteed game 3 here.
Let's go, let's go.
Alex Underhill bounces back from a game 1 where Edu looked like he was in complete control and able to find the path out of the Perish Trap this time around. Makes you wonder, is Eduardo going to try to ditch the Perish this time around? But I don't know if I like the Rain matchup into the Sun Rain team, so I think he's probably stuck with it.
Yeah, I think both sides will probably just run it back, right? Where, well, as much as maybe you'd love not to do that, having both lost a game, like I don't think that you can significantly change things too much. I think Alex is probably playing it exactly how he needs to. I think Edu has an option. You can try to bring the Vivian back if he wants to, maybe play that a little bit more forward the way we saw it in the first game. Yeah. But unfortunately for both of the trainers, I think this is a matchup where Sleep Powder is going to be very important, right? I think Alex has actually been fairly unlucky where he's missed some sleep powders, he's got some very short sleeps. I don't know if I want to like be too defensive. Oh, he got a very short Confuse on a Hurricane. I don't know, does that count as unlucky? I'm not so sure. But you know, with if Venusaur has himself a game, that could be very difficult for Edu to deal with there, where Venusaur probably still the MVP of Game 2, was scoring that big knockout in Palatoad really blew the game open, as well as controlling the early game with Sleep Powder.
Yeah, and that is one of the risks of this Sun Rain team, is sometimes you do have to rely on Venusaur having one of those games. And if Alex wants to
I really like to get to that level.
Into our third round of Swiss,
of what level? You hope that team appears? Yeah, the Choice Card of Ninetales with Gengar. You can also even see the Gengar is not Perish. Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Control of the field. I think what really happened in that game too, losing the Politoed was a huge moment, and definitely the moment where the game turned on its head.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what the trainers lead here, because I think the first turn.
Here we go, game 3. Come on, Edu. Come on, Edu. You can do this, brother.
You didn't do anything, Incineroar. You fainted to our own Perish song.
That's true. Incin didn't do much. I also think the first turn was kinda meh for Edu. It was a tough choice, but you fake out the Charizard and get to sleep. But if you fake out the Incineroar, then you take a Heat Wave. Playing like that? But Pokemon or football?
But instead of this time, we get another interesting turn, right? Will Charizard choose to Mega Evolve immediately? Will Venusaur land a Sleep Power if it goes for it? Will Vivian?
Okay.
Vivian will probably land
Alexander Hill is playing the most basic lead he can do. Venusaur, Charizard, Venusaur, Charizard, Venusaur, Charizard. It's not a criticism, it's just like it's the perfect for this matchup. Gengar goes Mega, no Rain! Wait, Charizard? Of course. Now the sun comes in. Oh, Edu doesn't like that! Edu doesn't like that! He wasn't expecting the Charizard to Mega. I think Edu is shitting the bed. Edu is shitting the bed, no! No! Perish! That might work with the Incin.
That's going to break Vivian's Focus Sash, bring it down to 1 hit point remaining, and put Gengar over 50% damage. That is a lot of damage and a big change up from game 1, where Vivian had its Focus Sash.
Edu went immediately into Perish mode. What was he thinking? Because there is no reason for Alex to not Mega Sleep Powder. Oh, no, actually there is. No, because if you bring the Poly, he comes first and then Charizard Mega. So I think Edu needs to cover better for that. There is no reason for Alex to not do what he did, right? It's crazy. Oh!
Well, Gengar is going to retreat Eduardo
GG.
in the Politoed
Edu lost.
instead. That does at least temporarily lift the trap here as Vivian goes ahead and sleeps.
Because now Alex can switch a Pokemon out, if not both.
Politoed deals a little bit of damage, while now Venusaur is able
Sludge
to
Bomb.
fire
Bye bye,
off a
Vivs.
Sludge Bomb that will pick up the
No, because now the Gengar comes in.
crucially allows Edu to bring
Hold on. Now the Gengar comes in and Alex is still trapped. And then you can protect. How many turns? How many turns of Parrish? That was really smart from Edu. I don't have experience with Parrish, sorry.
Could still matter, but we finally see the pure Parrish trap approach to this game, right?
Parrish.
That's its job, right? It's just there to slow things down. Going to need to make a lot of value of that last turn, and Politoed going to switch out here. I'll have to see what comes in. It is the
Arch!
So,
Nice.
very interesting final Pokemon here, going to try to sneak in on a turn.
Protect.
Maybe he thinks that attack is either not going to be targeted or will be targeted with weaker attacks that will help boost the
I think Alex will lose both of his Pokemon.
At minimum, Edu needs to have some kind of offensive pressure coming out on this next turn. Catches the
That's
lead
okay.
on the switch-in,
That's
so
super okay.
A little bit of damage to the Archaludon. Gets the stamina boost for presumably the Swampert in the back as in previous games.
That could be huge, right? Where I think that's a really big mistake where not only is the Leaf Storm, it does a lot of bad things there, right? The boosted defense on the
It boosts the defense and it drops the special attack of Venu.
you're probably going to switch this Gengar back out for the Politoed, right?
Yeah. Now I switch the Poly in for the Gengar. Charizard and Venusaur will go down. Very well played from Edu. He was counting on the Vivillon being knocked out. I think Charizard is gonna lose, and I like that, brother. And I like that.
Absolutely, and Archaludon doesn't even need to go on the offensive here to pick up KOs because both of these Pokemon are on their final turn of Parrish. Edu has the opportunity to just go for a Protect, but instead, no Protect coming out. Politoed tanks this Hurricane on the
Politoed tanks that. Let's go.
Brings it back over 50%, and the Sleep Powder connects onto the Politoed.
Sleep Powder connects, but it doesn't matter. Venu and Charizard go down. They go down now. +1.
Regardless, but Eduardo gets away with everything. A stamina boost and a
Yeah.
special attack boost, both of which
Now Eduardo played this one really well. But if Alex doesn't knock out the Vivillon, it's over for Eduardo. But because Alex did knock out the Vivillon, perfect game plan. Arch is almost back to full HP. Well played. But it's not over. It's not over yet. Hold on. Hold your horses.
I don't give a free switch to Gengar, which potentially I don't want to do as well. Instead, Archaludon going to come in and watch some Cloud. Swampert going to come
Swampert
do its best to help out as well.
and Arch. Earthquake still will hurt.
The defense boost again, potentially being impactful. Edu has one, Alex does not, and being ahead here with that Swampert, maybe wanting to Earthquake all of your Archaludon, going to make a big difference. Also kind of makes a situation here where...
And Edu already has a special attack boost. Alex doesn't.
Now Alex is in a decision, right? Like, do you try to target this Archaludon? Do you maybe hope that you get a long sleep on the Politoed so you can isolate that slot?
Electro shots into the Poly, never mind. So far it's quite, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I agree with you, bro.
To Eduardo's Archaludon's special attack boost. The Electro Shot is going to fire off in.
Bye-bye, Poly. That's a free switch in into Gengar, though.
That means that Edu will be able to bring in the Mega Gengar on this next turn.
Oh.
Edu is also trying to keep those special
+2.
boosts up. Getting a second special attack boost from the Electro Shot. That's only going to deal a little bit of damage to the Archaludon, which does resist this attack. It doesn't have the best special.
That's alright.
So after 2 boosts,
That's okay.
not insignificant damage, and making the Swampert.
I think the Dragon Pulse gets the Ice Punch. Because you don't want to Earthquake your own Arch. Yeah, but you're just making the Arch more tanky. That's true.
Chip damage could be great. Maybe you need one, fewer boosts to knock out that, one less boost to knock out that.
That's really good. So well played for Edu, bro. But it's not over yet. A lot of mind games. Gengar is one attack away of going down. We have to develop the Swampert. Swampert does not have Swift Swim right now. Because it's not Mega. But maybe it's still faster than the Arch. What you gonna do, Edu? What? Gengar protect? Ay ay ay. Dragon Pulse? That's okay. That's +3 defense now. What? To then one-shot the Swampert with a Dragon Pulse? Is it? Good damage. Wave Crash! Nice protect, Edu, let's go! And now Edu attacks the Swampert. Because Edu doesn't want to knock out the Arch, because if he knocks out the Arch, Swampert can click Earthquake at will. It's not greed, it's not greed. I got it right now. He doesn't want to knock out the Arch. Because if he does, Swampert can click Earthquake. Now, now you can, but you're gonna knock out your own Arch as well. You know?
Absolutely, both of these trainers are so close to winning this game 3. It's going to
It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Make the correct targets, or if Alex is able to sneak in a KO here, getting a third Electroshock boost. That might be enough to make Archaladon able to pick up the KO onto Swampert.
Shadow Ball!
Now collecting onto the Archaladon from.
Let's go! Dragon +3 Dragon Pulse? +3? Oh, ay. Wave Crash! GG! Let's go! Bro, Mastermind Edu, bro. The Perish Song into sacking Vivillon and not knocking out the Arch. Amazing play, bro. Well done. What? The GOAT. The GOAT. The GOAT.
I feel a little bad for both these players. Are you stressed? I'm stressed watching these four guys. Like, it's only round 2. They're gonna have a long day.
Yeah,
Mastermind. He didn't take the bait.
Especially Edu's team, having to think so far ahead in each of those games. This is why most players have opted not to bring a team in this style. It does take a lot of mental energy, but if anyone's going to be able to do it here, it would be the player who won his world championships going completely undefeated.
Yeah, and I think we're going to shout out Gengar a little bit too, right? I think it's kind of been one of those Pokemon, it's Schrodinger's Pokemon a little bit here. We've been talking about Gengar since Pokemon Champions released.
What a game. That was crazy. Oh wait, he did take the bait. What? I don't get it. I don't get it, Cole. He did it or he didn't?
Trapping's really good. Gengar's going to be a big thing, and then we basically haven't seen it at all since Trin. Like, again, Edu had been playing this at grassroots events. Like, we knew a few players had it, but it's just not really been a thing at all, right? It's like him and
Marco.
Yeah, Marco and
Michael.
Michael, right? And that's basically been it.
Yeah.
And like, hey, I think it's easily the most.
Bro, so well played. Perish Song to knock out the Charizard and the Venusaur was crazy. And Charizard loses! Bro, I said that most people playing Charizard, they're doing it for safety, and it's not that good anymore because people know how to beat it. People made teams specifically to beat Charizard, and we had 50% of people bringing Charizard as their Mega. They're gonna be very disappointed. The bait was if Alex pressed EQ there.
they matched up against each other. And
I don't think it knocks out the Arch. Because Arch would have went down either way. Arch was +3.
From the start of Champions,
Arch was +3.
The conversation around that Pokemon heading into the World Champions was like, but is anyone really going to bring it? Like, is anyone really putting in the work on Gengar to figure it out? Because it is a dominant Pokemon when you put in the
Nah,
work.
I'm rooting, bro. It's so cool. Two of my favorite players, Edu and Wolfie, with unique teams. I love it. I'm eating good today. I'm eating good today.
But I think specifically just because, like, I'm only half joking about the stress, right? Where that was a very difficult game to play. And if every game...
I'll go to the bathroom, guys. Alex Arch, not Eduardus. Ah, sorry.
If you play so well as to get to tomorrow afternoon, right? We're going to play a lot of Swiss rounds just to get to the top cut. I believe we got like a dozen rounds before they even get to the single elimination bracket. It's going to be as much a battle of his own endurance as the endurance of his Pokemon trying to survive the battle long enough in order to let the Paris songs go off.
Yeah, 100% an endurance battle when you're playing a team like a Paris Trap team. Hopefully, if you're a fan of Edu, you're cheering for him to get a couple of rain mode games in to take a break in between the Paris games. But gotta shout out Alex as well. Really showed his understanding of this dual weather team, that he was one of the first players to come out and win an online tournament using this style of team. One of the players that was known for this style, and you could see exactly why, because he was shown that even though things looked really bad in Game 1, he made the correct adjustments in Game 2 and made that Game 3 still feel competitive throughout the end game. Like you mentioned, at the end, it looked kind of over, but it was still a throwable game. Alex kept himself in it and kept himself having an opportunity to win no matter what.
I feel a little bad for him too, because I think he played the right lines, right? But it's kind of a bummer from Alex's seat if you're playing as a Mega Gengar, because you kind of don't get to do anything.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, like, I either led the right Pokemon or I didn't, and then like I kind of just have to hit buttons after that, right? Or like I can't switch. I'm like losing kind of like the critical element of like what makes you good at VGC, which is positioning. Or like, well, my opponent gets to position, but like I'm just trying not to make errors.
Gets to play.
Yeah, and like it's a little frustrating, especially at this level. Like, you really want to show off all your prep. It's like, yep, I'm clicking sleep powder because that is the correct thing for me to do. I thought the heat wave in particular was really nice in the third game, as well as
really
beating the fake out not happening in Game 2. So I think Alex played really well. It's just, again, it's hard to look good when you're against Shadow Tag.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to see if that follows Edu throughout the rest of this tournament. He's going to have plenty of matches to go, like you mentioned, before he's going to be able to make it into either Day 2 or into the top cut or all the way to the finals on Championship Sunday, with a hope to repeat as world champion. The first time someone would be able to repeat in the Masters division since Ray Rizzo back in 2011, when he won his second, and then 2012 when he won his third.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just a few.
Things have changed a little bit since then, too. Really no knock on Ray. But yeah, I mean, these tournaments are huge now, right? And I think the main thing that's changed, again, is that endurance, right? Where, Ray won 6 rounds of Swiss before the top cut bracket, I believe, at least the last 2 years. I probably all 3 of them. And, nowadays, that doesn't even get you through Day 1, right?
Yep.
You need 6 wins and 2 losses just to move on to tomorrow, where then you would then need to go undefeated because you would have 2 losses. I believe that Edu's really shown his ability to do this already. Again, his run in London may be the most impressive that we've ever seen.
I really didn't think it was possible to win an entire World Championships in the modern era going undefeated. It is just so long, and there is just so much variancy in each individual turn of each game of Pokemon, that to go undefeated is really wild. And even to make it to the top cut going X and 2 is a monumental achievement in Pokemon now.
Yeah, and like him, obviously, he dropped some games along the way, but I mean, just think about it, right? Where these are the best players in the world, right? Imagine you're playing in the ladder. It's like, okay, you've got to win 20 games in a row. Like, most of us haven't done that, let alone against players of this caliber, let alone, he doesn't get many breaks, right? You play like, okay, well, enjoy your 5 minutes between matches before you got to do it again. And it's just so difficult to stay locked in, to not make errors, especially again, teams like this one, where it's just so easy for that to happen.
Yeah, very error-prone teams. It can be if you are not ready and with all of your prep. But the man who was ready and with all of his prep is Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion. And he's ready to tell you all about that last match and the rest of the tournament to come.
Thank you guys very much. I am joined with Edu, who moves on to 2-0. Edu, how does it feel to be playing back here at the stage?
It feels great. I really missed it. Actually didn't get my last few Worlds weren't fantastic, so I haven't been here in a while, so I'm just so happy to be here.
I want to talk to you about your team because I think I have seen you as the premier pilot, the #1 player on this archetype. Not a lot of other people I think are on it at this tournament. I don't think it's very easy to use, especially with Mega Gengar in particular. So yeah, what made you feel confident in it for the tournament?
So obviously my comfort with the team helps, but I also feel like the team was kind of built to beat a lot of the common teams, and I feel like the format hasn't changed too much. As like there were a few teams that popped up, but then they kind of disappeared. So I feel like into the strongest teams, it's really good. The problem is like some weirder stuff like the sand team that was going around. That matchup's a bit tricky, but I saw that for Worlds people weren't really liking it too much. So I thought it was a good opportunity to bring it back.
And of course, you went up against the dual weather team that's been quite popular. A lot of sleep powders thrown left and right. How did that matchup feel? Felt really tense, especially with Alex bringing regular Swampert here and there.
Yeah, actually, I'd faced them a little bit on ladder in practice, and I think the matchup comes down a lot to like the turn 1. How it ends up coming down less than I thought, because I felt like if I got it wrong, I was in a really complicated position. I kind of got it wrong game 3 because I was expecting him not to Mega. Because if a lot of people in practice would not Mega Evolve the Charizard, scouting my double protect, so then they could Mega Evolve no problem. So I was expecting him to do that. And my best punishment sometimes is like just sleep out or Perish Song, and if he protects with both, I really punish that. And I was expecting that, kind of went all in. Maybe I could have found a better mid ground, but in the end, I was able to like pivot back in, Perish, trap the Venusaur and the Charizard, and but it took like some careful maneuvering. And I think that's the power of Perish too, is that it can create a lot of positions where you just click Perish Song and you switch out, and if they KO something, you bring it back in, they're trapped. If they don't, they're still forced to switch, and you can capitalize on it. So I felt like I was still in an okay position, even if the Vivian hadn't been KO'd, and there was a chance I could wake up as well. So I feel like the odds are kind of in my favor, and that also goes for the Sleep Powder War, because I have Compound Eyes and he doesn't. I also have Hurricane that when it KOs them, and well, they have Focus Sash as well, but it does a lot more damage, so much easier to finish it off afterwards. So I feel like I have a slight advantage against the Venusaur with a Vivian, but at the same time, they have the speed advantage with the Chlorophyll, so I have to be careful with the weather management. I think that's what it comes down to.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you were the last round to finish in that last one, so let you go. But before, any final words or thank yous that you want to say?
First, my main thank you is going to be to my son, Lucas, my wife, Katarina, as well, my whole family, and my friends who've been helping me. Francesco Pardini has been helping me so much. All of Team Aqua and Gaspacho. Also a special shout out to Luca Lucignoli, Ruba Gianzini, and Luca Ceribelli. They're in a rough spot right now, and I hope you figure things out, and we're with you.
Oh, Edu, it's great to see you back here on the world stage. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here to break down some battles, but we don't have too much time to break down some battles this time, because as Aaron said, we've got our next round getting kicked off. But before we get into the little bit of time that we've got to talk about these teams that we just witnessed here, Gabby and I, we've got a little bit of an update for you on the Twitch drops. There's been a couple of issues, I think, for a few players trying to get their drops for this weekend, but don't worry, about half an hour's time from now, 1 p.m. PT, we're going to be seeing a little bit of an update to, I don't know what happens behind the scenes, but there's some magic that's going to happen to hopefully get that fixed.
Yeah, so they'll be pushing an update in about a half hour's time. So thank you so much for your patience. Please stay tuned, and we'll be getting you that update as soon as we can. So again, thank you so much for your patience. But let's go ahead and break down that battle, because that was such an exciting matchup. And I think we saw, really the creator and the master of this dual weather team, this Charizard, who is honestly the most powerful Pokemon on a rain team, really try his best against the rain team to beat, I think, coming into this tournament. And what better way to see it piloted by the creator of the team himself?
Yeah, so Alex has been on this sort of archetype, was one of the people that actually got this archetype set up, and is like, hey, hang on a second, how do I actually make the rain team composition work? It's like, maybe the answer's sun, I don't know. Like, this is definitely a very different take on playing Charizard, where it kind of feels like it's come as a secondary part of the team rather than the primary. But I mean, you wouldn't know it seeing that match against Edu, right? And so the way that this works, I love this composition where you've got the combination of quite a few different ways that this team can play together. So, of course, you've got Pelipper, you've got Archaladon, you've got Mega Swampert, and you've got Grimmsnarl, right? You can put all of those together. You've got the Grimmsnarl with its parting shot, making sure the rain's set up, making sure that electro shot's going off with the Archaladon, setting up the Swift Swim for the Swampert. So if you're not against the Charizard, even if you are against the Charizard, you know, you can pivot, you can flex that rain mode, and especially as well this light screen and reflect from the Grimmsnarl. Especially, I think Archaladon is definitely one of the best users of it, but yeah, big shout outs to Big Boy Swampert, because you know he's really bulky when it comes down to it. If you ain't hitting him with a grass type move, with a light screen or reflect, maybe sometimes even if you are hitting it with a grass type move, right? It's so difficult to take down. But the thing that I love about this team, and we were talking a little bit about it, right? It's how this Charizard fits in. Water type Weather Ball, Hurricane in the rain, and being able to function both to set up the Venusaur, but also to play in with the Pelipper.
Yeah, and I think that's something that
Hi everybody,
players will
I'm
forget,
back.
especially when just looking at the
I also
team
changed
as it is
clothes.
right now. You know, you see the normal type
Feeling
icon
more
next
comfy.
to Weather Ball, so
Welcome,
you might
welcome
forget
everybody.
That Weather Ball's special effect is that whenever the weather is set up on the field, it changed types into the type of the weather.
Doing good, doing
So
all
it can
right.
be
How we
a
doing?
fire type move when Charizard sets up its own sun, but when there's rain on the field, it becomes a water type move. When there is snow, it's ice type, and then when it's sand, it's a rock type move. And Charizard's very high special attack always will take advantage of that. So it gives Charizard this flexibility that it otherwise
Sporting
doesn't
already
have.
winning. Let's go.
It's like when all else fails, right? This team, it does have some matchups where it's like, well, do you know what? And we saw it here in this match, right? The right thing
You
to do
could
is
hunt
call
Ponyard
out
right now. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Sleep Powder.
I think I need to do another
That's it,
sandwich.
You lead with a Charizard, you get the Venusaur set up, you put something to sleep, you create the space for Charizard to do its thing, go on the offensive, put some dents in your opponent's team. Maybe then you've got Archaladon and Pelipper in the rain, and preparing for all of these different modes.
Kunzito, are you here? I had a great idea. I'll message you on Discord.
Pilot like Alex to be able to use the full potential of it, but it's got so many different bits of potential that it can hit on.
It's so funny you mentioned that, though, because then if you swap over to Eduardo's team, you can almost hold up a mirror, and admittedly, maybe it's like a funhouse mirror, because obviously it's not an exact copy of what we just said, but a lot of the same principles apply, because you have that Vivillon who also
Game
has
2.
that sleep powder, who can put something asleep and then open up opportunities for the Archaladon to
versus
start setting up
Alex.
those electro shots. You still have that Swampert, of course, who can take advantage of the rain, and you know, Politoed, of course, can set that up for its buddy.
Welcome,
But
welcome
then, of
everybody.
course, you
Welcome,
have
welcome.
the very oppressive combination of the Perish Song, both on that Politoed and on that Gengar, and then Gengar can Mega Evolve, have the Shadow Tag ability, and then trap a lot of Pokemon on the field. So then now Alex just loses the ability to switch those Pokemon around and set up those things we just spoke about.
100%. So if you haven't seen too much of this Perish Song archetype, the way it works is everything hearing the Perish Trap will think in 3 turns. And so that in combination with the Shadow Tag on the Mega Gengar here will be able to trap Pokemon in. If the Gengar is able to stay on the field, it's able to lock your opponents in, and on the last turn, everything switches out on Eduardo, in this case's side of the field, the person that's using the Perish Song, and then the other player's Pokemon, two knockouts happen. But then the beauty of that is that when 2 Pokemon get knocked out, there's only 2 Pokemon left. We only take 4 Pokemon to a battle, right? And so they can't switch either, and all you have to do with a few little steps in between, click that Perish Song again, and then wait that timer out. And that's why we see moves like Protect on Incineroar, where we don't often see it. We've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, and we've got Protect here. Every single Pokemon on this team can wait it out if the Perish mode is going to be the option of choice. But what I think Eduardo did so well in that match, the first 2 games he didn't click the button really. Okay, end of game 2, he clicked the button, it was like, well, this is kind of still over in Alex's favor. But in game 1, he was able to take the win without even clicking the button, just using the high special attack of Gengar, the ability for Archaladon to get its boost up with the Electro Shot, and use that momentum to just conventionally damage all the Pokemon on Alex's side of the field.
And that's the scary thing about playing an experienced Perish Song user, is that I think someone who's newer to the archetype will go for the, I press Perish Song once, I wait 3 turns, I switch my Pokemon out, and then I do that again to win the game. But someone who's played this team and knows it inside and out will know when to use Perish Song versus when to save it. And having to play that mind game against somebody is really what makes it tricky.
I think, like, especially in a lot of the turn ones that you see with that composition, like the way that you have to aggressively target down a Pokemon that's using Perish Song, a Pokemon that can trap Pokemon in, like by definition opens you up to taking attacks, right?
Yep,
and so it's like, well, you have to play aggressive. You have to attack into those Pokemon to make sure you've got enough damage down on the board. But in doing that, it's like, hey, if you just want to attack me, by the way, I've got to open myself up to that as well. It makes it so risky to play in these matchups.
Yeah, and I really love just how this team is composed. Just to talk about.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. I'm back. Let's do the sandwich. No, first. Oh shit! My pepper.
And of course, you have Rage Powder on Vivillon as well. So there's a lot of different ways you can stall for time.
Oh.
I guess there's also Incineroar's fake out, but that felt a little bit apparent.
Just gonna do a big ring around.
Let's go.
Incineroar there.
Perfect. Incineroar's existence will help you stall for time. This whole team is.
That's true. Incin will help you stall for time. I think I got the recipe correct. Because I don't know how much. I think the sandwich effect already is gone, right?
To, put your foot on the gas and when to hit the brakes.
Yeah, so
nice.
This is the other part of it. I think
my brain. Not again, bro. The bread can stay. We're hunting shiny Ponyard to have a shiny King Gambit. Waiting for round 3 of Worlds.
3 rain abusers, and I think like a lot of the early stuff where you had Mega Gengar Komodo because it has this combination of soundproof, so it doesn't hear the Perish Song, it doesn't have that timer ticking it down, but also like Gengar likes to knock out Fairy-type Pokemon, Komodo, Fairy-type Pokemon are its worst enemies, and so you get this like automatic synergy there, but it just didn't quite hit.
You actually don't need the top bread. Nice.
Used to work. I think a large part of that is down to Gothitelle not being in the game, not having a secondary Pokemon that can trap things in. Like, hey, Gengar's getting a bit low. Let's lean on the Gothitelle to get the trap going. And so, yeah, I think
there you go.
Have struggled with it. And I think
so now
Eduardo's
I need to find the Ponyards. Where are they? Did they make the special event because King Gambit is like super popular in VGC? Ponies. Ponyard.
Any turn one.
You want to go to game 1, turn 1?
I saw some over there. Are they a part of the?
We're here. Let's get to
so that's 1.
Frame here. So we're seeing the Venusaur
2.
and the Charizard. This is how Alex was leading in this match versus the
3.
Vivillon that Eduardo was going for in games 1
3.
and 3. And so what's happening here that's really important
4.
is there's a lot of sleep powder being threatened on both sides of the field. And so
5.
yeah, if Charizard goes for
6.
the Sun, Venusaur gets its chlorophyll boost, then it's threatening some fast sleep powders on the Gengar. And it's like,
7.
how do you actually deal with that pressure if you're Eduardo trying to keep the trap, right? So sleep powder coming in here.
8.
And then the Charizard maybe going for a little bit of spread damage, just attacking
9.
down into the Vivillon and the Gengar and just bringing it down
10.
to lower HP. But if,
11.
like we saw here, Eduardo just goes on the defensive, plays a double protect,
12.
all of that damage coming into his side of the board, then actually, like, Alex has got to commit his Mega. There's a
13
in the back. The Sun's already on the field, and then Gengar can go
14
for either the Perish Song or just start going
15.
It's a tough choice to make. I mean, that's always the prediction you have to make when you're playing these double mega teams.
16.
Do you mega, especially when you do bring both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and so like, what we saw here, I think like really key is that in all the games, you had this Swampert Archaladon sitting in the back here, knowing that
all right.
we were gonna
15, 16.
like, well, we're probably
15.
going to end up in rain one way or another. My Charizard is going to get trapped.
Yep.
Edu's got the rain as well. He's going to set the weather situation. What do I want in the back? I want to like lead
16.
out with my Charizard and my Venusaur, set some pressure, and then these guys get to go in.
17.
And I think like perfect example of how these things
18.
really, lead up. So I think that's all we've got
19.
time for, Gabby. We've been going for this for a little while, but I think it's really important to understand exactly how these Perish Song users work. Now we've got round 3 coming up, so we're going to kick it straight over to the casters and get things rolling.
Wait, round 3 is already here.
Thank you so much, you two. Sierra Dawn, Lee
20.
Rose here. We are so honored to be here for the 2026 Pokemon World Championships, and it has been a fantastic day so far. And with Swiss Round 3 just around the corner, I cannot wait to dive into this.
I know, it's been such a fantastic way to kick off proceedings here this weekend, and yeah, the action's been hot, and it is going to continue on.
I think around 22 or 23.
It's been phenomenal so far. As you would expect, it is the World Championships, right?
Yeah. I mean, looking at each
24.
one of these areas and these matches, it's like,
25.
wow, this is a crazy matchup. But then you look across the board and they're all crazy matchups.
26.
We got the best of the best trainers from around the world.
27.
Their stake as to why they are the greatest here in Pokemon Champions. And it's been absolutely incredible. So we hope you've been enjoying so far.
I've been enjoying so far.
And this next one
28.
as well. This is a familiar match.
You can have the match in the background while hunting. Might even dodge copyright trouble. True. No, copyright is only because of songs, you know.
Yes, very familiar. Well, we can look at the notable matches, but the stream
29.
match we will be featuring is going to be between
Zachary with Palchua. I really like Palchua.
Final in EYC earlier this season. What a match that was, and we're going to be able to have a kind of repeat here at the World Championships in round 3.
I am so excited for this. The fact that you get to see an international finals replayed now on an even bigger stage is incredible. And of course, then
More
an
Ponyards.
opportunity to maybe try and take down a prior USC nemesis, but across the board, so many.
The number of Ponyard in the outbreak starting to go down. Okay.
Certainly a very strong.
I love Sharkade. It's a great design.
As well.
Yeah, I mean, it just across the board just shows the caliber of players that we've got here at the World Championships this weekend. When you have round 3, pairings are looking like this. I mean, you go down the bottom,
Nice.
bottom there. You got Georgie Kaede.
Okay, what else?
Lick as well. We had Wolf on earlier.
More Ponyards.
Started amazing fashion. Rintaro versus Taran, another really great one. And some of these players.
More Ponyards,
have
more
been able to have a look
Ponyards.
at the teams. I'm not going to give anything away now, but some of them have some really interesting.
More
choices,
Ponyards.
amongst
Pony.
competition out there.
There you go.
You know, there's one particular player with one particular Pokemon. I won't spoil it either.
Oh.
That's not our business, but
Oh, another weird team is out there.
but it's time
I want to see it.
and get started with our feature match.
Ah.
Facing off against Zachary.
Oh, it's Italian Snow versus Charizard. Easy. Easy. Italian Snow versus Charizard. Easy. For Italian Snow. That Lycanroc will... I mean, you have to defeat the Garchomp first, but... Lycanroc can just one-shot Charizard very easily.
If we look back at EYC, that wasn't Scarlet and Violet. Terastallization
Oh,
was
the fuck?
choice there.
Oh,
But
dude
now
was hiding, look at that.
Champions this rematch here, and Mega's taking center stage. Some really interesting choices from both players. Paul known for how well he can...
I want to see Charizard go down again. I've been telling players to not go Charizard. It's too safe, it's too simple.
Where that was originally conceived in the Turin Regional Championship, something that
Yeah, that team was conceived in Turin by the Italians. That team exists for a long time already.
Yeah, looking back at NAIC, we got to make that phase 2 of competition with this exact same team. So certainly well practiced at this point, and a team that was designed to help beat some of the biggest teams that we have in the format. When you look like Pokemon like this, Lycanroc, like this Frostlass, this can offer just so much offensive pressure. And of course, you always have to be careful when there's a Scovillain around.
Yeah, this team
Scovillain is dangerous.
really good answers against some of the common Pokemon we see in this format, in particular the Lycanroc, giving you a really
Welcome to stream, everybody. Remember to support the channel if you enjoy the content. Follow the stream, leave a like, subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. I really enjoy being here with you guys. Thank you, thank you.
A little bit of a maturity. It can take at least one attack, keep around on the field a little bit longer, and more importantly, it supports that Frozlast so well in allowing that Aurora Veil setup. If you can time your Mega well
But I really like Italian Snow. I really like it.
And then maybe end the game with something like that King
Jolly adaptability, Jolly life form, I mean.
Once that gets that powered up under its belt, it is going to be hitting
Timid Frostlass.
For Zachary here, and when I look at this team in general,
Adamant Sneasler. Blackluster King Gambit with no steel or fighting type coverage. Adamant Leica. That's normal.
And those Charizard players are going to be expecting it. That's how we saw the downfall of this team at NAIC and how it kind of got picked off.
By the Italians, you say like the dudes with Mario mustaches are up in towers and brewing potions that calculate Pokemon teams. And eating lasagna, pasta.
We did see him compete at Indy, where he had a nice run,
Portocini.
but of course, a little bit of a different variation of the team now.
Parmigiano Reggiano. Buongiorno ragazzi, tutto bene? Buongiorno Pescaria. Alla trapezio. Tutti frutti. Gelato.
There, but you've got the tools to do that. Mega Charizard Y, of course, offering those big fire type attacks. Got a way to disrupt the weather and set up that Venusaur. If it can get in a place where that Chlorophyll's active, it can really throw out some huge damage when it's supported by that Life Orb. But the key piece for Paul is going to be protecting that Toxapex. That's going to give Zachary a big headache because
I actually like Charizard plus Toxapex, but I want to see Charizard lose, I'm sorry. If it's not Charizard X, I want to see it lose. We got a guy in here with Cubfu. People be crazy online.
Paul is such an accomplished trainer with international titles, multiple regional titles under his belt.
How does shiny Ponyard looks? Let's go, let's go. I don't want to waste this sandwich, guys, so I'll just get my shiny Ponyard and we go back to the match. Ooh, the Sylveon lead is interesting. He switched to Mamoswine. Nice. Even worse. You screwed, bro. You cooked!
Careful here because you have to worry about the Sneasler maybe not going for the fake out, going for that gunk shot. That will pick up a one-hit KO.
What the hell is PSG going through? Always losing. They're tired. They're tired of always doing the same, you know.
That Charizard to be a sitting duck, potentially fake out, kowtow cleave into that slot, and Charizard doesn't want to take too much damage early on.
It's whether you call it Sneasler is going to go all out defensive or try and stop a Pokemon, but
Okay, fake out on the Char. Don't mention the Belair off the team. Yeah. Ooh, big damage on the Hyper Voice. King Gambit. Kowtow on the... Big... Now it's in range. Charizard is in Sucker Punch range now.
Put themselves in a great spot, right? That kowtow cleave onto the Charizard, it's in Sucker Punch range now, so that Charizard has to be very careful. Does it stay?
Just like the... It looks like the King... Okay. The blue, so it's like blue.
Capitalize on that, and the Sylveon now in a position where, well, the Sneasler is still active on the field, and that gunk shot, well, not 100% accurate, it is a bit shaky, it is threatening a knockout onto that Sylveon.
Oh, it's Gunk Shot Sneasler. I like it. It's crazy. It's risky. It's bold. Oh, Charizard comes out. Predictable. Doesn't want to take a Sucker Punch. Detect on the Sylveon. Zachary Reed can make a read. Gunk Shot into the Detect. No Sucker Punch. Kowtow! Big damage, bro. Black Glasses King Gambit goes crazy. I think I never used it. I have to consider.
If the Charizard had stayed on the field and went for the Heat Wave, the King Gambit would have dropped. So knowing that the switch was coming, getting brave, and it really paying off there. The Garchomp now not in a safe
But it's stab.
Is it in Sucker Punch range?
What, the Kowtow?
Because if not, Garchomp going to be able to go for an Earthquake. I think Paul in the position where you could switch out the
or the Gunk Shot.
Charizard, and it's got that immunity to the Earthquake, and both Pokemon on Zachary's side are going to be susceptible to super effective damage. Go down to that fast Scarf Earthquake.
Ooh, Sucker Punch on the Garchomp. The Lycanroc is free now. The Lycanroc is free now. Double KO! Gunshot strong! Strong right! Gunshot, yeah. GG! Paul Chua, why you brought Charizard? I expected more from you. You were the chosen one to defeat darkness, not the one to join it. 4-0! Wait, Sporting already? No way. Holy shit!
I mean, we talk about Paul being just such a dominant player.
Is it not Kunda starting?
Right? But for Zach to constantly get those
No, it's Suarez. 2 goals for Suarez, 1 for Flavio, and 1 for Jenny. Now, I like Flavio, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Zachary got
I like Flavio.
right along
No homo.
every iteration of that first
No
match,
phobic.
and made it extremely difficult for Paul to get in that position where they could start building any momentum for themselves. And I think if the Garchomp had come in, if we'd seen the Sucker Punch, it would have been a different story, right? But Zachary knowing Charizard was so pressured in that one moment, and then being confident as well with the calculations, going for the Sucker Punch into the Garchomp, knowing that the Kowtow, the Sucker Punch...
I thought that was Shiny Ponyard because of the Scroodle in the back. It's not Scroodle. Scroodle? Scadoodle? Game 2, Game 2, Game 2, Game 2. Garchomp Zard. Ooh, great lead! You can Accelerock Blizzard! No, wait. Frostlass? No, Frostlass is faster than... I keep forgetting. It's Timid Frostlass. If it's max speed, is it faster than the Garchomp? I don't use Frostlass in a while. Flav uses a new pot. I think it's better. I think it can do more than pot. But pot was already refined. It was already the worked diamond. Charizard protects, doesn't want to take Accelerock, of course. Blizzard! Oh wait, there's Insane switched in. No, well played, well played. You lower the attack of the Laika, you eat the Blizzard. Charizard now Mega, brings the Sun, bye-bye Snow. But... Oh, it's a Rock Slide, big damage. It's not boosted by Tough Claws, is it? Frostlass is faster, yeah, that's what I thought. But I wanted confirmation. I wanted confirmation.
And you've got access to going for a heat wave by seeing the Frostlass switch out, so that Sun, if it comes out this turn, can be overwritten in turn.
That's one of the things with these matches, when you have these weather Pokemon, you want to make sure
yeah, Sun is up. Shadow Ball still hurts. Shadow Ball still hurts. Oh, it's the fish! Protect on the Laika. Because Fake Out. Yeah. Fish, can you take Weather Ball? It's just a Heat Wave. No problem. Wait, let's see the damage on the fish. No problem. No burn?
Yeah, it's a nice
no
switch
burn.
In. It's probably
Awesome.
the best one you've got there, but the main thing is you preserve that Focus Sash on the Lycanroc, and now you're
Yeah. Good point. Focus Sash on the Lycanroc needs to be preserved. For real.
Get the Frostlass back on the field, get control of the weather, and get rid of the weather on the opposite side of the field. Or you can keep it in and just attack into the Incineroar slot. Maybe prolong your weather a little bit later down the line.
Also looking to preserve
Força, aproveita. Caga pro Beca também. Big damage. Charizard flinch, big! Bye-bye, Charizard. I know, Garchomp 50%. That's good.
No, and this is not looking great for Paul in this scenario here. Getting the Garchomp on the field's great, right? You've got the choice Scarf, you can go for the Earthquake now, but the Lycanroc's still got that Focus Sash, and Charizard in no way, shape, or form going to be able to take another attack. You've also got the Accelerock to think about as well.
Yeah, Accelerock is crazy.
Try and preserve the Charizard, switch in your Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto the Lycanroc, and then give a little bit of help to that Garchomp after this turn once it does enter the field, but it is the Sylveon.
Yeah, it will be a swap, but with no Intimidate, just instead of Sylveon to soak up some damage. But Lycanroc with the Protect on the turn as well.
Aqua Jet, not so good, but that's fine.
A wee little bit.
A wee little bit. Big damage. Bass goes down.
Yeah, it's a nice knockout there. The Lycanroc still safe and sound though, and that's the thing. I think what you would want to do with the Lycanroc against these Charizard teams is preserve it, and that's exactly what we're seeing Zachary do. And now bringing in the King Gambit, we saw the Sucker Punch damage earlier, so the Garchomp is going to be threatened. We know it has to attack if it stays on the field. Zachary has the choice here. Do you go for a Sucker Punch at the Garchomp, remove that, or do you go for Kowtow Cleave, which would pick up the knockout onto the Garchomp, and it would also get the Charizard, which is the only option if Paul wants to switch around and preserve it for later.
Like I switches out, cleans the Intimidate drop. Frosty! That's dangerous! I know. Easy. Bro, King Gambit is doing so much work. Oh, it's dinner time. Happy. Hold on, gotta build up table here. Woo. Bodyguard. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
See,
Yeah,
I'm not the most avid burger eater.
Effectively, and yes, the Sylveon's doing good, consistent damage each turn, but can it 1v4 the remaining Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field? Now it's sitting in Sucker Punch range, and the King Gambit probably just out of
Yeah,
range from another.
I'm glad to see Charizard lose once again. Bro, I told them it's too basic, it's too simple, it's too predictable. Thank you, you gotta do something else. GG. GG.
If you were just trying to wait it out, that's not even going to be enough. So it will just be a hit into the Sylveon. Special defense dropped as well, and a heat wave on the board. You do have the sun on each side, so you can deal.
Thanks for the meal.
And into the
Frostlass goes down.
Will be enough to take another KO.
But you have the Lycanroc in the back.
Sylveon not being able to come forward, but if you're taking down all the other
Yeah.
pieces,
Sucker just kills.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, yeah, I think you just want to get as much damage as possible off of the Frostlass, which is into that Sylveon, and get this Lycanroc in as healthy as possible. That's exactly what Zachary's done. It doesn't seem there's a way around. The Rock Slide now going to be enough.
I'm sad because Palchua is losing, but I'm happy because Charizard is losing.
That Sylveon as well, while you've got the King Gambit to kind of back up and help out with that extra damage here. It does feel very difficult for Paul to
Bro.
into this, but remember they do have that Incineroar still in the back that they can cycle in at any point. It's really
Char?
difficult in front of this King Gambit that has a Define ability, so will boost its attack rather than lowering it like you would normally see.
It's difficult. The path is a difficult one. But you got to try and see if you can bring out any of the stops and catch
Big Rock Slide.
Slipping. Rock Slide on the turn to deal a lot of damage to both of these.
Knock out the Sylveon Insane.
Into that Citrus Berry range for a little bit more. The recovery.
But it's not over yet. Kowtow!
Pokemon have to attack and flinch.
Aye!
Sylveon. That's just devastating. It was a difficult one anyways, but no damage done on that turn. I mean, you have to fake out, but again, you're just not doing enough.
The flinch.
There was so important for Zachary to get pretty much locks this game up for them, because I think the Hyper Voice coming out there with that extra Pokemon advantage that Paul currently has, it gets a little bit step closer to closing this match up. But now the double protect is an obvious one to burn through that fake out. Now you're in that position where you can Rock Slide again. You're probably going to be able to pick the Sylveon up, get enough damage onto the Incineroar, and then between the Lycanroc King Gambit, you should be able to close things up, but not over just yet.
Not quite yet. There's always different shenanigans that can go on.
Yeah, Rock Slide can miss.
To deal a lot into this
That's true.
and pick off the Sylveon. There's always this opportunity of a miss. There's always the opportunity of a miss up along the way, and Sylveon will
Detect.
just detect. So hoping that Incineroar can make a play. To
Close combat maybe on the Insane.
For the Accel Rock to make sure that you can pick up that Sylveon
Sucker.
fast. Sucker Punch into the Incineroar.
CC?
Will bring it down to 25%. What does this Incineroar do though? Flare Blitz. You do have the sun. You have a King Gambit that was low health.
Paul is away.
Down actually into just this Lycanroc against the world. So focused on this Incineroar not actually being an attacking piece of the puzzle. If there is a Rock Slide miss here, this Lycanroc just picks up both KOs.
Yeah, that's all Zachary needs now.
There is a way.
Preserve this Lycanroc so well to the end game. Everything in Rock Slide range. So you just need those moves to hit.
Nice.
One coming out, it does hit, taking both down, leaving that Charizard
Nice.
in the back.
A double connect from the Rock Slide. Lycanroc will get it done. That is a double KO on the turn. And now it's just a 1v1. And when you look again at the moveset on this Lycanroc and the Accel Rock, it will be enough. Zachary
Let's go! Another Zard loss. I'm happy.
over Paul to a run back of EUIC, but Zach the victor in the end will put him undefeated so far here in day one of Worlds.
Let's go, let's go. I'm happy. Peak. Peak. I agree. Bro, it's exactly what I said. People know how to beat Charizard. They are so prepared. They are so prepared to beat Charizard, you know. He got lucky with a flinch, and Palchua still played well. And Palchua is one of my favorite players, but he went for the safe route and he's struggling. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of Charizard players will still go to day 2 because it's 50%. 50% of the players are Charizard, so they will go far. But I think they will lose to the others that are not Charizard. We've seen that trend in the grassroots tournaments. The Charizards go far, but they don't go to top 4, they don't go to top 8, they don't go to the finals. You know.
And still would have had to then, okay, see a rock slide miss and maybe come on through. So I think Paul played the best considering the board state at that time. But a big congratulations to Zach for how well he was able to play this, because you get into that end game, letting Rock at full health, that's just a commanding way for Zachary to be starting off the day.
Yeah, I know, like a heart and mouth moment there when the rock slide onto the Incineroar and Sylvia, and I know that's exactly how I felt, so I can't imagine how Zachary was feeling in that moment. But yeah, able to lock it up, and after such a commanding game one as well, I think, yeah, a really fitting way to end this set. But just shows how well Zachary knows his team inside and out, knew their lines into this team, even though it's not been one of the teams that's been around as long as maybe the iteration that they're running.
I mean, there's a reason that it was popping off so much and why it was such a big bring into NAIC. And there is the opportunities for things to go wrong, right? We get one of those rock slide misses along the way that could have been really crucial. Yeah, well, then you're liking rocks cooked, right? But there's so much strength to this team and so much pressure from just those constant rock slides or even those Accel rocks. Not even then to mention the King Gambit. Now, how much work that put in with those sucker punches. Yeah. Paul was forced into so many of those switches. So Zachary, he is a phenomenal player. He has been one throughout the season. Second place at Las Vegas, second place at EU.
Yeah, not Ponyard yet.
For that title, and I mean, we're day one. We're not counting our
early
hatch here. But I feel like he has been a trainer that has been on that come up and has been really ramping up. The season has been such an indication of that, and victory like that is just proof.
Yeah, I mean, Zachary definitely one of those players capable of getting to the final and getting over the line to take the championship this entire weekend. So we'll have to keep an eye on them as they progress through this tournament. And I think the way that they really utilized the tools that they had at their disposal to get that initial chip damage on everything.
Yeah.
And they put the King Gambit in that spot where it was able to be so valuable and just pressure knockouts there, and across the board, making it impossible for Paul to really utilize, especially the Garchomp. When you look at it, you think, great, you can get it in if you can remove that Frostlass, which Charizard can kind of do well. But yeah, Zachary just doing it and doing it well.
It was an incredible win, and congratulations to him. But of course, we need to go hear from him. You're standing by with our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with your round 3 winner, Zachary Weed, our finalist at EUIC, and just beat the person who beat him at EUIC. So congratulations, Zachary. How's it feel?
It feels really good. Going into this tournament, I didn't have a whole lot of prep done, so I kind of just picked something that I felt comfortable with, and being able to wing it into beating one of the best players in the world feels very good.
I was going to say, you know, I've seen you run this Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain team a lot coming into this tournament. What made you sort of gravitate towards these two Pokemon at first?
So I've always really liked Frostlass because the teams that it's built around have both ways of dealing damage and ways of controlling defensively with Aurora Veil or Burn Chip. And I really tend to gravitate towards teams that don't have like a ton of Pokemon that are just completely dedicated to one or the other. And I really just like having a bunch of versatile pieces that can work in a lot of different situations. And this team is probably the best in the format at doing that, because pretty much every Pokemon can be a damage threat in its own right.
Yeah, and I think we saw you
That's
use
true.
those pieces really to your advantage in that matchup, as it felt like in Game 2 in particular, you just sent out the 2 Pokemon that had the best counters to your opponent's lead. What was going through your mind in that team preview?
So I figured that in the first game that King Gambit was a really good piece because it deters the slow Incineroar Toxapex mode and forces them to kind of do a more offensive angle. And in the second game, I knew once I led King Gambit Sneasler that an easy adjustment for him was Garchomp because it hits both super effectively and can reasonably take hits and puts me in a position where I don't have a good fake out target. So I realized that I could pin the Charizard with Lycanroc and then be able to safely Mega Frostlass in front of Garchomp Charizard, because I knew that even if he went for his Mega Evolution turn 1, that he was ultimately basically risking the game by letting me hit an Accelerock into his Charizard.
Yeah, and Lycanroc seems pretty good at getting those Accelerocs up and then really snowballing. Has that been your experience?
Yeah, it's in my opinion, the best counter to Charizard in the format. Just because no matter what sort of speed control or
only Farigiraf can stop it.
Pivoting they have, you can always line up the Accelerock, always have a ton of Rock Slide pressure, and just always have a way
if they have Farigiraf, you go Rock Slide. True.
Always have a way to pin it, which is very useful for 2 Mega Evolutions that aren't super great into Charizard.
Well, Zachary, thank you so much for your time. Before I let you go, I do want to ask, I've seen you sort of really come into your own this season. We saw you have some really great finishes. Do you have any advice for anybody at home who's looking to find their footing in competitive Pokemon as we enter the 2027 season?
Just don't be afraid to play. I mean, every tournament
exactly.
is an experience. It gives you valuable experience regardless of how you do.
Good advice.
And
Good advice.
Just play the game and not just don't get too frustrated in it. I mean, I've been able to keep playing the game for a while because I haven't put too much pressure on myself to play it.
Yeah.
Not every tournament's gonna be
not burning
some
yourself.
Crazy big run.
Yeah.
But I've realized that if I just relax and keep playing one round at a time, that good things will happen to those who wait.
Yeah, and I think we've seen you have
Let's go, Zach.
wins. So best of luck.
I like his shirt a lot. His shirt is awesome.
Your day. And of course, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
Shout outs to my mom for taking me and all my family at home, all my friends watching, and shout out to Evan, Keon, and Gianna for getting shiny Pokemon for my team this weekend.
Oh, thanks, Cole, for the recipe.
Thank you all for watching at home, and for those of you who are hanging out here in the hall, having a good time, I hope. We'll be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
Nice, thank you. Nice, Cole. Alright, let's go back to hunting, lads. Let's go back to shiny hunting or Ponyard. My dinner was really good, by the way. Thank you very much. Great cow burger with avocado, honey and mustard, shrooms, a fried egg. For little hunts if you wanna. Thanks, Cole. Thanks, Cole. Okay, I'll put my plate in the kitchen. See you in a minute. I'm back, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Whew, great dinner. It was really good. Really good flavors. Really good energy. Okay. Let's continue our shiny hunt of Ponyard. So then we can use our shiny cringe gambit. Oh, but now it's night. So it's harder to see the Ponyard. It's not hard to see, actually. It's pretty chill. Yeah. Oh, I want to check some Unite matches. I really like Pokemon Unite. Oh, Markro! Fennel! I love the Japanese commentators. Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute? Is it? Nice. Okay, now I want them to yap a little bit. Because I want to keep hunting my Ponyard.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
I think there are still people out there who don't know that the M in MA and the MB stands for Mega Evolution. Yeah, but that's true. But I'm pretty sure some people don't understand. And they'll be like, why is that the name of the regulation? And that means that then will be ZA maybe and ZB for Z moves. I don't know if... Actually, that's a good point. Do you think they'll do Z move regulations? Because Z move is kind of cringe. Z moves are kind of cringe. But then there'll be DA, DB for Dynamax, and TA and TB for terrestrialization. And then there'll be a new mechanic for the new game. Oh, I miss playing Pokopia. I love Pokopia. Such a great game. Oh, you can visit the world that they built. That's so cool. We could play a bit of Pokopia today. I really like it. I like the story. If you guys don't know, it's like the humans disappeared and Pokemon are looking for the humans. Welcome back!
Welcome back, Pokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers!
Lovely city of San Francisco. And
San Francisco.
Outside of the convention center here, we're at the Moscone Center, and of course, if you can't join us,
The finals will be in the stadium. It's gonna be crazy.
in Pokopia with that lovely code you saw on the screen just a little bit ago.
Do you guys play Pokopia?
I'm joined here by Ben Kiriakou, and while we're unfortunately stuck here in the real world, you can bet a lovely Poké-Dollar that I will be logging on to Pokopia later on today to check out the Cloud
Pokopia.
Island and hang out with some of my best Poké buddies.
Welcome everybody. Looking for a shiny Ponyard.
They've got us kind of locked down in the basement.
And we're happy because Charizard has been losing. A lot of people don't know, but Fortress, the evolution of Pinnacle, is in Pokemon Champions as well.
By the way, I just want to throw that out there before we start making any comments here. We're also cool, and you know what else is cool? We're here at the Pokemon 2026 World Championships, and we have had some absolute bangers of matchups.
Ponyard, oh, that's a tiny one! You don't even have a Switch 2. Oh wait, you can't play on Switch 1? Oh, that's right. I forgot, sorry. Sorry.
For sure.
I forgot about that.
Look at Paul Chua. We just had him on stream for round 3 of Swiss 2-1. Currently, Justin Tang 3-0, and Alex Underhill unfortunately 1-2.
Oh, Alex is 1-2. Oh shit! It's about to go out. Playing Charizard, bro. Playing Charizard. I like that Justin is 3-0. I like Justin. Justin, he likes to use some weird stuff. I think he was running the Ninetales Gengar team. You guys remember that? You guys can confirm?
well repaired for one of the
That's a lot of poniards.
more common archetypes I think we've seen so far, at least data-wise, coming into this tournament, and running a team that I think he's very comfortable with. You know, he mentioned in his interview, you know, not very well prepared for this tournament, decided to make a comfort pick, but having seen him use that team in one of the largest New England grassroots tournaments that happened recently, maybe about a month ago or so.
About a month ago.
He plays
About
that
a
team
week
very well
ago.
and very strongly into that archetype, as you may
Bobby
tell
Schmurda.
by that previous round.
I feel like Zachary's in a position where his comfort is like literally just playing Worlds on the couch at home. Like, you know, he's really in a strong spot. Justin, of course, going 3-0 as well in our tournament so far. We haven't got to feature him just yet, but maybe a little bit later on we can see how he's getting on, what he's locked in. But it's not just NA, of course. We've got players from
Lumberry.
all over. We've got our EU players.
Lumberry Snizzler with Burnett.
Marco Silva, Mikhail Kelch,
Marco Silva.
Francesco Piopero. Now, Francesco, I saw
3-0.
did lose his.
Oh, Francesco is 2-1. Michael Kelch as well. Marcus 3-0. Let's go. Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go,
We
Marco.
saw him do so well
Let's go.
at North America International
European
Championships
lads.
just a couple of months ago, playing that incredibly tough mirror matchup in the finals against Eric Rios, and really just showcasing how strong of a mental fortitude he has as a player, and that's exactly what you need to come back from a round one loss.
Mental
at the
fortitude,
World
mental castle.
Championships, as these
That's right.
losses will carry over
That's right.
into competition tomorrow, and you can't afford to take such an early loss, as that will hurt your resistances going into a potential asymmetrical top cut.
Definitely, and yeah, Charlie got to, in the preview show we had for the World Championships, have a little chat with Francesco. He's saying like how much he's prepared for this tournament, how much he's just put the tournament first coming into
No shiny over here. Do you have a shiny?
Mikhail Kelch
No.
is coming off the back of a grassroots tournament win, one of the biggest that we had, using a Mega Gengar team that really nobody had on their radar until like, hey, by the way, I'm winning a tournament with it.
Yeah.
And certainly a player like Mikhail with such a great grasp of the game and how to position and you know, knowing how to calculate these matches. Mega Gengar definitely one of the strongest counterparts for a player like that.
And I really hope we get to see him in that team.
Gengar is very technical. I like Mega Gengar because it's so technical. He's hard to abuse, but still very powerful.
It's just a trap team, and if you think
it's not Parrish. He's using the Ninetales Gengar team.
When Wolf Click won, that featured a Mega Gengar team without Parrish Song, and I just think that the storyline there is very
in 2016.
Admittedly, we had many years in between
Mega Gengar without
Gengar wasn't really
Parrish,
available to
just
people,
trap.
But let's just ignore that and just say that, you know, it's an interesting coincidence so far. Let's say.
I think so. Coming back 10 years since San Francisco when it last won the World Championships. Marco, of course, going 3-0 as well, and I feel like
Gengar looking strong.
Marco's journey.
How much left from your sandwich? I don't know. How do you check?
Leaders, like, across the last few years, but also
I don't know how to check.
One that he hasn't managed to take down yet, and I think there's a lot of eyes on a player like Marco's. Like, it's not a case of like, if he could maybe win the World Championships, it's like, well, which year is it gonna actually happen?
The Ninetales Gengar Swampert team? I think so. They said it was Gengar without Parrish. So I think it's the Ninetales team.
Things about Pokemon as a game is that you can be the best player in the world, but there is still a lot of things that have to go right for you to win a tournament like the World Championships. And I do think that
Press left on the D-pad.
Say, when is he gonna win the World Championships? Like, when are those things going to line up perfectly for him? So far, he's off to a very strong start. I know we're going to see him eventually on this stage if he continues to have that momentum going for him. We'll just have to see when that will be.
And let's see our players from LATAM
Don't see anything.
As well, that we have
Press right.
Right. We've seen Juan Salerno on the stream already going 1 and 2. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get his win on stream against Sagen Park, round 1, part 2. But he played so well into a matchup that really did feel like it was an uphill battle. Alexander and Max Morales going 2-1 as well, having a little bit of a better record.
I guess I don't have it.
Going to a good point. I feel like, especially coming into the World Championships, like if you're not hitting it right off the bat and if you're not getting the momentum going early, like these two trainers have managed to get themselves in a position to
it's out.
It's really tough to come back. Juan Salerno could still win the World Championships.
I don't have ingredients. I don't have ingredients.
Want to mention real
If I go away, my
trainers
progress.
are a little bit unfamiliar to us right now because we don't
If
get
I
the
go away, my
opportunity to
progress
see
on
them
the
outside of these national championships and
outbreak
world
continues.
championships. We are going to be
Because I got the second
broadcasting
message.
regional level events throughout Latin America. Those special
That's true. Brazil will
regional
be
championship tournaments,
casted next season.
starting in the 2027 season. So I really look forward to seeing trainers like Alexander.
It's in the same
Juan,
menu
and
as the TM
Max
machine recipe, yeah.
at the regional level coming up next year. For now, though, hopefully we'll get the opportunity to feature some of them today and tomorrow, and who knows, maybe even on Sunday.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
I think
because,
so.
You know, this
I think because it's the
tournament has
same.
only just begun and there's a lot more
Yeah,
Pokemon
it's
left to
early
play.
still in the
Let's have a look
tournament.
at Oceania now and see our players, how they're getting on now. Nicholas Khan is a player that really from Australia that we do keep an eye on because he's been so consistent, as well as Jody Kaida, who's like the online king really when it comes to like how many online tournaments are global challenges has he actually managed to win? Like
Many.
most of them
Many,
at
if not
this
most,
point. Like
yes.
getting up there on the ranked battle ladders and like winning it several times. Like
Welcome
it puts you in
everybody.
a good spot.
Welcome to the
Even
stream.
if it's close team sheets, even if it's best of one, it's the reps over and over and over again that Joji is not only like really well versed in, but also is usually using the strongest Pokemon that are out there.
Exactly, and Henry Rich as well, off to a very strong start at 2-1.
That's why I buy like 50 of every ingredient, yeah.
Let's go ahead and look at our players to watch.
I
from
understand.
Japan, as they have come all the way over to compete after finishing very strongly at the Japan National Championships earlier on in the summer. Unfortunately,
Why you use 3 hamburgers? The recipe says only one.
Is out of the tournament at 0-3. However,
Huh?
Yuma Kinagawa and Hiroshi Onishi
Kotsuki Day is out.
at 2-1 and 3-0.
No.
I don't think we can say enough how difficult the
He's
World
one of my
Championship
favorites.
Yeah, Kosuke was one of the favorites, I think, for a lot of us coming in. He's going to be one of the favorites for us coming out as well.
Yes.
Even if this
Yes.
wasn't the World Championship choice for him.
No.
Yeah, he's going to go back to the drawing board and keep showing us why he's one of the best trainers in the world, let alone in Japan. Yuma, one of our
Kotsuki
previous
there.
Japan national champions as well, doing a great start.
He's
Hiroshi,
out.
our current Japan national champion.
We need another
on
2
an
for
absolute
steel
tear
type.
as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Again, getting that momentum started, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what these two trainers have in store for us later.
So it's onion,
Me too, me too.
pepper,
It's
burger,
always so exciting
and
to
that's
see
it.
just what teams people are bringing, you know, who's doing what Pokemon,
I know, in
what
tomato.
strategies, how are they thinking, you know, and it's also just very nice to have that confirmation that everybody can have a bad day.
one of my
You know,
favorite
I know
players
you
is
and I
out.
competed back in the day,
Sad.
and I had my bad days. I'm sure you had your bad days. It can happen to anybody, and what's important is like what Zachary Weed was just saying to me in that interview. Keep playing, keep trying. You know, you're gonna have your bad days, you're gonna have your good days, but you're never gonna get to your good days if you don't get through your bad days.
Exactly that.
True.
I mean, yeah.
Well done.
I've had an LAIC flying over for a long weekend, 0-3 drop, and coming back home. It's not feeling great, you know, when you're sitting on the plane thinking about what you've done. But you know, I think a lot of the players here, in fact, all of them, they've shown over the season their resilience as competitive. They've shown that they've got what it takes to be here.
Onion, green pepper, 1 more tomato is just the base. Less ingredients determine the type. Ah, like 2 tofus. Yeah, I didn't check that part for the steel type specifically.
You've got to battle up against each other. A lot of these trainers, like
I have to go to the bathroom though.
play in their own separate circuit from the international competitions that we
That's true.
used to
Japan
in
is very
North
different.
America, in Europe, in LATAM, etc. And so, you know, the change of pace coming into these international tournaments is so big, but also. Yeah, that's the same for all of us.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom real quick, guys. See you in a minute.
You're used to playing with your friends. You're used to playing in your locals. You're used to playing in the regionals. And then it's like, hey, people do things differently over here when you get to the international level when everybody is at the top of their game.
Exactly, and you only get the opportunity to practice this, like once a year if you're lucky, maybe 2 or 3 times if you can travel to those international championships, if you get a travel award, or you know, maybe you're just lucky that you live close enough to one to go. It's very difficult, and if you have the you know, fortune to go to multiple ones and get those reps in, get that experience, you know, you could still just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and that's it. It just happens to everyone, so.
The wrong side of the bed is always coming.
Yeah. But I will say, I did have the opportunity to walk around the hall a little bit earlier after lunch. You know, I did my traditional lap around, trying to look like I was doing something important so people wouldn't talk to me, so I had enough time to actually make the lap and then get back here. But I did see a lot of smiles in the hall. I did see people having fun, you know, talking about their matches. I do think that the sense of community, even if you are having a bit of a rough start, is what brings you back every single time.
100%. I mean, yeah, we first met in what, the 2012 World Championships in Hawaii way back in the day, and I'm not going to think about that too much longer. But I feel like we've had this conversation, Gabby. It's like the thing that keeps us in the community, the thing that keeps us coming back, playing these tournaments. The privilege of being able to bring these to you as well is the fact that the community is so much there for each other. It's a real collaboration out there.
Exactly. And
you see, like, you know, you're talking to people online, your friends, your people that are working at building teams together and trying to do as much as they can. And these international events, and especially the World Championships, is the time where you get to sit on the same side of the table as those people as well, and really hone in on the thing that you enjoy the most, which is being that part of the community.
Exactly, and I think you got a chance to talk to Giovanni Costa, the current world champion.
Yes.
Earlier, and or Siski, sorry, not Costa, yesterday. And did you mention the building group and talking about building his team at all with him, or was that a different interview?
That was a different interview, but like we were talking about like how he's developed his season since becoming our world champion. And the short story is tried and tested. Keep it going. It worked for me last year. It's going to work for me again. He was one of the earliest players that we had on Toxapex. He's running Toxapex this weekend.
Oh, he is?
He is running Toxapex
interesting.
this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I think we've talked about it a lot. Our co-casters have talked about it as well. This is a format of comfort. This is a format of wanting to play the thing that you know the best overall, and which is exactly how Giovanni was, running up to the World Championships last year. I feel like he'd been running the team that he won the World Championships with in some iteration for months and months and months before eventually he got the Worlds. It was like how the tournament came together, how he came together. You just have that comfort in knowing, like, oh, okay, I'm playing against this. It's like, oh, I do this, this, and this, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and I feel like when I think about trainers who have that community around them, Giovanni Siski is one of those trainers that I feel like, has that building group, has that community that's constantly trying to innovate, constantly trying to lift each other up, and it's interesting. And when you think about the past couple of world champions that we've had in I want to call it the Switch era, let's say.
Sure.
I feel like they all have that in common. And I'm sure for the 3DS era as well, but when trying to come up with things off the cuff, as one would say, my memory is not that snappy, and I would have to do research to confirm that. So I'm going to limit myself to what I surely know and hope that I'm right about the other stuff.
I think you are. Pokemon is definitely, won by a tribe in many respects. And you only have to look at some of our communities and the success. The Japanese community have been ubiquitous over the years for being able to come together. I was talking to Shoma yesterday about how the Japanese community came across Chalk and collectively decided that was the best team back when he won the World Championships in 2015. And while Shoma's opinion is well, the kind of our Big Six variant, our Charizard Mega Floette composition isn't quite the same level that Chalk was way back in the day. It's close to being that kind of same mentality where players they're gravitating towards those strong tools.
Question. Do you find the fact that Shoma considers the Mega Charizard Mega Floette core less powerful than Chalk comforting or concerning?
I think comforting.
Okay.
Sort of.
That's kind of where I'm at, but I wanted to do a vibe check.
It's a bit of a column A, column B situation, right? Because, it's nice to be able to think of it as we all have it at the highest part of our list. We're this is one of the teams to really watch out for, right? Because it's so strong, because it's got such a share of the metagame. If you're going to play the World Championships, unless you've got this miracle run, you're going to face up at least against one, if not a few of them across the Swiss rounds. you know, nice to think of it as like not completely the strongest team in the format and that we have options. Equally, the implication is that there's like stronger stuff out there.
Yeah,
and that's kind of scary.
That's the concerning part for me. Like, does this imply that they were working on something that didn't quite make it that's more powerful, or, yeah?
I don't know. I think, like, you know, it's clearly one of the most powerful, but it's also one of the teams with the target on its back.
Of course.
And so, you know, all of our formats, I think the important thing to realize and recognize is that everything is about context.
Yep.
If you went into a previous part of the game, it was a surprise when like Gavin Michaels won an event with Basque Legion.
Yep.
For example, and now you're looking at it as like, well, it's one of few, hasn't it? So, you know, it's definitely shifted its position in the format depending on the game that we're playing at the point in time. And
yep.
So I think it's really important to recognize, looking at like these strong teams, but also looking at the ways that our players have built around the metagame that we formed.
Yeah, and that's actually why I put it as my caster prediction, because I had it was like a 50-50 for me, okay? You know, the traditional Pokemon 50-50, if you will.
Sure.
It's either going to hit or it won't, in the sense that people are either going to overcorrect for the metagame and assume that people are not going to bring it, and then the one person who brings that team is just going to, you know, just go all the way to finals because everybody's like, no, everybody's going to have a target on its back. Like,
right.
I'll bring one counter for it, but it'll be fine. Or it's going to just be everywhere, and because it's going to be everywhere, one person's going to make it far enough in the tournament that I'll look smart regardless.
Exactly.
So it felt like one of those things where, like, if I were playing in the World Championships personally, I would run the Mega Blastoise, Mega Delphox team because I think that's fun. But I do think that it deserves a spot at the table because of those reasons.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's such a hard call. I don't envy anyone coming into the World Championships and trying to pick what team that they wanted to lock in. But I know a lot of trainers, they've been putting the time in, they've been putting the work in. And so, yeah, I think most importantly, we are getting our players ready and set up for the next round. You'll all be happy to hear at home. So why don't we wrap this up, Gabby?
Sounds good.
We'll get over to our casters.
Thank you so much. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined again by Aaron Zhang, and we're about to bring you Swiss round number 4, where we will be featuring 2 more players that are undefeated on their run to make it to Phase 2 of the World Championships.
They're using a lot of Pokemon that I have not seen on a lot of other teams so far in this tournament, Rosemary.
Which is so exciting because we just heard our analysts talking about the most popular archetypes coming into this weekend. All eyes on Mega Charizard Y, as well as taking a look at some of the more established cores, like the Frostless Lycanroc team we saw, or even Rain.
Yeah, it's interesting because coming into this tournament, it felt like there was a pretty big pool of teams that were viable, and a big question mark is, well, are you going to use that team or are you going to try to counter those teams, right? And it feels like the answer for a lot of players was, I am just going to use what I think is one of the best within this pool of 10, right? And for a lot of players, experience really trumps all. If you think about last year, how Gio was able to win the World Championships, we've been working on that same concept for months and been piloting it at regionals and at internationals as well. And so sometimes I think back in the day, people would often try to feel like they need to have to call for Worlds. Can you make a brand new team that completely breaks the metagame? But these days, it feels like there are just so many really powerful teams already leading into the championships. It's quite difficult to create something completely from scratch and really just, innovate on the metagame when there's been already so much that has, been created.
That's why these 2 teams hopefully will surprise you. Let's take a look at our notable matchups heading into Swiss round number 4. We are going to be focusing in on Chun-Min Lee versus Chloe Burke, but that doesn't mean we don't have other incredible matches that you'll be able to check out on our featured match streams.
Yeah, one thing that's really exciting, honestly, looking at these players who are 3-0, I recognize, obviously, a lot of players that we get to cover in North America and Europe, but there are a lot of other regions that are represented here. For example, Southeast Asia, right? And seeing players who, this is their one time to really get to shine on the main stage, right? Because they don't really have internationals to compete in. They maybe have like their local national championships. I think it's really cool. And to be able to feature our match here, which is a player from Korea and a player from Australia, I think is particularly exciting.
It is so so cool, because you're right. The fact that the qualification method is a little bit different for Southeast Asia doesn't necessarily mean we get a chance to see them at those regional championships, but I'm hopeful that in the coming years, we will see more competitors travel outside their home region in order to compete with some of the other competitors on our more global stages. But let's get ready to go for Swiss round number 4 between Chunmin Lee versus Chloe Burke. This is Korea versus Australia, an incredible matchup because, yeah, which Pokemon are you looking at? There's like 8 on this graphic that I feel like are just super cool to be able to call out.
I think the first thing when I saw this matchup, Rosemary, is I saw Swampert, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's as you're saying, like Mega Swampert as on a non-rain team, and I was like, no, it's not Mega, it's actually Citrus Berry Swampert. And recently we've seen actually Flip Turn Yawn Swampert becoming a thing, but this also isn't that. This is just a Swampert that's meant to be offensive. I've got Wave Crash, I've got Earthquake, I've got Ice Punch, and I don't need the Mega Stone. I want some Citrus for a nice little recovery.
When you think about just Swampert's typing in this meta as well, I think you have to think a little bit about Toxapex, right? When we have that dual poison and water typing, has some good defensive profiles, but for Swampert, it really is about the offense. Think about how super effective ground type damage really functions, especially when you're looking at the team on the other side, but also just the fact that you have Ice Punch for things like Garchomp, Aerodactyl. There's a lot of great coverage on this Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you take a look at the team, you know, Whimsicott, Staraptor, Golden Go, maybe Pokemon Lab, a little bit more mainstream. A key thing to call out here is the Whimsicott does not have the Protect, right? Wanting to run Charm to, of course, self-boost the Staraptor. You've also got Choice Scarf, Hydreigon, and Ceruledge. These are Pokemon that actually did have a pretty big performance at the North American International Championships, getting top 4 and top 8 respectively. But they're still not the most common Pokemon in the format. Scarf Hydreigon, of course, has a lot of immediate offensive burst power. Actually, look at the opposing team with a Metagross and a Raichu, and hey, Choice Scarf Hydreigon can outspeed both of those, threatening them with super effective damage. Of course, Ceruledge was a Pokemon that really started picking up in usage with that bulk up to be able to wall post and Charizards, although coming into this world's metagame, Ancient Power feels like it's on almost every Charizard, and so Ceruledge no longer the definitive counter you could use to beat Charizard previously.
Yeah, a couple of different setup options. You mentioned the bulk up on the Ceruledge, but you also have Nasty Plot and the Golden Go, and even Side Charm from the Whimsicott for when that Staraptor inevitably Mega Evolves. A lot of really great choices here. I like Hydreigon. I don't know how important it's going to be in this particular matchup, but that is one of those Pokemon that has been teched onto teams in order to have a better matchup into things like Delphox, since that's been creeping up there. But it's really cool to see that with that Choice Scarf, it's going to be hitting really a speed tier.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a really good point because both players here have Tailwind Whimsicott, right? And so, well, if you're both going to set up Tailwind, then it kind of just neutralizes the playing field. So having a Choice Scarf Pokemon in that Hydreigon can be really crucial, but not necessarily the easiest either to use because then you are bringing it out against an opposing Whimsicott, and you're not going to be able to do too much damage to the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott can just threaten you with the one-hit knockout with that Moonblast as well. This Hydreigon actually crucially doesn't have something like a Flamethrower or a Heat Wave as well, so it's even worse into that Whimsicott. But being able to get a fast attack off into a Mega Raichu-I, into a Mega Metagross can be a big deal.
Speaking of that Mega Raichu, let's take a little closer look at it. This is going to feature Zap Cannon and Focus Blast. One of the cool things about that Raichu is with no guard, those are going to become 100% accurate moves. You don't have to worry about the fact that they might miss. But you also have that dual Mega within that Metagross. So if you feel like that's going to be something that ends up being more popular in the matchup, you at least have 2 to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Metagross and Cleaver are 2 of the Pokemon that really stand out here. Cleaver is a Pokemon that started seeing a little bit more usage in the mid-season, but I feel like has kind of fallen off. But of course, an excellent pick into opposing teams with Charizard. And Metagross is a Pokemon that people expected to have a huge impact.
Hi everybody, I'm back.
Released in the metagame, but when Charizard is still just
I also
everywhere
got the
on,
chance to
40+% of teams, it's kind of difficult for it to thrive. So
brush my teeth. Citrus Berry Swampert, you say? Yeah, we have round 5.
As well, right? Being able to hit many
Mega. Oh, Mega Metagross. That's a completion on our bingo. Cleavor. No way. Cleavor.
One problem.
Cleavor, not Cleavor.
Looking at both of those Megas,
X-Scissors, Stone X,
rubbing
Faint.
its hands together. Cannot
It's
wait
Focus Sash, not Choice Scarf. Oh, I like this.
I am so excited to see Swampert. It's funny because we have already seen it in regular form earlier.
Let's just see how Wolf has been doing.
No Megastone potentially thriving in a unique matchup, I think will be particularly exciting. So let's see. It's going to be Whimsicott and Raichu from Chloe to start off this battle.
Wolf is 2-1.
Wow, super stylish though with all of the shiny Pokemon on
Aye,
the
aye.
field, but that is going to be
Aye, aye, Wolf.
not mattering for either of these special attackers for Chloe.
So Swampert here, of course,
We are back, everybody. We are back.
Pressure immediately, right? I think one of the reasons why Chanmin wants it is because it does really well into Raichu. Raichu at best can just focus blast it, but being immune to that Zap Cannon is such a big deal. So Chanmin on this first turn can go for something like a Protect on the Raptor and just Earthquake, or double Protect, potentially switch out afterwards. You do, of course, have the risk of just taking a lot of damage, and so as a result,
Here we go. Mega Staraptor is here again.
Don't want to be on the receiving end of a fake out and just an attack like
PSG lost 2-0, really. That's crazy. Shiny Raichu. Love it. Cleovora and Meta and Mega. Oh, I have a Ceruledge. I have a Dragon. Bro, I like the team on the left. Chanmin Lee. I love this team. Mega Staraptor with Swampert. Citrus Berry Swampert. Life Orb Goldengo. Colbur Berry Ceruledge. Choice Scarf. Hydreigon, I love it. These two teams are so unique. That's so interesting. A player from Korea and a player from Australia. How is Quinones? I have to check. Hold on. Earthquake.
But Swampert's gonna go for the Earthquake, even harming its own partner Whimsicott on the switch in.
Yeah, breaks the Focus Sash, which can be a big deal. And I think crucially here, Chloe has been able to
can be a big deal
against Swampert, right? This is your #1 answer into Swampert. Can take damage decently well, right? Earthquake is basically the strongest attack you can have into Basculegion, only took 37% from that. So I think Chloe's done a pretty good job of dancing around Swampert. Her priority probably is to knock out
I'm loving this match, bro.
Then ideally get something like your Metagross out. But now Basculegion putting on a lot of pressure. Both players can pressure with Tailwind. Chanmin on his side, of course, also has Charm, so you can use Charm, as you see here, to drop Basculegion's attack. Suddenly, that Wave Crush is going to do way less damage.
Nice when you can use it on the side for your own Staraptor, but it can still be that defensive option. Wow, Moonblast.
Big damage. It's not enough though.
But it's alive for just long enough that it's going to take the Wave Crash. Kind of nice though that you're going to be taking less recoil, but you would have actually really liked that to have been a clean KO onto the Whimsicott, so that the
Mega Metagross. It's a part of our. Oh! Whimsicott survives on 1%. That's crazy. Leonard, I have to check as well. I didn't check. I'll check after this match. Goldengo doing great into the Basculegion, and it's really good at Basculegion that Whimsy didn't go down, because that means that the Basculegion will not have super powerful Last Respect. It's still Life Orb, so it's still gonna do a lot of damage, right? It's funny, Chloe, Chloe, he has the plushies of Whimsy and Metagross, and that's the team he's using. Cringe Gambit, Protect, and knock out the Whimsy. Tailwind, nice.
And if it's a Shadow Ball going into that King Gambit slot, then it's going to take that much better as well.
Leah's shiny Alpha Goldengo, really? Ooh. Yeah.
I think that's a beautiful
free switch in.
Right? Because now the Goldengo's at -2. The Swampert just protected, so you can target that slot. Bring Raichu or Basculegion back in. I think Basculegion probably a little bit more consistent here. Want to conserve that Raichu for the Staraptor. And so there's talking about Metagross potentially being in the back, but I think King Gambit actually even better here, threatening.
Yeah, King Gambit awesome versus the Goldengo.
So I think Chloe has navigated the Swampert actually really effectively. This is not an easy Pokemon for her team to go up against. In fact, I actually think it's kind of a nightmare matchup, but has found a good angle. Now, my big question is, how bulky is Swampert? Can it survive through Life Orb?
It has Citrus Berry, so I guess it's very bulky. Switches.
Maybe we'll find out later. I'm going to bring in Staraptor for now.
Yeah, Staraptor gets to come back in.
Wave Crash!
Doesn't get
Big. Oh! Almost a full hit knockout. A full hit, a one hit. Goldengo. Goldengo. Kowtow. Staraptor going down immediately. Shadow Ball. Nice. Nice. Raichu? No, Raichu can still focus blast the Swampert.
Rosemary, even though it felt like Chloe had put herself in a really good position, does she have enough offense for Swampert at this point in the game?
I think it's tough, right? Because you can see the reasoning. Chloe was hoping that maybe playing around like a Golden Go Protect, you want to make sure you're guaranteeing damage in that slot, because if you do get the KO on Mr.
King Gambit can... Yeah. Sucker Punch plus Focus Blast should pick the knockout. But maybe this Raichu doesn't have a lot of special attack investment. And maybe the Swampert is really, really bulky. Protezione. Double, okay. Oh, for fake out, yes. No Mega just yet. Why no Mega?
Don't take any unnecessary damage as we see the fake out plus Kowtow cleave. But yeah, once again, the Swampert's like, okay, I still have my Citrus Berry, I haven't taken any damage. I think conserving the win condition really, really effectively. And it's looking very scary right now. I mean, focus
Swampert, 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 Swampert. Base Swampert being a problem, I like it. Mega Blaziken can also be just normal. But Swampert is different because it's more bulky. It's bulkier. Mega Rai Rai! I really like shiny Mega Raichu White. I like that tone of yellow. Focus Blast! No Sucker Punch! But there is Tailwind, you don't need to Sucker. Ah, 2-2. Oh, big damage! Oh, Swampert survives! Earthquake? Bro, he's not afraid! Ah! King Gambit survives! No, it was Tailwind, it was Tailwind! No, no Tailwind! It needs to Sucker Punch! It's not Black Glasses! They are faster! Oh! Swampert the GOAT!
How exciting is it to see a Citrus Berry Swampert here on the world stage, just clicking.
How the Swampert survives that? What?
Didn't do anything in that game, right? It wasn't about the Mega Evolution, it was about Swampert just consistently getting blow after blow after blow.
What?
I think the recognition to say, this is my primary win condition, I need to switch it out, and nailing that basket.
Unbelievable!
Onto it, attacking with the Golden Go. I think just completely allowed for this position for Swampert, but that was
unbelievable.
So close at the end, just 3% survival.
Yeah, I mean, Chloe, as you mentioned, did such a great job of playing around the Swampert to try to mitigate its damage output in the first couple of turns, utilizing very smart defensive switches. But then I think there were just a couple of turns right in the middle where you could see
Leonard Kraft is 1-2.
one attack would be enough to actually get the knockout and have that second attack
He's
get
1-2.
redirected into the partner, where it didn't happen
Quinones?
because this Pokemon survived on Tumman's side.
Yeah, so cool to see. And fun fact, he actually
No,
brought
that
Excadrill
Quinones is 2-2.
national championships where he finished in the top 4.
Quinones is
And it's
2-2.
also Excadrill not on a sand
How
team,
is
it's
Colin?
Excadrill with rain. So I think he's really kind of the master of finding
Wait.
unique ground type Pokemon to use in the format. And I think, yeah, what a game it was for Swampert here on the world stage.
Colin is 1-3 already. He's out.
First thing you're probably thinking is, okay, I probably
Oh,
want to
and about Joe Ugarte?
Never ended up seeing
He's
one of those,
1-2.
That is kind of the primary tool. And then Raichu just feels really bad.
Edward is 3-0.
Metagross, of course, also takes super effective damage from it.
Wolf is
but
2-1.
a little bit naturally bulkier. And of course,
We can
a
see
lot of
that's the
people
we can see the
Raichu's very
teams.
physically defensive,
We
but
can
at
see
the
the
end of
teams.
day,
Yeah,
still just
we can only.
got the best stats.
That's
So I think
the problem
Chloe,
about
you
big
might wanna
tournaments.
consider, bringing
We can
Metagross
see the
back. Again, I
teams.
think there's a world where you can bring both and use Raichu just regularly.
These official.
but
You can only
Metagross
see
is
the
massive
pairings.
and also looking to get a wave crash with Basket Weavers.
What is going to be a mix-up?
Which kind of makes it more mysterious, you know?
King Gambit next to the Whimsicott this time around.
Bro, Swampert is insane.
So the King Gambit here obviously exerting.
Edois go to 3-0 with Mega Gengar. Wolf is 2-1.
Still the fundamental problem of how are we going to deal enough damage to a regular Swampert here, right? And so Golden Go could very easily protect. I think the King Gambit lead here would have punished the Staraptor lead, right? And you also can't switch into Staraptor unless you want to give over that Defiant boost. And should you do that, like the awkward thing I think is it's quite actually difficult to click Earthquake if Staraptor's not on the field, right? You're going to consistently damage yourself, so that's one thing like Chloe can potentially take advantage of as well.
Tailwind?
Protects, no switches here on turn 1.
It's going to be a fast
To be faster than Goldengo? Oh, Kowtow.
immediately.
Big damage. 40%. Make it rain immediately. Make it rain Earthquake. Oh, yeah, it's Fairy Feather. True, it's not Sash. Sash is on the Cleaver.
But again, Chloe's in this position where you do have a free switch, but can this King Gambit actually hang on to do
Earthquake?
something on this next turn?
Wave Crash.
Yeah, you would think it's going to be a wave crash here.
Yeah.
So really powerful. We haven't seen it use it yet in this set.
Damn!
So much damage still. Swampert this time does take a
Berry.
hefty amount. I think Chloe's probably hoping for Golden Go to protect there, expecting Golden Go, to not get an attack off there. Hoping to probably
Both of those players are 3-0, so they are really good.
things could be worse.
And they are very unique teams. You think they have the Metagross? Bro, you can't bring the Metagross versus Goldengo, Ceruledge, and Hydreigon, right? You have to bring the Raichu. And Raichu is really good into Staraptor as well, which is the only Mega of Chanmin.
Like that Sucker Punch, I can survive Wave Crash on Swampert and get an Earthquake off potentially. And so, yeah, I think this is a big turn where if Chloe gets it wrong, could be really
Swampy
scary.
comes back.
Swampert pivoting out instead into the
Hydreigon? Nice. I like that. Hydreigon, it walls King Gambit and the Basque. That's not very effective. It's still a lot of damage. Oh my lord. Ah, it was a crit. Okay, okay. I was like, it has to be a crit.
Or a resisted attack, I should say, just does not feel right. Yeah, once again, like the tailwind is up, so the offensive pressure, like Basque Legion is happy to just keep clicking its moves right now.
The crit was unfortunate.
Hydreigon and the Basque Legion are trained because while tailwind's up on the opposing side, sometimes like Basque Legion doesn't invest in.
Oh, poor Hydreigon, I love it. I love Hydreigon.
So if you're Chloe, if you know you're faster, then you can always just click Wave Crash.
He can't really show his power today.
Hydreigon finish it off, Kowtow creep into Golden Go, but Chloe does have a lot of offensive pressure right now, and it is because she has managed to set up Tailwind, whereas there's no Tailwind on the opposing side.
I think that you're right. Like the speed order of the Hydreigon versus the Basque Legion is going to be really important.
Because, no, today I mean right now. Because it took some damage. Yeah, knockout. Okay, so here it's a double knockout. Because Goldengo doesn't survive a Kowtow right now, I think. First clean sheet for Sporting? Maybe.
We did not see a protect coming through from that Golden Go, so it is going to be
Kowtow?
very vulnerable to the super effective
Yeah.
Kowtow cleave. A double knockout for Chloe.
Yeah, I think Chloe just getting Tailwind up and saying, I'm just going to use these really...
Now that crit was lucky, but it's part. Swampert?
Swampert has taken a little bit more damage, right? So it's going to be Swampert.
Ceruledge! No Staraptor!
I'm surprised to see no Whimsicott, no Staraptor.
No Mega Evolution.
No Mega Evolution, yeah, I mean...
Huh.
That is his thing with
Very interesting from Chanmin.
Like, you decide, you know what? I don't have another Mega Evolution. I don't think Staraptor actually is, like, I may be expecting an adjustment from the opposing end. Maybe I'll just drop it here. But, yeah, I think, like, Chloe just has the full speed advantage right now. We'll see. It's going to be a double protect here. Just out that Tailwind. That Basque Legion on the
But King Gambit is still faster than Swampert, right?
Absolutely. You see a good matchup here into the Ceruledge from both the King Gambit and the Basque Legion. And the fact that you still have an unrevealed Pokemon in the back, I think
In the back should be Raichu.
pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. The Ceruledge now does exert pressure with Shadow Sneak into Basque
Yeah.
Legion. So the question is,
Maybe it's not a knockout if Basque Legion is really bulky. Shadow?
if not, I think Basque Legion just gets a KO in response.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Like a champ, as it's going to be able to fire off another Wave Crash, might knock itself out for
So
trouble. The
tanky.
Ceruledge does take super
Okay, I
effective
think
damage
the
from that.
Hydreigon was a good plan,
Bring in one more Pokemon here
but that crit was really unfortunate.
now has to fend for its life
Oh wait, it's not over yet. Because Swampert survives here, picks a knockout. Ah, okay. It should lose to the Mega.
Yeah, but I think regardless, either Mega Raichu or Mega Metagross should be able to close it out. You just need to do 25% of damage here, and so it is going to be the right
It's Raichu. Yeah, with Focus Blast, you just
this time around,
get a knockout.
the damage you needed on Swampert. Adding up that damage on turn 1 means that now a Focus Blast will finish it off. So I think the main thing here is Vasky Legion plus King Gambit just had the perfect positioning for Chloe in this match. Found a great angle for it, and yeah, got enough damage onto the Swampert early enough, so now we should, of course, go to a game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a Protect just to give you some time to actually think about what that game 3 might look like.
Yeah.
Because Tunlin actually did make a
Time to think is always good.
in the Pokemon brought. Ledge as well as Hydreigon, both making appearances in the second game. And do you think...
I think that Hydreigon was a good choice, but
as we think about game 3?
Yeah, to me, I feel like the answer is you
that crit really made it out of commission really quickly. Good game, good game. Oh, Ragav Malavis 3-1, awesome! Brazilian is 2-2, okay. Let's check the other players I want to see. I'm learning a lot just from watching. Me too, bro. These players are crazy. It's Worlds. Everybody's cracked. Giovanni. She's no. Giovanni.
I think getting the Intimidate alone into Vasky Legion is a big deal, right? Because if you think about, well, how do I beat Swampert?
He's 1-2. Giovanni is 1-2.
So I think I'd probably like to see a return to Swampert plus Whimsicott.
Supercross, he had very little experience. I think
and then you can flex between
he's
all of them.
not. He's 2-1. He's 2-1. He's 2-1.
As a prediction to deal with the Metagross on the
Supercross is 2-1.
trying to catch it,
Oh
and
shit.
then Metagross didn't end up coming out, right? Like
Is Ian the Brazilian? I think so. There are more Brazilians. Gonçalo Ramos scored on the win of Milan today. Yeah, Cerulege was a bit iffy. That's true. Paltuel lost. He's using that very basic team.
Thought process being like Cerulege can come in, and even if your opponent does have Tailwind, you've got that priority to actually just help.
Paltuel is 2-1 still. Emilio Forbes. It's 2-1 as well. Awesome. Wolf Leak is 2-1. Colin is 1-3. Oh, Josh Lorsi. It's 2-2. Okay. Ragav is 3-1. Oh, what about Justin 10? It's 3-0. Goat. Joe Ugarte is 1-2. He still can do it. Right? And Colin was already with, yeah, 1-3 already. Let's go! I played against Ian last week. You did! Awesome. Cleaver! Okay, we're back to Staraptor.
I don't know if it's in the best position here, truthfully. It can Stone Axe, right? I will say, actually, one thing that's
Stone Axe sets
you do have to respect the
Stealth Rocks, right?
Side, right? It's Fairy Feather, so Moonblast in particular is actually really scary. I like Tremin's position more here, though, honestly, because like the Whimsicott on the opposing side isn't even Focus Sash, right? And yeah, the Cleaver being intimidated just means it can't do very much. This moveset
True.
Stone Axe, Axe Scissor, Feint, right?
Stone Axe is still good damage though. Yeah, I think Stealth Rocks can be useful.
I do wonder how much the
Whimsy can just charm here. Leonard, he was 2-1, I think. Oh no, he was 1-2, I think.
is already off to a very quick start here as
Tailwind.
Whimsicots are going to set Tailwind for their respective
Annoying Raichu with Encore. Yeah, it's really annoying. Ooh! After the Whimsy. Okay. Yeah, being poisoned is much better, yes. Than slowed down or anchored. Stone Axe! That's a cool animation. Good damage. Because it was intimidated, remember that.
Yeah, but now the question is, where do you go from here, right? Because the Cleaver is kind of stuck on the field. I think both players kind of felt forced to Tailwind, and Chemin really doesn't want the opposing
Meta.
to
Ooh, it's Metagross!
I think is a pretty good response.
It's
Never
Meta!
want to eat a Moonblast from the opposing side, so you feel forced to go for Tailwind Brave Bird, right? Chloe also Tailwinds, but yeah, the Cleaver, once again, I think because of that Intimidate, just caught in a little bit of a tricky position. And StoneX will still do decent damage here, but Metagross at least does exert a lot of offensive pressure into both Pokemon. However, you are staring down the charm.
That's our bingo card. We already have Metagross in there.
And if you get that off, oof, that would be really tough to come back from.
It would. So let's see what happens.
Let's see. Faint, no protect, but just in case. Charm. Okay. Oh. How is the Metagross faster? Didn't they both went for Tailwind?
So Metagross being able to move first is a huge deal there.
Wait, they both had Tailwind, right?
Swing of events, right? Because the Staraptor was
And I'm free, I will continue to watch World and join a tournament with Delhi. You love to going to tournaments. Delhi and Dragonite, I like that combination. I like that combo. No, I think Dark Pulse might get the knockout.
Cleaver with that feint, yeah, making sure that you can get that attack off, also getting that stealth rock off.
Mega Metagross goes to 178 speed. Ah. And Staraptor goes to 1... It's a speed tie if they're both Jolly. If they're both Jolly, it's a speed tie, no way. Anchor! Nice Anchor! Wait, wouldn't it be better... I know, because X-Scizor, yeah. Because I was thinking about anchoring Psychic Fangs. Ooh, 3%! I like to play and that improve our gameplay. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I think they were both Jolly and they were speed tying, yeah. Swampy! Wait, you can Earthquake! Because Hydreigon levitates. And once Tailwind runs out, Hydreigon can beat the Basculegion. But not the Cringe Gambit. But Swampert beats the Cringe Gambit. And I don't really know if I'm progressing. Yeah, Ladder is confusing. Okay. Because the Cleaver can X-Scizor. Yeah, that would be crazy. Good Earthquake here. Nice. No more Tailwind. So now Hydreigon is the fastest on the field. Bro, I love Charmin's team. I want to use it. Hold on.
The main thing here in response is Hydreigon could go for Dark Pulse into Cleaver, expecting Basculegion to protect. If you get a flinch, well then Swampert can just follow up, get a knockout, and that's game over as well. So big turn here for both players. Do you predict the protect from Basculegion? And if so, right, do you target the Cleaver and does it get a flinch?
Oh, it's so tense. In a Game 3 situation with an undefeated record on the line heading into the second half of day 1.
You have to risk it, I think. Oh! Does he read it? Does he read it? He did! Big damage! X-Scizor, that's a knockout? Ah, because then Basculegion just last respects. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the flinch was needed. The flinch was needed. Cleaver, bro. I also really like Chloe's team. Really cool. Really cool team. Boop. Almost, bro. Almost. GG. What a match, bro. What a match. What a match. What a match. Yeah, we saw all the cool Pokemon. That was good. That was good, bro.
Three-game set between two incredible trainers.
That was really good.
What a match!
And I think the key term was truly just Metagross Staraptor in that interaction, right? If Staraptor goes first and
Yeah,
knocks out
if Staraptor wins the speed tie, true.
I didn't expect the +2 close combat to actually be able to knock out the Metagross anyway, and so if Chloe gets the knockout on Staraptor, I think it's actually still a pretty positive turn for her. And the other thing I was curious about was, yeah, if we had seen the charm into Metagross, right, to potentially get around this, that could have been really interesting as well. But either way, this Swampert, I think, if you're Chloe and you're staring down this team in team preview, first of all, this is not a standard team at all, right? It's got a lot of unique pieces. It's really hard to figure out how in the world do I beat
Well
this
played,
Swampert,
man.
but managed to pick
For
up
both. Well played for
and
both.
put it all together. And oh, this, I mean, the final turn's so tense, right? Like, Chemin gets the right call, targets the cleaver, has that chance to flinch, but does not get it. And that X-Scissor being able to just one-shot the Hydreigon, so well done.
Yeah, and then the last respects. Whew! One final sayonara there too, that Swampert, and Chloe Burke ends up with that 4-0 record. It's just so cool to be able to be at the World Championships, see the best trainers bringing the most cool Pokemon and duking it out.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, you know, at the World Championships, there's always obviously so many incredible players that we've seen prove themselves on the biggest stage consistently, whether it be at regionals or international or worlds. This last game, we featured two players, right, from regions that we don't get to cover as much. They both finish in top 4 of major tournaments there, whether it be the Korean National Championships or for Chloe, you know, one of the regionals over in Oceania. And here they are, right, duking out at 3-0. Really, this is like their first chance to really prove themselves to the world. And that was a really fun set to watch.
So
like,
fun.
I couldn't have asked for any more. Like, the fact that Swampert put a masterclass in that game 1 and hangs on just with a sliver, right? And in game 3, things felt so tense. I was not expecting Cleaver at all, but I think it made a lot of sense because I think Chloe recognized, look, Basculegion is really good. What are you going to use to beat Basculegion? Well, it's probably going to be the Hydreigon as well as the Staraptor. So I need to take care of those, and how do I beat those? Well, Metagross for Staraptor, and then I, of course, yeah, it just all came together.
So cool.
And then Cleaver, of course, for the Hydreigon, and I just, yeah, I think that this is what best of 3 Pokemon is all about, and the, you know, the number of adjustments we saw on both ends was just so fun.
An amazing set for sure, and also one where you could kind of see the nerves playing on the stage in front of such a big crowd. I felt like there was so much emotion for both of them in this moment. The pressure
Really well done,
really
bro.
intense.
Absolutely, yeah. And so I need to hear more about Chloe and the team and just that set, so let's go throw it down to the floor for an interview.
Interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Chloe after a fantastic win. You're currently undefeated at the World Championships. How do you feel?
Pretty good, yeah.
Anything else just pretty good? Like, were you nervous for this event? Just excited?
Yeah, so nervous. Yeah, non-stop anxiety, but
Well
for
done.
someone with non-stop anxiety, you certainly played a wonderful match. Talk to me about that match, because for yourself, you're going up against a really, really strong team, and also lose the first one in the set. So then what's going through your mind to be able to rally back to take the set win?
I thought that my Pokemon choices in game 1 were pretty good, and I just kind of needed to adjust my game plan. I didn't respect the Swampert enough in game 1, but I kind of figured it out, and then I made a call that he wouldn't bring Goldengo game 3, so I didn't bring my King Gambit at all, and it ended up paying off, fortunately.
And now I want to talk about your team, because you have one of, if not possibly the craziest team in the tournament. Metagross is cool, you know, everything else, but the Cleaver. Why Cleaver?
Cleaver, why?
Field is Charizards, Cleaver sets rocks. The main idea of the team is that I set rocks for Metagross to be able to KO both Charizard and Floette, regardless of what the main team in the format brings. And yeah, it just has a lot of good matchups into very common teams, so it's worked out pretty well.
I feel like when I hear you talk about there's so many Charizards around, the other direction people have gone with has been the Lycanroc, right? Is there a reason why you particularly strayed away from that team, or you just thought this had a better matchup spread across the board?
I feel more comfortable piloting like Tailwind offense generally, and I wanted to make Metagross work because it seems like a good mon, but the meta doesn't really favor it a lot. So yeah, I don't know. The ability for Metagross to KO Charizard consistently is just, it makes it so much better. So that's why I chose Cleaver over Lycanroc.
And it certainly has a lot more style, let me say. It is so cool. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself, too.
Well done,
because, of
Chloe.
course,
Very
now you
well
have the
done.
opportunity to compete on this stage. You're undefeated, and we heard the cheers from the crowd. So tell me a little bit more about yourself.
I've been playing VGC for a few years now. This is my second Worlds. Did pretty well in the Oceania circuit this year, and
Yeah, from Australia.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I like offensive teams. I play offensive teams. I don't really know what else to say.
No, that makes sense. We'll take one more step this way, as I want to make sure you're center stage here. If you have an opportunity to thank anyone or just any final words while you're on this stage.
All right, thank you to my girlfriend for always supporting me. Thank you to all the Oceania community for like always, I don't know, giving me a challenge and making me a better player. Thank you to the Sydney local scene. It's really good, really great players, really nice people, especially Pokefolk, great community. Would recommend going to those locals if you're in Sydney. Yeah.
I love that. Congratulations yet again on this win. Best of luck. I hope that you can take Cleaver to the top. This is just absolutely incredible. As for us, of course, we need to hear more about this team and everything else. So let's head over to our analysts.
Thank you so much, Sierra. What a crazy match.
What a crazy match.
Aaron Rosemary there after that match concluded, because
What a
you
crazy
looked like
match.
I was having just as much fun as Chloe was there, going 4-0 here at the World Championships.
That game 3 still, I mean, the Swampert Metagross speed interaction, the Metagross Staraptor speed interaction, I was like, that's one thing that's so interesting about these Pokemon, because it feels like with Staraptor you basically have to go max speed, but sometimes, especially on a Roost set, like maybe you don't, but then the Metagross, I was like, I don't know who's going to move first here, and then, yeah, Metagross just completely annihilates the Staraptor, and I do think that's one of the cool things about it as a pick in this metagame, right, is you do threaten the Staraptor for super effective damage, maybe even a one-hit knockout if you don't get intimidated and you get to move first.
Yeah, 100% Rose. Pick a favorite point of the match, because that was like, that seemed to be like all the way through it was delivering, not just the Staraptor Metagross interaction, right? The moment we see Cleaver coming in, like games 1 and 2 as well, the Cerulege coming out, like you got to see everything.
We had so much, I literally cannot boil it down to a single thing that I enjoyed about that match. I enjoyed all of it.
Yeah, crazy Pokemon, crazy tech.
Thank you.
It was really good.
They trained me for that.
We'll give you a trick question later on in this. And yeah, I think this is just showing as well, like, it isn't just the Charizard Floette compositions that are making it like really deep in this tournament. There is so much room.
You only play VGC since Champions Release on mobile? Really? I thought you were playing for longer.
Take the metagame in a completely different direction.
It's a little spicy out there.
If you told me like we would be casting a game where like Swampert, regular Swampert, Cleaver, Hydreigon, Cerulege, right, all would be like used and actually come out in Lovato, I'd be like, there's just no way. Like statistically, that makes absolutely no sense. But here we are, and that's what makes Pokemon really special. Because I do think, for the most part, this tournament, a lot of the most well-known players did just pick one of the most popular teams and figured out, hey, I'm just gonna master. I'm gonna be really good at it. And so it is such a treat to see it at 3-0 here at the biggest stage that we have in Pokemon.
So cool.
I feel like as well, like there's been a little bit of discourse in the community. We've had
just 3 months or less.
Twitter
Cool.
calling out, like Metagross is the play. Only a few days ago, and like I'm guilty of this as well. Like people sitting there being like, is it though, Jamie? Is it really the one? Like, are we really living in a world where Mega Metagross in the Charizard format is going to be able to take it all? Like, I'm not sure, but maybe, hey, Chloe showed us that it might be possible. And you know what else is possible? Is we've got a feature match lined up, ready to go, and it's going to be an absolute cracker. So we've got Justin Tang.
Ooh, Justin Tang.
Nilsson, and yes, that is a camera
Nice.
you're seeing on your screen right now.
Oh, camera! Do I have it on my bingo?
Trick room action and see that camera up go nuts.
And I have the hard trick room in day 2 or top cut, which it's this.
It is Life Orb.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Really crazy. Now, the main thing, if you look at that team, though, is that there's no water resistances, right? So Justin, hey, I have Swampert.
Bro, Nikolai has 3 wins with that. That's crazy.
It's going to be Farigiraf. It's a dual Mega team with Aerodactyl and Camerupt, actually, and it blocks the Fake out here immediately, and Blastoise also does not Mega Evolve, so much going on here just to start off the game. Getting a water spout off.
People playing so crazy today. I love it. I love it. Hyper Beam! Big damage. Tang is another beast. Yeah, he only started in Scarlet and Violet. It is very good. He started being good. Delphox! Hyper Beam! Sylveon can't move now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it makes sense as well. We saw this the other way round in an earlier round on the stream, right? It's like Delphox wasn't the mega of choice. Instead, Blastoise was. Now we're flipping things.
Bro, people really using the secondary mega without megging it is so cool. Damn, the Hyper Beam going crazy, bro.
So, you know, great job knocking out the Blastoise, but now you're vulnerable to taking another attack.
That's true, but Sylveon is one of those Pokemon that I feel like just has surprising special defense bulk. So the fact that it was
Yes, it will survive.
that water spout, even the Delphox on the other side, doesn't really scare me too much.
No mega again!
Nasty plot for free, so maybe I take back what I just said.
Yeah, I think with this team you always want to get that nasty plot off, and instead of going for parting shot makes sense as well, because I think you really
Why no
want
mega
to
there?
bring it back out for Aerodactyl. I think what's scary right now for Justin is you don't know which direction this game is going to go.
Hyper Beam!
Potentially going to be a tailwind with Aerodactyl in the back. Sylveon recharges here, and it's not
Thunderbolt!
because I think recognizing, hey, if I just get Aerodactyl out, I can actually Mega Evolve this Pokemon and just start clicking Rock Slide.
Yes, and I think this is the really important part of the way that Nikolai has built the team, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's floors and ceilings. You can go right down as slow as Mega
Oh, it's tail room actually. It's tail room. Because Aerodactyl, I'm pretty sure has tailwind.
You really don't want to be hitting with your camera up, and instead you want to be hitting with that Mega Aerodactyl. You get that ability to set that up too.
Very cool.
I totally agree. Yeah, I think that's such a unique call out in that when you see his team, I think if you like removed Aerodactyl, you're like, well, it's clearly a hard Trick Room team, right? Like
No, it's tail room, yeah.
Slow, but the Aerodactyl alone actually just induces just a completely different playstyle.
Hyper Beam! Yeah.
Are they slow?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
So you can definitely play like in this like middling speed tier. You have got the top and the bottom, but actually the stuff in the middle can be a little bit squidgy and like middling speed tier.
Cine
I like when we
protects.
call these types of teams Tail
Okay.
Room because they have both the Tailwind and the Trick Room. And
Oh.
it is just really cool
It's
to be able to see that.
1% survival!
With a nasty plot on the Delphox.
We lost the sound. We lost sound of the match.
This is exactly right for you.
A 1% Sylveon survival.
That's crazy. Invisible focus sash. And the bro, crazy.
Okay, this is it. World Championship for Rose. This is
Crazy stuff happening today.
But there's still no Trick Room going up on Nikolai's side of the field, so there is still the option, as we said, for the Aerodactyl in the back. But this Delphox is racking up a lot of damage.
Heatwave.
Even though
It's a very easy Heatwave life do if Heatwave doesn't miss.
if Justin takes a couple of KOs
Right.
and then sets up the Trick Room against the Mega Aerodactyl, there's a
Invisible. It happens a lot because they removed the last roll. There used to be one extra roll, but they removed it. So that's why a lot of Pokemon survive on 1%.
If this would be the turn that Justin would consider setting up.
That's
Trick
right.
Room, knowing
That's
that
that's
that
rough.
Aerodactyl is in the back.
That's rough.
And if you are confident that maybe something else is in the back.
They
there,
just
like
well
a
the games,
Phoenix
yeah.
that's slower than you,
Crazy stuff today, bro. We started great with the Wolfie match. The Edu match was crazy as well. We saw Charizard lose twice. We saw crazy teams on the match before. And now we have Tail Room versus Blastoise Delphox going crazy.
No protect on the Aerodactyl, right? Part of these teams.
Oh, no protect on the Dactyl.
Those fake outs. And so while you didn't get the Intimidate, now Nikolai.
No life. Oh, maybe the Cine has no life,
do.
do?
Vulnerable to fake out plus an attack, right? So might actually want to go into your fourth Pokemon here. So Justin,
It's actually kind of cool to watch the match with the chill music in the background.
less threatening. Aerodactyl can come in and just start spamming
Nice.
Rock Slide, right? Even with the
Hey,
the
vibing,
Delphox actually
chilling
wants to
with,
go
vibing
slow
with,
Rock
chilling,
Slide or
with
healing
chilling
as
with,
well.
vibing.
But the thing is, you need a
Hey,
find a position for
hey,
Aerodactyl because
hey.
if it gets intimidated or if Trick Room is up and you have Instant plus Sinistcha, well, suddenly Matcha Gotcha spam makes it so hard for the Aerodactyl.
And it's sort of telegraphing maybe the King Gambit is the final
Dactyl.
Pokemon in the back for Nikolai, and like you also kind of want to get your Ensign into a position where it's on the field and not intimidating the King Gambit, not making it a threat to the Sinister.
True, you don't want to intimidate the King Gambit.
We know has in the back and can use to start healing up that Delphox and getting it, like, redirecting sucker punches away so the Delphox can carry on just dishing out these big, powerful heat waves.
I think it's tough though too when you mention the King Gambit. There's no protection.
Hyper
So
Beam!
you have two different options there in the Aerodactyl or the King Gambit. You can't bring in either and expect them to not get faked out. So we do see the
Megadactyl!
Aerodactyl, but do we see the
But it's not
Is
fluid.
it just a double up, right? With Fake Out plus the
Yeah.
Psychic from the Delphox. Fake Out does come out here, so I think that, you know, that much was pretty obvious. Aerodactyl flinches. This is a really big interaction.
Psychic.
It's just going to be Psychic here, so if there was King Gambit in the back, that would have been a free switch in. And that, you know, Aerodactyl looks like it wins the win condition. That's why I was saying it feels kind of awkward to position it out right now. But Sylveon still gets a Hyper Voice off.
Survival of the Delphox 1%! And crit on the Ensign!
Sylveon is now the win condition, and then it just misses the KO.
Oh, wow.
But, I mean, it's absolutely doing its job, like keeping the pressure down.
This match is insane, bro.
And, like, especially, like, I'm just gonna check if that Sylveon has access to quick attack, right?
Oops.
Because it does have access to
Quick
it.
attack, so it can finish the Delphox now.
It forces Justin to have to think about bringing in the Sinister, otherwise the quick attack starts going crazy.
That feels really bad, though, to lose Mega Aerodactyl and get nothing off with it, because it kind of just cleaned up this entire endgame, right? But like, you know, the nuance here is because neither King Gambit or Aerodactyl had the protect, like you called out, Rose. Well, you kind of have to switch in one, and I think Nikolai there might have been trying to go for a call, thinking, oh, the fake out Psychic is so obvious. I'm going to switch in King Gambit. You're going to Heat Wave instead. And if you Heat Wave, well, then that's probably winning for me. But the Aerodactyl, yeah, this goes to show why fake out is such a good move. And Frigraph normally allows these teams to say, well, you can drop your protect because I'll protect.
Overrated Sylveon.
Suddenly, the fake out becomes that much stronger.
Yeah.
And yeah, now with no Aerodactyl, it is still really scary.
We're gonna see Sylveon protect itself, so maybe that's gonna be a sucker punch. So King Gambit is successful at
Okay,
securing another
Delphox goes
knockout.
down.
And now this is kind of awkward, right?
But
Because Justin has Incineroar Sinistra as the final two, and Incineroar actually went after the Sylveon.
Okay, so this is a big deal. Like, Sylveon still staying on the field is quite a big deal for this this end game. We know that it has Hyper Beam at its disposal. Like, you could make a read, like, knowing that Hyper Voice is so strong.
Right.
Like, hey, I need to knock out this Incineroar as quickly as possible if you're Nikolai. Like, this could be the opportunity to get that Hyper Beam, and it also obviously depends as well on the training between the Sylveon and the Incineroar. They're both capable of outspeeding the other one. We haven't seen that interaction yet, and so this end game, like, it just got really, really dicey with no Blitz going down into the King Gambit, getting
King Gambit can knock out the Cine now.
Could clean up in an end game.
Yeah, and Justin also had the opportunity to go, like, protect Delphox, switch Instant into Sinistra, and then just Rage Powder Heat Wave, but maybe fearing that that's such an easy call out that you'll double into that slot. Just gonna be Throat Chop here, so
Yep, Sylveon goes out, but
Sylveon doesn't
how
get Hyper Voice or
dealing
Hyper Beam
with the
off
King
here,
Gambit?
interaction playing a really big deal. And I think then
But
Justin
King
should-
Gambit gets the low kick.
Ooh, it's not bad damage.
It's
but
good damage. It's good damage.
But then
Gotcha.
Matcha?
I was
Burn?
gonna say, kind of to go back though than a couple of turns prior, because you both bring up excellent points about
No
some
burn.
changes that either player could have made. But in that situation, I wonder, well, Incineroar actually, the hospitality healing from the Sinistra brought that Incineroar out of KO range from the low kick. So was there an opportunity there instead to quick attack the Delphox for that 1% and then go low kick into the Incineroar instead?
But then also, like, there's a question of how this Incineroar is trained. Does it knock out the King Gambit? And if it does, like, or gets close but doesn't quite get there, does it manage to knock itself out
from recoil? That's right.
Boom.
You know, that's a
GG.
Okay.
Well done.
Getting the KO there, that's going to take game one for Justin. But such a close set all the way through. So many reads, and you
Well done, well done.
Obviously, all the way through the match are like reads on top of reads on top of reads, right?
Yeah, and I feel like the big picture here was Mega Aerodactyl not getting an attack off, because once that Blastoise was kind of just sweeps, we're going right into game two, and regular Kangaskhan makes an appearance here with that Frigraph. And of course, Frigraph blocks that fake out, so are we going to see a different approach this time? Maybe Trick Room, and then you've got Camerupt in the back. If that is the approach, though, you're going to have to knock out Blastoise really quickly, because Blastoise is a nightmare for Mega Camerupt to deal with.
Yeah, and also there's this this question of, like, how is Nikolai going to use this Kangaskhan to be able to try
This is
to
game 2.
put some
Let's go.
pressure down. Like Incineroar was one of the last problem Pokemon
Blastoise
in game
Incin,
1
King,
for,
King Gambit, no, Kangaskhan Furry.
that's on the life orb Kangaskhan, setting up the Trick Room and then maybe getting itself into a place where it can attack first, but also put that big damage down on.
Fake out? Big damage! It's Life Orb! It's not Mega! Crazy stuff.
Oh my goodness.
I really like a lot of the points you were talking about there because I think that, you know, one key thing is normally Incineroar on this team doesn't seem like a huge offensive threat.
Switch.
But it kind of carried in that end game of game 1, right? And a big reason is because of those speed interactions. And so I think realizing that, saying, look, it is still a pretty good tool. Let me switch it out.
Trick Room? Okay.
About this Blastoise Delphox team is just the ability to flex either Mega Evolution, right? It's so cool to see. Like my expectation is that there is still a Delphox in the back here, but it's kind of scary right now, right? You got the attack drop onto like Kangaskhan. Sinistcha can just go for a Rage Powder, and even though Blastoise is at -1, damage that you do from it is still non-trivial. Sinistcha, of course, could even potentially reverse Trick Room if it wanted. One crazy play, I was like, what if you Shell Smash and reverse Trick Room? Sorry, I stole your thunder, man.
You've got the Sinistcha there. You're in Trick Room. You Shell Smash.
You found your shiny pony? Yeah, we have way more time, much more time to look than me. I'm watching the matches here.
100% right there with Jared. Like it would have been so cool because like it forces
Matcha-gacha?
Nikolai to start going on the offensive and like
Nice.
play this sort of like aggressive Trick Room position.
Bird on the Kangaskhan is rough.
Burn there on the Kangaskhan.
Double edge.
We would have lost because they
Protect.
doubled up into Blastoise, so you would have taken too much. But actually, it might have still been fine. It might have still been fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Especially with the bird, actually, the Blastoise would have been like, all right, time for me to get going.
Yeah.
But that's a really tough bird.
Could happen this turn.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, now you go for the following.
Because the awkward thing, you know, with these teams is you normally want to get your heavy damage dealer in, right? And that heavy damage dealer is going to be camera up. It also could be Sylveon or King Gambit, but when you set up Trick Room and you don't have that much damage, you're wasting your own Trick Room turns. Sinistcha now just content to go for a Rage Powder, but...
Come on, do the Shell
Rage
Smash.
Powder?
You got this.
Psychic?
I'm waiting. I'm excited.
I'd survive the double edge easy.
Good damage. Double edge. Scrappy, of course, bypass.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, that did nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
The burn goes crazy.
Life Orb ticking away. The
Life Orb plus recoil plus burn. Shell Smash!
Come on.
Nice.
Now the Sinistcha has a tough job. It's got
This match is so chill because the music in the background. It's not the game music. And the commentators are just really chilling and enjoying the match. Really chill.
No problem. Yeah, really like the shot. And actually, like, I think that's worth calling out there is like the patience to not go for it straight away. Like you see that line, but you don't necessarily want to risk it. And getting the Matcha-Gotcha out, giving yourself the opportunity to do a little bit of damage, but maybe get the burn, slow down the pace of the game, and then sort of commit
Rage
to
Powder,
it when you know
yeah.
that Nikolai isn't going to be able to pivot is really influential in the way that Justin is playing this.
All right, well, the Rage Powder is
Okay,
going to
Cine will go
return to
down,
play
I
the
think.
Psychic, and it's going to be the double edge to finish off the Sinistcha, but let's see, Blastoise, what you got?
Let's go for the water spout.
Big water spout.
Here we go. Yeah, one thing I was thinking is if you ever intentionally
But it's
don't
not
knock
Mega,
out Kangaskhan to deny
so-
free switch in, just KO Friggraph and say now you're stuck on the field. But it is just going to be the water spout coming out from regular Blastoise here.
Yo!
It actually doesn't knock out Friggraph, but
Yeah.
it accomplishes the same thing of not giving a free switch in. Yeah,
definitely. And like, again, there is, I mean, we're telegraphing over and over again that Delphox is the mega of choice at the back, right? And your point earlier, Ara, is like there's no water resist on this team. You don't have to
Cringe Gambit.
overextend to try to do that extra bit of water damage. You can just like carry on putting a little bit more pressure on.
But Delphox is a bit in a problem because of Sucker Punch.
Out of Trick Room, and Nikolai isn't able to put themselves in a stronger position, maybe bring the not even sure bringing the Aerodactyl out puts you in a strong enough position to be able to have a good time. Maybe the Sucker Punch on the Blastoise, non-Mega, could take the Water Spout out of range of being able to knock out the Mega Aerodactyl, but you kind of got to get on the front foot if you're Nikolai and get that position.
Last
set
turn of
up
Trick Room.
while there's this
You can
last
just
turn
double
of Trick
protect
Room
as well.
Defensive incentive for Justin to just like not attack this turn.
Totally
No
agreed.
switch, though.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, this game actually doesn't feel over because of the King Gambit. Like the Sucker Punch from it is actually
First
so
round already with the organizer. Well done. Go, go. We
see,
can do it.
This is really cool. The
Protect.
fact that Justin's like, I can mega either Pokemon right now. You still don't know which one I am
Protect.
going
True.
to pick. Is
He could mega the Blastoise now.
Trick Room expires now, but this is, I think, the really, really interesting turn.
It's tough though because, you know, there is just two very powerful sprite damage options on this team. If you do Sucker Punch the Delphox,
Blastoise says,
Leslie
okay,
survives.
Water Spout.
Momoboa.
Like I'm just gonna Water Spout you. But if you Sucker Punch the Blastoise and it still goes for Water Spout anyway, then Delphox can hit you with a Heat Wave.
Exactly, yeah. And the big question I have here is like how the Delphox and King Gambit are trained, because I think like you can train Delphox to survive Sucker Punch, and then you can also, I would expect King
Oh,
Gambit
it's
to
Mega
actually survive
Delphox?
Heat Wave, especially because
Mega
obviously
Delphox.
these teams, the Delphoxes
Okay.
don't have that much offense. But it is gonna be Delphox. I think Heat Wave Water Spout here works, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, it's like, well,
Oh, Sucker Punch with Helping Hand.
Helping Hand Sucker Punch?
Oh.
This is, I mean, either knockout would
Pow!
be really, really great in this fight, right?
Nice.
Hanging on. Does the Water Spout do enough to take that King Gambit into Heat Wave range, though?
I think it might. It's close.
Maybe, maybe. Crit on the furry.
Actually gonna help out a little bit
Heat
here.
Wave.
Double connect onto both Pokemon.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Blastoise looking real good in this game.
Good damage, good damage.
This was a really cool game. Like
Really cool match, bro.
Blastoise Delphox. I've seen a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I haven't seen a setup like this before.
Yeah, Justin is playing it so well. Camera up.
Patience to hold on to it.
Oh, I wanted to see it more.
The exact turn we were talking about. Camera up and has hit the field.
Hold on. It's not over, is it?
I mean, it's gonna be hard for this camera up to be able to get through this. Even a Water Spout is now single target.
Yeah.
And it's for time super effective. Water Spout.
Even if not, like you could protect Delphox, Water Spout. If Camera up knocks out Blastoise, it's what? Incineroar.
This is the opportunity for another Shell Smash just to start.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, you might be cooking with that. Actually, right.
No, but
Beat the protect that. Okay, it's actually just dark. I wanted to see the Water Spout. Come on.
Do it.
Give us the 11% Water
Get us
Spout.
some rain here in San Francisco. We've been screaming out.
Oh, survival.
Hanging on.
The double up. I think that's wild. Yeah, you're right though. The Heat Wave there.
I wanted to see more of the camera up. He should have brought it earlier.
Ancient Power's gonna do it, but
GG.
Justin had the opportunity to
Great
show us
game.
the strongest 11% Water Spout. of
Great
our
game.
lineup, but you didn't go for it. I'm very sad about that.
100% like
That game was very fun. Very, very fun.
So I think
Very
Water Spout
chill.
probably would have done more damage than the Dark.
Oh, I was thinking it would do like at least 50%.
Yeah. Camerox is like, I mean, Mega Camerox gets a bit bulkier, you know, we'll give it its dues, but yeah, really well played there by both players. I mean, Justin really showing us a different way, as you said, for like to pilot this Delphox Blastoise team, the way that you can bring both Megas to the game. Turns out Water Spout is a really powerful move.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just enough, and I think Nikolai did a really good job of trying to control the pressure like that he had onto Justin's
You'll
side of
see
the
when the
field, but,
poniard
you
is
know,
shiny,
all
it's
those
hella blue.
punches,
Okay.
like the Aerodactyl staying in, where maybe it could have been a switch out to take a psychic, and you know, at the World Championships when you're playing up against these trainers that are so good, like these calls are tough to make, and sometimes you get them right, sometimes you get them wrong.
Yeah. It was so cool, and I think Nikolai's probably not feeling great from that game one specifically, because I think it was like, it felt like Mega Aerodactyl could come in and just clean up, but had to find the right position for it, and the call for Justin to just say, you know what, I'm gonna go for the obvious fake out psychic. You gotta show me you're gonna play around it. Doesn't, Aerodactyl just faints. I think is so ready to just click Rock Slide and Rock Slide and Rock Slide, but that game too, just really, really clinical. And I am sad that Mega Camera makes an appearance and it basically just fades immediately. But obviously the team has put in a lot of work.
It was hung on one turn.
That's right. That's right.
Let's not
Pardon
disrespect
me.
the camera. Well, traders, what a brilliant match that we had last round on the desk. What a brilliant feature match that we've had. Now let's get our next brilliant round ready to go. So casters, take it away.
Yeah, Aaron, let's be real here. Camerupt survived a full turn before being knocked out there.
True,
at the
true,
end
true.
there. So Mega Camerupt 2 turns at the World Championships here in that game. So we are getting ready now for round 5 of our Swiss tournament here at San Francisco. And Scott, we have had such an amazing day of Pokemon already, but now we're getting into crunch time. This is where people's careers are made
Yeah.
broken as they they start qualifying for day 2 and then opportunities to qualify for the top cut later on.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked looking at the standings. There's so many good players who are either eliminated already or kind of already at that 2-loss threshold. And kind of throughout the year, you kind of feel like, oh, the top names, they're pretty safe until like at least the end of day 1. But very much not the case here at the World Championships. We see some of the folks who are doing very well, but even for these folks, they still got to get through 4 more rounds today. So even 500 is going to put you right on the brink of disaster.
Absolutely. But here, take a look at our Swiss rankings right now. These are the top 16 players. They are all currently 4-0, undefeated right now. And
Joshi Kaeda, 4-0. Yeah, Australia is going crazy.
3 players still undefeated.
Okay.
Liam, Chloe, and Joji
Nice.
all are undefeated at 4-0 right now. But of course, some other names that we are very familiar with. I'm looking at Eric Rios there. We just saw him in the finals of the North American International Championships and following that up with a 4-0 start here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun looking at this list, right? Where, again, the same way that some of maybe the really big names that we're expecting to do well are struggling a little bit. Maybe some folks that we weren't looking at coming into the tournament doing really well here. So maybe, again, these World Championships are when those names are built, right? Winning this tournament means far more than any other. So maybe next time when we're coming to the World Championships, it'll be these folks that we are talking about as the favorites. And yeah, I got to second your shout out to Australia as well. I think often they feel a little disrespected, and they're really making a great showing for themselves so far. So, props to them. Shouldn't underestimate any region.
Yeah, also have to shout out the 2 undefeated players from our APAC region, Narowich Naina and Ryan Kenrick Chua, both at 4-0 from Thailand and the Philippines, respectively. The APAC region is our only region that has not made it to the top cut at a World Championship so far. Australia has not won, but has made it to the top cut. And of course, all of the other regions have a champion to their name. But the APAC region, these 2 players, if you are rooting in the Philippines, in Thailand, in Taiwan, in the entire APAC region, these are your people you're cheering for.
Yeah, it could be the year for it, too. They got a lot of very strong trainers. So this World Championship just feels wide open in a way that I can't remember it feeling for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go into our notable matches here in Swiss round
Here we go.
5. We are going to be following our last
No.
remaining world champion chasing a 2nd crown here in San Francisco. Naoto Mizoguchi, of course, was our 2019 world champion back in Washington, D.C.
He is the remaining world champion.
A French up-and-comer,
Trying to
who has
trying
been
to
doing
get
very
their
well
second
over the
win.
last
Hold
few
on.
seasons. Has had kind of a quiet season so far this year.
Let
with
me
only a top
update.
16 and a top 32 as the best finishes, but starting 4-0 at the World Championships, this is when you want to get hot.
Wolf is 2-2.
Off stage a lot about how much better France has been.
Oh.
Another country, it's not like maybe the first thing you think of when you
Edu is 3-1.
Yeah, right. And I think that
Okay.
it's been a lot of fun kind of watch the turnover this year. Of course, a bunch of other big names in this event as well, though.
Joseph Ugart is 2-2 as well. They still can do it. It's more difficult.
One to shout out for me is Amelia Forbes, who took most of the year off, then immediately won a regional championship to auto-qualify for the Worlds. And here he is again at 3-1. He's been a runner-up at this tournament before. I think definitely a big player to look out for.
Yeah, and for players in Spain, we're going to have Eric Rios versus Antonio Sanchez, who are also going to be on our featured match stations. That is going to be an exciting matchup. I can't wait to watch that one after this. But
Oh, Marco Silva. 3-1. Okay.
Now, still undefeated.
Really good, really good. Seijun Park.
Shimizu.
2-2. Okay, okay.
Japanese champion making it to day 2, right? It's things you can always count on.
What about Teragav?
Absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to hop
3-1.
into our Swiss round 5.
Okay.
I am so thrilled that we are able to continue to follow these trainers. And
Leonard Kraft is over.
again. It's been
He's
a while since
1-3.
I've seen Naoto at the top tables, but of course he is a world champion, and the 2019 meta, I could see some similarities here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as similar as I think like the one
Marcy?
comparing to is 2015, although
2-2. Ooh, a lot of my favorite players are the players I'm paying attention to around 2-2. What about Michael Kelch?
Kind of like playing a lot, right? And, I think that like the kind of as with I think with Pokemon Champions, kind of like the difference between maybe
Michael
like
Kelch is also on 2-2. Damn.
Play is not so significant.
I forgot to check the Victor Medina.
Kind of like,
It's 2-2 as well.
Players from Asia, right? So I think it was like a
Marcus?
where I kind of introduced to the rest of the meta, or the rest of the world.
It's 3-1. Well done, Marcus. Ok. Federico Camporezzi.
Maybe just a good year for them where
Campo.
they're a little more ready for the rest of us.
He's not here?
We're all playing the same game in a way that should cause everyone to make similar adjustments for this tournament versus the past.
Right. Oh, Joe Flip late 3-1. Good, bro. Good.
Absolutely. There's definitely been so
Good.
much more cross-pollination across all of the regions. And I definitely think a major part of that is the Champions Lab.
Ceribel. Oh, so some Italian players didn't come here.
To prep for the World Championships and also to understand, what are the other regions potentially bringing to this tournament. And it's been really exciting to see that.
Look at Ceribelli and Federico Camporetti didn't come to Worlds.
Let's go ahead and jump right into our 5th round of Swiss here. That is Naoto on the left and Adam on the right. Just saw the Blastoise and Delphox in our featured match from
Kotsuki there was already 3-0 earlier on. What about Kimura? Hirafumi Kimura 3-1. And the Shoma. Shimurami 3-1 as well, okay. Yeah, Agati is also not coming to Worlds.
Where this is why that, the Big Six being 60 Pokemon starts, where it's not really any of these standard Charizard variations. To me, like the core I most look at is your Charizard,
More Delphox.
Charizard, Incineroar, and Venusaur, which to me is like kind of
and Blastoise.
The way the team is finished, doesn't really match any of the most common variants. So
Charizard, Aerodactyl, yeah.
Feels weirdness is still having Aerodactyl with these other Pokemon, which I think is more
this is basically no.
With Farigiraf, so kind of interesting to see that mixed in here. Interesting look with this matchup as well. Typically with this sort of team, it's Whimsicott if you want Tailwind without the Farigiraf, which would be nice against the fake outs like.
No, to Mizoguchi. Mizoguchi, I like him.
Because unlike his team, certainly he's got a plan into Adams, which I think has proven to be one of the most popular teams at this tournament.
Absolutely, and dropping the Farigiraf for that Venusaur.
Let's go.
The Pokemon that you would most see with the rest of these other Pokemon.
This is round 5 already.
So much more vulnerable to
those players are 4-0.
Multiple options for Adam to get free turns into Naoto's team using Fake Out, and what you absolutely cannot do against this Delphox Blastoise team is give either of those Pokemon a free turn to boost their stats.
Yeah, I think they're both kind of scary here in a lot of ways. Both of them could feasibly kind of be the Pokemon that sweeps here, which I think is going to make Naoto's team preview a little bit challenging. There's no wide guard in the Aerodactyl, which is kind of the one thing I think that might really be helpful with that Pokemon, but doesn't have that trick available to him. There's just like not a ton of resist really to those Pokemon across the team. Really, Delphox doesn't have to worry about the two opposing Fire-type Pokemon, but and Aerodactyl too. Blastoise offensively doesn't have to worry so much, but obviously a little bit trickier where Blastoise is naturally slower, so you do need speed control in order to get to your most threatening there. But really interesting to kind of watch these teams match up, right? Where even though it feels familiar, I think Naoto's team is just different enough that the solutions both players are going to need is a little bit different than what we've seen with similar matchups in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. The Venusaur is maybe the only saving grace against the Blastoise mode for Adam. In addition to being able to resist Water Spout, being able to hit it with super effective damage with the Leaf Storm, and also critically being Grass type to avoid Rage Powder from Sinistcha. If Adam goes Blastoise mode, Naoto seems like to me like that Venusaur is going to be a really critical piece for him.
I think so too. I think it's also one of those Pokemon like, okay, well, no matter what mode my opponent picks, it's probably going to be at least pretty valuable to me. You can get weather control, which allow Venusaur to hop over the speed of some of the other Pokemon. I do think the item choice of the Venusaur could be pretty integral in this matchup as well. Typically, we see one of two items, either Focus Sash to be a little more defensive, which tends not to be so great against this fake out cycling sort of strategy anyway, or the Life Orb to do a bunch more damage. This one playing a little bit differently with the wide lens, so will be more accurate than we normally see. Pretty big for that Sleep Powder. Maybe not as important this matchup as some others where you'd like to go on the offense with Leaf Storm, but hey, that's not a very accurate move either. We've all lost games to whiffing that one, and especially against the Blastoise where you may not get to try again if you missed the first time after a Shell Smash. So maybe appropriately built to battle it out with its fellow Kanto region first partner Pokemon.
Oh, it's wide lens Venusaur. Interesting.
So exactly half of the Pokemon in this match are first partner Pokemon from one region or another.
Yeah, all of our players here continuing to battle with the Pokemon they first chose to begin their adventures with here, as Naoto using this this Charizard version of the team. Charizard and Aerodactyl was the early Regulation MA combo. Like
yeah, it was really early combo.
Frustrated by at the start of Regulation MA.
Rock Slide spam is tough.
Especially going with the Focus Sash on the Aerodactyl instead of the Aerodactylite.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of a neat trend for the tournament in general, where Aerodactyl's pretty present here. I think more of it I would have expected from the latter.
Double Dark King Gambit, no Steel or Fighting coverage. Quick Guard Sneasler, Trick Room Sinistcha,
you know, Mega Charizard is so good that, like,
Okay.
you know what?
The rest is pretty
of
normal.
You gotta figure it out. That Mega Stone is taken.
Absolutely. And we have to also call out that there is a third boosting option here for Adam. In addition to the Blastoise and Delphox as Megas, you have the ability for King Gambit to set up a Swords Dance. And if you thought it was bad enough tanking, you know, a +1 after a Defiant, Sucker Punch, or Kowtow Cleave, just wait until it's +2 and the Life Orb. That picks up so many important KOs into teams like this Charizard-based team that Naoto is running.
Yeah, I think it could be really important here, and I think it's just an important thing to watch whenever you're watching this variant of team. Even going back to Regulation MA, where even though Blastoise was available, typically at that point it was the Mega Floette instead. Yeah. But it's a very important secondary sweeper because it gives this team kind of two additional options where either you could opt to go for King Gambit early, maybe you're expecting your opponent to lead with Intimidate, and kind of start blowing a hole in the team to make it easier for your Mega Evolved Pokemon to come in and sweep, or you can do the reverse, right? Hey, you know, if my opponent has wasted all of the resources taking down my Mega Evolved Pokemon, I've got a secondary sweeper in the back, and I think with all the support on this team, King Gambit often feels as if it's a Mega Evolved Pokemon itself, even though it isn't, and sort of like uniquely awesome in this role. I think it's one thing that makes this team much stronger than it was in Regulation MA, even though, again, you know, I think one was the Junior Division, NAIC there, so it's pretty strong there already, but that Life Orb on King Gambit just kind of sends it to another level, and very few Pokemon can comfortably take a Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch with that Life Orb added on.
Absolutely. The Black Glasses with doing enough damage already, you get a little bit extra firepower of the Life Orb. It really changes some of these calculations for players who are facing down the King Gambit. But we are just about ready for our game to begin here as our players are choosing which Pokemon they will be sending into battle here. And you have to mention the speed control options here, as the Sinistcha does have the ability to set up the Trick Room, while Naoto has been focusing much more on the Tailwind with this team and Chlorophyll.
Let's go, let's go.
So that's maybe something that we end up seeing as we start to get into
Round 5.
Round 5.
Delphox King Gambit, interesting.
Charizard and Venusaur being the lead for Naoto, and Adam will be leading with Delphox and King Gambit.
Charizard Venusaur, again, we've seen that earlier.
We can all go on the offense. This is kind of the lead I was expecting from Naoto's side of the field, so I'm kind of curious if this is you know, what Adam thought he was going to get or not.
Yeah, Blastoise versus Charizard is always very weird because of Sun. And because they're faster and they're gonna attack you first. And then Charizard Venusaur just makes it so difficult for the Blastoise. Because Venusaur is gonna be faster, Sleep Powder or Grass type attack. Into the Blastoise, very difficult to answer.
But it's a little bit scary here, especially, you know, there's no safety goggles to make Incineroar the safe combination, or the answer as it used to be, but it is going to come to the battle anyway.
Yeah, Incineroar now.
Insane is here.
Adam would like to have that fake out pressure instead of just offensive pressure.
Mega Deli.
Now, so maybe hoping to bait out some protects or some other slow play from this Charizard or Venusaur before bringing in the Incineroar. Just going to start off with a couple of Mega Evolutions, getting the power levels increased across the board here. Delphox has Mega evolved into the Mega
Let's see,
Delphox.
let's see.
Now Charizard Y out on the field, setting the
Sleep Powder on the Delphox. Huge. Because Delphox is faster than the Charizard. Could do big psychic damage. That's one turn of sleep though. Heat Wave misses. The Insane, not so great. 30% of the Delphox, that's fine. Now, the Venusaur can just Sleep Powder the Insane, because it's wide lens, so if it takes a Flare Blitz it goes down. You can switch into your own Incineroar on the side of Naoto, because then it also will be a threat to the Delphox. That would be the best play maybe.
On the flip side, Delphox did take a decent bit of damage there, and you're kind of scarily at the point where if even Charizard getting you whacked it 3 times might be enough to knock it out there, you know, barring any interference from Citadel.
Well, Incineroar goes for the fake out into
Sludge Bomb.
More damage into the Delphox. That Sludge Bomb deals a
wakes up, Psychic, Heat Wave, big damage. That was very good, yeah, just one turn sleep was actually very, very good for Adam. Oh, it's from France. Adam Cherfaoui.
And that means that Adam just gets to pick up that KO for free.
Yeah, the Held Item really making a big difference in that Venusaur there. With Focus Sash there instead, you've got that 1 HP Venusaur sitting there threatening a knockout in the Delphox. Instead with Wide Lens, hey, you know, great that you hit the Sleep Powder, but maybe you would have hit that anyway, and now the cost is Venusaur has been knocked out here, and Aerodactyl will come in to try to replace the function of Venusaur a little bit. Like, okay, well, I lost the Pokemon whose speed was doubled in the sun. I mean, this was pretty fast, right? Like, he used Tailwind, it's like kind of the same thing. Eventually threatening a knockout on the Delphi.
Yeah, now O2 going super, super fast with the Venusaur and now the Aerodactyl. Good point.
Yeah, Aerodactyl giving Naoto so many different options to continue throughout the rest of this game. Either just go on the offensive with damage for Rock Slide or set up the Tailwind for the future here. Of course, Aerodactyl doesn't have the wide lens, so you do have to worry about those Rock Slides hitting as well.
Yeah, famously, we're known for its accuracy, that Rock Slide and that Aerodactyl, but still very threatening.
Protection.
Also feel a little bit scared, going to protect
And Aerodactyl Rock Slide. Ooh, Heat Wave. Oh,
Misses the Heat Wave. That means that this Focus Sash is still intact for the Aerodactyl.
Not great. Why Heat Wave there? If so unlucky for Adam.
As he loses the Mega Pokemon and flinches on the Incineroar.
And missed the Heat Wave.
Going for any kind of positioning or getting damage down.
So we know one of the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side is that Gambit, which I think was kind of expected anyway. Most likely or Sinistcha on that last slot. Very important to find out which here. You know, if it's not Sneasler, then hey, you didn't need the Tailwind anyways. It looked really good to protect the Charizard, but it will be important on Naoto's side of the field. You want to conserve that Charizard a while if you can to help deal with the King Gambit later. It's probably just out of Sucker Punch range, but Sneasler's going to come out here and cause some problems for both these Pokemon. Going to threaten another Fake Out, which Charizard's going to
Fake Out Aerodactyl, attack the Charizard. No, Fake Out Charizard because it can protect, attack the Aerodactyl, but Naruto can switch and dual wing beat the Sneasler. Switch out the Charizard and dual wing with the Sneasler, I mean.
On that Aerodactyl, which does get a little bit scary if you leave that Pokemon out against both of these. You know, Aerodactyl has the ability to pick up KOs onto the Sneasler with dual wing beat, or just continue to fish for flinches and damage onto the Incineroar with Rock Slide otherwise.
Yeah, and it's impactful here too. You know, we saw the impact of Venusaur not having the Focus Sash. You know, you really want to get the value out of having the Pokemon that you do.
Well, here is the option for it now.
Fake out?
Switching in Garchomp.
Yeah, and now you just dual wing beat the Sneasler. Oh, Rock Slide. That also works, I think.
Rock Slide, super effective damage once again, as Sneasler tanks just a little bit more damage from that Rock Slide. No flinch this time around, so the party.
Okay, nice parting shot into King Gambit. But how do you beat the Charizard now? With a Sucker Punch? But Charizard, I don't think it's in Sucker Punch range just yet, so you need to do something. You need to do a little bit of damage into it first, which you can do with Fake Out, but then they can just protect.
Break some Focus Sashes too. You get it for free with the rough skin, but Garchomp gets out in the field at a great time here, where a little leery of the damage.
Earthquake. It's great here.
You know, and a double would probably.
Yeah, you can stop the Garchomp, I think. Aerodactyl can click Tailwind. It's GG. It's GG, I think.
So a lot of attention being drawn on that Garchomp. Now Naoto has to make a read. Okay, well, is he going to assume that I protect this because it's so obvious, or can I get away with one here?
Oh, Sneasler switching out.
Adam is just trying to stack Intimidate
In team.
Naoto's two physical attacking Pokemon.
Tailwind, yeah.
That's going to be a tailwind
And the Earthquake.
from the Aerodactyl to ensure that this Garchomp can
Yeah,
outspeed
GG.
Sneasler in the future. The Earthquake fires off super effective damage into both of these Pokemon. Plenty to
King Gambit survives though, but...
over 50% health here.
And
This
what?
gives Adam an opportunity to either go for a Swords Dance and start sweeping, or potentially try to pick
Swords
up
Dance?
immediately with Kowtow Cleave.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Sucker... Can they pick the knockout into the Garchomp with that Sucker Punch?
Things that we saw in Regulation MA that King Gambit tended to be trained for is like with Black Glass, you usually just miss the knockout in a full health Charizard, so it's hard to extrapolate exactly. Things are trained a little bit differently now too. But probably just would have missed the knockout on Charizard with Sucker Punch. Now probably just has it. Probably has the knockout on Garchomp, or wouldn't have before. Really needed that down. So if you get rid of this Aerodactyl, maybe King Gambit can handle the rest of the Pokemon now. Very close, but that was a critical Swords Dance. I think anything else in this game looking pretty bleak for Adam, but got himself back into it now, but he was able to secure that Swords Dance.
This is the power of the Swords Dance King Gambit. It is now threatening to KO Pokemon with that priority Sucker Punch.
So I guess, yeah, Sucker Punch into Garchomp is a knockout now. With a Sucker Punch. Okay. Basically, you force them to... You protect the Garchomp, and you force them to choose one. Yeah. So next turn, it's like you knock out one or the other. You can knock out both. Yeah. Poison Jab, that's nice. Big damage. Poison? Oh, that's big. That's big. Because you can protect to stall the poison, yeah. Exactly, that's what I said. You can take both in one turn, but now you can. You protect, let Charizard die, or force them to switch into Aerodactyl.
Yeah, absolutely disaster for Naoto, and that is why players have been using the Poison Touch and Poison Jab Sneasler to increase the options from Poison to get that a little bit extra damage onto those Pokemon. Now, that means that Naoto will have to do something with this Charizard, or else it will just faint after the next turn it's on the field.
It's a really awkward term, though, because it'd be really easy if Sneasler could protect, but because the Sneaslers on this version of Team have Quick Guard instead, it's not safe here, and if King Gambit's like, hey, bud, do your best, it's probably going to go down for this.
Yeah, good hustle, Sneasler. You got the poison down. That's exactly what I needed from you. But now,
that's true. Sneasler did its job.
Protect myself this turn. You take this Earthquake for me.
This is like, bud?
Friend? Team?
Sneasler may faint a hero here.
Charizard goes down. And now with the King Gambit, you just focus on defeating the Garchomp.
Which is a pretty funny situation here.
The poison was really good. The poison was really good. Really useful. Very important.
Aerodactyl's still free to do whatever it can here. Unfortunately, this Aerodactyl is a very support-oriented set.
Yeah, Rock Slide.
Really has all that many coverage moves that would damage.
Yeah, Aerodactyl, that's exactly what I was thinking. Aerodactyl couldn't touch the King Gambit, even if it had the other moves, because the other moves that it has, they're not great.
At the same time, Life Orb King Gambit needs to swing 3 times to KO both of these Pokemon, one of which also means it has to swing into the rough skin of Garchomp. So even though Aerodactyl...
Because Aerodactyl is Focus Sash, yeah.
It doesn't need to deal a lot of damage to break through with the King Gambit here.
Yeah, I just don't know if the math in this one's going to work, and I think even if it makes perfect holes, maybe it doesn't happen. Like, I feel like in this one, you almost have to Sucker Punch the Aerodactyl, just assume he's not going to let me get Garchomp right here, but one mistake will get him, and even, again, one non-mistake is still pretty close. Like, Aerodactyl...
Protect?
Like 2 rock slides off.
Did you read it?
Garchomp will protect itself.
Yes! That's big. That's big. That's big. But now, Garchomp can just click Fake Protect.
The King Gambit now loses 10% of its health. There is the damage from the Wing Beat, dealing about 14 to 15% there. 2 more Life Orbs and a rough skin. King Gambit is out of
True.
Yeah, I think it's a tough spot. So I think you have to knock out Aerodactyl first, take the Life Orb recoil, because I think if you feint to Life Orb, you win. If you feint to Rough Skin, Garchomp. I think Garchomp
interesting.
Free to attack here.
Yeah, Garchomp should just be free to attack here to make sure that King Gambit is not able to pick up the KO.
I think, yeah, or no, the other way around. Garchomp.
The other way around, yeah. Well, there's a Sucker Punch.
Yeah, GG. Garchomp is attacking.
No protect from the Garchomp. Because that Garchomp was left alone, King Gambit's Life Orb is going to take that tick here as the Garchomp
Great game. Great game, bro.
With the Earthquake.
Intense, intense. 2 classical teams, already know them, but it was intense. Game win.
Put him in a tight spot at the end there.
Punting in there, I did my best to make it as convoluted as possible, so hopefully you didn't follow it at all. But yeah, I think it was almost a mathematical impossibility there. I mean, Naoto played that really well. I was like, hey, you know, like, I just need to crazy there.
Lucas Ceribelli's been banned from competing at Worlds over a Pokemon Center dispute. He and another player let a competitor with a disability join them in line because crowded spaces severely affect him. Is this real?
Things that go super well well for the Delphox there, but still almost able to pull that one out.
Absolutely. Adam came extremely close to taking that game 1, and if that is how game 1 is going to go, I hope we get a full 3-game set out of these two players, because that was extremely entertaining, and you can't ask for any closer of a game than that.
No, it's super fun, and I assume we're going to see similar stuff to what we saw in the previous
That's
game
crazy.
2. I think even though
Yeah, Pokemon, I was about to say, in tournaments, Pokemon makes very bad decisions.
safely with it, where especially with those 2 elite Pokemon, they're like, not only have to worry about Venusaur just knocking you out, but you're having to potentially deal with drought the entire game is pretty difficult to deal with. So probably going to see the Delphox mode again.
Before everyone blames Pokemon immediately, it's actually mostly the venue's own security's fault.
Sleep Powder hit, which is more likely than normal with that held item on Venusaur. Delphox woke up in the minimum amount of turns. If it had not, I think that would be a much more Naruto-favored game state. Equal odds of both of those things happening. So potentially we see a similar gameplay out where it could be a blowout for Naruto. So I think I would change things up more if I was Adam, and then here we are. Yes, it's Sneasler is the lead instead, but also a switch up on Naruto's side with Garchomp coming in. We get the other iconic Charizard lead. It's in the fun of his team. One of the reasons why you normally don't see this combination of Pokemon together is because Focus Sash is a little bit too wanted by this team, but you get both Venusaur with Charizard and Garchomp, and both those options have looked good at different points.
Oh, look at Cherry Valley got banned, but it's like the main issue stems from the security taking away our passes, citing needing it to make sure we could not access the center again, but reassuring us several times that we would have been able to have them reprinted in order to compete the following day. Due to not wanting to cause any trouble and agreeing with the decision of not letting us in the center, we obliged, but it turns out passes taken away by staff are not able to get printed again, effectively turning the decision into a ban from the event itself. So it was the security that made the mistake.
Kind of just something to watch this set in general, right? If you're not going to bring Sinister or Blastoise, Garchomp is good.
There are no Pokemon here that, well, at least the Delphox is...
So basically they weren't banned, just the security took their passes away and said, we'll give you new ones, but they can't make new ones.
Without getting boosted from the nasty plot, Delphox just isn't going to be able to deal enough damage right back to the Garchomp. That being said, both Pokemon are going to Omega Evolve on turn 1. There is the fake out from Sneasler targeting down the Charizard and gets the Poison Touch.
Nah, Pokemon should do something about that.
Charizard, that is going to add up
Psychic.
quickly here. There is the Psychic onto Garchomp. That's a 2-hit KO without a nasty plot.
Rock Slide, big damage.
Delphox dealing good damage to the Delphox, but 2-hit KO onto Garchomp with Psychic, you're happy about that.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage going both directions in that turn. The Poison big on the Charizard as well. Yeah, if you're watching this and wondering why is it Poison Touch and not Unburden on these teams, this is exactly it, right? Caesar playing a little different role on this team than it might in some others, where it's not here to sweep necessarily, although its individual damage could be fairly impactful here as well, because it's also kind of checking Garchomp. But critically, it wants to spread those fake outs, get that extra damage, play things a little bit more slowly. We don't know for sure if in the back there is a Sinister or not, so it would be a little scary to try to bring it out in front of a Charizard that's been motivated to try to attack quickly, but it'll be Incineroar coming out for now.
Yeah, Incineroar here will at least get the Intimidate down onto Sneasler, protecting either the Charizard
But that Rock Slide was really good from the Garchomp. Let's see Sneasler, Poison Jab into the Zard. It's already poisoned. Good old Poison Jab with Poison Touch.
Damage, of course, reduced by the Intimidate. This Heat Wave is going to connect onto Sneasler, and in the sun, that is an easy KO onto that Pokemon.
And some great damage there by Sneasler, but only damage trading, right? No stat boosting occurring at Adam's side of the field, so now keeping enough pressure of it is not allowing
Ace in,
that.
nice. So now fake out available for both players.
And the opposing Incineroar is like nice and all, but probably doesn't matter. But now both sides are threatening a fake out, and with Charizard's HP being so low, these passive turns are really bad for him, right? Especially given that not like a super great board state for it to begin with against two fire-type Pokemon, although Delphox not exactly looking...
Yeah, only fire types on the field right now. It's my favorite type. I like it.
Everyone's resisting those fire-type attacks, but
Is in coming back. Oh, Chomp. Yeah, Chomp Chomp.
That's going to be the Garchomp switching in.
Freak out. Okay.
Naruto catches the fake out onto the rough skins. You get a little bit of extra damage.
Psychic, good damage. Bye-bye Charizard.
As Delphox will just clean up that Charizard with a Psychic here. So some repositioning there from Naruto, giving up the Charizard in order to get the Garchomp on the field and potentially bringing in the Incineroar again for fake out pressure.
Yeah, although, what happens then, right? Delphox goes for the protect, and you kind of wind up back in the same spot. Naruto hasn't really lost many Pokemon, but they're all kind of just being weakened enough that other than Incineroar, they're all kind of being checked now by this Delphox. Still missing a Pokemon as well on Naruto's side of the field. Venusaur was left last game. We don't know what that remaining Pokemon is this game. Could potentially be either it or Aerodactyl here, depending the situation. So that would influence things here a little bit too. Certainly if it was Aerodactyl, I would kind of expect to see it. So this hesitation makes me think that maybe it isn't.
Yeah, and honestly, really scary Pokemon for,
Isin coming back.
Right now is that Incineroar. If you assume that it's going to be the King Gambit in the back,
Can go for a fake out again.
King Gambit,
Already lost. Comeback incoming. Let's go.
Yeah, and I think that's really getting scary here too. That Delphox is 33% HP, very critical. Even though it only got hit once, it really needs to anything off. So it's theoretically checking the Garchomp, though again with the fake out threat, it can't right here. And hey, the Incineroar at Adam's side looking pretty vulnerable here. Like maybe you try and I guess going for the damage is probably too scary because you really can't afford to even like a protect flare blitz might pick it up from Adam's side of the field.
Oh, the other Isin goes out into Cringe Gambit. Okay, protect because fake out.
Can stick onto the physical attackers that Naruto is showing.
But how will Adam deal with the Incineroar? Because his Sneasel is out.
As the rock slide is locked into by Naruto, no damage into Delphox.
Yeah, he can deal with Incineroar very well.
There, just 9% chip damage from that rock slide, and now you have the King Gambit out on the.
It's in Sucker Punch range. Garchomp will protect or switch.
Can still deal big damage to that King Gambit.
And Incin beats King Gambit and beats Delphox. And King Gambit doesn't have low kick, so it has no super effective damage into it. You can bring... Adam can bring his Incin to make Naruto's Incin weaker, but it's not really taking it anywhere.
Incineroar not threatening any knockout probably on either of these Pokemon, so they both like the stat boost, but one of them at least probably needs to actually check the Garchomp, lest you risk just throwing the set here.
And that's really what it's about. You have to make sure that this Garchomp doesn't get to swing for free, and just the presence there of the King Gambit and
Vino
Sucker Punch seems to be checking the Garchomp there as it retreats for the Venusaur. King Gambit now protecting from this for this turn, not trying to get KO'd by a Flare Blitz.
Heat Wave. That's a knockout on the Venusaur.
That's going to pick up the KO onto Venusaur on the switch.
But it doesn't really matter. Adam still can't touch the Incin.
Was not in the back here, and instead the Venusaur goes down.
Good protect on the
Did try to connect with the
King Gambit though.
So Adam is getting these reads when he needs them.
Yeah, suddenly things looking pretty good for Adam, right? Gets that knockout for free. Doesn't have to worry about the mystery of that final Pokemon anymore. And now he's getting pretty close. King Gambit probably not going to get one shot by Incineroar from here, so can at least help knock Incineroar out. But I still think that's what the Garchomp's going to do, right? Still has the option of protecting, so Delphox isn't too safe here. And how do you want to deal with this, right? Do you try and guess Garchomp protecting here, and then play defensively with your own Delphox, because neither of them use protect on the last turn? Have some options here, but Adam's very close to sending us to a third game.
Well, and there's also the
Yeah, but how do you beat the Incin?
Put down and intimidate onto both of these Pokemon, which would make it even easier for that King Gambit to survive a Flare Blitz or an Earthquake, or especially a Rock Slide from that Garchomp. Again, the ground type coverage here being Earthquake means that this Garchomp can only deal super effective damage to King Gambit by knocking out its partner Pokemon there.
Okay.
Heat Wave though connects onto both.
Yeah, no protect calls it, picks up the knockout, and I don't think there's much.
I guess then Incin versus Incin, Adam's Incin can win because the opponent Incin will take more damage in the long run.
Yeah, and that's a lot
Citrus?
of recoil damage right back. A lot of that will be healed up by
Low
the
kick?
Citrus Berry, but that means you're
Swords yeah, Swords Dance.
from this
Okay.
Delphox, if it can land its Heat Waves, and King Gambit just got that sword.
Single target Heat Wave, Sucker Punch now, I guess.
A whole bunch, and the Incineroar in back, like I think you're rooting for a DC at this point, where it's hard to see. I think at this point, Adam can pretty much just click his button, going to bring Incineroar out here because why not? Not really any advantage to not doing this, but pretty locked up here in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely safe play here from Adam.
You can fake out Kowtow next turn.
Protect King Gambit. That means that Naruto is not able to pick up any KOs here. You have fake out pressure now for free damage onto Incineroar, and that will lock it up here for Adam. It's just about whether Naruto.
Okay, going to game 3. Well done.
Game 3, or need some more information out of Adam before locking in a forfeit before we head into game 3.
you know, might as well take your time, right? It's gonna take a little bit. This is a crucial moment for both of these traders. They both had great 4-1 starts to this tournament. Wow, it's a knockout already. King Gambit's a little bit good. There's a reason a couple of trainers, I think, in the field have decided to use it. I'm going to a third game here, yeah. It's a critical moment for both trainers. One trainer going to move to 5-0, going to be at the point where they only need one more win to secure their place in our continued Swiss rounds tomorrow in the phase 2 of this tournament, which gives a big mental edge, right? Where going 4-1, especially I think after losing on stream, which tends to be a little bit more emotional, you know, maybe start to like, oh man, you know, like, are things turning the wrong way? So a very pivotal game, I think, for both of these trainers' paths through this tournament.
Absolutely. Again, yeah, like you mentioned, when you're undefeated here, this is the last round before locking in your ticket to day 2 and continuing on in the tournament. This is the worst round to lose and then go on tilt for the rest of your tournament because you would have come so close. So both of these players, I am sure, are feeling that pressure to clutch.
Good game. I thought he couldn't beat the Insane, but it was 3v1.
Poison jab and poison
you know.
Sneasler. Getting the poison from the fake out was huge onto Charizard, just getting those ticks of damage, and Adam, you know, showing the importance of those additional pieces of damage. Just like the Life Orb on King Gambit pushes some of those calcs over the edge, 1 extra tick of poison damage, 2 extra ticks of poison damage also push some of those calcs over the edge.
Yeah, and I think that's also something to keep in mind as we go into this third game, is that, you know, it's been very close in both game 1 and in game 2, but Naruto's not getting a whole lot going his way, right? Where that first game, the sleep being minimum turns was pretty unfortunate for him. Poison touches activated the first activation twice, in the 2 instances where it even had a chance to activate, so perfect so far. Sneasler's having itself a set where, you know, Naruto avoiding that sort of thing could really change things for him. Not that he can do anything, right? Just cross his fingers, hope for the best, but it really changes the way this matchup plays out, right? Where it kind of prevents him from playing defensively, where once you're poisoned, once a Pokemon like that, especially your Mega Evolved Pokemon, especially the Pokemon bringing Drought when you also have Venusaur, it's just very important to try to win while you still have that resource active, and we have limited turns, you know, you can't switch as much, you have to start making reads. We see how aggressively that Garchomp has been using Rock Slide, because now
here we go.
I can't play with Delphox, I can't afford to miss a read, I just have to try to catch it when it's available, and in that game, Adam was able to you know, hide it from Garchomp just enough.
Oh, well, another switch up from Adam, choosing to go for a different fake out user in the lead here. This is going to be Incineroar next to the Delphox.
Still no Blastoise? It's hard because of the Sun, because of the Venusaur, like I mentioned earlier. Delphox can take care of the job. Alphex is good into Venusaur, it's good into Charizard, not good into Garchomp, Insane, and Aerodactyl. Also good into Sylveon as well.
Right? Still can be put to sleep again. Not the Incineroar of yesteryear exactly, but able to cause some problems here where maybe, you know, even the threat of fake out, you don't necessarily want to double protect against this because giving free turns to Delphox is very scary. You know, the last time we saw a situation like this,
yeah, if you protect and stuff, nasty plots can always happen. Oh, Charizard comes back for the Chomp Chomp. It's not intimidated, so that's good. It also means there is no Sun. So maybe the Venusaur will be taking a hit wave here. I guess Venusaur just protects. Yeah, another rough skin fake out. It's fine. Nasty. So maybe a sleep powder can still happen here. That's rough on the Delphox. Yeah. Yeah, because if the sleep powder came first, Delphox should have already taken a sleep turn. But because sleep powder came later, now Delphox is screwed. They can't protect. Garchomp is not intimidated. There is no fake out. There is no way to protect the Delphox unless switching it out. Yeah, and that's bad. That's really bad.
To switch out your nasty plotted Delphox as the moment you got it up, and the Rock Slide dealing big damage to Incineroar with no intimidates down.
That damage is crazy.
King Gambit, of course, is able to tank that very easily, but that Life Orb on Garchomp did so much work there. Incineroar forced to eat
Sludge Bomb.
Citrus Berry.
Immune, King Gambit. I flinch on the Incineroar. Ay, ay, ay.
You know, when things go right, sometimes they go wrong too, as Incineroar flinches from the rock slide.
That's a huge
Because it could have knocked out the Venusaur. Dang it.
Like a parting shot, which would have allowed it to cycle back in, maybe slow the Scarchop down. Instead, we're in a situation once again where Garchomp.
Yeah, it could have knocked out the Venusaur, go for a parting shot, could have done many things.
Now, King Gambit is a very important resource where
That's sad. That's really sad.
Ground type attacks and start killing Sleep Turn somehow, but if you can't, it's really only King Gambit who's a viable win condition here, now facing down both the damage from Garchomp and a potential sleep from the Venusaur. And worse yet, I think because there's no pressure, you want to, now you can bring Charizard on the field very easily if you want to, and that's going to make things very difficult to switch any Pokemon into battle.
Absolutely. Naoto has figured out the way to get Garchomp next to Charizard. Both of these Pokemon able to start spamming their spread moves if they want to. There's
Earthquake?
From Garchomp that is going to
It will affect the King Gambit.
which has just switched in for the Incineroar.
And there is...
Intimidates down onto the Garchomp, but that is a
That damage is insane, bro.
one shot left, 10% health. We don't know the exact numbers.
Swords Dance. Okay. But it will go down to Life Orb and Rough Skin.
When is 10% not 10%? Where there's no rounding in Pokemon that way. Typically, I mean, it always rounds down, I guess I should say. So it could be, it will exactly be knocked out by the Life Orb. Like, slightly more likely that unknown to us that it can survive one attack. Critically also unknown to Naoto, but not unknown to Adam. So we have one player working with some information that the rest of us don't have here on a very critical turn. Also worth thinking about this damage calculation, right? A Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch will knock out Garchomp. Charizard, I think it depends on how it's trained, where it's possible it could just barely survive. Again, flat classes used to just miss it if you built defensively. So we'll have to see how this Charizard is trained. They tend to be quicker nowadays, which would indicate not
Sucker?
the defense.
There's the Sucker Punch into
Nice.
Garchomp, the rough skin,
But King Gambit now goes down, yeah.
regardless of how we round.
Exactly.
That's a KO into Garchomp and a trade KO into King Gambit.
Exactly enough.
Huge though to get that Pokemon off the field.
The Fox sleeps. Ancient Power.
Uses its first turn of sleep. Takes an
Not a lot of damage, actually.
Charizard feeling just under half health. No boost from the Ancient Power as well. So now Adam has the opportunity to have Delphox wake up on the next turn, but he's going to need to get a lot out of that Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a one big problem dealt with where Garchomp's rock-type attacks is certainly the most threatening thing to the Delphox, should it ever awake. But again, this Delphox lost that nasty plot boost, so it's still got a long ways to go. Now that your Gambit has been defeated as well, I think very critical. Maybe like one more hit point really changes how this battle looks. Could have been threatening a probable one-shot, potential one-shot.
Insane for Fake Out. Perfect. Sneasler can beat the Insane. Delphox can't beat the Charizard just yet. If it had a nasty plot, it could Psychic and one-shot, and then Sneasler could just close combat the Insane. But I guess you just hit Wave here? With the Charizard, because Sneasler can fake out only one. I guess you don't even fake out with the Incineroar. You go for dark damage. Oh! Oh! Okay. Intimidating the opponent. Incineroar. Good fake out. And fake out. Throat chop. Nice. No damage. What now? There is still the Venusaur in the back. Actually. Hey, welcome, welcome. Luna, please. That's a cool name.
You can't just protect because there's always the threat that you don't succeed there and take that damage on it instead. So forced to play defensively. I'm not out of this one yet, but the puzzle is being more and more complicated.
Absolutely, it is.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Sneasler does have a good matchup into the Incineroar and even into the Charizard, outspeeding and being able to deal good damage.
Venu?
We're going to see the Incineroar retreat for
Protect on the Charizard, okay. What is this, the Sneasler attacking? Fake out? I guess an attack could have been made there. Poison Jab. You good too? I'm happy to hear that. I wish you a great weekend so far. You're watching the World Championships of Pokemon.
Maybe he's got enough attention. I can kind of sneak Venusaur in here. neither of the Incineroar like too threatening to one another. Although you need to deal with the Incineroar eventually if you're Adam because of Delphox is a potential win condition here. However, completely.
Do you wanna add some graphics to your stream? No, thank you. Insane comes out.
Get some more damage down. Keep working toward this end game.
You were the most chilled artist though, because usually they ring around the rosy, they talk a lot, and you're just straight to the point. I like that. Thank you. Oh, nice dodge from the Sneasler.
Instead, Incineroar tanks the heat wave, so Adam just gets the poison down.
Flare Blitz comes out.
And here comes the Flare Blitz trying to pick
Adam playing a bit too, I don't want to say too basic, but it's like he's just responding on what's in front of it, because it was super obvious the Venusaur switch and the Charizard. No, the Venusaur switch wasn't that obvious actually, because he could have just went for a sleep powder. Because now the sun can run out. Do you switch the Charizard? I would Flare Blitz the Charizard right now and close combat the Incineroar. Wait, no, the other Incineroar can still fake out, which is different.
And if you're Naoto, you're also worried about the turns of harsh sunlight. This is the final turn of sun, which means that
Venusaur will lose its speed. Yeah.
Out and back in, Venusaur would be slower than Delphox, which still has the opportunity to
Sneasler switch into the belly.
For the Delphox, resetting its attack stat. There is the fake out. It
Nice.
will connect onto the Delphox on the switch.
Heat wave.
Heat wave connects onto both Pokemon here. Incineroar goes down.
Knockout on the Incin.
Just 15% hit.
Aye. But Delphox is faster than everybody.
As the harsh sunlight fades, this Delphox is now the fastest thing on the field, but it's going to need to
Tense game. I'm enjoying this. Sneasler.
Well, maybe not final turn, but kind of final climactic situation here where Sneasler.
I wouldn't fake out with a Sneasler here. Delphex. he made a mistake. He said Delphex. It's funny. Delphex could psychic at the Charizard. Would that be enough for a knockout? And here they just close combat the Insane. If they switch into Venusaur, like it's whatever, right? No, I think the Fox already took 2 turns of sleep, no?
You win the games, hit the snooze, and you lose. You've got to wake up right now if you are Adam's Delphox. Incineroar.
Yeah, Venusaur comes in, but it's okay, because there is no sun.
Risking damage on the Venusaur on
Ah.
spent another turn asleep. There's the close combat from Sneasler, connects onto the Venusaur.
The sleep turn was really bad.
30% to the Venusaur, but not
The sleep turn was really bad.
Sneasler drops its defenses here, and the ancient
AP.
power comes out from Charizard. That's gonna pick up the Delphox, and with just
GG.
the Sneasler against 3 Pokemon, Naoto Mizubuchi looks like he is about to be undefeated heading into
5-0 for Naoto. Well done. Yeah, if Delphox wakes up and gets a Psychic there, it would have been a win. But with Delphox not waking up, not defeating the Charizard. Because if you defeat the Charizard, it's GG. The rest of Naoto's team can beat the Sneasler and Delphox. Well done. Let's check our other players. Round 5. I saw Mark Silva with a win here. Yeah, Mark Silva 4-1.
His own final Pokemon back in to get that fake out pressure again.
Oh, Simone Sanvito. I remember him. 4-1 as well.
would have been tight. Would have been rough. Would have been real tense to make that happen.
Ragav Malavia 4-1. Friend of Colin, also in the battle room.
You have to be proud of how he played across
The Vidker, he's here.
Of course, Naoto Mizubuchi now at 5-0 on his way to potentially becoming the second
Hirofumi 4-1.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
Probably never felt closer. I mean, 5-0 is looking good, and it's another tournament where, like, if you feel good about your team.
Eduardo Cunha 4-1 as well. Let's go. And do the GOAT. The GOAT. Shohei Kimura also 4-1. Nice.
I don't know if you're intimidated by anyone if you're that tier player, but I'd prefer to play that player a little later in the tournament. Maybe someone that
Marcus also 4-1. Amazing.
Maybe you look look at that as an opportunity. And
Nikolai, he has an interesting... No, he has an interesting team, right? Joffrey played 4-1 as well. Let's go, Brazil. Vamos, Brazil.
He had to work a little bit in the team creation phase, maybe, to fit all the held items together. Where I mean, that's really the
Okay, now we are on the 3-2.
kind of wanting the same things.
Taylor Webb is already out.
I think there's something to be said too. You know, these Venusaur teams do often wind up relying.
Wolf is 3-2. He's still alive. He's still alive.
Just getting exploded like it did in that.
Justin Tank 5-0. Giga Chan.
It's so tense when it comes down to that one extra turn of sleep. When you're running a Venusaur team, this happens all the time. Either you need to land that one crucial sleep powder to give yourself a little bit more breathing room, or you are just hoping
I think Colin already is out.
turn of sleep that you need. Because you start flipping
Yeah, I think Colin gave up on the tournament. Joe Ugarte 3-2. He's still alive. He's still alive. Michael Kawash 3-2 is also still alive. He's still alive. Marco 4-1. Yeah, we've seen that already. Okay, our players to pay attention to are doing well. They were 2-2, but they are coming alive. They are coming alive.
I think having to manage the probability is Venusaur's biggest weakness.
Well, Chua
played pretty well in the face of that sort of probability, right? Where things largely weren't going Naoto's way, right? Where certainly that sleep.
Wait, is he out?
Was big, but almost every other roll went the wrong way, right? I guess there's Incineroar flinch too.
No, he's not.
But other than those two rolls, other than that, yeah, asterisk.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Paul Chua 3-2. Okay. Alex Underhill was 2-1, but he recovered. Francisco Piopero. He's out. Wow. Emilio Forbes 4-1, strong.
Directly from Naoto, who is now undefeated heading into Swiss round 6.
Shisuke.
Thank you so much, Scott and Evan. I am indeed here with the winner of our Swiss round number 5, Naoto Mitsubuchi. How are you feeling now that you are undefeated still?
3-2 for Giovanni Shisuke. Chupa is out. He played only one tournament, makes sense. Lorsi? Yeah, he didn't play a lot. Makes sense. Oh, Victor Medina? Oh, he's out. Damn it. Shoma? He's also out. No way. No, he's 3-2. He's 3-2. He's still in. He's still in. He's still in. Ko is already out. Kimura is also doing well. Seijun Park? Oh, he's out. No way. Okay. Kota Kawabe 5-0.
Yeah, in Japan regional, it's quite boring if we stay with the same composition. So I feel like switching it up was better in this case.
Well, in this match, you played against a very established team with Mega Delphox and Mega Blastoise. What was your game plan heading into it to defeat this team?
今回のその試合、メガフォクシーとメガカメックスなども、かなり強い、ポケモンがあったんですけども、こちらの対策などはすでにお考えだったのでしょうか。
Your flip plate is 4-1. We remember that as well. He's doing really well.
うまく行動を噛み合わせればチャンスは生まれるかなということで、今回はちょっと結果的には。
Ragav Malavi is doing very well as well. On 4-1.
That is actually quite difficult, but with sheer will, along with being able to strategize, with determining, making sure that the movesets are correct and such, I was able to come through on top.
You did amazing. Naoto, you are coming in as a previous world champion.
Hirafomi Kimura. He's 4-1 as well. Let's go. Ryoma Okamoto, that's a cool name. A lot of Japanese players doing well. Edu 4-1, big.
I'd like to do my best for day 2 as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations
thank you.
again, and best of luck in your next matches. Analysts, back to you.
Oh, Shohei, he's the world champion.
Thank you so much, Rose. This is
Let's keep looking for him as well, with him. Oh, at him.
That game so well against
Shohei Kimura.
Adam had all the tools to get there in the end, but Sleep Powder is doing its thing in this particular
Sleep Powder, yeah.
When you land your Sleep Powders and you get the turns of sleep you need, Venusaur's a pretty good mon.
Yeah, Venusaur is barely missing, but that Venusaur earlier had the wide guard, wide lens, so it's different. Marcus.
Easy to see how both of them had gotten to 4-0.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, especially like that game too, where it was going well for Naoto, and then like everything just went right in that end game for Adam. He like made call after call after call, and that's like what you've got to do, especially if you're up against the caliber of players you are. You're sitting 4-0. Doesn't get easier from there. So congratulations.
Oh, Orien Sula. I know him as well. He's a good player. He's 3-2.
Versus Yuya Wakasugi here on the side stream matches, and we're going to get straight into things. We've got Gengar and Sneasler starting out against King Gambit and Sneasler.
Luciano Bego, another Brazilian. Let's go, let's go.
Is running here with the Gengar that's not Perish. It's actually just substitute Gengar, and using the
Brendan Zhang
as well. More supportive here with Yon and Flip Turn.
That's not.
This is a really cool team, and I'm excited to see how it matches up.
Yeah, I was kind of worried we might
the brother of Aaron, is he?
Michael Kelch have very similar teams, if not exactly the same one. But I thought Michael was down to 2-2 before we went up to do this game, and like, oh man, like we've been talking about like the Mega Gengar kind of trap offense stuff for 2 regulations now.
No, I think he is.
We're gonna lose it again, but here it is. We found it.
Yeah, and at 4-0 as well. I mean, it just really comes down to who you pair up against in the day and like how.
Yeah, he is. So let's keep a look on him.
Michael the Best was able to pilot to win a grassroots event.
Brandon.
Certainly came on a lot of people's radar. Like,
Zeng. Nice.
Especially if a lot of trainers not really necessarily played up against it too often, but
he's 3-2 though. Struggling.
The list to make sure, do I have a matchup into this?
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit earlier when we saw the previous Gengar from.
King Dorian Quinones.
Everyone sort of talks about Gengar as this monster.
Let's keep a look at him as well.
But we never really actually see it because no one was really practicing it publicly before this tournament.
Yeah, I think one reason for that too is is that really something you want to be too much anyone's radar? Like the whole.
Ezo, switch back.
I realize there's a combination
to what?
Of Pokemon that I can kind of just GG without any real counterplay by trapping with Gengar, bringing in an appropriate counter. Like if they realize that's the board state that I need, they can either change their team or just not.
Wait, there is another match, but they're talking about the other match. Oh, it's Gengar Ninetales. It's that team. It's that team, Gengar Ninetales. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, it's Mega Dragon. Is it Mega Dragonite over there? Because I have that on my bingo. It was so weird because they're just talking, right? Nice. Nice. It just trapped him. It's not Perish. It's just trap. Cool. Stefan Mott is 4-0 as well. I'm just collecting more players for us to watch because we lost Colin, for an example. I think he's not participating anymore. The Brazilian still alive? Nice.
Yeah, that's certainly an option, but Stefan was able to get
Fazio
onto Gengar before, was not afraid of Encore pressure earlier. And
Corre Tabuyo. He used Mega Charizard X very early in MA. With that crazy Milotic set with Coil. Oh, Bononomi, I remember him as well. Giovanni Shiske is struggling. I mean, I kind of like Yon Sleep Trap. Yeah, kind of is. And I think Ninetales has the Sable and Encore. I love it. With the normal Swampert, yeah, love it.
Maybe not, but Ninetales itself now is very safe, although I guess it's got a bail too, so...
Nils Dunlop, I remember him as well. Palchua 3-2. Underhill 3-2. Bugarte 3-2. Michael Kelch 3-2. A lot of good players are on 3-2.
when you get that nice easy game.
Wolf Glick is on 3-2.
And you're thinking, huh, I don't have to.
Ay, Wolf, wake up. Star Sand, maybe it was not the best choice. Maybe it wasn't.
But Yuya's doing a great job here of, I think, yeah, seeing how the threats from Stefan's side of the field is.
Marcus Cole, I remember him as well.
Locking into Kowtow Cleave instead of Sucker Punch, not wanting to get caught by the substitute, but also just to be able to, even with Eddie Encore pressure, just keep on the offensive.
What a great call, yeah. Poor Dragonite taking a ton on the way in, and like, I guess, you know, Sneasler damage somewhat negligible, but I mean, that's a great turn. And I think it's a great point to
Oh wait, Jonathan, that's from US, not from Peru. Yeah.
So taxing is like, hey,
oh, Leonard Kraft, Cole, 3-2. 3-2.
Because there's so many ways like, oh man,
He's still playing though. I think, imagine if I went to Worlds and I was like 4-1, I'll keep playing. It's a great experience, it's great matches.
It kind of feels a step ahead of a team that's supposed to be pushing the tempo against you.
That's the thing, like, I'm wondering if and or when we're going to see the Swampert.
Alright guys, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. I'll also go to the kitchen and make some coffee. Let me know if you see any Mega Dragonite.
Is designed to do in a lot of ways, like Gengar traps a bunch of stuff on the field. You find a way to pivot in the Pokemon that's good against those Pokemon, and then you start putting the damage down onto them.
Well, here's what you do, is you just fire off double, well, at least one fighting type attack into King Gambit here. Of course, blocking the extreme speed there, Tropial Berry just enough to keep the King Gambit up on the field here. But I think, you know, the Dragonite feels good to me, except that it got hit by the Moonblast on the switch-in here. Other than that, this Dragonite would have been in a great spot, but the call out from Yuya just making it so that Stefan has really few options here.
Yeah, it's a tough I've just missed that knockout too, right? Especially like Whimsicott protecting, you know, in extreme speed in that slot, instead it's a very different looking turn, but probably expecting that knockout, you know, it's also early in the set, we're like, okay, well, I'm gonna write that one in my notes, maybe try to play that a little bit differently next time.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is one of the things that you've got to like be able to understand playing into these sort of Gengar teams, is like trying to keep on top of it with the move selections that you're picking up, but also just like maintaining at least some semblance of momentum over it and seeing those turns where, oh, okay, Scarf Encore, that's not looking so threatening this turn. What's possibly going to be able to switch in? Ah, I figured it out. Like, I'm going to Moonblast this Dragonite on the switch in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, also then picking up the KO there on the Sneasler with Moonblast as well. Yuya is playing lights out here.
Yeah, it's tough to see like how Stefan can really come back to this match. I mean, there is speed control obviously on the Whimsicott that sort of gives the Ninetales a little bit of a hard time, because being Choice Scarf, it can't protect itself from any damage. It possibly won't go down in one to, like, say, a Dazzling Gleam if Yuya wants to respect the Dragonite on the other side of the field, but, you know, that Dragonite is on pretty low HP, and really quite easy to find the opportunity to pick up a knockout here.
Yeah, the focus slash on Whimsicott's huge here too. Stefan does have to double into the Whimsicott in order to pick up the KO there, so you're committing Blizzard and Extreme Speed into that Pokemon to knock it out when you really want to be getting damage down onto that Floette that just Mega Evolved. Yes. Yeah, that's
damage. That's some chip damage right there. Yeah, Whimsicott going down to less than half of its HP, like, it's easy to forget how strong Dragonite is. We haven't seen it as much in the format since it was next to Chen Pao doing all of the Terra Normal Choice Band Extreme Speeds.
Yeah, I feel like some of us kind of got lulled into like a full sense of security by the two. It's like, oh, like, you know, now that stuff's not here, Dragonite's not very good. Every once in a while, it'll come back and like, oh, wait, that's still, his attack is very high.
Oh, hang on a second, yeah. Especially like while you're kind of getting punched in the face by an Extreme Speed there. And getting that knockout and the lock into Icy Wind here, probably actually quite influential, right? Because after the 1-speed drop onto the Floette, now the Ninetales is going to outspeed it even in the Tailwind environment. And then the second Icy Wind takes it to slower the Mega Gengar, and the Mega Gengar can kind of put some pressure down onto that Pokemon too.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, right? Where like maybe one of the more interesting uses of dynamic speed that we've seen, where it's like Icy Wind in general just got way better once things changed a few games ago to have your speed order like changed in the middle of turns, but rarely matters with something like that. And you know, the Icy Wind also does a little bit of damage, right? I mean, not so great on the Floette there. It's pretty strong defensively on the special side, but there are some Pokemon at least, you know, I mean, it's not quite that extreme speed on Whimsicott, but it's not completely irrelevant damage like, you know, if like a Cresselia was Icy Winding you or something.
Yeah, but the Sneasler has the ability to just pick up that KO. There's still Tailwind up here. The KO onto the Ninetales, and I don't know that Gengar has enough into both of these Pokemon.
It's hard to imagine that it does. I mean, this Moonblast is going to do a big chunk, even though Mega Gengar is resisting that attack. And, of course, Stefan following up with the Sludge Bomb, trying to get the knockout on the Floette.
He needed that.
I was about to say was going to get the knockout on the Floette. Managed to catch herself short. But, yeah, living on 3% there, actually quite big, because if the Floette goes down on that turn, there's a world where you can see like a Protect on the Gengar, the Tailwind gets run out, and then a couple of Shadow Balls is enough to pick up the Sneasler if it isn't able to one-shot it from this range with a Dire Claw.
Yeah, you got the out of missing Rock Slides or something like Dire Claw.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I feel like this is like a really interesting like position that Stefan is in. I mean, not in the game, right? He's lost. But like kind of like transitioning to game 2 here.
Game 2.
Because I think that's the second time in this game where he went for an attack, probably expected to get a knockout, played as if he was going to get it, like just missed it. Not that, you know, there's like an alternative play this time, but at that point I'm probably like, oh man, like either math is just not on my side. I was like, oh man, how is my opponent trained as Pokemon, right? I think it's still a very interesting element of the open team sheet format where the one thing you don't have is training, and I'm assuming here this is much more kind of a defensively oriented training on this team, which can still be deceptive, right? Because I think, you know, like people tend to leave their Pokemon open when they're affecting knockouts. It's a great chance to counterattack.
Sorry, we got Dragonite on the field. I'm so happy.
We've got another Dragonite. It's on the wrong side of the field, or the other side of the field, as we say. Now, you'll have noticed that this game has been sped up. We're just trying to make sure we give our players their props in going through this match and managing to get it where our trainers are getting set up for our next round of Swiss. So here we go. Mega Dragonite coming out here for Yuya.
Yeah, dropping the Charizard on this team for the Mega Dragonite instead. Takes a little bit of damage from that Sludge Bomb, and look at the Dragon Pulse coming out from Dragonite, dealing good damage to that Gengar.
And looking better here than Charizard would have probably so far, but yeah, I mean, we were looking at this before we came on air. I was like, what do you mean you dropped Charizard from Big 6? That's not Big 6, it's only 6.
But hey, I mean, it's showing you that actually maybe Charizard isn't actually needed on that.
Well, Dragonite has Heat Wave too.
So yeah. Like he's got like ear wings, so like it's like somewhat Charizard. No, I refuse.
If we squint and turn our heads to the sides, you know, it's one of those sort of situations. But the Dragonite's taking the team in a different direction, and I feel like, especially going into this where everyone's so practiced with. Yeah, the very good Charizard, let's not beat around the bush here. Yeah, it all swings some matchups on its head, and certainly if you're targeting those specific kind of archetypes where you think, hey, hang on a second, if I had a Dragonite in the situation, my time gets much easier.
Yeah, I kind of assume too, like, I imagine you do pretty well in like, you know, the air quote mirror against other Charizard comps, especially when they don't have Venusaur. Like, you know, Charizard doesn't do super well at dealing damage against Dragonite, right? Where Dragonite does pretty well in return.
Oh, I can't believe that Sneasler missed the KO on the other Sneasler. Oh, and they flinch. That is punishing immediately for Yuya.
Yeah, I feel like this is what I think one of the things about the Mega Dragonite as well is like a lot of trainers are training their Charizards very bulky to be able to take attacks. You just don't need to do that with Dragonite, especially.
What if I was only 2 times weak instead of 4 times weak?
Exactly. And so you know, you get these situations where I think Dragonite can sit in front of a lot of threats much more safely and just sort of like dish out that consistent damage rather than trying to play for those inaccurate sleep powders, play for those end games that maybe aren't as consistent all the time.
This is kind of spooky for Yuya now, having to lock into the Rock Slide here.
Yeah, it's
yep. See,
and it just got spookier.
Oh wow. Stefan is looking great in this game too right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, everything's sort of going a little bit more smart. Even more so when that Gengar hangs on 1 HP. So, you know, this is looking like Stefan may be able to take this to a game 3.
I see why we're at 2 times speed now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Whimsicott coming in here and, you know, putting a little bit of speed control pressure going on. The Sneasler's still going to be able to knock out that Gengar regardless, but it's not going to be able to do too much damage to the Dragonite. And, of course, that extreme speed is out-prioritizing the Tailwind from Whimsicott. So
who needs speed pressure? Who needs speed control? Be first.
Just be first. Just play every attack being priority, and you know, you'll have something to do.
Basculegion, a pretty good Pokemon to have here, though, or that 1 HP or 1% HP on Gengar, not looking nearly as good as it did a second ago. But Ninetales, the premium is a good one. I don't think
premium
we've seen the premium
right here.
before.
Oh,
no!
Oh!
How?
Okay, last respect's going out to Ninetales. That's,
no.
Actually, that could be the exactly the turn that you needed to come back into this game, right? Just living on one, getting that rock slide, 2 rock slides. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Sneasler has had its White Herb activated and is faster than both of these Pokemon. So, okay, not going to outpace in extreme speed, but the Life Orb's going to take care of that for Yuya. And now the Aqua Jet picking up the Gengar, and Yuya taking this game 2-0.
Wow, perfect adaptation there with the Basculegion at the end. Just being able to clean up those last couple of hit points on Stefan's Pokemon. That was a cool set. I like that.
Definitely. And it's like, it felt like even all the way through, it's hard to keep up with at 2x speed, but you know, it felt like all of these Pokemon were just living on 1% like the whole way through. Not too many focus sashes to throw around in a team. Just train your Pokemon into a position where they can take those attacks, right?
That's the trusted love I've heard so much about, I think. And, I think the first game was kind of the same way, too. But I do think it's a great game to highlight as well, where it's very much kind of what we've seen from Regulation MA and MB, but they've been very offensive formats compared to what we saw during Scarlet and Violet. And you just have exactly the right final Pokemon. They're like, hey, you know, like things have gone a little bit off the rails, but I can close out the game this way.
Definitely. It's all about finding those little opportunities. And we're going to get an opportunity to kick it over to our casters to keep this World Championships rolling.
Thank you so much, you three. I loved having the opportunity from you three to be able to hear all about that last feature match, and I cannot wait to get started back with our main competition coverage. Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost, we're at that exciting time of the tournament where we're starting to eye up who has what it takes to make their way to phase 2.
Yeah, we're nearly there, aren't we, Sierra? And this is I say the important part. Every part of this tournament this weekend is the important part for our players, but it gets tougher each and every round, and we are getting closer now to seeing who will maybe moving on to that day 2 portion of the tournament, and that is the exciting thing about these matches. You know, we're whittling down the competition and getting closer to crowning our world champion.
It's already been really exciting because one of the things is the World Championships is like the culmination of somebody's entire season, but also we've gotten to see the growth of trainers throughout the season, right? So there's always going to be favorites going into a World Championships that we've known to win competitions. We look at, you know, if another world champion can take the win, but it's also really cool to see who has what it takes that we've maybe just discovered throughout this past year that we've talked about. Okay, maybe they're good. Okay, wow, they are good. They've shown they have what it takes, and to see them really be able to pop off the World Championships. Like, I don't know, I love being able to see that story like develop and unfold here.
I think that's one of the beauties about the World Championship, because players can have a little bit of a flying under the radar season where they've just been consistently racking up points, doing well, maybe not actually won any of the big events, but they're putting the hard work in behind the scenes, and then they come to this floor and then they give us this story, and we have the narrative, and we have a new champion to follow and cheer going forward in future years. So yes, you're right, quite rightly. But we have the notable matches ready for next round, so we can have a look at these and check out which match we will be streaming.
Looking over at these matches as well, a lot of 401s. Of course, you took a 1 loss, you're good on the day. 5-0s, you're 1 away from securing your spot here in phase 2. And for our next feature match, it's going to be Carrie D. Ortona going up against Neroich Nena. And I love this matchup because when we look at the stories throughout this year and past years, Carrie is someone that especially this year has really been able to have such a, I don't want to say glow up because that says that it implies that he wasn't good before, right? But we've really gotten to see those results come to light here on these regional stages. And for Neroich, looking back at past Highland Championships, being able to get finalists, like we know they have what it takes to make their way to the top level. Looking to get a first place here on an even bigger stage, I think is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's very exciting. One of these players will be walking away after round 6, 6-0, which is just an incredible feat in itself. But looking at some of the other matches here that we've got as you go down, Eduardo Cunha we featured earlier against Georgie Kaeda. That is a great matchup there. You can see as well a colleague of ours, Marcus, on the other side this weekend, having a
4-1
4-1 up against very tough opponent in David Carrera going up there next. But you can see the absolute class that we've got here across the board in round 6, and we're only just at the tip of the iceberg with the tournament. We've got so much to come over the weekend as we get deeper into the proceedings.
At this point, though, for any of the trainers, especially sitting at that 5-0, you're just one spot away from phase 2 of the competition. And it does kind of seem like there is a little bit of breathing room if you take a loss here because, oh, well, it's only a couple of matches. You just have to win one more, right? But we have gotten to see, especially at the World Championships, that there has
Hi everybody, we are back, and I think we're right in time for round 6.
Well, okay, we took our one loss.
Wolfie 3-2 and hanging for life. One loss and he's out. One loss and he's out. How was the... How was the... Ninetales match with the Gengar team? Perfect. Oh, he's from Taiwan? Thailand? Norwich Naena. Kerry Dortona. I don't know them. Ooh, Starchu and Starchu. First time we seeing Starchu. You are 0-2. You can't, bro. Always believe. You are a Sporting fan. Remember Bodo Glimt last season. That's all I have to say. You know the rest. You know the rest. Bodo Glimt. Champions League. Starchu, 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 Starchu. Got some coffee because I think we still have at least 2 more rounds to go.
Because of course you can deal a lot of damage and put your opponent in really, really tricky spots. And Raichu for that coverage is amazing.
Yeah, these really pair quite nicely together.
Jolly Staraptor makes sense. Jolly Arcanine.
And bring that Raichu along as well because
Timid Raichu, of course. Everything makes sense. Everything makes sense here. You are a sports fan. Remember to be delusional. No, Cole. The typical sports fan is delusional. But we are not. My Megas lose. No, your Megas win. Or Floette or King Gambit. Your Megas lose to that. Blastoise loses to... No. Dragonite, yeah. Yeah. You're right. Here we go, here we go.
Being called out looking at Carrie's team, no weather. That's because number which has both of them.
It's Mega Swampert, Grimmsnarl. Don't see him in a while. Modest Pelipper, Sassy, Grimmsnarl, Calm Arch. Impossible to break. Modest Venu, not Jolly. Yeah. So, I like Sunrain. I like Sunrain. This is round 6, right? Yeah. So everybody's still on that 3-2 or 4-1 until they do a bit more. Bro, I have to go back to Manor Lords.
The big part of this team though is supported all around by that Grimmsnarl with that, you know, the light clear item that it's got to extend the screen support. And looking over Carrie's side, they don't have any way to immediately stop or get rid of those screens. So if the Grimmsnarl is there, setting up the light screen reflect, it is going to make it difficult for Carrie to break those walls.
Here we go.
A winning in for these two trainers, the winning in to be
Major update for Manor Lords. Yesterday! There was a new Manor Lords update yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the Intimidate here is really useful onto that Staraptor. The Arcanine here is nice as well. It's going to naturally outspeed that Pelipper. It is heavily threatened from the Swampert, but we talked about that focus side. It is going to have room to take at least...
Alright, here we go.
From that Mega Swampert if it does Mega Evolve this turn.
Arch. Oh, Shiny Swing Arcanine is awesome though. What else? Staraptor, not Raichu. I mean, both Staraptor and Raichu are okay. Norwich goes with Narowitch. Witch of Nara goes Mega Swampert. It's the first Mega Swampert we see today, no? Extreme Speed. Okay, damage. Sure. With Crash. Ooh. Nice. Can Staraptor pick the knockout with a CC? No! Because now Electroshock should pick the knockout. Oh no, wait, Arch protected. Whoa, if Arch... Yeah, Arch protected, so it was a great read from Carry. Carry? Carry. Because he went with all the bullets to Swampert. And that was great. Yeah.
Now you've got the Archaladon in. It hasn't had a stamina boost, but it is threatening the Electroshot into the Star
Dinner
Raptor.
time.
It has to be careful though. It's got no defensive support, so the close combat into that slot would be detrimental, maybe even close.
Great close combat. A great extreme speed. Now we're gonna see a close combat. +2 special defense shouldn't be big damage. Shouldn't be enough to survive an Electroshot. Yeah, this animation should be all in a row. Yeah, it's not enough. Oh no, it wasn't the protect. Arch came out for Pelipper in turn 1. Okay.
So much value out of that Mega Evolution. You feel like it's putting them so far ahead in this match. A lot for Naro to do, especially taking so much damage from that close combat. And you know, the Pelipper is in the back. That isn't able to come in really as long as this Arcanine is still active. It's going to be susceptible to it.
Sylveon comes in. That's what I was thinking, that Sylveon was in the back. Venu. But there is no Sun. And no Tailwind. But there is Rain, so Flare Blitz from Arcanine will not do that much damage. Focus Sash still making the Venusaur very safe. I mean, it could quick attack. Sylveon should survive a Sludge Bomb, but not Sludge Bomb plus Flash Cannon. No, no. So, what's the plan here, Sylveon? What's the plan? Protect on the Venu? Oh, Carrie's happy. Oh, that'll protect. Why? For scouting? Blitz? Hyper Voice. Yeah. There's still King Gambit or Farig in the back, but should be King Gambit.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. I think, you know, the rain being in effect obviously helps because it weakens the Flare Blitz, so it gives Venusaur a little bit of an easier time. The one thing you could say that Venusaur could maybe take advantage of is the sleep powder. If you can put that Arcanine to sleep, you don't need to necessarily worry about the Sylveon, but if you can get that Arcanine asleep, surviving a Flare Blitz,
You just double up the Sylveon, no?
get the Pelipper back onto the field, have to wait.
Break the Focus Sash, that's what I thought. Flare Blitz? Head Smash? Because Flare Blitz would be weaker in the rain. What a knockout. What a powerhouse. That's +2. You need a special attacker. Because I think it's plus... No, it's +1 defense, the Arch. Bye-bye, Arcanine. Ooh. I know, he had Focus Sash anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it's in prime position.
Arcanine is doing insane damage.
Another head smash is next turn. The Pelipper's literally a sit and duck here from that if it does connect. And then the Sylveon can just fire out a Hyper Voice, and it will be enough to pick up the Archaladon. Remember, the Archaladon has had a couple of boosts under his belt, so is the Flash Cannon at this range?
+2 should not. +2 Flash Cannon should knock out the Sylveon. What do you think, chat? Both of these players are at 5-0. That's incredible. Head Smash, big damage. Doesn't miss, knockout. Absolutely no chance. It was a crit, doesn't matter. Yeah, nice. Flare Blitz now is neutral, and there is no rain. Raichu. Oh! So you're gonna go for blind Focus Blast? If you hit it, it's amazing, but it's 70% accuracy. 30% chance of missing.
That slot will be enough. Are you going to have to rely on the right shoes? Non-mega focus blast to maybe get the last
Protect,
damage
okay.
off as we see that Archello
For more healing.
fake out.
And for more thinking.
Turn pass, a potential fake out, and we just get to sit through the animation. Focus blast, a flare blitz, go next on this turn, get a little bit of that leftovers recovery, bring it back up to almost about full.
Yeah, it's not over yet, and it makes more sense to go for Focus Blast there if you all carry, because Fake Out will activate the stamina or weaken the Arcanine's attack. So you're going for that Focus Blast, although it's not the best of accuracy. If you do hit, then it's really the reward is there. Now Flare Blitz coming out, and it is going to be into the Archelon, nowhere near enough, hanging on quite comfortably there. But does the Archelon target that Arcanine?
It's going to be the question.
Ooh, Dragon Pulse into Protect on the Raichu. Well done.
Raichu, so carry on this turn, get some damage dealt, and that's about it. Still a 2v1 with an Archelon that could protect for a little bit more leftovers recovery.
Because Arch will knock out the Raichu.
Still a tough spot.
So if Raichu misses the Focus Blast, you then knock out the Raichu, and Arcanine can't knock you in return. Because 2 or 3 defense boosts is very hard to beat now.
But you still, if you are carry, kind of able to go for that Focus Blast and the Flare Blitz and both hit, and then the combination is enough.
There we go. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Really good, really good.
Can do so much, but a 1v2 in this situation, not enough. Carry to take the first game in this.
Well done, well done.
I mean, the amount of momentum we got from this Arcanine was incredible. Even just softening up Pokemon at the beginning with those extreme speeds. And even if we weren't picking up KOs, you bring them down to a little bit of health, you pick them off next turn. It was absolutely incredible. I mean, even if some of the Pokemon were speedy, they just couldn't do enough.
No, and I think the pressure from right out the gates as the carry applied was just remarkable there. It really stopped Narrow being able to lean into this rain mode like they would probably like to. On paper, the Swampert has a great matchup into this team, right? But the Arcanine got to those latter turns, it still hadn't taken any damage just because of the utility of that extreme speed, throwing the close combat.
Yeah, Arcanine was so useful here. So good. Arcanine was the MVP. Oh, Swampert, Belly.
It's a 6-0 spot on the line, carry one.
It's a sim lead. It's a sim lead.
Number 2 though. Narrowich again will go for the really strong rain lead. So Pelipper with the rain, and we're just having a full run back here with Carry as well. So how are we going to differ this? Because last time Carry was able to get a lot of momentum with just starting.
Pelipper comes out to Arch. Same turn 1 so far.
We'll have to see. Do we target into the Archaludon as again swaps are happening?
And the problem is, if you target down into the Staraptor, you're ignoring the Arcanine. If you target down into the Arcanine, you're ignoring the Staraptor. So this is why Carry's lead is just so good, because it really makes it difficult.
Mega Swampert did a lot of damage into Staraptor on last game. How is it going to be right now?
The Arcanine here, we might see how that turns out and plays going forward.
With Crash?
Any extreme speed this time around.
Yeah, no E-Speed. I guess Carry didn't think the Pelipper would switch again. Tailwind! Huh. Nice! He misses. Yeah, he attacked the Pelipper. He didn't think Norwich would make the same play 2 games in a row, but he actually did.
Tailwind in effect, so the Staraptor, the Arcanine will naturally outspeed everything on Norwich's side of the field, which gives that Staraptor a little bit of room to go after that Swampert, or more importantly, even go after the Archaludon with a close combat. That Rockhead miss there, head smash miss into the Archaludon, actually kind of paying a little bit of a reward here.
True, you don't boost the defense of the Arch.
This close combat will do a little bit more, so the double up into that slot, if you get it right, is going to pay
Extreme
off.
speed.
At least the first
Is the Protect, okay.
good. So at least for Norwich, it will protect from the Swampert. And his
Norwich is gaining mileage like crazy in this game.
Again, and Archaludon now out on the field in the rain is the perfect situation to go ahead and click this Electroshock button. Staraptor has already taken so much damage. You cannot let this Pokemon
GG.
run away with the match. So a hit
Arch is running away with the match right now.
Yeah, and this makes a big difference from that game 1. Now, the Archaludon hasn't taken that initial close combat damage. We saw how good it was in the late game for Norwich. Now going to be able to take full advantage of full health. now got that special attack boost, can start to go after maybe that Arcanine this turn. Now the Sylveon's going to come onto the field. You target down into that. You go after the Arcanine with an Electro Shot, knowing that if you get through that turn, then the following turn, a Flash Cannon's going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout there. And you've also got to contend with the fact that the Tailwind is in effect. So you want to try and stall that out as well. So you don't want to just go all dive in straight away. You want to try and take your time, utilize your Protect when you can, but also not put yourself in a vulnerable position at the same time.
That's exactly it. If you're not in a position to want to attack with both your Pokemon this turn, or go ahead and make a read. We can
Head smash.
Protect, but instead, feeling comfortable in the situation.
Alright damage.
On a timer, release for the
Hyper Beam.
right now. First hit into the Archaludon. Stamina defense is up.
Swampert is faster than the Sylveon. GG. Survives. Kill with what the great game is now. Let's go, bro. Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam. Nice.
Wow, you can see the value of that Intimidate. The Staraptor dropped onto that Swampert earlier on, allowing it to take that Wave Crash, not outspeeding it in Tailwind. It tells you a little bit about the training, but that Hyper Beam so pivotal there to remove the threat that
Archie's out, which was very dangerous. And the guy used Draining Kiss and not have it on the team sheet. That's an automatic win, bro. Call a judge. Call a judge. You get an auto win right there.
It is protecting, as Venusaur also opts to keep itself safe on this turn. Now to see where we're thinking for the other
Earthquake.
Swampert with this Earthquake. That would have been
Protect, protect. Sylveon goes down because he has to recharge.
and already only at 9% health will be enough to take it down.
Yeah, a bit dead weight there because it had well, it has to spend a turn of that recharge after the Hyper Beam. And now you've got the situation where that Tailwind's ended. Now
Farig.
with the Rain active is going to be the fastest thing in the field. It will be threatening that Arcanine now. And it's out of
Arcanine is focus sash. I would without that. I outplayed him. I mean, that's a great way to do it. That's a great way to do it for sure.
The Fergraph on the field now is offering super effective damage into the Venusaur, but there is the Sleep Powder. If you can hit those Sleep Powders like we mentioned in game 1, go for that option, then you can start to shut down these options and give yourself that room, the room needed for the Swampert. And
even give a boost to Gambit. The best way to win, bro. Let's go. Yeah, Pelipper is leading the back. Focus Sash. Yeah. Arcanine, what we doing here, bro? Flare Blades? Just Head Smash, Trick Room. Trick Room might be the play. If Rain ends now and Pelipper comes in... No, Psychic. Extreme Speed! Should have Trick Roomed. No.
The Arcanine looks like its numbers were up, but I don't think so. The Extreme Speed coming
because now the Swampert becomes fast again, and if you Trick Room, you will be faster. But you have Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed Thunderbolt? Does Farig has Thunderbolt?
That Arcanine, they are going to take it down, and then Fergraph really not in a position to handle the remaining Pokemon on the field.
No Extreme Speed.
No Extreme Speed, and an Arcanine that's just on his
Farig survives. Why not Extreme Speed? Because he thought the Swampert would protect.
Still kicking around, and a Pelipper at full health, ready to go out on the offensive. The Weather Ball is probably all it's going to take, but it's okay. Next turn, soon we'll put a
That's big damage.
Burger, of course, though, will take down the Swampert, so we will go down to a 1v1 situation. But looking at these
Pelipper wins.
we're just Pelipper's at majority health, all of the health.
Yeah, the Pelipper's sitting in a great spot. It's still got a Citrus Berry as well, so if things do get a little bit of rate, I don't think that's going to happen. The Weather Ball is going to pick up the knockout here onto this Fergraph and close this up, and we'll be going to game 3. Or maybe not this turn, Sierra.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Good game though.
With that protected,
Norwich played really well. Kari had an opportunity, but he thought that Norwich wouldn't do the same plays as he did in game 1, but he actually did do the same plays that he did in game 1. So that kind of caught Carry off guard, and he could have Extreme Speed the Swampert. I think you should, anyway, Extreme Speed the Swampert.
Fantastic win going with this rain mode, coming
and go after the... I don't know if the Photograph has Thunderbolt. If Photograph has Thunderbolt, you should Extreme Speed Thunderbolt.
Yeah, we saw some
Because
a little bit of a different
if Swampert protects, it's totally chill, right? You're not losing much advantage. Naruich is a weird name, yeah. The Witch of Nara. I think it's from Taiwan or from Thailand. I think it's Thailand. I think he's from Thailand, yeah. Game 3. Here we go. That's intense. That's intense. Star Arc. Same lead. Same leads. No mixing it. No Charizard. Pure rain. Let's go.
I think it's, again, I think if you are Norwich, you've got to really deal with this Arcanine as best
No
as
size
possible,
spam.
because if you just leave it on the field, we saw game 1, how quickly it can run
No
away.
Mega Dragonite.
Again, you've got to
No
come back
Mega
with
Barb.
the Staraptor as well.
A switch or a lack of a switch coming up from Norwich is another way we're going to be switching up this game number 3 as Pelipper will remain on the field to try and maybe put up some offensive pressure on its own. As of course, both trainers will go ahead and Mega
Wave Crash. Same turn, but no switch into Arch. CC, I mean, not GG. Head smash. Head smash. Nice. Woo, brother. Belly bolt. Yeah. I want to see belly.
Pelipper has switched out both games 1 and 2. This time Norwich saying, I'm going to try and catch you with it, but Parry smartly not falling for it and really getting a big return there. Now the Archaladon comes onto the field.
Well done.
Swampert in a really good position to get another wave crash off, but you would say it's probably just out of range from an extreme speed, just maybe. But you never know on the
Yeah, I think Extreme Speed doesn't pick the knockout on the Swampy.
Try and pick it up, because if you do, it frees the Staraptor up. Go after the Archaladon, get a close combat.
Protect
off with
Staraptor?
and how valuable that can be, and getting it
Oh.
closer to picking up a knockout.
Not enough extreme speed. We'll bring it down low.
Yeah, but now Swampert goes down.
More attack and into the Staraptor.
Now you need the Sylveon to beat the Arch.
Mega Pokemon down. It was a lot of damage into the Swampert though. So with the recoil,
Yeah, both Megas go down. But it's 3v2 now. Electroshot, boosting the special attack. You need a Sylveon to beat the Arch.
One of the drawbacks about going for that extreme speed and not picking up the knockout is this Arcanine now going to be a bit of a sitting target here for this Electroshot. That Focus Sash is now broken as well, and the special attack boost on the Archaladon making it.
Belly Bolt Musharna is a good combo. Really? What did they do? The Farrig. Ooh, perfect to throw a Psychic into the Vino. Still 3 turns of rain. How do you deal... The Arch can just click Electroshot forever now. I don't think much can stop it. Unless Farrig can get a Trick Room, and Sylveon comes in and rips an Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam would be good. Blitz! Why Flare Blitz? Not head. Because you want a burn, maybe? Sleep misses. Oh, lucky. Lucky. Musharna as Telepathy and Moonlight. Ah. So you can use spread damage and heal. 32 defense, 30 special attack, and you get the tank and the sweeper. Okay, well, I have to try that out. Yeah, now Sylveon comes in and Hyper Beams the Arch. Yeah, great Trick Room, great Trick Room. Now Psychic the Vino or Helping Hand, Hyper Beam. Now I think you attack with both to go around a Protect. Because if you Helping Hand, Hyper Beam and the Arch protect, and the Vino goes for a Sleep Powder or something like that, can be the end of the match. Sylveon protects! Arch protects, big. 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 Nice.
kick.
Nice.
Heading down into the dinosaur will be enough. A 1v2 situation. The Sarchalodon does have full
Norwich was
health,
5-0.
does have the two
That's
special
crazy.
attack raises, but you're still contending with two full health Pokemon on the opposing end.
Yeah, and the one thing that Carry has as well on top of that
Helping
is
hand.
helping hand. That's going
Hyper Beam can miss.
further make it more powerful and guarantee potentially a knockout.
Sylveon can do
Hyper Beam.
help of this helping hand. It will be the Hyper Beam once again. Archalodon, that is a one-hit KO. And with that carry,
Let's go.
Yortona finds himself undefeated still here at the Pokemon World Championships and will be moving on to phase 2 of the competition.
Well done, well done.
Again, a trainer that has accomplished so much in this year. He's proven he can win, and he's looking to maybe try and make that push once again.
Yeah, doing it real style here. What a way to do it against what a tough team as well. When you look at it on paper, you say, how are you beating this Mega Swampert? How are you beating the rain? You've got no way to disrupt it. This Swampert feels like it could just run through you, but picking the move choices and getting everything right so often, not getting caught out, not getting conditioned as well in that game.
What a match,
Going
bro.
after that Pelipper against it.
Who is this
Well, if you
carry?
can
I don't know. I have no idea.
switch it to the Archalodon, we'll
We
approach
can
that
look
first
online.
turn. So here now in the moment, I'm
On
making some
Wikipedia.
real decisions
Carry
that are gonna sway this
Dortona.
match in my favor. Did get a bit fortunate with that sleep powder miss. If that hits, then the trick room doesn't go up. The Sylveon's not in
That's
such a
true.
great position. The
He
Archalodon
dodged sleep
feels
powder.
like it could close the game up from there, but that's the risk you take. Sleep powder, not the most accurate attack, and taking advantage of the turn that you had with the trick room getting it set up. Sylveon comes in.
Oh,
and
Wikipedia?
closes everything out.
Bro, he's been playing since 2024. Indianapolis.
Of our trainers, though, to be able to see
He finished top 32 at Indianapolis Regional, top 8 at Louisville Regional, top 16 at Toronto Regional, top 64 at San Antonio, top 32 at EUIC, top 4 at Portland, that not so good, top 32 in Victory Road on July in 25,
That's very, very exciting.
top 32 in Victory Road to Anaheim. Then he participated in last Worlds. He got top 124, which is good. Top 16 in Las Vegas Regional. Top 8 at the World Cup of Pokemon with the United States team. He won Toronto's Regional. What? Then he went top 64 on Europe International and went top 32 on Orlando. He's not a nobody. He's here. He's here.
This won't be the last we'll be seeing of them over this weekend with that such strong Sunray team.
With such a well-played set, how could we say
Round
otherwise,
6.
right? It'd be criminal not to. So hopefully we do
Guys.
get to see Norwich.
Round 6.
We still have a couple more opportunities.
Let's see if somebody got eliminated. Who do we start checking?
But for now, of course, we have to talk to the man who is
Hyper Beam!
carries on stage with our
Who do we start checking? Edu wasn't eliminated because he was on one loss only.
Undefeated here, day 1 at Worlds. Congratulations. How's it feel?
Nerve-wracking a little bit. This team likes to miss a lot of moves, so that's probably...
I love his US accent.
Well, you have your best buddy Arcanine with you right there, and I have the first thing written down.
He was using Arcanine on the team, yeah.
Arcanine into a rain team, led right in the front, games 1 and games 3, possibly game 2. I had to go get my mic all set up, so I missed that. Tell me the reasoning behind it.
So the reasoning behind it is things can get really sketchy if he decides to go Charizard Venusaur, for example. Mainly because if I lead anything else, like let's say King Gambit or Sylveon, which are really good into a Swampert Pelipper lead, it's not as great into Charizard because you're not really pressuring Charizard at all. They can just sleep powder.
I think it's 8 matches today.
And start spamming. So Harkonine is mainly just to pressure that out. I do have some like other game plans I could have gone with, but I felt pretty confident in the Hark game plan as long as I just got the turns right.
Well, tell me a little bit more about your team, because the last time we saw you compete, it was at the North America International Championships, where you were running the Mega Charizard Y team that we've seen so many people run throughout the champion's life cycle. And I mean, this team is very different today.
It was in Orlando.
So I stuck with Charizard for a pretty long time. I thought it was the best mon in the format, and it still obviously is. My issue
Let's check
with
Wolf.
that kind of archetype is right now due to the limited
4-2.
feel like the teams are
Wolf is
trying to do
4-2.
too much, and it leads to where you have a lot worse matchups into more things rather than having more positive
Chupa
matchups
is
with
out.
others. And so after playing NAIC and I wasn't too proud of my play, I tried Big Six, as it's called, for the start of this format, and I wasn't really vibing with it. Tried some other Charizard teams; those didn't feel
Shisuke,
great. Like,
4-2.
the Prospects teams have very niche
Well done.
matchups that they lose to. And then I come upon this team actually from a video that Colin Hyder
Palchua.
and Raghav made together. And I'm
Ah, the battle room.
This was fun. And so I do some digging. I see
You watched the video from the battle room to get this team. Awesome.
pretty much doesn't really have any, like, I would say, absolute negative matchups. At worst, everything is like a 50. So I would have wanted to bring that because
Leonard is already out, Cole. He's already out. He was 4-1.
Side of that coin is that you're making these 50-50 calls, and I mean, I think it was Lee who said this.
Palchua 4-2.
Every single call right in that game number 3. That's a lot of pressure for yourself.
Wolfie is 4-2. Colin is already out as well. Joshua is already out as well. Joshua Lorsi.
Particularly stressed about because I found the one
Stressed.
way back in, which was he EQs himself on the Venusaur, and then I can head smash, and then it just came down to a 50 if he protects Swampert or not. Because if he protects Swampert,
Emily Forbes.
and I head smash Pelly, then he loses. But if
He's
I protect
4-2.
Park and
But he lost, but he's still 4-2. It's okay.
psychic to kill the Swampert.
Raghav.
It's just a lot of 50-50s. I did get very lucky with the sleep powder miss.
5-1. Strong. Strong. Just in tank. 6-0. Let's go. Let's go.
Is there anything you're doing to help keep your energy up throughout the tournament day?
Trying to take breaks when I can, like refocus on mental, talk with friends.
Joseph Ugarte. 4-2. Strong. Strong.
For sure. Well, I do want to make sure you have a chance
Brandon
to
Zeng.
before the next round of Swift.
3-3 is out.
Anybody who's watching at home?
Aaron's brother is
I would
out.
like to shout out Patrick Connors and Caden Owens. I worked with them on this team heavily. I also want to shout out Yuta Kimura for making the original build of the team. And then I would also, I guess,
Leonard Craft was 2-4. He's still playing.
People who just give me like ever-loving support.
Sejun Park is 3-3 as well.
Stefano Greppi, Carson
Oh
Sabinas,
man.
and Christopher Hahn. I love you all.
He's
Thank you
out.
so much.
Thank you as well for joining me on stage for this quick interview. Best of
Edu
luck in
Cunha.
our first tournament, and thank you all for joining me here on the stage and at home. We're going to be back after a short break. So
Eduardo Cunha is 4-2. He lost again. Edu lost again. He's 4-2 though. Mark Silva also lost. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Michael Kelch. 4-2. He's alive. Victor Medina. 3-3 is out. Okay. Marcus. Haman. He's 5-1. Strong. Very strong.
Hey Pokemon trainers,
Ian,
welcome to
the
Pokemon
Brazilian, I have to check.
History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the
He,
history
he,
of competitive
he was
Pokemon.
doing well.
It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2020
Dorian Quinones from Peru, 4-2. Another Brazilian, 4-2. Ian, just Ian, bro.
moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters Division, but this time around, the Juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the Juniors Division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
Been to a championship. Oh, this is a national.
Avery's energy
I can't find him.
immediate fan favorite.
Shoma. Shoma Honami, 4-2. Ko is already out as well.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional
Yeah, Tsuki is already out.
Mango is my favorite of all time. I mean, he's like,
Kimura.
he supports other Pokemon.
Shoei Kimura. 5-1. Hirofumi Kimura, 5-1. Jean-Philippe Leite, 5-1. And Dorian Quinones also 5-1. Strong. Strong.
Hard Trick Room game plans can
Strong.
be difficult for Masters Division.
Deve ser um desses brasileiros, também não sei o nome dele. Ah, ok. They're doing well. The Brazilians are doing well.
For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
Okay. I'll go to the bathroom real quick. See you in a minute.
On the Oranguru, well, the
game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Orangaru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first two games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these two trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
So we know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
It has
has been an incredible time here in San Francisco for the Pokemon World Championships. The energy out on the floor, whether you are a competitor, a spectator, just enjoying the convention, has been amazing. And we hope everyone has been enjoying, whether you're out there or at home tuning in. But of course, for us, it is all about the competition, and it has been delivering so far with such a high-paced competition, though. We need to take a step back, guys. We need a breather. We need to let our casters have a breather. And we're going to be talking about a couple of the fun things that you can get by watching at home and take an update on our players to watch. I personally always miss all the Twitch drops and everything else, and I regret it every time. So don't be like me. Make sure you get the Twitch drops and everything else. So let's dive into it. Let's talk about them.
Well, fortunately, you still have 2 full days to leave your phone on in the green room to get these Twitch drops. So you have time to go back to the hotel room tomorrow and bring your charger with you so you can leave your phone on and watch for 30 minutes to earn some quick coupons. Well, I guess you can't earn those today, but you can earn some teammate tickets tomorrow or some training tickets on Sunday. And of course, you can watch for a total of 60 minutes this weekend to get a Worlds 2026 Incineroar, which I'm sure we all need for our VGC teams going into the 2027 seasons, probably.
Very much. We saw stats this morning. We know it's only on the road up, so grab your Incineroars. Make sure you do clock in those 60 minutes, at least on Twitch, and yeah, grab yourself a very valuable competitive Pokemon. I'm trying my best. I haven't been able to get the Incineroar yet.
He also missed the Blastoise from NAIC. Both
no, I'm very sad about that.
Missed the NAIC drop, and I still regret it. I'll get that Incineroar.
We will get it. We'll make it a team mission.
It's Gabby's job to remind us now later.
What if I told you could just go enter in this code as soon as we're off this segment and get a t-shirt and a cap? I mean, that you guys could do that, right?
And what's the passcode so I can do that, Gabby?
It's Enjoy Worlds 26, but I'm pretty sure those O's are actually zeros.
Zeros, they are 100%. I did this earlier.
You did this earlier,
yeah,
it
I
works.
did, and it works.
Okay.
They are zeros, though, not O's.
Okay, I still need to do this one, actually, so I will do this after this segment.
As you know, the most important thing in Pokemon Champions is, of course, the outfit.
Of course.
That's how you get wins, right? So
yeah, you intimidate your opponent with your style, not your Incineroar.
Yes.
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 Imagine the power level if you had the swag and the Incineroar.
That's too high. The power level's too high.
Of course, we got drops not just for our channel, but across all of the different games here that are competing here at the Pokemon World Championships. So whether you're a fan of, well, like also a fan of these other
Hi
franchises,
everybody,
or you're a fan of Pokemon VGC.
I'm back.
If you also want to dive into some Pokemon Go, some Pokemon Unite, some Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, Quinones is doing really well. Quinones is doing really well.
Screenshot it, check out socials, make sure you get all of that fantastic free.
How are we doing? How are you guys
If you're
doing?
unsure about how to redeem these Twitch drops, here's a fancy guide for you to follow. You can visit rewards.pokemon.com.
Okay, they're making a big pause right now.
Trainer Central account. If you don't have one, you can always create one.
Interesting. Very interesting teams.
And then all you have to do is watch your desired
There were some teams that I want to remember.
It's that simple.
Those teams were of that Mega Metagross match were pretty cool. Yo, welcome Harley.
And I will say, actually, out of all things that I regret was the last Twitch badge they shared. I missed out on that one, and it haunts me to this day, guys. I am so serious. To this day. I'm not making it up for the bit or the segment. It actually does haunt me. So.
I mean, this is like proof that you were here, right?
Yeah.
And this will follow you like
this is such a nice design as well.
When you're watching like the Pokemon animation on Twitch, when you're watching like the next Pokemon premieres or whatever on Twitch, like you will have this badge, so you want to get it. I have not gotten it yet.
I feel ashamed to talk in the regional chats because I don't have the previous chat
Same.
badge, and it makes me
Yeah, it was the teams of round 4.
incredibly sad. So make sure you get all of that while you still can. There's so much Pokemon this weekend, though.
Which was at, I got like round 1, round 4, and round 5.
We've got
Yeah,
that are locked up for phase
great round so far. Round 4 was amazing. The teams were crazy.
That was always my favorite because we know with each match we're one step closer to finding a world champion.
Yeah, and I think. Sorry, Gabby.
No,
go ahead.
Why don't you tell us what you think while we take a look at our North America players to watch?
I was just gonna say, yeah, I think, you know, that's the beauty about this tournament in particular. We've had Paul Chua on Didn't actually get that win, but still in contention. Justin Tango, one of our players to watch that we outlined at the start of the show today, is on a tear.
First game with Wolf felt promising, but he kind of fell. Yeah, he's on 4-2 now. He's on 4-2. Justin is going strong. 6-0 for Justin there. We also have Eduardo Cunha doing pretty well as well.
Undefeated. Is it a bit? Is he just crazy at the game with these brand new teams? Like, someone's got to tell me.
Maybe he's
But
just
I think he's also on
prepared at
4-2.
being unprepared. Like it's like a opposite day kind of effect.
Okay, I want to remember that match where the Hyper Beam thing happened. I think I found it, but I need to listen to it.
Kind of adapting
Yeah.
their play style to.
So hold on.
At that team, though, is that there's no
Is Justin to have to think about bringing in the Sinister?
Yeah, it was this match. It was around... Oh. Mark is 4-2. Pio Pero is already out. That's rough.
And Francesco had prepared and put a lot of work in coming to this event, and I think probably one of the favorites to actually go on and potentially win the World Championship.
Where is seed is very good. Also, you can fall asleep. We've been rooting for Spanish players because my friends I'm watching with for Spanish.
Bad day, things don't go for you, so that's just unfortunately maybe what's happened for Francesco. But they will guaranteed be back stronger than ever next season. Just unfortunately not this weekend, but we're still in contention with Marco Silva. We all know Marco, the other kind of favorite coming into this event, just an incredible player. So he won the Turin Regionals earlier on this season, the first Champions event that we had in Europe. And I don't know what more I need to say about Michael.
Our Spanish, yeah. Make a Swampert cry.
Incredible the last 2-3 seasons since they burst onto the scene, and always performs well at Worlds level. And even though they're on the cusp of kind of going out, maybe they're still in the tournament, and that's all.
Yeah, Mark Silva and Michael Kelch are both almost going out.
They are such a high quality player.
I was gonna say, I always feel like Michael's strongest tournaments are at the World Championship. So even though he is at that critical 2-loss point, I still feel like he has a very strong opportunity to just kind of deal with the pressure and keep going in this field.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Marco and Michael have a lot in common is maybe when they are on that cusp, that X&2 record, that's maybe when they're at their best. When they've got everything to play for each and every round, it kind of focuses them almost to push on, and that's what makes them dangerous as trainers for opposition. And I think, you know, they're probably in the perfect position now to carry on and push and try and get into day 2 first, and then see how far they can carry on into the tournament tomorrow.
I mean, even if you're hitting that X&2 record, as long as it doesn't hit a 3,
that's
you're
true.
Still alive.
You're still alive. If it's not 3, you're still alive.
There is eyes on some really strong players.
4-2 is not 4-3.
I feel like it's pretty safe to say that
Juan Salerno is out.
Like, you're at the World Championships. It's you go up against the strongest trainers.
Max Morales also out.
You know,
They put no Brazilians in there.
Oh man, I'm expecting like that.
Oh, we gotta represent a Brazilian.
But we also get to see
Brazilians deserve respect
next year, because we're going to be able to see regionals and special event
They're doing really well.
from the Latin America regional starting next
The
year.
Brazilians are doing good.
So exciting on the Pokemon broadcast channel. So I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, that is one thing to look forward to. But here and now, it's unfortunate for Hana. I think having a phenomenal season, you know, acquiring so many championship points throughout the year, having incredible finishes, just really consistent.
Yeah.
But like you say, Sierra, it just shows the
I think he was using Charizard.
Championships. It is at the highest level.
He was on the first match.
Kind of tipped to be the ones to go and take the title at the end of the weekend. Are going to have a hard time because each and every round is the hardest.
No, he was on match 2
have in the entire season.
versus Wolf.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You look at the pairings, you're like, wow, this match is incredible. Oh yeah,
Maybe, I don't
they're all
remember.
gonna be incredible. It's the World Championships, and big congratulations to Alexander.
4-2. Oh, it's the draws.
Phase 2. Looking at Oceania.
Oh, you're saying 420.
Making a long trip over. We still have Nicholas and
Joji Kaeda going strong, bro.
So one away from
Joji Kaeda is Japanese, but he went to the circuit in Australia.
It goes back to that previous conversation. As long as you don't have a 3 as that second number, you're still good.
And Nicholas does have that experience to fall back on and has competed at the world's level for many years. So not someone that you can necessarily count out, just like Marco Silva, just like Mikhail Kelch. and I think someone you can still keep an eye on as we go into these final couple of rounds here today.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think you outline it perfectly, Gabby. I think that's the one thing that Nicholas has got, that experience, the amount of World Championships that they've been at over the years, where they're going to be able to really lean on that in the next couple of rounds to make sure they do make that push to get into day 2, progress, and then put themselves in a really good position going forward. But Georgie is just a phenomenal player. I mean, every time we see Georgie at big tournaments, they seem to turn up, and they're doing it again here, and what a great way to start this tournament, 5-1, and in with a great shout to lock up day 2 going into this next round.
I think going into the World Championships,
Federico Camporese saying that the metagame is bad. He's mad. He's like 0-3 at Worlds. I'm heartbroken. It's tough to describe how I feel. I'm just sad about the current state of the game. I literally lost my passion for this game. Bro, that mentality is so bad. Bro, I really liked Cole, but he went out super quick.
Again, you are 1 away, though I am heartbroken that Ko is out. Looking at Ko's matches, they were just, it was such a tough field. Like, that's just incredible, and knowing how close they were. But again, Ko is like, we're waiting for Ko. We're like, we know that he's capable of another one here in the Masters division. Like, I'm excited for that day.
Yeah, and the same thing with Yuma Kinugawa. I mean, this year has really been the first year we've seen Japan compete outside of their own circuit. You know, even though they can't necessarily earn championship points, we've seen a lot of these players traveling to international events just to get the experience competing, which has been really exciting. So I really hope we get to see more of that coming into next year. For now, though, Hiroshi, the reigning Japan national champion, it's really great to see him at 5-1, and I really hope we get to see him lock in phase 2 and get to see him compete more in our circuit, because a majority of that tournament, I believe...
And I'm sure Federico Camporese was playing Charizard or something.
And that finals, like, going back to watch it was just incredibly exciting. Like, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most exciting finals we've had in Champions so far, and hopefully we can kind of, you know, top that this event. I'm sure we will. But yeah, I think I'm not afraid to say that Cole was my pick coming into this weekend. I think they were in such hot form, but again, I don't want to repeat myself, but it just shows the level of trainers that are competing here this weekend. Even the players of such high caliber like Cole and like
people talking about hacking
at that point where they're able to progress. And but Hiroshi, amazing results earlier this season at the Japan National Championships, and it's exciting to see
on the round 4, Chloe versus Chanmin.
What? Into the World Championships, and you know,
how so hacking?
They're always the ones that are tipped to maybe win the World Championships. If you win that event, then it goes hand in hand a lot of the time. So we'll see how things play out for the rest of the weekend.
I mean, while we wait for our next Swiss round to be ready, I want to hear about your guys' world experience so far. How you feel like the field...
because of the shinies. Oh, bro. They saying that they were hacking because of the shinies. It's so easy to get shinies now in ZA and Scarlet and Violet.
Region that's top 8, you know.
I really haven't put much thought into it because I wasn't sure
Lol.
what to expect coming into this tournament. Because when I was like checking, you know, social media, trying to figure out how people were feeling coming into this tournament, I just saw a lot of people like, give team, I have no team, which, fair, honestly. I think my gut is telling me that this is probably gonna be a Japan year. I think that traditionally Japan has done a really good job of working together and coming up with the best strategies. And I think that given what kind of metagame we're in, this feels a lot like 2015 to me, and I think that will lend itself to a similar result. I don't think I could pick an individual from Japan who will necessarily win it, but that is what my gut is telling me.
Doesn't want to put it all on the line. Okay, you know, I won't put you that much on the spot.
I mean, if you give me a few more hours to, like, you know, run the simulation.
Wait until, you know, phase 2 happens.
Yeah, I didn't say that, but basically,
you know, get
that,
to championship Sunday, who's up the game, I'll tell you then,
Yeah, just give me until, like, 2 seconds before the pyrotechnics go off on Sunday, and then I'll tell you, okay?
Right, I'll be eagerly awaiting for you to be wrong. Lee, what about you?
It's so tough, right? I think there's such great trainers in every region, but if I'm actually, rather than use my head, use my heart on this one, I do think it's going to be a back-to-back NA champion.
Really?
I think someone from NA is going to come out and take it again this year.
You think NA
really
for World Championship?
The region to win Worlds a lot of the time, just because they're never consistent, really. as consistent as maybe Japan. But I do think maybe we're going to see a back-to-back NA World Champion. Will that be the first? Ray, of course.
Well,
yeah. The 3 times in a row. So yeah, I couldn't name a player in particular. I think it's too hard at this stage. But I will put my money on NA to win this.
Okay,
What about you as well?
I'm going to take a leaf out of Gabby's book and wait it out because our next match is actually almost ready. So I am saved. Let's send it over to your casters to get started with your next Swiss round.
Saved by
Next
the
round.
bell to not have to put your money where your mouth is. But don't worry, everybody. We are almost ready to go with Swiss round number 7. My name is Rosemary, once again joined by Aaron, and I am so excited for this next match.
There's a Pokemon that I didn't think would make it this far in the event. It is 1 game away from potentially advancing to day 2 of the competition.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
I was really hoping to see some unique Mega Evolutions in this tournament. It felt like for the most part, you know, top
Oh,
players
wait,
were going to
it's over?
some of the most popular ones, Charizard, Floette, Staraptor, Raichu, Swampert, for
It's
example.
over for today?
But there's one that it kind of felt like it could be a sleeper pick in Mega Blaziken, and it is
Ah.
sitting here at 5-1. Looking to advance to day 2, has 2 shots, this one and the next one.
Oh wait, so it's not over. Mega Blaziken on top 2 on day 2 is on my bingo card. Mega Blaziken day 2 or top cut. It's on my bingo card. I knew it. Colin also added that thought. Okay, I thought it was over. I wanted to watch more. I was scared. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, huge credits to Naoto specifically. I think there's been a lot of talk this tournament about, are we going to see a repeat world champion? And Naoto's quietly been just truly one of the greats in the game, obviously having won the World Championships in 2019, but also played in the 2010 World Championships where he just bubbled out of the top 8, I believe, finishing in 10th or 11th, and then also had a top 4 finish in 2015. And so he's been around longer than almost anyone who has played competitive Pokemon VGC. He's back with a vengeance, looking to add another big finish, and he now is guaranteed a spot in day 2. And so, yeah, I definitely have my eyes out, and him in particular, you know, our fellow casters were just analyzing, talking about how Japan as a region feels really strong. Well, he's one of the all-time greats from Japan.
And after talking with him at his winter interview, he was still being so humble about it.
Yeah,
It's like, I'm going to do my best. I want to make phase 2 and then kind of try to think about things after that. I love that our competitors are going to take these matches 1 step at a time. But let's take a look now at how some of these pairings have gone for this round. We've got Filip Wozniak versus Evan Choi as our feature on the stream.
So many big names here. 5-1 is a scary place to be because you are so close. You can taste day 2, but you have 2 of the toughest opponents possible ahead of you, right? And so it is not going to be easy for anyone. Of course, if you're sitting at 6-0 like Justin Tang or Antonio Sanchez, feels good, but like you said, Rose, every win today just makes tomorrow that much easier. And if you've got a lot of momentum and you haven't even dropped a game yet, you just want to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, try to finish the day strong, for sure. Sometimes these things can snowball, and so for our competitors, this is going to be one penultimate round before we do close out our day. But this one, you said it, let's talk about it. Mega Blaziken. Aaron, we had Mega Metagross earlier today.
We did.
Mega Blaziken now is going to be on the docket. But why is this particular Mega Evolution something maybe you feel like is underrepresented or overlooked for this World Championships?
It's a really fair Mega Evolution in that I feel like it does a lot of damage, right? And of course it has an incredible ability which allows it to get a free speed boost, allowing it to basically outpace everything. And Flare Blitz, Close Combat, Rock Slide, you just get really good coverage against some of the most popular Pokemon in the format, especially obviously that Rock Slide into Mega Charizard. It is, I think, a Pokemon that's honestly not the easiest to use because your best move often is going to be Flare Blitz or Close Combat. If you Flare Blitz, you take a lot of recoil damage. We've seen Swamperts constantly wave crash today on stream, and you know, even though it does a lot of damage, it also loses a lot of its health. Similar concept with that Flare Blitz. Close Combat, really powerful move, but you drop your defenses. Blaziken's not the bulkiest Pokemon, so after that drop, normally it will fall quite quickly afterwards. So part of the skill about using Blaziken is how do you pilot it, right? Because I think a lot of people want to lead with it immediately. Maybe you trade 1 for 1, but if you trade your Mega Evolution for something that's not a Mega Evolution, it doesn't feel that great a lot of the times. But ultimately, it can hit really hard, has great offensive coverage, and if you position it properly in the endgame, can just kind of pull a sweep.
Well, I'm excited to see it, aren't you?
I
hope that it makes an appearance in this match as we head down to the stage as both Philippe and Evan get ready to battle each other.
And it's not just Blaziken. We talk about the Fire, Water, Grass core, and there's a Primarina here, which is not a Pokemon that's seen a lot of success or usage so far in this format, as well as a Venusaur. So what's really cool about this team is that you obviously have the Torkoal and the Venusaur. You also have the Torkoal and the Blaziken. That allows you to play really quickly on turn one. But there's also a pretty clear Trick Room core where you've got the Farigiraf, the Kingambit, the Primarina, and the Torkoal. Primarina in particular, a really interesting Pokemon here in this matchup because, of course, it can hit everything on Evan's side for super effective damage, right? And so for Philippe, he's got the potential to just go fast and go hard immediately, or he can just try to set up Trick Room. And I think for Evan, you have to figure out, do I want to deny that Trick Room? Do I want to set up a Tailwind with Aerodactyl? Because actually the Aerodactyl on his side is really threatening with Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat. That threatens Blaziken immensely. But if you Tailwind and you got a Farigiraf on the field and it Trick Rooms on you, well, suddenly the speeds become really awkward.
I don't know if there's a really great way for Evan to deny that Trick Room from getting set up. You look at a Pokemon like Kingambit with something like the Kowtow Cleave, but this Kingambit is actually going to be a Focus Sash, so there isn't really, I think, maybe enough damage that could be powered behind the Kowtow Cleave to actually take this Farigiraf down. Maybe you get the Kowtow, you activate the Citrus Berry here, and then how do you follow that up?
It's a great question. Yeah, taking a look at Philippe's team once again. We've got some unique elements here. Life Orb Primarina, of course, you can see the natures as well. It's going to be a quiet nature, so really wanted to take advantage of that Trick Room. Aqua Jet, which often is valuable in just finishing off Pokemon that are quite low HP. We've also got the Aqua Berry here on the Venusaur. The Focus Sash is already taken on the Kingambit, and so Aqua gives you advantageous matchup into opposing fire types, like the Charizard that we see here on Evan's team. And the Torkoal here also has Helping Hand, and so sometimes players like to just run 3 attacks on Torkoal, but Helping Hand means that you can allow things like Primarina to do even more damage under Trick Room.
And that Liquid Voice is going to be so important. Like, you talk about the super effective damage output of this Primarina, well, the Aerodactyl on the other side also doesn't have Wide Guard.
Yeah.
So there isn't really a way to actually stop now this Water-type Hyper Voice from hitting your team.
Exactly, yeah, and there aren't that many great Hyper Voice users, right, in the format to begin with, and certainly none that are, turn it into a water-type attack. And so I think that's a really great call-out, and I think... Did you see Evan's reaction just now? I think he saw the team and he was like, sorry, what? Is that, what are those Pokemon? And what's also really cool is that this is a solo Mega Blaziken team. It's not a dual Mega team. And so Evan is using kind of one of the standard archetypes that we saw have a lot of success, of course, at the North American International Championships. The pairing of Mega Aerodactyl and Mega Charizard. And you have the flex between Trick Room and Tailwind. Kingambit on this team normally is quite speedy. And pay attention to the fact that Evan's Kingambit has low kick, but Philippe's does not, right? And so that means that Evan can have a damage advantage, but inability to protect means that the Kingambit is vulnerable to getting doubled up into. And crucially, there's a Life Orb Garchomp, which is one of the biggest threats to Blaziken in this format.
Also want to call out that this particular Charizard is one of the original Charizards that we saw. It does have Solar Beam, and so that's going to be a really potent attack into something like that Primarina.
Exactly. I think the leads are going to give us a really good sense of how these games will go, because the thing about Evan's team is you have so much damage across the board, right? Something like Aerodactyl and Garchomp, if you lead Blaziken, Torkoal, well then Evan can just click Tailwind and Earthquake, for example, immediately. So I think for Philippe, it's all about how can you figure out maybe when you can get Farigiraf on the field, potentially set up Trick Room. The awkward thing is if you set up Trick Room, well, Mega Blaziken's obviously not a very great pick, right? And so you have to figure out, if I'm going to set up Trick Room, can I do it, then bring out Mega Blaziken potentially afterwards? But here we go, win and in. The winner of this will move on to day 2 of the World Championships. It's going to be Aerodactyl Kingambit here for Evan.
And it's now going to be the Farigiraf and Blaziken getting revealed here for Philippe.
So Blaziken hits the field immediately. Now this Aerodactyl has the dual Wing Beat. So, of course, you threaten Blaziken immediately turn 1 with something like Mega Evolve, or you have Charizard in the back, you can actually choose to not a Mega Evolve. Just dual Wing Beat the Blaziken immediately. And so if you're Philippe, the question is, well, do you maybe want to predict that? Like, let's say you think it's going to be dual Wing Beat into Blaziken, Kowtow Cleave, and a Farigiraf. You could protect the Blaziken or even switch out into, for example, your Torkoal or Primarina. Another thing Evan could do, though, is say, well, Blaziken has to protect here, so I'm just going to Mega Evolve and double up onto your Farigiraf turn 1.
It's going to be the Mega Evolution instantly, though, from this Aerodactyl, so that's actually going to answer one of those questions. You see the Aerodactyl now being able to get a bit of a boost of damage thanks to that Tough Claws ability, but the Blaziken matching that. So we've got Mega Evolution for both sides.
So cool to see Mega Blaziken here on the World Championship stage in round 7. Does it protect? It does. Evan's nodding, so my question is it a double up into the Farigiraf? Okay, just a double protect.
Okay. You can see Evan immediately go, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that's kind of expected there. It is going to give you the opportunity to scout out that Mega Evolution.
Hi guys, I'm back. Sorry
also give that
for the delay.
To actually activate that
What are we watching here? Oh, it's Mega. No way. I missed Mega Blaziken. No, it's okay. It's still game one. Still game one. No worries, no worries. It's still just game one.
Helping hand either, and so
Oh, my cat is meowing outside. Hold on.
With a helping hand, close combat, or rock side, try to get a knockout onto it. The tricky thing here is when Blaziken has to pick its target, it is going to be close combat into Aerodactyl. Oh my goodness!
This is a one-hit knockout!
I was not expecting that to KO, I'm going to be real.
I mean, that was also without a crit. That was just a raw close combat. And now the King Gambit gets to follow that up with a count-out cleave into the Farigiraf, and now all of a sudden there is not enough damage on the board.
Alright, I'm here.
Take out this
And we can watch Mega Blaziken.
That's the interesting thing, right?
Wait.
I think Philly might have been like, I think you're going to survive
Setting up
this,
Trick
you're gonna knock
Room.
me out, and then you're going to give me a free switch in
Or
into
reversing
Trick Room. Now,
Trick
the
Room.
awkward thing is, you have
Oh no,
Mega
maybe
Blaziken out
there was
while Trick Room is
Tailwind?
set up.
I'm
So
confused.
Mega Aerodactyl's a Pokemon that normally
Can anybody
actually
tell
has
me
started to invest a lot in HP
why did I
and,
see
like,
Trick Room
reduces its
just
attack
now?
investment there. So I thought it would survive close combat there for sure, but no, it
Momo,
just goes down in one
why
hit.
did it Trick Room?
Now,
You know?
Philippe's not in a bad spot, but you kind of feel like you need to get this Blaziken off the field, right? The Farigiraf, of course, can go for something like a Thunderbolt onto the King Gambit, get an attack off,
Because
and
Trick
Freak
Room
his
is up.
Focus Sash on the way out. Blaziken, I think
Maybe there was a
would love to switch
Tailwind on the
out.
other side?
Primarina's a really great Pokemon to come in if you
But
got that
Blaziken
in the
will just
back,
get
but I
faster.
think this turn for Philippe, it's maybe playing a little bit more defense, and it's actually going to be Farigiraf.
It was Mega Aerodactyl. Nice.
That Blaziken.
I think that's kind of okay.
Sacrifice the Blaziken.
You know, maybe you're baiting out and
Oh. Nice.
double into the Farigiraf, and so this Blaziken
Gee, oh, CC?
fire off in close combat.
Big damage.
So much damage. Mega Blaziken, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Yeah,
Look at the highlight over
Blaziken.
it so far. And of course now you can threaten the Garchomp for a knockout with
Let's
Farigiraf
go.
with that Psychic as well. And so
Mega
could get
Blazy.
even more than he really was expecting.
Mega
right? I think the idea
Blazy.
there was, okay, you know what? If you knock out my Blaziken, fine. I've got in my Trick Room up, and I think
Yeah,
Primarina
Trick Room
on
is
the
up, so Torkoal, Primarina. Oh,
I
great
think
team.
now, that was such a great turn for Philly.
Primarina is here as well.
Wanting to prove its worth here, bringing him into day 2.
I mean, if you get another turn like that, that might be that King Gambit all the way
If
down to
Blaziken
one
wins,
with the focus dash, and then we'll see what
they're
happens
guaranteed on
after
day
that.
2, and that's
I think
another
Philippe at this point has said, you know what,
another part
go ahead and make a small adjustment
of
here.
our
Save it for later. That Primarina takes the kowtow
Bingo.
instead, which will definitely take that a lot better. As the Stomping Tantrum now comes out and finishes off the Blaziken, but it's already dealt out a lot of hurt to Evan's team.
Yeah, the main thing
We've
I was
seen
kinda
Mega
curious about
Metagross.
there was the speed
Then
interaction
it will be
between
Mega
Farigiraf and
Blaziken.
Gambit, right? Because I think if
I think we can make this row, the Hard Trick Room, Mega Metagross, and Mega Blaziken, but because of Mega Barbaracle, we will not be able to see to finish the row. Because I think nobody's using Mega Barbaracle, you know.
only 2 turns of Trick Room left. However, King Gambit crucially cannot protect itself, right? And so
Oh, King Gambit no protect. Harsh.
free eruption. Garchomp's going to switch out. Primarina could either Hyper Voice or Moonblast, which I think is probably just a little bit better, and Gambit will fall.
Sucker into Torkoal, that's fine.
Will mitigate some of
Heat
this
Wave,
Torkoal's damage out
Eruption.
as
It's still a little big damage in the sun. And Charcoal.
one has left, but that's still gonna bring
1% survival.
down to its focus dash as that sun boosted,
Oh no, Focus
Torkoal
Sash.
boosted. Eruption still
Oh, it's the
does a
Focus
lot
Sash set, I love it.
A follow-up here
Moonblast.
from Primarina to use Moonblast, so it isn't going to get hurt by its own partner's weather setting, and that finishes off the King Gambit for good.
Yeah, the question though is I think Evan has managed to weather the storm of Trick Room, right? There is only going to be 1 turn left after
Garchomp can still do a lot of job. You out. That's okay. You did your best. That's what matters.
damage, but it hasn't fainted, right? And at 17%, there's also that Aqua Jet on
That was what I was about to ask. That is what I was about to ask if Primarina has Aqua Jet, and it does. Oh no, we're watching Mega Blazy. Mega Blazy can go to day 2. It's a part of our bingo card. Blazy, 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 Blazy can, Blazy can.
After stalling out this last turn of Trick Room.
We do see the Sylveon go for the protect, and see if the Garchomp ends up following that up. and
Yeah,
it
just to
does. So
stall
that is
Trick
gonna
Room
be the
makes
final
sense.
turn of Trick Room stalled. Then you do have to think about
Here you could have bring the Farigiraf in if it's healthy. Tomorrow is another day. Another day, another tournament, huh? You have work tomorrow?
Primarina's attack is not that great. So this turn is really interesting. You know, let Sylveon just protect it, right? And so the Garchomp isn't going to want to click Earthquake because otherwise you're going to damage yourself. I think if you're feeling...
Oh, Evan is from Hong Kong. Nice. We're seeing a lot of regions being represented today. I like that. We've seen Thailand. Thailand is its own region, I think. Thailand and Indonesia, I think. We've seen Thailand, Hong Kong, Latin America, Oceania, Europe, North America, of course, Japan, of course. That's pretty cool. Prim protects. Okay. Stomping into the Torkoal. Is that enough? It is. Okay. Yeah, both Pokemon are down to 2. Ah, Garchomp goes down to Life Orb. But then how do you defeat the Sylveon?
Yeah, but is there enough damage, right? I think Evan is...
I have a lot of things to do tomorrow, okay. So no tournament tomorrow.
His damage dealer is outside of that Trick Room. So now you have Aqua Jet threat into the Garchomp. Garchomp could try to predict it, go for a Protect. Sylveon then could go for a Hyper Beam, one-shot the Primarina. You could also just go for a Hyper Voice here. Primarina's Moonblast is also quite powerful into Sylveon. Garchomp protect. Is there a read here?
He read it, the Aqua Jet?
It's not going to be the Aqua Jet, and it is.
He didn't read it.
By that Protect. And so that's going to be one source of
Well
damage
done.
that you won't be able to get down this turn. But
Wait.
can't get the KO onto the
Oh.
The Trick Room goes up. Primarina has to
Sylveon can't quick attack.
Could have been a Hyper Beam into Primarina instead, right? You get
Maybe at night? Depends. Oh yeah, there are tournaments all the time, right?
So then the question is, can that get a knockout? You know, do you target the Garchomp with the Farigiraf going for a Psychic into it, or do you double up onto Sylveon? Oh my goodness, what a clutch Trick Room and a clutch survival by Farigiraf. I think if it were Hyper Beam coming out onto the Primarina...
Yeah, but Hyper Beam can miss.
It's going to be Primarina
Protect.
actually going for the Protect, though. Okay.
Maybe just hoping the Farigiraf can get a little more damage, but it's actually just...
Double?
Double Protect. Yep, scout out
So
for opposing
Garchomp knocks itself out?
Delays out the sun as well.
Yep.
So that would be really
Wait,
nice
why
to
Evan
actually hit a Hyper
facepalmed?
Or the Aqua Jet.
Ah!
So the Garchomp is actually going
He earthquake.
And yeah, that's gonna knock out Sylveon. Garchomp with its own life form.
My best tournament is getting 3rd in 85. That's good, bro. Getting 3rd is really good. My best tournament was 5-3 at the Grand Champions Festival. And 5-3 in my latest tournament.
Yeah, I want to explain that turn because I'm sure a lot of people are like, what in the world did he just do? Why did he do that? And I think basically the hope there is that the Primarina Moonblast into Sylveon and Psychic goes into the Sylveon, right? Because Sylveon obviously with a Hyper Voice is just so threatening. So if you think the double up is going to go into that slot, then Garchomp can just finish off every Pokemon on the field, basically. But yeah, I think this game was
Mega Blaziken, let's go.
After Blaziken got that free attack off, but then Farigiraf switched out. And the Garchomp actually got a couple of extra turns, managed to weather the storm with Trick Room. That early game damage was
Bro, we're seeing a lot of different teams today. I love it.
We saw Mega Blaziken just one-shot Mega Aerodactyl with close combat.
And on stream, Charizard has always been losing against other teams that are not Charizard. And I'm very happy with that.
That we do get a chance to see such unique Pokemon being used, but just playing through the rest of this, I think just the fact that Philippe did end up setting up that second Trick Room, it was a missed opportunity, I think, from Evan, as you mentioned, maybe get that Hyper Beam instead.
Yeah, I mean, margins felt really, really thin there, right? And so I think if you go back to the drawing board, you've seen, okay, well, double Protect is a possible play. Close combat also can knock out my Aerodactyl. So if you're Evan, you can consider playing a little bit more defensively, right? For example, Aerodactyl.
They can change team for next day. No, that's old format. That's old worlds.
I really like Philippe's overall game plan there, which was let me use Blaziken in the early game to immediately get some knockouts, and as it fades, I get my Trick Room up. Primarina under Trick Room is an absolute beast, right? Was able to do a lot of damage in that one. Part of the other thing is if you're Evan, do you ever consider switching to Mega Charizard instead, right? Instead of that Aerodactyl, but I don't know. Even though Aerodactyl did get one-hit KO'd in that last game, like it still feels better than Charizard, honestly.
Because Rock Slide of
Charizard
Blaziken,
really
yeah.
the best offensive matchup into the Mega Blaziken. So lots that both players can do right now. Garchomp as a lead, I think, is also another powerful adaptation. Something like Charizard Garchomp actually would put on a lot of pressure into Farigiraf and Blaziken, which we just saw. Now, of course, you do threaten with the Rock Slide immediately on a Charizard, but Charizards normally are really physically bulky these days, so I'd actually expect it to potentially survive. And if you survive, well, then you can retaliate back with something like a Weather Ball and an Earthquake, for example.
And it's not going to get the same type of attack bonus there for the Blaziken either.
That's
from
right.
Side, so I feel like that is in favor of the Charizard surviving that attack. But one way to find out, looks like our competitor's getting ready for game number 2. As a reminder, if Philippe wins this next game, he has secured a spot in phase 2 of
if
the
he
World
wins today, we can make another circle in our bingo card.
See, I'm just so thrilled to see Mega Blaziken on the stage and for the work that it put in. Someone's got to run the numbers on a close combat on Aerodactyl. Like I said, I was expecting to survive just because Aerodactyls, I feel like, normally have a fair bit of HP and defensive bulk. And so, yeah, to see it just an immediate one-hit KO without a critical hit to start off.
Already got Golisopod ready for September.
I think if you're Evan, you also have to respect some other lead mix-ups, right? Like Blaziken plus...
But I don't think it's confirmed yet. I think the Salamence and Golisopod additions are speculation. I don't think anything is confirmed. I think.
That's another lead. Of course, there's the Torkoal Venusaur lead as well, which pressures with immediate sleep powders, right? So a lot of combinations.
We have seen Sleep Powder be like the hidden final
Yeah,
boss.
Venusaur, Charizard, always annoying.
Let's see what is in store for us in the second one, though, as we see
Aerodactyl Chomp.
for Evan this time, and it's going to be the Farigiraf and Blaziken once again for Philippe.
Yeah, so I think the Garchomp makes a lot of sense here because of how much offensive pressure it exerts, right? You can immediately
You can go Tailwind Earthquake, but you can go for Trick Room. But then what? Right, you have the Blaziken, you don't want to Trick Room. I mean, if the enemy goes Tailwind, you want to Trick Room actually. Because even with Speed Boost, it's gonna take 2 turns for you to catch up their speed. And maybe they faster? Detect Trick Room? Immediately? Oh, double protect. Okay. Dual wind bait. Oh, on the Farig. And the EQ. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I think the double
That's
protect
okay.
makes a ton of sense once again. Let me just get my speed boost.
Yeah,
I
get the
think
speed.
response there would be to tail
Now you're faster than Aerodactyl. Right?
That is such a hard
And the Aerodactyl is not Focus Sash, you can knock it out. CC into the Chomp.
It's actually close combat into Garchomp.
That's not good for the Blaziken.
Gets a lot of damage here, but I think
Because it will go down now. Yeah, oh! Into the Farig.
Actually not going to do enough, it feels like.
Blaziken goes down, but Farig might get a knockout on the Chomp Chomp. Bro, Trick Room will be genius because you actually want your Blaziken to go down. And then you Trick Room.
I think incredibly powerful to bring out right now. The big question I have
Awesome.
is there a Charizard in the back? You would
Awesome.
think so, right? Because I think it makes sense to
Yeah,
conserve
Aerodactyl is not megaing, so Charizard in the back is good because it resists Torkoal actually.
Primarina does come in, and I think Primarina looks so good on paper into Evan's team. So even though, of course, Mega Blaziken's really flashy, it's, it feels like it should be the primary star of Philippe's team. It's actually Primarina.
Hyper Voice? Hyper Voice will do insane damage. Nothing can resist it. Charizard comes in but doesn't bring the sun. I think here Evan needs to sack a Pokemon, protect the other, and then bring Charizard the next turn and Mega it to just reduce that damage. I love the C stars. Or the Primarina is so cute. Yeah, protect, sack the Garchomp, like, or just double protect. Yeah, you just sack the Garchomp and then bring maybe your own Farig, maybe the King Gambit, something to do better than the Garchomp is just like not doing anything there. It's Life for Prim, awesome, I love that.
Yeah, I think it could be Sylveon. I think Charizard actually now does get the opportunity to switch in and Mega Evolve, and once you Mega Evolve, turns on the sun, and suddenly Hyper Voice is left.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Bring the Charizard, bring the Sun, make Hyper Voice weaker. Hyper Voice is a normal type, but the ability of Primarina turns into, which is Liquid Voice, turns it into a water type attack. Like Sylveon and Gardevoir do with Pixelate into transform that move into a fairy type, and I don't know if Aurora's learned Hyper Voice, but if it did, it would turn it into an ice type attack with Refrigerate. Oops. Freegraph has Thunderbolt? Oh! Protect? Okay, that's really good. Hyper Voice. That will still do a lot of damage into the arrow. Ooh, Thunderbolt?
It is still like 60% in the sun. But is there going to be a Thunderbolt follow-up from this Freegraph that will actually
That's what I mean, yeah, exactly. You are right then.
Yeah, really nice play. I gotta say though, wow, this dual wing beat, not really that strong.
Yeah.
Manages to, get
I mean, that's the point of Aerodactyl. It's a bit like Talonflame. You are very, very fast, but you're kinda weak.
eat up a little bit more life orb damage with that Primarina, right? So Primarina attacks again with a Hyper Voice, it'll be at 71%.
2 turns of Trick Room.
Then can a Charizard finish it off with that Solar Beam? So nice call by
And Charizard can't protect now.
Thunderbolt into Aerodactyl, but in Sleep Size, well, Aerodactyl is not really that big of a threat anyway, right?
I think Charizard doesn't have Solar Beam. Everybody's running Ancient Power now. Prim comes back, that's crazy. What? What? Charizard switches. Nani? King Gambit? Cringe Gambit? Protect the Farik, please? Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. Break Focus Ash? Yes! Break Focus Ash. Now King Gambit can't Sucker Punch. Torkoal will do Max Power Eruption. But you can't get another Trick Room. Double Protect. Double Protect is crazy. Nice power of the eruption here. Big damage. Gambit goes down. Now Charizard comes back, and maybe you can stall the sun. Maybe you can stall the sun. Let me see the sun turns.
Is slowly expiring, right?
Yeah.
If you manage to make it out of the sun, that Primarina cannot be hit by that Charizard, right? I mean, you can Heat Wave and Weather Ball, but as you see, there's only 2 turns left.
Double Protect now.
So can Primarina potentially just clutch this out?
Yeah, double protect.
I feel like that is what Philippe was playing for.
Yeah, double protect, double protect.
To get that knockout on King Gambit and not
Aerodactyl can still win the game with Rock Slide Flinch.
nice position, but of course right now, like you said,
Philip, you have to double protect here, stall the sun.
in Evan's favor, and so things feel really tense right now. Feeling like
3?
Primarina has an advantage.
No, 2 turns of sun.
But there's so much damage
Protect.
on the board.
Protect.
If you go with something like a Rock Slide and even just like a Heat Wave.
Oh, bro.
Maybe this Torkoal gets softened up.
If Torkoal dies,
you're able to withstand another eruption. So that Rock Slide is gonna bring this Torkoal down to about 60%.
no, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Here from the Charizard if he can do it. It's a web
I-
ball, and so okay, great call there to ignore the protect on that
Bro, he threw. He threw. You double protect here. You sack your Pokemon next turn. Primarina comes back. There is no sun, and you Hyper Voice for a double knockout.
I just don't think Life Orb Aqua Jet's doing 40% to Aerodactyl even outside of Sun. It's a super effective attack, and the Aerodactyl doesn't appear.
I mean, you can protect Primarina now and burn the sun. Double protect.
Oh, okay. And so that's going to save it from
Okay.
the final turn of Sun.
So he can, yeah, he can stall. Okay, he didn't through. My bad, guys. I was overreacting. Charizard has Solar Beam. Actually,
Won't do anything, and that is going to be the end of Sun. So now Aerodactyl
Hyper Voice.
Rock Slide, or it could
Rock Slide Flinch.
potentially.
He's still dangerous.
Go for, like you said, a Heat Wave. You go for Weather Ball. It's a very weak attack when it's not boosted by the weather, but at least is 100% accurate.
Aqua Jet.
Is it enough to get the knockout?
Yeah, big damage. Big damage.
Huge knockout. Okay, we're never underestimating Primarina again. Because that was a clutch KO.
Oh, freak eats the berry.
Now that the Unnerve is off the table, this Burger can finally have its Citrus Berry snap.
Heat Wave misses. The Prim. And the first.
So this Burger sets up Trick Room for free, and this game feels over now.
Charizard loses again on stream, bro. Charizard keeps losing on stream. I love it. I wasn't wrong about the sun, or about the number of suns, or about the game plan. We get a crit on Torkoal?
in a format where so many teams feel
Did it? I don't think so.
and use the relative same pool of Pokemon. It is Mega Blaziken and Primarina here.
Mega Blaziken! Look, look, look. Look, guys, look, guys. Mega Blaziken on day 2. Oh, there we go. That's not hard Trick Room, right?
I gotta know that calc, honestly, because I think to me, my guess is this Aerodactyl has absolutely no bulk, right? Because it got one shot by Blaziken in game 1.
Yeah,
And then
no, this is Blaziken and Venusaur. It's not hard Trick Room.
with no bulk, I was like, oh, 40%, that's so much health,
Because
right?
we could get another row, and then we just need Mega Barb.
To see these Pokemon being utilized. And that game was really tense because it was, like I was saying, like if you saw the sun, well, Primarina just 1v1 Charizard.
Mega Metagross was there.
Even if Heatwave double hits for a Graph Veins,
Mega Blaziken on day 2, confirmed. Total 63 or 65%. I think he can't die to a Weather Ball. Huh. I think it wasn't a crit. We can actually check.
I was wondering if we would see the Venusaur, because the other thing I was thinking is, what if you just let Evan set the sun for you?
But I'm not. So right now, if you're Philippe, you have a pretty safe play, which is just
A double
extra attack on question.
because
Or does them? Yeah, I don't think he has any special defense.
Right now.
damage wave.
Rock Slide. Rock Slide came through. 62% Torkoal. Then comes the Weather Ball.
And so, okay, great call there to ignore the protect on that Grimmarath, and it actually does just get the knockout.
Yeah, it wasn't crit.
That was close. I think Evan was not confident.
It wasn't crit. It wasn't crit. Maybe it was like the maximum high roll. Maybe it was the maximum high roll.
Knockout onto Aerodactyl, close combat into Garchomp both in games 1 and games 2, which really weakened it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just so cool. You'll see a Pokemon that, you know what, that Mega Evolution has been around for a while. But I think this is really for
On top of that is
I'm like, hey, that looks really good. But I cannot wait to see how far Philippe can take this. I know this is such a stellar win, and so let's hear from Philippe on how he's feeling after this match win.
Thank you so much. I'm here with
Let's
Philippe,
go, let's
who
go.
has just punched his ticket into phase 2 of the
Phase 2 with Mega Blaziken.
I know you're a little shaky,
Bro, Colin kept saying this in his videos, that there would be a Mad Lad with Mega Blaziken on day 2. He was right. And I believed him. Mega Blaziken has insane potential. Mega Blaziken has insane potential. I knew it. He could do it. I knew it.
The inspiration was Wolf Glick's Regulation I team with Koraidon and Lunala, which I got my best results this season. So the plan is, I probably shouldn't tell it, but use Mega Blaziken early on with enormous offensive pressure, and then let it die because it's just really frail, and get a free switch on the Trick Room, and then just go from there.
You mentioned to me before we started this interview that you had a lot of help from your friends. Did they help you build and test this team?
Yeah, exactly. I would like to thank.
Oh, there is a side stream from Victory Road. Oh, I have to check that. To check for weird teams. There is a side stream. I'll put it on Discord.
Staying with me here, Josip, who has also helped me, and everybody in the Polish community, Polska Górą.
All right, well, I don't want to let you go just yet because we have to talk about your run so far today. I mean, this is the first time we've seen you. Tell us about your matches so far.
I was aiming to play as many non-EU players because it's the World Championships. I can play EU players at home. And that has managed. I played 4 Japanese players. One of them was Shoma Honami, which I managed to win, which is also incredible for me. Yeah, it's just been really great. I hope I surprised all of them with my team. And I guess I did because I'm here.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, going into tomorrow in phase 2,
Tres Gengar,
are you
Ninetales.
going to be doing any preparations tonight, you think? Are you going to just try to get a good night's sleep? Do you have a game plan?
No, probably just a good night's sleep and celebration with my friends, which came here as well.
For sure. I know you already gave some shout-outs, Philippe, but is there anybody else you'd like to say hello to who might
Do you have any
be watching?
cheesecake using Charizard Toxapex? Basic stuff.
Who is probably asleep right now because it's middle of the night in Poland, but she has helped me emotionally a lot. She has put up with me being really not good in the household or very stressed, but she was very considerate and helped me a lot. So thank you, Veronica.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on making phase 2 of the competition.
There was a Mega Gengar as well, with the Mega Gengar and Mega Swampert. So the Edu team. There was another Camerupt. Oh, Marcus Hammer is using Starchu. The Wolf's friend, Marcus, is using Starchu with Arcanine and whatnot. Bro, there is a team with Mega Raichu, Venusaur, Sinistcha, Azumarill, Altaria, and Incineroar. That's crazy.
Let's go take a look. We gotta get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot.
Spraggles again, being a world's face.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, that way! Using Mega Delphox and Mega Floette, I like it. Another person using Cleavor. That's crazy.
This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here.
Whoa.
Without question.
Whoa! Ghost Gym Leader, look at that! Look at Sableye.
We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat. Limit 1 per customer. But I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space themed, extremely cool, in my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop outs. Boom, pop.
Okay. 4 minutes to go.
Okay. Get a picture of me with the Umbreon.
Oh, a team from Pokemon Unite from Brazil qualified for day 2. Well done.
Also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes. I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful. Special. Elegant. One of them's going on a trip. One of them's blasting off. Another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful. It's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it, except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Let's go. Let's go. Great matches today. We've seen a lot of different teams, right? Mega Blaziken went through. Amazing. Yeah, with a 6-1 record using Mega Blaziken, congratulations to Filip Wozniak. That's what I like to see. What? Pretty new. Are those some OG cards? Ah, the international champions. Latin America, international champion, Yuma Kinugawa, is already out, I think. EU IC, Paul Chua, and NIC, Francisco Piopero, he's already out as well. I think Paul Chua, oh yeah! Forgot to check the standings. I'm still like, bro, it's Worlds, it only happens once per year, you know what I'm saying? Justin Tang, 7-0. He's strong, bro. Carry also 7-0. What about Wolf? Wolf, it's 5-2, let's go Wolf. Let's go. One more. Eduardo Cunha, 4-3, oh no. Eduardo Cunha is out. My Portuguese goat. He's out. No!
And we're back, trainers.
He's out. What about Joe Ugarte? A lot of players left. Last round of today. It's gonna be now. Last round of today. Joe, 5-2. Okay, still alive. Joe still alive. Joe still alive. Giovanni Siski also out. He's 4-3. Paul Chua 5-2, still going strong.
I was gonna say, Ben, I didn't know if you were talking about Mega Blaziken or Primarina, because neither of those were on my bingo card. But we got to
Our goat is out.
in games 1 and 2 respectively.
God damn it. He was doing so well, bro. But his team is hard to use. His team is really hard to use. Ragav, 5-2, still alive. Justin Tang, 7-0, so strong. Mark Silva, 5-2, okay. Michael Kelch,
people really trying to take a swing at the format.
5-2, strong. Marcus, 6-1, strong. Shoma,
What we need is a section for like our underrated picks.
5-2, still there. And then the Kimura,
So maybe we'll have to think about that for next time.
Okay,
Shohei Kimura, 6-1. And Hirofumi, 5-2, still there. What about John Felipe Leite, Brazil, 5-2, still strong. And Dorian Quinones, 5-2, still alive. Okay.
Going 3-4 so far, but a good opportunity last round
still alive.
To make that even in this World Championships.
Wolf
That would
5-2.
still be such an impressive result. I think looking
Eduardo
across the
Cunha
board, some of the
4-2.
competitors that we saw at
4-3.
1-3.
Giovanni 4-3. Shohei Kimura, 6-1.
A lot of big names down there.
Nice.
I think if you can say that you finished 4-4, you got to be really happy with a result like that.
Quinones, 6. Wait, I just checked, but I forgot. I think it's 5-2. Quinones.
Looking a little bit further, we got Shoma, who I was able to have a little
5-2. He's gonna play against Jorge Tabuyo that won a tournament with Charizard X really early.
And he said, I'm running Charizard and I will win, so yes. Charizard is going to be winning, still in contention.
Charizard is not going to be winning Worlds. Everybody's beating it on stream. Wolfie 5-2. Come on, Wolf. Naoto 6-1.
Two of these world champions.
Kimura 6-1.
And Naoto and Shohei, of course, two of our Japanese world champions.
Shomo Onami.
Shohei, I believe, lost round 1 and just won
5-2
after that. And so, just another phenomenal performance by him. He's one of the most consistent players on the world stage.
Let's go.
Yeah, just constantly delivers. And
Giovanni and Edu already out. Sejun Park out as well. I'm sad.
Especially on stream.
I'm sad.
He had a very nice win in his win and and has just been a top force. I think I was seeing him, I think, tweet earlier this morning. He was like, I'd just be really happy to make it to day 2, but I'm sure now he's looking for more.
Yeah, it's like when you get to that stage and you're thinking like, okay, coming in, this is going to be a tough event, right? And then it all sort of lines up for you. You make it for that thing, and then you think, hang on a second. What if I can get to after day 2?
Exactly.
I start to wait in a little bit, but everybody's still having great results on the day. But I think definitely looking at Shoma, Wolf, Paul, can they get the final win in this final round of Swiss to punch their tickets too?
And we know that they're capable of doing it, right? All of these trainers have been in those pressure situations before, right? All of them are capable of doing it. It's just, you know, we've got a few trainers that are in contention that just have to carry on winning, and winning is what these trainers are good at.
That's also just, again, so hard. It is the World Championships.
It is.
Every single matchup is
Let's
one
go.
that you could see being at the finals of a stage like this. And so thinking about that and knowing the schedules that some of these competitors have had, I'm just very impressed and hoping and cheering for them.
So let's have a little look going on from our World Championships. We've world champions that are competing this weekend. Let's have a little bit of a look back. Now we're going into round 8. We've seen loads of different teams on streams. We've seen loads of different players. Let's have a little reminder of the usage across.
Yeah, usage going crazy.
King Gambit, this is the top 12 overall usage, regardless of if they're Mega Pokemon or not. King Gambit, Charizard, Incineroar. I don't think any of us were surprised to see them on the top pedestal, but I feel like we've seen a lot of different variations of Pokemon, different variations of teams that aren't on this graphic as well.
I mean, yeah, we had Swampert, we had Cleaver, we had a Hydreigon, of course Mega Blaziken, a Primarina. Like, it goes to show that there are some really interesting things that you can do in the format.
Yeah.
I suspect once we get into phase
Yes,
2
people
of the
say that
tournament,
this
though,
format
it'll
is
be
boring in
very,
itself. They have no
unexpected
vision.
surprises and teams, and it'll mainly be
They have no
teams that we
vision. They
expected
don't
to be
understand.
Very powerful and true established compositions coming into this event.
There was a Vanillux at X1.
That's right.
Just this last round. So that is a Pokemon that's not on this graphic that I also don't think people expected to see at the World Championships today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of similar to Alolan Ninetales.
Right.
Although Ninetales with the Gengars, right?
It doesn't have that fairy typing to complement it, and it's, you know, there's a few other alternatives. So I think, like, looking at this list of our top 12 Pokemon, I think there's a good set of, like, the fairy compositions, the grass compositions, the you know, the strong Pokemon that we've got, King Gambit and Basculegion, and Incineroar that, Garchomp. Well, I'll just keep going. I'll just keep listing all of the strong Pokemon that are on the graphic. But I think we've done, we've had a great run in showing a lot of these Pokemon on the stream. And Sylveon, we've got to give it a shout out. Been doing very
Top
well on
10.
stream.
Have we seen much of Floette?
No, we didn't see much Floette.
I don't remember seeing much Floette on stream today, but it obviously has been, if anything, it's kind of had a comeback, right? Like, I feel like Floette, I wouldn't say it's completely disappeared over the last couple of weeks, but of course, this was one of the best Pokemon in Regulation MA. It was also seeing success in MB, but it felt like people were trying a lot of new things. But yeah, here it is, sitting at number 6.
Well, let's go along to our Mega Pokemon stats and see how that's shaping up compared to what we've seen. I think one of the things that really stands out to me, especially
Mega Delphox really popular.
Tang at 7-0 with Mega Delphox, Mega Blastoise, going into the final round of Swiss. I'm really fascinated to know how Mega Blastoise specifically is going to be converting in phase 2, right?
Yeah.
Like, who's going to have, you know, been able to have just that really amazing run and just, you know, hit all of the predictions in the right spots. It's a tough Pokemon to use. I mean, we saw it earlier, right? Going for a Shell Smash in Trick Room. Like, if you know, you know.
And it was a non-Mega Shell Smash as well. Like, I truly think what makes that composition with the Delphox and King Gambit so cool is that you have 3 big threats that are looking to just take over the game at any given point. And one of the things I really like watching at the World Championships is, well, if these players have been on these teams for weeks, they've probably figured the, you know, most hyper-optimized lines possible into the other really popular teams, right? So you start doing some funky things that you probably normally wouldn't think of if you were seeing an opposing team for the first time. But it's the thing about a competitive game like VGC, there are established metagames, and so you should do your homework coming into this event. You know, probably at least prepare against the top 5 to 10 teams that you expect to see. And as a result, yeah, we got to see a regular Blastoise Shell Smash with Mega Delphox in the back, and I think that was one of the coolest wins on stream this weekend.
I do think this graphic is so cool to take in. That a lot of these Mega Evolutions actually do come from Pokemon Legends CA. Some newly discovered Mega Evolutions there with the Raichu as well as the Staraptor. And I think it's just cool. I don't know if you all remember the conversations about both, in particular, Mega Raichu and Mega Staraptor when they were first legal in the format. People were looking at them and going, are you sure you want to use that Pokemon? Do you really think it's going to be good? And there are so many competitors at the World Championships that do believe in those Pokemon to have brought them.
Yeah, it's like, especially with that Mega Raichu Y, right? Like, we've seen it on stream today, really focusing on not going for its Mega Evolution and actually using the Lightning Rod, using it like the conventional.
Chupa got knocked out of Worlds by mid-game DC in round 5.
Focus blast that you'd never really consider putting on the set, lest you go for a focus blast and get nicknamed Focus Miss.
Well, it doesn't help that he only participated in one tournament, and it was not even Pokemon Champions.
In the match that it played, but a really cool way to keep that composition going and actually flex this dual Mega archetype that we've seen so much in regular MA and MB, where there's a few less items, but also you want to have.
Oh, I do lost to Palchua. 4-3 and out, facing soundproof combo with Sinistra and Incineroar was difficult enough, but Paul completely read me on top. It wasn't meant to be Seal not the season. His team was difficult to use.
Coming into this, and if you think back to 2014, Kangaskhan was the most dominant Mega Evolution back then, but it got really countered at Worlds. But that was a much smaller World Championship, only 40 to 50 players who had qualified in the Masters division. So you could do things like try to, play super anti-meta because the pool was a little bit more limited, but now these World Championships are so big, there's so many great players competing.
That's true.
Well.
So you can do a lot of teams.
If you're going to try to build something that's
you can do a lot of different
you
teams.
gotta make sure that you can also cover for all the other things like you might go up against here at Worlds. And so, I don't know, I was like in 2014, Kangaskhan was like the #1 Mega Coat going into Worlds, and like only there was one, I think, or two in the top 16 overall, and it didn't even make it into top 8. But I don't think that's going to be the case for Mega Charizard in this one. It's just too good of a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like Kangaskhan back in its day was kind of like a better Pokemon than Mega Charizard is currently. But like just because of the fact that it was so hard to take down, right?
That's
like
right,
it has no weaknesses. It's a parental bond before it got.
It was broken.
You said it, I didn't, but I mean we're all thinking it.
Yeah,
like,
and they nerfed it for a reason.
Yeah, and rightly so. But I mean, I think. Like, I was excited to use Mega Kangaskhan coming into Reg MA, like thinking, hey, maybe this could have been like the old days. It just doesn't quite hit the same, unfortunately.
But then we did see the Kangaskhan with just Life Orb. No Mega Stone, no nothing. Just a great teammate on a team. And I feel like that was another one where I think that's really where some of these Mega Evolutions or Pokemon that can Mega Evolve have stuck out is, can they do both things? Can they actually act on their own without the Mega Evolution, so they're not just dead weight when you want to bring them to a match?
Yeah, and like, those last resort sets on Kangaskhan as well, we're seeing lots of different adaptations in this format where there's a few less things that different Pokemon can do. But that's all we've got time for the moment, so we're going to be taking it to a quick break before we get round 8 up and running here at the World Championships.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with
Are we? Oh, 6 more. Bro, they tricked me again. 6 more minutes of waiting. I thought we were ready. I thought we were ready. I thought that after the yapping will be 6 more minutes. Oh, bruh.
What's exciting to me is your journey
Me. So much yapping. Can we check the side stream?
Video Game Championship Series.
I have been playing this game for so long time.
Side stream is Paul Chua with his Charizard Toxapex team versus Shamo Onami. That's cool.
At that time, I was still in China. There was no official tournaments in China at that time, so I just wanted to join this circuit so much. That's a part of why I came to the US to study for my graduate school. While I'm not doing so well in the graduate school, I think I really have a lot of fun in Pokemon.
Nice.
I mean, every time I see you compete, you're always on stage smiling. You have the best outfits, I have to say. And your run at NAIC this year was absolutely incredible. So how did you prepare for that going into the tournament?
Because NAIC is so close to Indianapolis regional, and I didn't do well enough as I expected.
Bro, what? Edu asking, does anyone have a counterplay to Scarven and Lux hitting 2 or 3 sheer codes? That's crazy.
And it works just really great because, like, in that regulation, the Charizard dominates the whole format, and which makes Sterilage just a perfect choice for that NAIC. And I also wanted to say I really had good luck in NAIC. That's also why I did well.
I feel like Sterilage is kind of your signature Pokemon right now. Would you agree?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not using steroids at work this time. It's just so difficult to use it anymore in the regulation MV. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, maybe not a signature Pokemon, but who's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, my favorite Pokemon is Jirachi because it can just like grant you any wishes. That's who doesn't want that, right? And it's also my like my favorite one since I was very, very young. When I was watching the animes and stuff. It's just so cute and so lovely.
The Jirachi movie was my favorite one ever since I first saw it too, and Jirachi's a favorite for that reason for me as well. We talked about wishes, let's talk about predictions. Going into the World Championships this weekend, don't tell us anything about you, but what do you think we're going to see?
4 minutes, okay.
What's the competition going to look like?
I hope it's not getting boring because like everyone is complaining this regulation doesn't have much new teams.
Yeah, it's true, it's not true.
Everyone is just hiding their team and
everybody's just hiding their team, yeah. It's true because I think there is a lot of creativity. People just don't see it.
Like to watch. And also yesterday when I was opening the booster pack I got from the check-in, I managed to pull out a Mega Floette EX from that booster pack. That's my prediction. Mega Floette will win the world.
I think that's a pretty strong
Let's
prediction.
go.
So Dawe, thank you so much. Before I ask for shout-outs, I think a lot of players look up to you in the community because of what you represent and how strong of a competitor you are. Do you have any advice for anybody who's watching who might want to be in the position you are here at Worlds next year?
Oh, I guess just play. Just come out and play. It's very fun. It's very interesting, and every friend you make here is so exciting.
Thank you so much, Dawe. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to my partner Lisa and my parents and and just everyone in the Chinese community because it's so difficult for them to come to this event, but all of them are so like caring about this one. So really shout outs to them.
Thank you so much, Dawe, and thank you all so much for watching at home. We'll be back with more Pokemon action real soon.
Let's go. 2 minutes. Okay, almost back, lads, finally.
Welcome back,
Let's
trainer,
go.
to the Pokemon World Championships. We're nearing the end of our day with one final match, which could be make or break for some inspiring Pokemon World champions
Finally.
out there. My name's Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Pros. One final match for day one of our competition.
I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament already, to be honest. It's flown by. The quality of games we've had, the plays we've had, it's just been phenomenal, and it's been up there as one of the best starts to a World Championship we've ever had. So really fitting for the 30th anniversary, and we've got so much to come and so much more to look forward to, which is even more exciting.
It has just been such an incredible day, and for some trainers, they have already locked up their spot in phase 2 of the competition. For others, this round is going to be the one to determine if they will be back here competing tomorrow. But taking a look at the standings, of course, we got some trainers that are currently at that undefeated standing. Congratulations to Justin, Carey, and Yuya, all sitting at 7-0. They have more than locked their spot for phase
Justin
2.
Tank 7-0 is going strong, bro.
Which of course is top cut. Trainer sitting at that 6-1, also looking good.
A lot of people still 7-0. 3 people. Lol. Carey and Yuya.
Yeah, incredible achievements by all of our players to come into the event in such
A lot of
tough
strong people, bro.
and
A lot of
to
strong
the
people.
stage and put them really in that
Strong players.
position, to go forward tomorrow in such a good place to potentially push on to Championship Sunday.
And taking a look at our notable matches and what we're going to be eyeing up next here on broadcast. It's going to be Hiroshi Onishi going up against Shohei Kimura. A matchup that once we saw it, we knew we had to lock it in. Our Japan National Champion going up against our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Incredible.
Yeah, what better way to finish day one? We started with a former world champion with
100k viewers on Twitch, the Pokemon stream. That's crazy.
This year's Japan National Champion. Absolutely incredible game. I can't wait to get into it. Both players have had an extremely good run so far, so I'm sure they're not going to let down. But see, looking through the other notable matches, all of our players so far have just been incredible so far this weekend.
And of course, with these two trainers sitting at that 6-1, we're not worrying about not seeing one of them here tomorrow. We will see them both here tomorrow, thank goodness. But of course, we want to see who's going to be making their way to Top Cut and getting a win here as well, with that confidence you get from that as well. Either taking down a world champion or taking down their current national champion is just incredible. So excited as we head over to the stage to get started with this next match.
Yeah, so it's right, like you say, the confidence it gives you, especially now at the end of the day, to bring into tomorrow, to push on and hopefully take that little extra.
Oh, Japan standoff.
Into tomorrow is just going to make things a little bit
Japan standoff. Hiroshi Onishi and Shohei Kimura. It's a mirror match.
Very similar across the board there. Charizard Y on both sides.
Ay, ay, ay.
Players are very familiar with their teams, respectively.
Side stream? Are you better?
Use this exact 6 in the Japan National Championships to
Side
win
stream
that
is
event.
better?
There are some updates, of course, to that team we'll get into in a minute. On the back of MB format,
Shomo Honami?
items being introduced.
And just more Charizard and Floette.
Looking over at this team, are two of the most dominant Pokemon that we have here. The Megas just really carved out with a lot of really other powerful.
Wolfie is 5'2", right?
Really powerful
Yeah.
trio of that King Gambit, the Basculegion, the Garchomp. And then having something like this Whimsicott to either
They couldn't
set
get a
up the
better
tailwind
matchup,
or
really.
be able to pressure with an
I mean, it's the
encore.
5, it's a 7-0. No, are they 7-0?
Why
They're
this
not
6 or
7-0.
a variation of this 6 has been so popular.
Yeah, very strong across the board. You look at this team, a little bit like they're kind of put together with triangles. You've got the Whimsicott adding to the 4th of those other 3.
Another Charizard losing. That's true. That's true. Another Charizard losing. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Check things like that King Gambit. It matches up into the Mega Floette very well. But the Garchomp then checks that Charizard. And then you look at something like the Basculegion or the King Gambit is kind of clean up at the end. The Whimsicott going to be there to support the rest of the team with that Tailwind. Catch your opponent out with an Encore if they get a bit passive. Go for a Protect or go for a Tailwind themselves. and it can be an offensive threat if paired up with that Mega Floette, especially with that Fairy Aura. And some adjustments there that we've seen on Hiroshi's team. Going now with the Life Orb on that Basket Legion, that thing is going to be hitting extremely hard. Was previously Mystic Water. And
everybody's showing the same match.
King Gambit as well, which is really huge in this matchup.
And looking over at Shohei's team, yes, a lot of the
We have Shabonami with Spellchew on the side
It's
stream.
fun when we get to see some of those unique picks, but at the same time, this variation, this 6, has been so strong for a reason. But there is a couple of different variations along the way, and of course, there is also the opportunity that not all the Pokemon are trained the same, and I love being able to see two teams very similar face off against each other, because that's when you really get into the minds of the trainers and how they approach these types of matchups.
Wait, they watch? There is a stream here
Players can really lean into, and what will make the difference between winning and losing
with
this match.
Kari Darton and Carson St. Denis. How do they have access to this?
Both players have ancient power as well, which is being kind of over superseding the solar beam that you would normally see there. That's going to make Charizard sitting in front of an opposing Charizard a lot easier.
So I guess there is another stream.
Speed or are they slightly slower? This is something we're going to have to find out as the game plays out, but that could be quite pivotal in that Charizard mirror here if that's what the players decide to go down. Other options, like we've mentioned, the King Gambit here. You do have the Iron Head, which is going to be really useful for Shohei against the opposing Floette if that is brought from Hiroshi. But the King Gambit on Hiroshi's side does have that low kick and the Iron Head that can provide really useful against that King Gambit and the Floette. The Basket Legion on Shohei's side does have a Colbur Berry, so that does help against the King Gambit slightly.
Both trainers sitting at 6-1, trying to end off the day.
Okay, here we go.
Japan National Champion.
Last match of the day, lads.
2023 World
Last match of the day.
Let's get to it. Aggressive leads from both, but very different approaches with Whimsicott and Basket.
Whimsy Bask.
For Hiroshi.
Okay, at least things are a bit different. Alright, alright.
It's interesting, both players bringing that.
Oh, Colbur Berry Bask on the right side. That's very different. Specifically to deal well with the King Gambit.
Prankster ability as well, it's going to be able to elevate the Basket Legion into a place where it'll be able to outspeed the Charizard and the Garchomp with a Tailwind. And then that Life Orb boosting that even in the sun will threaten maybe a Charizard knockout. So you have to be careful if you're Shohei here. You can leverage the Garchomp here to get some good damage onto that Basket Legion early, but the sun is pivotal in this moment.
Garchomp comes out.
That Charizard on the field.
King Gambit.
Damage being leveraged with the Garchomp.
Oh yeah.
Instead, just a pivot out in King Gambit to join the field.
Char goes Mega.
Charizard will go ahead and Mega, and with that, bringing the sun about. So we're looking at a reduction to those water moves, and of course, if you want to go the offensive yourself, you want to get the max amount of damage. Of course, you're at risk of potentially taking an attack, but it will be Whimsicott, not
Wave
on
Crash.
Tailwind, but a Protect instead. Charizard a
Protect
little bit
there
of the
as well.
same, though. So we get a swap,
Awesome.
we get some sun. Time
And
to see what the Basket Legion gets off for. It
everybody
will
protecting.
will fail because
Okay.
the last act in the turn.
Yeah, and the switch for Shohei here to get the King Gambit on the field really good now. That King Gambit can start to pressure the Basket Legion that was such a threat originally. Now we've seen Protect all around. The Charizard does lack a way to actually hit the Basket Legion as well, opting for that Ancient Power that we covered in the preview. So it doesn't really want to stay on the field. Yes, you can do some good damage into the Whimsicott, but it's not at the cost of losing your Charizard to maybe a Basket Legion. The question is, has the King Gambit got enough to be able to deal with the Basket Legion on
Charizard comes out.
side?
For Whimsy, yeah, that will resist Wave Crash, that's true. Bask for the Garchomp, yeah. Shohei can throw Moonblast next turn into Garchomp. Yeah, Anchor, of course. Sucker Punch, probably no. 2 turns with no attacks, 0 damage done in 2 turns, that's insane. 0 damage done in 2 turns. These players are really careful.
Now the Garchomp coming in obviously does put a lot of pressure onto the King Gambit here. It hasn't got that Life Orb that you would normally see, so it's not going to be hitting as hard or threatening any sort of knockout. There is always the potential of a double up if you want to get rid of the King Gambit on Shohei's side. It is a little bit risky though, but you could go for something like a Moonblast and then a ground type attack to get that knockout, remove that threat from the field, but it does then leave the Whimsicott open to go for an all-important Moonblast in return, or even set up a Tailwind. It would be very beneficial if we did see something like a Protect on the King Gambit
Tailwind?
this turn.
That's one of the things with the tailwinds, and we have a Whimsicott versus a Whimsicott, is do you want to go ahead and press it
Sucker
right away to
punch?
get the speed? So you might just be
Yo,
concerned
that's
with
big
time.
damage.
But we
That
will
black,
see
that's
tailwinds
black
from Hiroshi,
glasses.
and a lot of damage into
Black
the
glasses.
guard.
Earthquake!
Now Earthquake
Bye bye,
deals
King
damage
Gambit.
into everything on the board.
Wait, they did no damage to the King Gambit.
Shrug that off, but King Gambit
Because it was-
down to about a third of
It
its
was a
health.
third.
Now we get to see retaliation come
It
out.
wasn't
Notably, no
just
tailwind from
spread damage by
Shohei.
2,
He's
it was spread damage by 3.
instead, and Moonblast
Big
is
Moon
enough
Blast.
to
Well
take
done,
the first
Shohei.
KO of this match.
Well done, Shohei. Shohei Kimura.
Yes, you're behind with the tailwind, but you can set your tailwind up this next turn, right? And then you've got an extra extended turn of tailwind when your opponent's does finally end. The big thing is here, your Charizard is going to have such an easier time when it enters the field. Now it doesn't have to worry about that Garchomp that you've been able to get rid of with that really good double up.
Floette joined in the field, though. This is where we can see a lot of pressure come out, because for Hiroshi, he has the tailwind on his side, and you're now pressuring so much with this Floette. And if you just want
Bro,
to go
I
double
swear,
on the offensive
I thought
here,
about Hiroshi bringing Floette.
wipe this board. So Shohei goes
Because like if you
ahead
defeat the
and tries
Charizard on the other
to
side,
for
Floette
his
looks
own
really
tailwind
good.
now.
And you don't really want
A little too
a Charizard mirror, because that's too many mind games.
Gambit, even in tailwind, isn't going to supersede
And
the
Floette,
which you probably expected is
it's
gonna
a bit
Mega Evolve
easier,
and activate that fairy
because
aura.
it resists
And
the
then all
Sucker
you need to do
Punch,
is go
super
after
effective
that
into
full body
Garchomp.
dancing clean and Moonblast from your
Mega
opponent's,
Floette, Charizard will resist though.
to clear
That's
the
a bit of a
field, it
problem.
makes it more difficult. A nice switch there, defensive. The Charizard going to be able to at least take these
Flowy.
attacks that you would expect coming out a lot easier than that King Gambit.
Fairy Aura and the potential for
Protezione.
some big damage, but a Whimsicott for Shohei that will protect.
Encore.
It is not just the
Into the
potential
protect.
of damaging
Okay,
moves,
now Encore
but
again, next turn.
incredibly Encore
Dazzling
as
Gleam
well.
will not do much
Dazzling
damage.
Gleam, not going to do anything into the Whimsicott, but Charizard swapping in.
15%. I mean, I've seen worse. I've seen
We'll
worse.
start off the hit quite well, but now again, we do threaten something like an Encore again, or going back to the amount of damage you could potentially just do.
Yeah, this is a really awkward scenario here for Shohei, because you want to get your tailwind enabled to allow that Charizard to be at least able to keep pace with the Floette and any other options that are on the opposite side of the field, but you can't do that because of that Encore lock that's pressured from Hiroshi's side. Position this extremely well, and now the Floette not really in any danger of getting knocked out, but it is going to take big damage. It's not getting the damage you really want onto the Charizard. But that
Tailwind,
will add
so
up
Encore
time again.
comes
Tailwind,
after.
No Encore coming out.
No Encore, which means all out.
Oh no, because yeah, I was like, wait, why no Encore? They didn't want to Encore. Maybe they should Encore. Because now Charizard attacks first. Yeah. Big damn. I think Hiroshi should have Encored. Light of Ruin! Boom! But Floette should go down here.
Just so powerful, able to remove the opposing Mega on Shohei's side. Now Shohei has been able to set up that tailwind, which
I know.
is great.
Actually, Floette's still alive. Didn't took a lot of recoil because Charizard wasn't full HP.
They don't have access to that speed control anymore. They do still have that Basculegion
Bass Bass?
and offer some offensive pressure.
Ooh, King Gambit is good versus Basculegion. And Floette is very low. Moonblast Sucker Punch should pick the knockout.
So you have a Floette for Hiroshi that is 1/3 of its health. A Basculegion that is full, but build a little bit more for the offense with that Life Orb. So my question is do you have enough in the tank to take down the rest of these Pokemon? Once your Tailwind's done, you're going to be outsped. Whimsicott's at full, and there's still another Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, that's
Protect.
the question, and now we're just seeing the safe
And
Aqua
Jet?
just to get through this last
No, double protect.
on Hiroshi's side.
Okay.
So now going into the following turn, you have got the speed advantage.
Yeah, Aqua Jet is good
the
though.
question, is that going to be enough?
Charizard is already down, so no more Sun available.
Is he going to be able to pick up that King Gambit? That will be crucial, and it will. That turn, it would have superseded the Sucker Punch. Now you're going to be susceptible because the King Gambit is going to be faster than that Basculegion.
Oh,
That
true.
tailwind support.
King Gambit's gonna be faster now, so Sucker Punch actually can. It's GG then. Yeah, Hiroshi couldn't let Tailwind come up. He had to Encore the Whimsicott.
The amount of damage that this Floette has taken, it's not going to take necessarily the most to take it out. So if you try and protect, and Floette is the target at the end of all of it,
I mean, you're not going to get anything done on this turn.
Yeah, and the Fairy Aura are really counterproductive here for Hiroshi, where it's helping
Sucker Punch.
the Whimsicott. Sucker Punch into the
Oof.
and it is enough to pick it up, and it takes it down.
Ow!
It comes down to the
Ow, that hurts! Ay, ay, ay! GG.
Whimsicott, Moonblast, one Pokemon left for Hiroshi, and Floette goes
Shohei
down.
Kimura,
Shohei will
2023 World Champion.
That was just an incredible match. From the get-go, we got to see some momentum coming out from Hiroshi, but later
Yeah,
Tailwind,
he had to encore the Whimsy. Because if Tailwind goes up,
the KOs over the line. I think
the Basque Legion always loses to King Gambit.
you had to hit 3 attacks into that to take it down. That was just so much time, unfortunately, wasted that mid-game.
Yeah, and it's why it's so good into these fairies. Interesting that Hiroshi decided to go down the line with the Mega Floette rather than their own Charizard here, but Shohei showing their experience, and that really shining through, I think, in this match in particular, stalling the Tailwind, and being brave as well in front of an encore potential threat, going for that Tailwind, and that turn was key to be able to kind of get to the point where you had enough room to stall out the opposing Tailwind, and then get your King Gambit in that spot where it was able to pressure with that all-important Sucker Punch to close things up.
It was a great turn being able to go
Yeah.
for the Tailwind. When
Great
there
play
wasn't one
from,
point, right? But also, you're in a situation again where it was a
Shonami.
Whimsicott that was next to a Mega
Shohei.
Charizard that was threatening so much. So you encore the Whimsicott and Charizard wipes your board, unfortunately, because you can't double up and it just sweeps the end of the game. It was just kind of a tough call at that point. So now going into this next game, I would love to see how we adapt things. Both trainers had very different approaches to starting that out. And we're playing so cautiously in the first couple of turns. But for Hiroshi, now down a game in this set, do you stick with the same lead and try and switch it up a little bit, or do you take a page out of Shohei's book?
You might want to adapt here. You know, Hiroshi is so well versed with this 6. They all know exactly what
Okay,
they need
let's
to
go.
do. Adapt
Let's see
into this
what
big
Hiroshi
game.
will
Try
change.
and take it
The
into
weird
the
thing
game.
for Hiroshi is that Shohei's Basque Legion is Cold Burberry, so the King Gambit will not be able to one-shot it. So he can't really rely on... But on the other side, the King Gambit is Okeberry, so it will resist some fire type damage from Charizard.
And Whimsicott generally sits in front of Life Orb Garchomp without too much trouble in comparison to some of the other Pokemon that they've got access to. Maybe King Gambit, something that you look at as well. Because
Let's see how it goes.
So valuable, and we saw Shohei take full advantage of it.
Let's see.
Getting into game number 2, time
Yup,
to
yup,
see
yup,
where
yup, yup,
trainers'
yup.
minds are at. It'll be Garchomp and Charizard again for Shohei. And on the opposing
We'll see
end,
Garchomp
we get Garchomp
versus
and that
Garchomp Charizard.
Whimsicott.
Yeah,
Oh, we have Tailwind versus no Tailwind.
For Hiroshi, but has got that Garchomp out, and that Garchomp is going to pressure the Charizard immediately. They do have to be very careful about the opposing Garchomp though, because the one thing that you don't want to take is a Life Orb boosted Dragon Claw. Has it got enough investment to be able to take that? That's the question here. If you're confident, then you can go for a Tailwind.
Show me a Tailwind.
Hope that you get that Charizard.
Do we have Rock
Is
Slide
Charizard really
on
gonna see
Hiroshi's
itself
Garchomp?
vulnerable in this scenario? Is it going to switch? That's the big question. You could potentially think, okay, well, Shohei's not going to leave it in a vulnerable position. The Tailwind's there, so maybe see it switch out, and then you target into that Garchomp, protect your own Garchomp, and go for a Moonblast into Shohei's Garchomp to try and remove it as quick as possible.
Our trainers played the beginning of
Charizard goes Mega, no fear.
If you try and target down this Charizard,
I mean, you need to tell him to be faster than the enemy Garchomp. Unless you... No, maybe he knows the nature. No, yeah, there you go, Tailwind. Exactly.
a Tailwind from Hiroshi, and we have to assume a
Rock Slide.
with the Rock Slide.
Charizard survives.
Charizard.
That's crazy. Flinch,
Flinch,
flinch, flinch, flinch, flinch, flinch. Flinch, 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 flinch. No flinch.
Can do a lot, but Earthquake isn't going to be packing the same punch as what could have been a potential Dragon Claw.
Yeah.
As neither Pokemon takes too much damage, but it'll be the follow-up from the Charizard.
Flinch at the Charizard or Heat Wave?
How much? And if it is going to be just a Heat Wave,
Heat Wave. That's good.
Whimsicott will drop.
That's good. That's really good. That's really good.
Yeah, the Garchomp, the Earthquake there, quite an interesting choice. Maybe Shohei taking a switch in this scenario here to try and maybe catch something. But the damage there really respectable as well. The Citrus Berry activating, but now the Tailwind set, and Shohei hasn't got their Whimsicott active now to be able to match that Tailwind.
I love the Earthquake because if you're not too worried about the Garchomp on the opposing end, and
Yeah, you break focus sash with Earthquake. That's the point, I guess.
Like Hiroshi set the tail,
Then you can knock out to the Whimsy. Go Char. But now Shohei has Tailwind. But the thing is, Hiroshi has to win, I mean. But if Shohei loses a Pokemon now, he can bring his Whimsy and Tailwind himself. And then he's gonna have more Tailwind turns.
It can go for a Heat Wave. That Heat Wave's probably going to be enough to get the opposing Charizard. Is that chip going to be enough to put the Garchomp on Shohei's HP in range of a Dragon Claw follow-up? That's the question.
Question that will have to
Let's
be
see.
answered hopefully real soon as Mega Evolution now on the opposing end. Hiroshi has switched up the game plan for
Protection,
game number 2, but a protect from Shohei onto his own Garchomp will mean
Yeah,
he lives the turn.
to eat the
As
Dragon Claw.
targeted down into it. Now with the seed
Heat
for the
Wave.
opposing Pokemon. Heat Wave, of course. Garchomp stays safe.
Did it
Will he
miss?
connect into the other? Yes.
Knockout.
Will be enough as well to be picking it up. So you're evening out the Pokemon count, and you got rid of a Mega Pokemon. But if it's a Whimsicott coming in, you can set the Tailwind and really pressure with your own Garchomp now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Shohei probably doesn't mind in that scenario. Back against the wall, let the Charizard go down. It's kind of done a decent job so far in this
Yeah, you got
match.
rid of the Whimsicott.
Yeah, so you bring your own Whimsicott, like you say, now you match the Tailwind, and you're kind of staggering it, like we saw in that game 1. So when your opponent
Whimsy
runs out, yours is still active.
Whimsicott comes out, and it seems
Do you want to
so
Tailwind
telegraphed
now?
at this point. And calling out that these teams are so
Because
similar, but a couple of
if they Tailwind, I guess it's a speed tie of the Garchomps. I don't know if you want that.
Shohei's end. We saw that
Right?
Garchomp from Hiroshi
I don't know if you
with
want to
that
go
rock
for
slide
the
enough to
speed
KO
ties.
onto Shohei's, but doing a lot of damage. That extra life or boost could be enough to just get it over the line, completely get rid of the Charizard, and then it would just be a Whimsicott to have to follow up next turn with a Moonblast. Shohei seems to be in such a strong spot.
Yeah, and it will come down
Charizard
to
come
speed
back.
ties here. We do see the Charizard
Right now,
once we see
immediately.
later on
Cringe
as
Gambit.
Gamma enters the field. Now, if the Tailwind is set here,
Tailwind?
we're seeing which Garchomp is going to hit first.
There you go. Oh no, Shohei is faster because he's Life Orb. Yeah, Shohei is faster. Yeah, because the other Garchomp is bulky chomp, so it's usually slower.
Will succeed. Whether it's a speed tie or an outspeed remains to be seen, but that's going to be a huge momentum swing in Shohei's favor.
Yeah, now you've got that King Gamma.
Shohei is doing better
Not
in general.
but it has got no protect, so it is going to be susceptible to an Earthquake here, but I don't think you can afford to Earthquake.
King Gambit is Okaberry, which doesn't really help, because you can't do much damage to the Garchomp right now.
Maybe a Rock Slide, but is it easy for Hiroshi just to say, I'm going to just protect the Charizard here and then try and leverage my King Gambit, Kowtow Cleave?
He can't really protect the Charizard because of Encore.
Life Orb damage might be enough to pick up the knockout there. The problem is, if we do see a double up here from that Whimsicott and the Garchomp into the King Gambit, but can you afford to break your own stash and risk and hope that the Charizard on Hiroshi's side protects this turn?
And do you get enough value out of that protect
Moonblast.
that you're willing to risk a
Well
potential
done.
encore on the next turn?
Ooh.
Answer for this one is
Oosh.
no. Moonblast, so much
It's a
damage.
crit, okay.
Critical hit.
Earthquake picks the knockout on the King Gambit now. No Sucker Punch!
Charizard. And with the amount of damage
That's crazy.
is enough to take another KO.
No Sucker Punch on the King Gambit, from the King Gambit. Because he has it, right?
Only one Pokemon now remaining.
Let's see,
for
Heat Wave?
Yeah, and this is perfectly played from Shohei. As another
Both?
Heat Wave
It hits
comes down,
both?
Whimsicott gonna go down, but
Chomp
that
still
Garchomp,
alive.
All importantly is sticking around for one
If he
more
Sucker
push
Punched,
there.
Garchomp would be dead now. No, KO'd. KO'd.
Tailwind staggered in Shohei's favor as Tailwind for Hiroshi peters out, and we still have another Pokemon to be joining the fray as fast.
Nah.
If we have questions about whether Garchomp could get it done,
Stall Tailwind? You can't, still 2 turns.
Yeah, and that's
Because maybe you dodge Rock Slide? No. GG. Shohei played better. Shohei played better.
Dragon Claw bring the Charizard down to less than half health. The last chance for Hiroshi in this match, and last respect will be enough to
Well
get
done.
it done.
Shohei Kimura, 7-1!
Take this match 7-1 here at the
Well done, well done.
Championships. To
That's
see a
too
matchup
low.
like this on this stage, national champion
Do
going up
we
against
have
world champion is incredible, but world champion
finished
coming up
matches already on round 8?
absolutely amazing. You know,
We have some matches already finished, but not all.
From start to finish, knew exactly the
Welcome,
game
welcome
plan
everybody.
to follow.
We're about to finish the stream right now.
Different scenarios
I'm just
occurred,
gonna
but I
check
think just showing their
some matches here.
experience, this level of tournament really shone through there, and being a
Wolf
phenomenal
lost.
champion. that was the difference, I think.
Wolf is 5-3, he lost.
I mean, there's a reason that Shohei
To
has consistently talked
Pokin,
about
up to Evan,
to be making
that
these
we
runs
seen
in
earlier on the
tournaments,
stream.
even at still a world
Bruh.
level. We've talked about the champions
Joe
that we've had
Ugarte
in the
lost.
past, and can they make that run? Can they do it again? And I feel like Shohei has to be at top of
Bruh.
one of the top of so many people's lists to be able to take that crown and to take down the national champion Hiroshi.
Brazilian, 6-2, he goes through.
Piloting such a strong team. He was 6-1 going into this match as well. But for
Wolf
Shohei
lost,
to come out
Giovanni
on top
lost
2-0,
already.
amazing.
Yeah, and it sets you up
Paul
so
Chua
confidently
is
coming
still,
into
he's still,
taking one loss
he's going versus
in
Shoma,
this tough field of tournament.
Ragav,
And then you're finishing
6-2.
against such a tough opponent.
Tang is
Running the same
7-1, he lost, but he goes through.
Was such a dominating factor.
Joe lost as well.
Making Shohei
Mark
seem
Silva
like they're going to be one of the favorites
lost
coming
as well.
into tomorrow to push on and maybe
Michael
get
Kelch
a
lost as well.
world championship to their name.
Marcus lost as well, but goes through. Okay, Dorian goes through as well. Well done. Ooh, bro, Wolf is out. Star Sand wasn't the right choice, I guess.
Do it because he really realistically could. Of course, there's still so much tournament left to play. We can't get ahead of ourselves. But 7-1 and seeing a display like that, can you blame us? Can you blame us for
I don't
saying
think we
that?
can. I think that on the back of it, we saw Hiroshi at Japan National Championships came out on top. So many players playing that Big Six team. They were the one that came out on top. So knows this team inside out, has adapted it, obviously feels confident coming into this tournament. And then Shohei has been playing the same six as well, but Shohei's been playing a lot of other things in grassroots as well. But to be able to come into this tournament in particular, with the adaptations that they've made and play like that, it does make it them a scary prospect for the
Alright, lads. We're gonna finish the stream for today. Tomorrow we'll be back for day 2 of Pokemon World Championships. A lot of our favorite players are already out. My Portuguese GOAT, Eduardo Cunha, is out. Wolf is out. Joseph Ugarte is out. I didn't check Emilio Forbes. Let me check it for us. Emilio Forbes, 6-2. I beat Joe. Okay. Balchu is still playing, I think, from where I remember. Balchu is still playing, so we don't know. Ragav is still in. Justin Tang is still in. Okay. Mark Silva lost. He's 5-3. Yeah, Mark Silva lost. Michael Kelch also lost, I think. Michael Kelch also lost. Damn. So from Europe, the only player that I was paying attention to that is still in is Marcus. Shomo Onami is still playing. Hirofumi he's 6-2, so he goes through. Shoei Kimura will watch him go through. Jean-Philippe Leite from Brazil also going through. Dorian also going through. And now I want that guy that was playing Mega Blaziken. He's from Poland. Filip Wozniak. Filip Wozniak. Awesome. Awesome. Anybody else? Nikolai Nielsen. He was playing a cool team. We watched it on stream today. When was it? Here. Yeah, he's using the Mega Camerupt. So I want to pay attention to him. Oh, that's Hard Trick Room. Bro, my bingo. Nikolai Hoj Nielsen. Bro, my bingo card. Look. My bingo card. We make hard trick room in day 2 or top cut. It's tail room. It's tail room though. But the main mega is camera up. I think we can consider. So we were lacking mega barbaracle to get bingo. Wolf Perish Trap wasn't. Mega Dragonite can still be a possibility, we don't know. Mega Charizard X, most likely no. Mega Banette Snizzler, most likely no. Iron Ball Slither, most likely no. Mega Bro, because it's like, we just need to see a Mega Barbaracle. That will be awesome. That will be awesome. So that's the player with the camera up, exactly. I want to pay attention to him as well. Awesome, awesome. More players to pay attention tomorrow. That we remember. Paul Chua or Shoma Honami, one of them will go out. They're still playing.
Facing that down with my King Gambit and not getting too overwhelmed by that Basque Legion.
All right, Shohei, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
最後になんですけども、見てる方々に感謝の言葉とかメッセージなどありますか？
感謝の気持ちというか自分の気持ちなんですけど、10年前のサンフランシスコでは最終ラウンドで負けてしまったので、ちょっとまたそういうジンクスがあるのかなと思ったんですけど、今日は勝てて嬉しいです。
It's not so much of a shout out, but just a comment that in the front
Eduardo Cunha beat
10 years ago,
Giovanni Siske
ended up
5-3
losing in the final round, and so he thought maybe I'm actually jinxed. So he was really happy that he could win his match today.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad you will be moving on to phase 2 tomorrow.
And these players, all those players are already out.
Thank you so much for watching at home. We are not quite done here yet. We are going to be wrapping things up with Ben over in the analyst lounge. So take it away, please.
Thanks so much, Gabby, and what a day we've had here
What a
at the
day.
2026 World Championships in San Francisco.
Well, since we're here, we can end the stream with them.
Top to tail here today, and we've seen so many things that, so many different things to what we were expecting to see.
Yes, I'm so glad. So many different things.
Things out with a Charizard Floette mirror just to end the day like we expected to.
Look, we had a whole lot of things that we had to adapt to on the fly earlier in the day. It's so good to end the day with something that's familiar, it's comfortable, it's a big bowl of soup on a cold day.
Big bowl of soup, love that. And we're going to have more of that action for you tomorrow, of course. We're going to be kicking things off at 9 o'clock Pacific there. I'm not to be trusted with time translation, so I'm going to leave that with you viewers at home.
4 p.m. for me, yeah. Nice.
Tomorrow.
I have plenty of time to rest. I have plenty of time to rest.
Looking back on today, we've had lots of things, Scott. Like, what's been a standout to
The Blaziken?
Today, maybe you weren't expecting to see.
I mean, I was definitely expecting to see Mega Blaziken, so that wasn't surprising at all.
Bro, and you know what's funny? Colin also said that Mega Camera Up could make it to day 2 of Worlds. And it did. It did. It's crazy.
Like, tech out your Pokemon too much, so there's always gonna be close. But it's like I feel like in NESC we had a lot of games where like bad sloppy, I guess, where it's like, oh man, like it seemed like one player was gonna lose, and then the last second the rug would get pulled out. Like, oh no, the other player's gonna win. Where this time, you know, there's been a lot of like probability management in this format for sure, where there's just a lot of inaccurate attacks. But I feel like, you know, the players are doing a good job of navigating the games. It feels like kind of like the right player is winning every set, even though the path there is maybe a little more twisty and turny than we're used to in some other formats. So I think I've been impressed by the players. It's a really difficult format to play. I know a lot of like even really good trainers are having tough weekends, but the folks at stream have really locked in.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this has been such a such a set of close matches, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how those players convert that have made it from phase 1 into phase 2, and like how this narrows down to the top players, where it's not just like the players have been building their teams right, but they're also on form on the day. They've been hitting the matchups, they've been executing their matchups properly. But in the meantime, if you've been watching at home, we've got a lot of stuff that we're being giving away.
No, just
here,
finish the stream, bro. Shut up.
Watching for only 30
finish the
minutes.
stream.
I'm hoping you've been watching for more than 30 minutes across the day, because we've had some great action there to get some quick coupons, some teammate tickets, and some training tickets.
Yeah, but if you did miss
I have a bunch of
already,
those. I don't need that.
does also still count for the rebroadcast that will be happening immediately afterwards. So you can catch up on all of the action from day 1 and still get those Twitch drops for today.
And of course, if you've not watched 30 minutes, but you are watching this rep, what are you doing? We appreciate it. Don't forget, you do need to link your account to get some of the drops. So there's instructions in the Twitch chat. Once you open it up, little pin message. I'd read it.
Definitely. And we've also got our distribution, of course. Enjoy World 26 to get a little bit of extra
I can get that in game. I'll get it in game.
There, I think that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to seeing, like going on the ladder after this World Championships. They're like, you were watching, you were watching, you were watching. Yeah, great extra little distribution there for all of you people at home.
I really like that it's you were watching, you were competing, because I know that our competitors also got some in-game swag as well as part of qualifying for the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely, and it's it's not just a video game as well that we've had our distributions.
True, I didn't watch anything of the other sports today.
The other games as well. If you've been watching the TCG,
didn't watch anything of Unite.
Pokemon Go. If you've been watching Pokemon Unite as well, there's a long list of all of the great things that you'll have been able to get. And if you haven't already, just have it on in the background. If maybe you're watching TCG, but maybe you want something from VG, you can have a second window going on there just to get all of the extra stuff that we have here at the World Championship.
Hey, that's what I've been doing too. I've been on the VG stream, but my phone has been watching the other streams. It's just that easy.
I know everyone has like 10 tabs on their computer open already, so just add a couple more.
100%. And we've got
good advice.
Here's a little bit of an instruction on how you can actually earn those Twitch drops if you haven't already. And as Scott says, if you've only just tuned in for now, if you're going to be watching along tomorrow or the restream, of course, this is how you can get a hold of all of those Twitch drops. And as we say, tab open for each one, collect everything that you possibly can across this weekend.
Yeah, I got to shout out to the closed captions as well, being able to see that in your chosen language. That's a really cool feature, and it's really necessary because this is such a global.
Yeah, it's Worlds. Everybody wants to watch in their own language, right?
Everyone across the globe is able to see and experience it in their own native language.
And if you want to experience more, of course, you can follow along at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure you follow us, of course, #PlayPokemon, @PlayPokemon, PlayPokemon, pretty much everywhere that you can think of there, so you can keep up with all of the action, both in the World Championships, of course, but also our 2027 season will be starting in just a few short weeks after this event has concluded. We know who our world champion is, and we'll be going to see our next season and what that could entail. Now, as well, we know we've had a little Pidgey tell us that there is maybe, if you're here, something extra that maybe Pokemon Go will be bringing to us through Pokemon XP. We don't know any of the details, but if you haven't already got yourself back into Pokemon Go, this word on the street is this maybe is a good time to get back into the game. Maybe re-download it if you haven't got it ready. If you have been, carry on playing it, because there's going to be some cool stuff going on.
Yeah, make sure you update, get your app ready to go, so that when you are out wandering Rayquaza Road or just being out and experiencing the joy that is this experience in Pokemon XP, you're ready to go.
And it's, I think, even if you're here and you haven't downloaded Go, first of all, what are you doing? But I think there's a lot of fun things you can do too. I think one of the things that's kind of neat as we've watched these events grow. Unlike back maybe when we first started doing these, there's an awful lot of things you can do at the event, both in person and virtually. Lots of unique Pokemon. You can catch the costumed Pikachu and the both from Worlds and from PXP in the game. So definitely check that out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've opened it and looked at all of the Pokestops, all of the things going on. There's a lot here.
Easier to say what isn't a Pokestop than...
Basically, like every street corner and everything in between the street corners is pretty much lit up at the moment here at Pokemon World Pokemon XP. But that's all we got time for today. We're going to be going now, closing off our broadcast.
Let's
we'll
go.
be back again at 9 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow for Phase 2 of the World Championships.
Had the first match. Wolfie is out, by the way. Great matches, great stream, great vibes. We've seen a lot of Charizard, but not a lot of mirrors. We've seen a lot of different teams. Wolfie's team was different. Italian Snow, Mega Camerupt, Mega Blaziken, Mega Metagross, normal Swampert, Mega Gengar, Tail Room, Rain, Sun Rain, Starchu, Blastoise, Delphox, of course. A lot of different teams. Very good games, bro. Very good vibes. Some players with great energy and great dedication. Great reads, great plays today. I really enjoyed. Tomorrow we'll be back, everybody. Tomorrow we'll be back for more World Championship 2026 action. Thank you very much for watching. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity and responsibility as well. Keep it cool, keep it healthy. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Europe time. Thank you for watching. Enjoy yourselves.